About 25 years ago, Earth was no longer peaceful because one day, gates and dungeons appeared, along with monsters flooding in, spreading everywhere. Humanity faced terrifying disasters. This young man was originally a web novelist. However, when Yuijin picked up his phone, he saw a rather strange app named Creator. Yuijin couldn't remember when he downloaded it. He just assumed it was a normal game app, so he tapped on it to try it out. Then, an ant appeared on the screen, along with a strange message, which made absolutely no sense. Yuijin had never seen a game with such terrible graphics, but out of curiosity, he still gave it a try. Each time Yuijin touched the screen, an ant was destroyed. At the same time, he also received one dark coin. The system notification then popped up. Congratulations! You've taken another step on your journey to becoming the Great Demon King, a seeker of brutal power. Isn't this the power of a hunter? So, Unsin dashed off to have his abilities checked. The results came quickly, and the staff happily announced, Unsin, you are qualified to inherit the power of a hunter. Hearing this, he felt like his life had turned over a new leaf. He could become a superhero, not daring to dream of the distant A rank. He vowed that if he just reached E rank, he would immediately give up writing and become a professional hunter. But reality slapped Unsin in the face because his rank is G rank. This result immediately shattered his spirit because a G rank hunter is hardly different from a regular person. The receptionist wanted to comfort Unsin a little and specially emphasize that his ability was described as the power to create matter. But this didn't cheer him up much either. Unsin, would you like to register for a license? The staff asked again. How much is it? He asked back. The registration fee is 280,000. The staff responded very cheerfully, but her answer extinguished Unsin's last bit of hope. Why should he waste 280,000 to register for a license he can't even use? What would he do with it anyway? What dungeon allows G-rank hunters to enter? Unsin, full of disappointment, constantly sighed deeply, and accepted the fact that he should still go home, frantically trying to finish his manuscript before the editorial manager urged him. That night, Unsin stayed up past 2 a.m., perhaps affected by the aptitude test event that afternoon. His mood was terrible. The manuscript he wrote was just as bad. For 5 straight hours, he wrote and deleted, deleting and writing, yet still unsatisfied. Just as Unsin decided to take a break, the late-night news reported that S-rank hunter Baek Soo-hyun had just completed a dungeon challenge. The disaster-level dungeon, known as the Black Dragon Dungeon. Baek Soo-hyun's proud face on the news deeply affected Unsin. He angrily changed the channel, only to catch an advertisement for a skincare cream by another S-rank hunter, CEO Mina. Unsin gritted his teeth in frustration. Out there, everywhere you look, are amazing hunters. You could trip over an A rank or S rank, and yet you awakened the most useless level. This is truly a cruel joke of fate. The news about the S-class hunter made Unsin extremely displeased. He turned off the TV abruptly, intending to get some sleep, and then wake up to write the draft with a clear mind. But at that very moment, the phone started buzzing with notifications. Unsin initially planned to lie still, but the notifications kept coming, making it impossible for him to sleep. Finally, in a fit of anger, Unsin sat up and grabbed his phone to open the Gods app. Every time he defeated an ant, 1 gold coin would fall from the app. Unsin seemed to be venting his frustration on these ants. He wanted to see who would ultimately be the victor. Working hard all night long, Unsin went to sleep exhausted, and the holy coins were piled up all around him. But when he woke up, only a few scattered coins remained. Unsin groggily picked up a coin. Before going to sleep, he was pretty sure the small coins all had a number 1 on their surface. But now, they've turned into big coins with the number 100 on them. What on earth is going on? Unsin was lost in thought when a new app notification arrived. Congratulations, unknown god. You have fulfilled the necessary requirements to unlock the God Shop. God Shop? What the heck is that? Unsin didn't know, but he couldn't resist his curiosity. Should immediately open it and see. The moment he tapped that Z selection, his phone emitted a sound, a crackling noise, and a blinding flash of light. At the same time, at the South Korean presidential palace, a crucial meeting was underway, with the president in attendance, politicians, and the head of the Hunter Association. And the content of the meeting concerned the fact that, finally in South Korea, someone has unlocked the Hunter's Shop. This is an extremely rare ability that only a small number of hunters can master, and unlocking the hunter's shop can help them purchase items and skills that only appear in other leagues. So everyone is very excited. Not long after, the main door opened. A very imposing couple entered. The brown-haired man's name is Kong Wu. The S-Class Creative Hunter has unlocked the hunter shop, and the beautiful woman beside him is CEO Mina from Chi Energy, also an S-Class, here to support everyone's cognitive abilities. Facing them, the elderly man sitting in the chairman's seat is the current president of South Korea, Jong Hee-jun. Before everyone's excited gazes, Kong Won quickly activates his hunter shop. This action sent a shockwave through the room. Papers flying everywhere. Even the president's newly styled hair is completely blown apart. After the room quiets down again, Dong Hyun, with a face full of doubt, asks, "It looks flashy, but I can't see anything at all. What about everyone else?" "I can't see it either, sir." The person in charge hurriedly explains that typically only an AI who activates the hunter shop can see it. That's why CEO Mina is here today. The main reason is to use her psychic abilities, so everyone can see what Kong Yu is seeing. She cleared her throat a few times and then began to use her skill. Those present in the room quickly saw the hunter shop interface appearing clearly before them. They were extremely excited to witness firsthand the items they'd only ever heard of in legends. For example, an advanced high-grade potion consumable, grade A, priced at 7,000. The Excalibur Holy Sword, grade S equipment, priced at 2 million. Or the Thunder God's Blessing Skill, grade SS, priced at 300 million. Thunder God's Blessing costs 300 million gold. Does that translate to $30 billion? Someone mumbled, doing the calculations. Considering the skill's effects, this price is actually cheap. Another excitedly replied, while they were still noisily discussing. Suddenly, Jung Hee-won spoke up. With a very serious expression, he said, "The fate of the country depends heavily on this matter." So he hoped those present today could keep the secret about Kong Wu activating the hunter shop and also assigning 2 other S-rank hunters as his bodyguards. CEO Mina, who was beside Kong Wu, after hearing these words, revealed a slightly unnatural expression, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Ijin also just spent 100 coins to activate the god shop successfully. Just as he confirmed the payment, a 100 inscribed coin appeared. It vanished from the ground. Thinking about it, this is truly miraculous. So far, only these strange coins have appeared. He started to hope. Could he be like those S-rank hunters like Kong Gunwoo? Although there's a huge difference between G-rank and S-rank. Maybe his shop will be limited too, but at least he can do some operations, right? However, when he opened the shop, Unsung was stunned once again, because the item list descriptions in the shop were written in strange characters, just like the first notification when he logged into the app, making Unsung unable to understand its meaning even after reading it. Moreover, he only earned close to 500 gold even after staying up all night. Just spent 100 gold. Now, I only have 372 in total, but everything in the shop costs millions. How am I supposed to buy anything at these outrageous prices? Yu is inside deeply. He was about to exit the app when suddenly the items on the screen started spinning. Dizzyingly, after a series of refreshes, Yu spotted something priced at 100 gold. It was like the system was urging him to buy it. So without much thought, Yu clicked on it. The system then announced, "You have successfully purchased the exclusive authority of the Blind God's Eyes." The Blind God's Eyes? Yuizhen didn't understand what this thing did. But before he could even finish reading the notification, his eyes suddenly went blind. Yuizhen instinctively fell backward. The phone slipped from his grasp. His eyes were shrouded in darkness, unable to see a thing. This plunged Yuizhen into utter panic. He scrambled out of bed, groping for his phone, desperate to call for help. But blinded by the darkness, he stumbled against a cabinet. The sharp pain sent Yuizhen crashing to the floor once more. Tears and snot streamed down his face. But just then, his eyes flickered back to life. Yuizhen hadn't fully escaped the clutches of panic. He could only gasp for air. That situation was truly terrifying. He saw his phone lying on the floor right in front of him. He reached out and picked it up. The strangest thing was, after experiencing that brief episode of blindness, Yuizhen could now read the words in the god's shop. The equipment items within all boasted magnificent names. Yuizhen scrolled through them for a while. "Still can't see anything I can afford." But then his eyes stopped when he saw something. called the Ultra Transcendent Exclusive Craft, with a price that has so many zeros, even though I don't have enough money right now. But Du Insin was drawn to this thing. He felt like if he owned it, I could become the main character in a novel. So, G-grade is still just G-grade from now on. Until I die, it's still just G-grade. Huh? And S-grade will always be S-grade. But I think there's an exception. Du Insin muttered. Then suddenly an idea popped into his head. That's right. What if I'm really the exception? Thinking of this, Du Insin continued to scroll through the store to see what else he could buy. And he saw something else, called God's powerful index finger. Besides the information, it's so OP it defies description. The remaining funds that Eun-sung has are only enough to buy this. He sighs deeply, then decides to go all in, buying the Finger of Almighty Power. After receiving the purchase confirmation, Eun-sung doesn't notice anything different. He stares intently at his index finger, beginning to wonder if this is a scam. But while waving his hands around wildly, Eun-sung realizes something. He can control the direction of the air conditioner vents, and he can use his index finger to turn on the TV without even touching them. This ability is just like a remote control, leaving the owner in utter amazement. The first thing Eun-sung wants to do after getting his new power is have his finger write a story for him. But of course, that's impossible because he still needs to use his brain too. Just then, the phone rang. It was the awesome manager calling. Woo In-seon couldn't figure out why he was calling all of a sudden. He cautiously answered the phone, and then he heard a voice that could pierce eardrums. "Oh, Mr. Author, the chapter you sent in earlier was so interesting. I was really surprised." Woo In-seon was completely bewildered. Huh? What? He just written some random stuff about killing ants. But the manager found it interesting? Seriously? How interesting could it possibly be? Are you serious? Woo In-seon asked, filled with disbelief. Yes, the person on the other end affirmed. They even praised his talent, but said he was facing a big problem. Hearing this, Woo In-seon felt a wave of anxiety. What problem? Just tell me, and I'll fix it right away. There were originally 2 more words to overcome at the end. I hadn't thought of it yet, but Du In-sin was interrupted by the opponent. The main problem is the next chapter. Where's the next chapter? I'm so hyped. Eun-sin was taken aback by that guy's grim expression. After some thought, Eun-sin negotiated with the other party for 2 days. He'd send a new draft in 2 days. The other party was very satisfied and hung up. As for himself, Eun-sin still felt that the guy's reaction just now was exaggerated. Was that silly story about the ants he casually wrote really that interesting? If so, then he should continue. Thinking that, Eun-sin opened his phone, logged into the Creator app, then continued his ant-slaying journey to earn coins. He just kept at it. After earning 100 copper coins, they automatically merged, turning into a large coin worth 100. Even though these 100 gold coins took quite a bit of time, but that was still long before he had enough money to buy other items. Even so, In-sung diligently scoured the store to see if there was anything suitable for him for the next stage, and he saw a consumable item named Blessing of the Growth God, with the description the lowest grade god. Its price was 1,000 gold. Even though it was the lowest grade, In-sung guessed it would still be more effective than the finger flick, this so-called remote control. Moreover, just seeing the 2 words growth was enough to make his heart pound. With that enthusiasm, In-sung continued to farm ants to earn enough for 1,000 coins. Things are going quite smoothly until In-sung stumbled upon a red ant with a number 404. No matter how many times he tried, he couldn't make it disappear. In-sung noticed that this ant's color was completely different from the others, so he assumed it was the boss. If that's the case, it would definitely drop more coins than usual. Thinking that, he became even more enthusiastic. However, as fast as In-sung's fingers were, the ant was just as quick. He tapped his phone until he was breathless, but he still couldn't catch it. After a while of struggling, In-sung was truly annoyed. He swore to show that stupid ant what the title of master meant. He definitely had to get an audition victory, but after more time passed, In-sung still couldn't catch that red ant. It's just an ant. How can it be so fast? In-sung almost went insane, immediately changing targets, frantically hunting down other ordinary black ants. And after who knows how long, he had defeated his 801st ant. The system then sent a new notification that the sin of the nameless god had exceeded 800, and just 200 more, and In-sung could achieve the new title of Great Evil God, Seeker of Power and Destruction, along with a reward. At this point, Eun-sung was on the verge of passing out. The clock struck 3 a.m., and he officially dozed off, not even managing to read the last notification. The special authority of the eyes of the blind god will be activated, tracing the missed offer by the nameless god. Number 404. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound all around, followed by a blinding light. Eun-sung woke up in a panic. He looked around, discovering he was in a movie theater and there was no one around. As the screen in front of him lit up, Eun-sung's eyes became vacant. The screen showed an image of a desert and a small figure walking with a cane. At first, it looked like a human, but upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be Ant 404, the one Eun-sung tried to eliminate that afternoon. So, this is the true power of the Black Tribe's god. It's willing to sacrifice everything just to destroy me. That's not a god. That's the cruelty of a demon. I can't waste any more time. I have to quickly let my friend Brendan know about this. The ant thought to itself. It dragged itself along, eventually returning to a cave. Inside the cave, there are many red ants, who seem to be enjoying a meal at a stone table. It's not even clear what they're eating. The red ant who was chased by Eun-sung this afternoon spoke up. The ant spoke loudly. I found a food source from the fleeing dark elves, but they were all annihilated by a dark elf deity. It was a monstrous and terrifying being, so we have to run away now. We need to do something before that monster returns to attack. The red ants were silent for a few seconds. A cackling laugh echoed through the crowd. They mocked the ant as a coward, a disgrace to the great empire. A monster? A dark elf deity is a monster? If you're defeated by your food, you should just bury yourself there for good. Everyone be quiet. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out, cutting off all the mockery. The red ants, who were initially mocking their companion, now all of them stand up straight in unison, showing reverence to the owner of that voice. It's the great mage of the red ant tribe. And the ant, this old ant agrees with what Red Ant 404 just said. It can feel the presence of the demon that 404 mentioned, and firmly confirms these things are true. Now this land is His Majesty's territory. That evil god is in this sacred land, and we must eliminate him immediately. The Red Ant Great Mage declares loudly. 404 is incredibly grateful, even to the point of tearing up just because a powerful figure like the Great Mage believes what he says. Then, the Red Ant Great Mage suddenly places his hand on 404's head. In just a moment, he heals all of 404's wounds, after which he is honored to receive the right to command. Order the clansmen to subdue the monster he spoke of. By the great Red Ant Magician, 404 is the brave warrior who has returned from the perilous realm. With the Red Ant Magician, a figure of such influence, having spoken. Naturally, the ant horde held no further objections. They rose as one, chanting slogans. Altogether, we fight to destroy the evil black god. Their morale was incredibly high. And just then, Eun-sung woke up in bed, breathing heavily. The scenes he just witnessed felt incredibly real, making him wonder whether he had just dreamt about the ants, or if the ant tribe was dreaming of him. Eun-sung habitually reached for his phone, and he received a notification from the Creator app that World 808 was being invaded. Upon opening the screen, Eun-sung discovered it was the appearance of that red ant again. He had just woken up, and a surge. Wrath boiled over once again. Excellent. I will eliminate you immediately. Eun-sung hissed through gritted teeth. Nature will stop evil. Another voice echoed, as if in response to Eun-sung. He stared blankly at the screen. He saw even more red ants. Among them, the great wizard ant, with its white beard and cloak, the one he had seen in his dream. They seemed to be deploying some kind of formation. Eun-sung wakid unblinking. As a result, he was struck by a surge of power from the phone, blasting him. He couldn't immediately grasp what had happened. By the time he realized it, he felt blood trickling down his forehead. Just like CO came out of the phone, the attack just now was completely real. And in the phone, in that world, the Red Ant Colony, under the guidance of the Great Wizard Ant, are really deploying their troops and fighting. With them, Eun-sung's existence is truly a godsend. Just the abilities of the Archmage. The Red Ants are no pushovers either. Eun-sung was hit again in the blink of an eye. It hurt so much he had to cover his face with both hands. That's right, Archmage, quickly subdue him. The Red Ant swarm cheered excitedly. You've accomplished a great feat. His Majesty will surely be pleased. But the ant, the old one, didn't have time to rejoice when the sky above them suddenly turned red. It paled and hurriedly told its kin to run away. But it was too late. The first power from the sky descended, followed by a series of pillars of light with similar terrifying power raining down. The red ant swarm was utterly devastated. Corresponding to each stream of power is Ju In-sin in the outside world. He's relentlessly pounding on his phone screen. Looks like after getting hit twice. His anger has surpassed his regret for the money. By the time Ju In-sin calmed down, his phone was already shattered to pieces. The young man frantically grabbed his phone, bursting into tears. My phone screen is completely broken. Why? But after that emotional explosion, Ju In-sin had indeed wiped out the swarm of red ants, raising his karma score above 1,000 and receiving a new title, Evil God. Accompanying the title was an effect called Savage Slaughter F grade, with the ability to increase the evil god's combat luck. Ju In-sin stared intently at the screen. What's with this evil god and savage slaughter? I'm a good citizen. How am I an evil god? More than that new title, he was more interested in the money he received than mere gold coins, which were gradually combining into 100 gold coins. But within that pile of gold, Ju In-sin spotted something that looked like a ring. As he brought it closer to his face to examine it, Ju In-sin unconsciously caught a scent. He brought it a little closer to his nose and ended up smelling a wonderful fragrance. This was the first time that Ju In-sin had smelled such a mind-cleansing scent, to the point where he couldn't even tell if it was an herb or something else. With his curious nature, Ju In-sin put it on his little finger. Just as he slipped it onto his finger, he felt his body become lighter. This feeling is amazing. All the fatigue seemed to vanish. It seems like this is the reward, accompanied by a new title in the announcement that Ju In-sin didn't have time to read last night because he fell asleep. Another phone call rings, another notification sound. Ju In-sin hurriedly ran to open the shattered screen, to peek at it, and saw the notification that the Eye of the Blind God has been activated, is daring to complete the ring. Ju In-sin. After reading the notification, he stared blankly at the ring. Then he discovered information about this item was displayed before him through a simulated window. It was named Greed Ring, a ring worn by the red ant number 808, which contains the life force of an entire forest, has the effect of increasing the power of elemental attributes. Ju In-sin kept marveling. This time, it seems the harvest is even more surprising than he imagined. I also don't know what this skill does. Onto other things? Out of curiosity, Yuzin decided to test it out. First, he tried it on the TV in his house. And indeed, it returned incredibly accurate results, including the fact that he'd been using the TV for a year, and even that there were 3 months left on its installment plan. Then he tried it on the laptop on the desk and the bed in the corner. All their information became clear, thanks to the effect of the blind god's eye. This skill seems a bit extraordinary. Yuzin continued to have his doubts. With the skill and the greed ring, could he really just be a G-rank hunter? Wearing that ring, surely they won't evaluate him as just G-rank anymore. Thinking this, Yuzin made a decision that he would return to the assessment center tomorrow. No sooner said than done. Yuzin arrived early the next morning. The receptionist even recognized him. She advised Yuzin Un-sung shouldn't waste any more time or money because the error assessment rate is less than 1%. But still, Un-sung stubbornly insisted on getting it done. For the first assessment, the government covers all costs. But from the second time onwards, if you want an assessment, it will cost 1,580,000 won. Un-sung felt like his soul was leaving his body after hearing that. How could he possibly have that much money? He then reluctantly left. He was really excited about this ring, but that amount was truly beyond his means. Instead of trying to escape the G-rank hunter label to enter the dungeon, maybe he should spend his time writing instead. Un-sung looked at the crowded people. Almost everyone came here to assess their hunter abilities. He wanted to find some inspiration for his writing from them. And while Un-sung was absent-mindedly observing, the eyes of the blind god have been automatically activated. Un-sien didn't think this thing would even work on humans. He takes a look at everyone, but he only sees them with a specific note, a special note, and the names are hidden like confidential information until he saw CEO Miri gazing sorrowfully at a poster, searching for a hero. She was the first person Ju In-sin could see their colors. Full name. The system also noted she was suffering from a massive shock, and for an unknown reason. Ju In-sin abruptly stood up and rushed towards CEO Miri. He reached out his hand, wanting to use his divine index finger to stop her from going further. And that was their first encounter that we've seen from the beginning. The outcome, well, anyone could guess. When Ju In-sin approached her with those peculiar opening lines, CEO Miri immediately considered him a lunatic, even wanting to use superpowers on her. Originally, he wanted to explain that he wasn't crazy, but this young man, by nature, didn't have a knack for talking to girls. So the more he spoke, the stranger he seemed. Fortunately, the phone rang just in time, as we saw. It's his sister calling. His sister, IU In-sin, isn't exactly gentle. IU In-sin dash IU In-zeon. That's why he looked so flustered. Hurriedly answered the phone and ran off like that. IU In-zeon wants to help him pick up his daughter. It's little Seoun, looking at her with those chubby cheeks. IU In-zeon really wants to melt, and at the same time wonders how his wicked older sister could give birth to such an angel. Unconsciously, while talking, IU In-zeon couldn't resist pinching her full cheeks, resulting in a scolding from Seoun, because being pinched on the cheeks is the thing she hates the most. Songjun dash Seoun. IU In-zeon is in for another headache, because every time Seoun gets angry, it lasts for an hour. But times have changed now. He's got the eyes of the blind god. What can? There's nothing difficult he can't handle. After a moment of assessing the situation, the eyes of the blind god suggested that Song John was craving a chocolate cone, as if that was some kind of challenge. Buying an ice cream cone? Yuijin could totally handle that. So he said, "Hey, Song John, let's get some ice cream. A sweet and delicious chocolate cone." Song John was still just a kid. How could he resist the allure of sweets? And so, he forgave his uncle in the blink of an eye. After that, the two of them headed to the ice cream shop. Except, when it came time to pay, Yuijin pulled out a huge pile of coins, which clearly made the clerk quite annoyed. And she was being extra stingy with the ice cream scoop, too. Is she discriminating against me because I'm paying with coins? Yuijin thought to himself. This is for the future of the nation. Right next to me. Just then, Yuijin remembered something. Oh, right, I have the finger of God. Even though this skill is usually pretty useless, but it seems like it's perfectly suited for this situation. So, Yuijin stands from afar and activates the skill. Ice cream bursts out of the machine, overflowing. And because the staff can't reclaim the ice cream, CEO John has been handed a half-person-sized ice cream cone. The kid is extremely satisfied, while Jimin had a peaceful and tranquil day. Just as the young man relaxes, not for long, his phone rings with a flurry of notifications. Yuijin received a notification that his brutal killer grade F title has been activated. Through this activation, the luck effect in Battle of the Nameless God has been significantly increased. Oh, a constellation, the one who walks the path of the great demon. I will devour everything, including the trials, that you are undergoing to become a demon, a true god. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the air. CEO John was so startled by something that she dropped. Her delicious ice cream. She widened her eyes, looking up at the sky. EU In-seong also looked in the direction she was looking. Then, they saw a giant monster tearing through the gate of space and appearing. Thanks to the eyes of the blind god, he immediately identified it as Yakubai, a monster that is 400 years old. A monster who wants to obtain the trials of the gods by devouring the nameless god. That nameless god is none other than his alias in the God of Creation game, which also means that the Minotaur appeared specifically targeting you. And this wasn't a coincidence. Luckily at that moment, CEO Miri appeared, outclassing and defeating the Horned Minotaur. And you, nephew EU In-sin, were saved because of it. The moment that Minotaur died, EU In-sin received another notification, saying that the title, Brutal Murderer, of his was raised by 1 level. The reward was a free purchase of a low-ranked god's authority in the god's shop. Sounds tempting, doesn't it? But after both himself and his niece almost died under the feet of that horned minotaur, Yeo In-sin developed a strong hatred, a bitter hatred for that darn app. And that's why he's here. He thought about throwing that phone into the river. However, just as Yuijin was about to do it, a new notification popped up on his phone. Ultimately, his curiosity got the better of him. He checked it, and 2 words on the notification caught Yuijin's attention. Attention! It was Holy Maiden. Through the phone screen, Yuijin saw a fierce red ant tribe ravaging another black ant tribe. And the Holy Maiden they were referring to was an ant queen, a fragile-looking female leader of this tribe. Holy Maiden of the Black Tribe. You think you have a chance? of escaping the hands of the Imperial soldiers. The aggressive red ant, after slashing down several guards at the gate, advanced toward the black ant tribe's holy maiden. In her most panicked moment, she pleaded for help from a nameless god who was none other than Yuijin. The character is set up as the tribe's protector. Seeing the black ant saintess trembling on the screen, Yuijin suddenly remembers the time he hugged CEO John, trembling before the horn bowl, and he's pretty sure that he looked pretty similar back then. If that's the case, how could Yuijin turn a blind eye? And so, he took action, eliminating the biggest red ant on the screen, the same ant threatening the dark tribe's saintess. Immediately, tens of coins fell out of the screen, along with a message saying that the saintess of darkness wants to know the true identity of the nameless god. With all of her gratitude, his identity, huh? Yuijin wondered, then mechanically repeated his name. The next message appeared, saying that the Dark Tribe Saintess is very devoted to Yuijin, and thus he achieved the title of Absolute God, the Savior. This merciful act brought about a new development, as Jujutsu Jin now possessed both the title of Evil God and the title of Absolute God. This changed the course of his development, shifting him from the dark side to neutral, and the title of Absolute God also brought him another reward, which was 100,000 gold. Since playing this trashy game, this is the first time EU Incorporated has received so much gold. So, excitement was inevitable. Combined with the gold he'd gathered before, he now had a total of 108,700 gold. He immediately opened the god's shop, scrolling for something he could get his hands on. The first thing, of course, was the consumable item that EU Instant had been eyeing previously. God's Blessing, 1,000 gold. It was described as, it can be accumulated after falling during the training process of the Seeker of Eternal Truth. It functions to unleash the maximum potential, and the more you consume, the stronger the user will become. Sounds tempting, doesn't it? But Yuin Song, just hearing that it's AI's fluid, he doesn't want to buy any more. Just that bottle cost 1,000 gold to exchange for. You can't waste it. Ben opened the lid, closed his eyes, and drank it all down. But after drinking it all, Yuin Song didn't feel anything too different. The bottle, that fluid, was just like an energy drink, and it cost 1,000 gold. He angrily started cursing the system as a scam. But then, after seeing the description that the more you drink, the stronger you become, Yuin Song gritted his teeth and bought a few more bottles to drink. After finishing them all, his eyes suddenly drooped. Yuin Song's body could no longer control itself and collapsed right in the middle of the road. At this moment, his almighty assimilation rate increased from 0% to 5%. At the same time, the skills that Yuin Song possessed also developed according to this assimilation rate. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a soft bed that was over 15 years old. Yuin Song's head was pounding. He also didn't know why he had appeared at home. Out of habit, he started tapping on his phone. But right then, he felt his hand itching. A few ants, from who knows where, were now crawling onto Yuin Song's hand. The feeling of tingling and itching quickly woke him up. And then, Yuin Song, I was so startled, seeing a whole colony of red ants in my room, as numerous as the Mongol army. He jumped out of bed. His first reaction was to panic and try to escape. But unfortunately, the door refused to open. The ants were incredibly ferocious. Every time they caught Yuin Song, they bit him relentlessly, even though their size compared to him was indeed very small. But a swarm this large attacking together was no joke. In a desperate moment, Yuin Song immediately looked towards the window as his last straw. It's just the third floor, so even if I jump, I probably won't die, he thought to himself, took a deep breath and lunged towards the window. But sadly, the window wouldn't open either. Yuin Song hit his face with a painful thud and flopped onto the ground. Damn it. Will he be stuck here forever? If escaping is impossible, then fighting is the only way. Unsung thought so. Ben began to fight back against the Red Ant army, and they helped, mobilizing their entire force to attack. Unsung even prepared a barrage of arrows, though they were just tiny arrows, smaller than porcupine quills. But Unsung was simultaneously struck by thousands of them. The pain was so intense, he was temporarily incapacitated. How do you like that? You nameless monster. This is the power of the Empire, the leader of the Red Ants yelled, then ordered his entire army to seize the opportunity. While Unsung was faltering and continue the attack to completely defeat him, their onslaught intensified. Ju In-sin could no longer control himself. He collapsed to the floor. He was in excruciating pain. He felt like he couldn't breathe. But just then, Ju In-sin saw a bottle of insecticide on the table. So, enduring the pain, he used the last of his strength to lunge towards the table, while the red ants were gloating, believing they were about to destroy the nameless god. Ju In-sin used the insecticide to wipe out the entire swarm. They were smashed to pieces by the power. But Ju In-sin, perhaps because of the sheer amount of ant venom, couldn't move either. He thought he was going to kick the bucket, but the system appeared just in time, announcing that the high-rank Silent Nightmare has gifted Yu In-seo with a present. He uses his last bit of strength to press the Z option on the simulator screen. Instantly, Yu In-seo's index finger reappears, a rather unusual sensation. At the same time, CEO Miri finally escapes the crowd of reporters and journalists. She goes to a mountain on the outskirts of the city and tries her lightning ability repeatedly, but to no avail, because there's no way to make the power erupt. Like when fighting that horn bull, CEO Miri grinds her teeth incessantly. If she could awaken that power once more, then revenge wouldn't just be a dream. Quite a ways away, Yu In-seo is still struggling with the apartment that just caught fire after receiving the Silent Nightmare. He feels a slight anomaly at his fingertip, but that feeling passed very quickly. And Ju In-seo didn't sense anything else happening because he had inhaled too much smoke. He finally couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground, even though he was unwilling to die like this. Ju In-seo really couldn't move anymore, just when he was about to give up hope. Suddenly, a wall was smashed open by some kind of force. Ju In-seo unconsciously looked in that direction. The eyes of the blind god were immediately activated, automatically analyzing the target. And before losing consciousness completely, he seemed to recognize a familiar figure. When Ju In-seo woke up, he was in a hospital. His whole body was bandaged like a mummy from the burns. His sister and Song-jan were always there. The kid saw her uncle wrapped up like a glutinous rice cake and couldn't help but wonder, "Are you really my uncle?" "Of course I am." Yeo In-seon nodded firmly. "Then what's the password?" CEO John asked. "Mom is a devilish, chubby Annie," Yeo In-seon replied. Only then was CEO John satisfied and jumped into his arms. His uncle's older sister really wanted to string these two up and give them a good beating. Yu In-seon. She called out to her brother, who had just diligently wiped down her little brother's body, fresh from the fire. "Chubby Andy? Was that really the right thing to say?" His sister scolded him while hitting him, ignoring the fact that her brother was a patient. While the two siblings were bickering, suddenly from outside, there was a knock. CEO John ran to open the door, but instead of AI, he found a large basket of flowers with a note addressed to Yuishin. He couldn't begin to guess who had sent them. He really had no clue. The owner of the flower basket was CEO Miri. After taking down the horn bull and the fire incident, she'd carefully considered and realized that near Yuishin, she could tap into her power, beyond her own limits. That's why CEO Miri stayed at the hospital, secretly observing him for 4 days. But there were absolutely no clues about what made being around Yuishin allow her to surpass her limits. CEO Miri only remembered feeling during the fight that some kind of power had influenced her. Yuishin remained sprawled on the bed, completely still, like any ordinary patient. But then, just as CEO Miri was about to give up her surveillance and return, suddenly, Yu-Ijin bolted upright, growling relentlessly, seemingly in great pain. Meanwhile, in the world of the Creator, the Black Ant tribe's holy maiden wants to offer her tribe's treasure to Yu-Ijin, despite the elders of the tribe vehemently opposing, because this is a treasure passed down within the tribe. However, she believes that she cannot forget the grace of the one who saved them from disaster, from annihilation. Moreover, this could help Yu-Ijin become even stronger, so that he can continue to protect the Black Ant tribe. CEO Miri saw him, just thrashing around on the bed, after reading the notification on his phone, without knowing exactly what was happening, until Yu-Ijin received the notification that the tribe's holy maiden, the Black Ants, along with their 101 subordinates, are praying for him and wishing to offer tribute. Only then did he calm down a little. He even felt a sense of accomplishment. Isn't tribute usually only offered to those who are important in the tribe? So he must be very important to the Black Ant tribe, he thought. Un-sung then crossed his legs, looking quite smug, and agreed to accept the tribute. A small stone fell out of the screen. Eyes of the blind. After appraisal, it provided him with information. This is one of the 7 fruits of the world tree. Unsung didn't know exactly what it did, but since the system said, this might be good for endurance, so he immediately swallowed it. Immediately after, Unsung felt a sensation that was not pleasant at all. Outside, CEO Miri was still holding her breath, observing his every expression. She only saw Yushin clenching his teeth. Saliva dripped continuously. That's because this devilish thing tasted so awful. So salty, so spicy, and so bitter. But surprisingly, after swallowing it for a short time, Yushin suddenly felt the wounds on his body no longer hurt. He unwrapped the bandages and was shocked to discover that all the wounds on his body had completely healed. CEO Miri, who was secretly watching, was also incredibly astonished. It looked as if Shin's full-body burns were a thing of the distant past. This made her even more curious about this person's identity. Then, the system announced further that, along with receiving tributes from the ant colony, the divine blessing function of the Creator has also been activated, allowing him to bestow blessings back upon his followers. Yu Aizong pondered for a few seconds. Was it that those ants like? Just as he thought this, Yu Aizong spotted packets of coffee sugar by his bedside. Meanwhile, the Black Ant tribe's Sanus was still praying fervently as the tribe's elders began to grow anxious because they had sacrificed all the gold, silver, and jewels of the entire tribe without receiving a response from the divine. Then something like snow fell from the sky. They reached out to catch the pure, white snowflakes. Some hurriedly tasted them and discovered that the taste was truly amazing. Even more miraculously, thanks to Yu Aizong's blessing, these sugar grains could even heal wounds. The wounds of the Black Ant tribe after the attack by the Red Ant tribe had completely healed. At that moment, the elders had no more doubts. They were so moved by this scene that tears welled up in their eyes. Is this a miracle? Our great and benevolent God, Yu Insean. Yu Insean looked through the phone screen, watching the ants happily dancing around. And he felt very happy too, because they looked so cute. Moreover, with just 1 pack of sugar, he had gained 101 followers. Each follower was converted into 100 divine essences, and he received 10,100 divine essences, thanks to the blessing just now. Because the wounds were all healed, Yu Insean was discharged from the hospital soon after. The first thing he did was look for a store that looked reputable to sell his items. And Ju Insean had no idea that throughout this process, he was being watched by a mysterious figure. The shop Ju Insean chose was called Hyoja. The employee was overjoyed to hear he was there to sell some items. So excited. Are you a hunter, by chance? I have awakened my abilities, but I haven't obtained my hunter's license yet. Oh, is that so? Then please wait here for a moment. The person said, then handed Ju Insean a form, asking him to fill it out. The form required him to clearly state the origin of the item. Ju Insean was troubled, not knowing what to write. After all, he couldn't exactly say he got it after catching a monster in a game. If his apartment hadn't been destroyed in the fire, he wouldn't be so broke that he'd have to sell his housewares. Soon after, a few more people walked in. Among them was an extremely tall man. Looks like they've been here a few times. So the shop owner, Jai, seemed to recognize them. Unsung glanced over them, gathering some basic intel. The system noted they had rather weak muscles. He was utterly puzzled. How could these hulking guys be weak? Must be a misreading. Or that weakness is only in comparison to bosses. I heard your shop hasn't been doing so well lately. I brought some interesting things. So, I brought a few good items to help you out. The man leading the group placed a large briefcase on the counter. Inside was a mithril armor set that looked quite expensive. The second Zahir saw it, his eyes lit up like stars. However, thanks to the eyes of the blind god, Unsung immediately sensed something was off, though it looked beautiful on the outside. But the truth is, it's just a pile of scrap metal that's been in use for 29 years. Thanks to enchanted skills, half-hearted blessings, and perception jamming abilities. That's why it has such a beautiful appearance. The skill's active time is only about 4 hours left. Once that time passes, it will immediately revert to its old scrap metal form. A total of 560 mana. Wow, this must be really expensive. Jai, still clueless, commented excitedly. Haha, my stuff is always guaranteed quality. The shameless man replied. We'll only take 3 stacks. You want 300 million won in cash? Jai paused slightly, then still resolutely decided to buy the item. Please wait a moment. I will prepare the money as quickly as possible. Unsung didn't want to meddle. But 300 million won is not a small amount of money. He quickly stood up, loudly warning He that it was just a fake. She shouldn't buy it, lest she bring trouble upon herself. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the room froze solid. The three swindlers' faces darkened, and the biggest one immediately lunged forward, grabbing his collar. Yuinsen was lifted off his feet. Can you prove what you just said is true? A flame appeared in the hand of the leader. Yuinsen was out of options. If he didn't use his skill, he'd probably be beaten to a pulp today. He then used his skill, index finger, God's power, instantly turning that sparkling armor into scrap metal. The three swindlers, their con exposed, were even more infuriated. The tallest one really wanted to beat him up, but their boss signaled him to stop. Then he bowed deeply, 90 degrees, sincerely apologizing. It was my mistake, high-rank hunter. If you wish, we can pack up and leave immediately. Only then did the big guy release Unsung. Then the three of them sullenly left. It seemed their boss had misunderstood, that you're a high-rank hunter. But either way, it's good to be out of trouble. After they left, Jai thanked him profusely, saying if it weren't for Unsung, she might have wasted 300 million. Want to buy this pile of scrap metal? Thank you for your help. You must be a hermit, right? The girl asked excitedly. Hermits, Jai just mentioned, are people who live in seclusion. They possess the abilities of hunters, but are eccentric. That is, they only live the lives of ordinary people. Unsung was misunderstood as a high-rank hunter. He was misunderstood as a hermit again. Not knowing how to explain, he just mumbled and nodded. All right, you're here to sell some things, aren't you? Jai asked again. At this moment, Insian finally remembered the main purpose of his visit. He took out the Chris ring. But after Jai examined it carefully, she concluded that this item only had 12 mana. Even if she paid him more, it would still only be a D-grade item. Not worth the money. Insian took back the ring, and the eyes of the blind god suddenly appraised it again. This time, the item's description had changed. System. It suggests he should give it to someone close to him. For example, CEO Miri. On the crowded street, Miri hid behind a wall, peeking at Insian, exchanging items. She wondered how he could recover so quickly after such a state of his body. Is this the effect of the highest grade potion? He seems to be just a G-rank hunter. How did he gain access to such a high-grade potion? Just as I suspected, he might be a high-rank hunter. She thought to herself, to be able to figure out my identity and recover with such speed, he has the ability to help me overcome my limitations. Suddenly, two figures appeared, interrupting her thoughts, causing her to pause for a beat. It'll look like I'm tailing him again. Just like last time, the two people on the street just now were extremely arrogant, constantly cursing at people on the street. Damn it, get out of the way. Meanwhile, Miri is still worried. If my sister finds out about this, then I don't know what kind of fury I'll have to endure from her. Just as he turned around, Inshik appeared behind him. He scratched his head and asked Brain, "Oh, isn't that Miri? Oh my gosh, I have something to give you." At the academy, above the building, streams of electricity shone brightly across the whole sky. On the rooftop, the professor's face frowned as he looked at the computer screen and shouted, 1000 MP. It's still too high for A-rank hunters. Miri stared intently at the ring on her hand. She realized the ring was what had increased her power. Then she remembered the scene on the street from earlier, when Inshik called out to Brain, "Oh, isn't that Miri? Oh my gosh, I have something to give you." Hearing that, her head was full of questions. Just as she was about to run away, Inshik called out again, "Wait, please take this. It will definitely help you." With those words, he turned and quickly disappeared into the crowd, leaving her bewildered. Then, Miri looked in surprise at her glowing hands. On the building, Miri thoughtfully looked at the ring on her hand. She smiled and sighed in amazement. "Giving me a treasure, as if it were something trivial. This ring is amplifying my power." Songman stood above, applauding and praising. He kept complimenting, "Truly extraordinary." But Mina coldly said beside him, "Don't be too complacent, Miri. You're only at A rank." Seeing this, Jahan glanced at her, showing her displeasure. "Yes, your attitude is admirable," he said, raising his hand in a gesture. "I look forward to working with you in the future. Let's fight together from time to time." Miri readily agreed. "Yes, Mina grumblit, Miri. If you still intend to take revenge, or anything similar, then don't blame me. Why are you so heavy-handed?" Miri frowned, thinking to herself, "Sorry, Yuni, I can't. If that person can help me break my own limits, revenge will no longer be a distant dream." On Insian's side, He was trying to activate a new ability. The inherent power of the eyeless god's eyes has been activated. The scene unfolding before his eyes was an image of General Kamakiri received Jim's orders, along with 5 million soldiers commanded by Jim, killed that monster guarded by the barbaric Black Clan. It alone slaughtered 100,000 soldiers, led by Hibiscus and Kim. General Kamakiri obeys the order. As the sword, the fourth of the Empire's 10 swords, the soldiers below responded in unison. We, your servants, will follow your instructions. Ensign woke up in a state of fear, revised name from Ensign to NCO, knocking the phone out of his hand. He was drenched in sweat, wondering what kind of dream it was, knowing it wasn't real. NCO wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. Thank goodness. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. Hold on. Based on what has happened so far, that definitely wasn't a dream. I was almost pushed to the brink of death by 100,000 ants. But even after 50 times, he scratched his head, not knowing what to do now. A sharp beep cut through Ensign's thoughts. Who's calling at this hour? Who's messing around at this time? A message arrived from a user, Vo Tan Mong, with the content. Do you crave power? Ensign replied, Are you an AI? Vo Tan Mong responded, a weak and immature god. First, sacrifice 100 entities of your own kind, especially those who share your bloodline. If you do so, his absurdity made him angry, and he cursed. You bastard, you're blocked. Vo Tan Mong frantically tried to stop him. Wait, no. Suddenly, the system screen in front of Ensign displayed. The inherent authority of the eyes of the blind god has been activated. Something seemed to surprise him. Appeared right before his eyes was the barbaric beast of the tribe. He shouted closely, It's me, General. Kamakiri will gouge out your eyes and sever your head to offer it to the great emperor. At this moment, he realizes it's what he saw in his dream. The clock also shows the deadline is only 4 days away. He immediately looks at his phone screen. The system displays. The Saintus and 101 citizens are terrified before the Empire's attack. He finds it strange, wondering, You guys are scared too? Ensign hastily formulates a plan. I'll have to prepare everything carefully again. This time, the building's wall seems to be hit by something, creating a hole. Ensign shouts angrily. Why this time? Why doesn't self-analysis work? It worked effectively on others. A beep sounds. Insu's analysis was a success. This time, he breathed a sigh of relief. It actually worked, but joy is often fleeting. System notification, unidentifiable characteristic, failure. He couldn't accept it, not again. This damn power. Insu returned to his bed to review. He had purchased the necessary items from the hunter shop. Flames of Gehenna sounds cool. The name is awesome, but it's just a finger of judgment. Other than the cool name, it's no different than a lighter. It was introduced as having its abilities unleashed when combined with the finger of judgment. His happiness was short-lived. He realized he'd been tricked again. Angry, Insu cursed. I should have thrown it in the trash. Before his anger could cool, his phone buzzed again. He asked, curious, what is it now? It turned out to be that bastard manager, the hag writer. More than a week had passed since he sent me the final draft. I understand you have your own troubles, but work always needs to be done. It wouldn't be good for you to keep delaying. Remember, you're in the spotlight now. Ensign, sweating, hurriedly texted back, I sincerely apologize. I've been experiencing some unforeseen incidents lately. Anyway, I always believe in you, author, he muttered. Podcast, he exclaimed loudly. That's what I need. Podcast is the holy water of the growth god. The screams from within kept echoing out. We're going to fight 20 soldiers together. At that moment, the system displayed. The assimilation rate of the Almighty has grown remarkably. 5% to 10% of Ensign's power has been enhanced. The Benevolent Savior title is activated. He's focused on the mission. Looks like it's a tough one, making him sick. But hard work pays off. Finally, he's done. Now to send this to Supervisor Kia. After that, he collapses on his desk and falls asleep. Miri skips happily to find Ensign, feeling fantastic. I bought some pastries to bring. Suddenly she stops, thinking, wait a minute. Would he think it's weird? Does he know my address, I wonder? But I need his help, so I need to make a good first impression. Miri tells herself, don't worry too much, Miri. I'll just pretend I ran into him by accident. With that, she slowly walks upstairs, then quickly heads to Ensign's door. Inside, he's fast asleep, dreaming sweetly. It's all over. I'll buy supervisor beef. Miri hesitated outside, unsure if she should ring the doorbell. Miri decided to press the bell. There was no response. She wondered to herself, is he not home? she noticed something unusual about the lock. It seemed the door wasn't locked. Miri slowly opened the door and stepped inside, calling out softly, "Insian, are you home?" Meanwhile, everyone in the office was focused on their work. The manager angrily said, "That guy's late again." He smoked and texted the author, asking, "Are you late again?" Suddenly, a hand slammed hard on the table, startling him. Insian stood before him, arms crossed, looking confident. Then, he handed the manager his new manuscript. Looking at the pile of text before him, the manager couldn't believe his eyes. This much all at once? He held it in his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. In-sung was so proud of his accomplishment. He thought, "I should treat myself to some beef today." Suddenly, mocking voices echoed in his ears. He's still sleeping? Was he up all night or something? In-sung was still deep in his dream. Oblivious to what was happening, he mumbled, "So good, so good." He licked his lips, wanting more. "Excuse me, can I have 2 more servings of ribs?" Suddenly, he woke up, startling the 3 guys. They cursed at him. "You bastard." In-sung groggily wondered, "Kidnapped? Where am I? What's going on? I really got kidnapped? Was the beef just a dream?" Minho's face turned purple with anger, flames flickering in his hand as he growled, "Seriously? You can still sleep at a time like this?" Kim Soo and Jimin were also ready to give him a beating. In-sung asked in surprise, "Fire? A loose body? Are you the con artist hunters I met at Hyoja's store?" Jimin said with icy eyes, "You must remember now, right? Nice to meet you, In-sun." But he didn't feel happy at all. Then asked, "What do you guys want?" Miho explained, "Of course, the compensation for last time. You interfered with my business, remember? Lucky for you, we also accept transfers." In-sun asked in surprise, "What am I supposed to do? I don't have a phone." Kim Soo mockingly held up a phone. "This one, we've got it." Suddenly, the system displayed, "Assessment successful. Time until the Imperial Army, led by General Kamakura, arrives at In-sun's location." Kim Soo glanced over, not understanding a thing. "What's with the timer?" In-sun knew his time was up. He shouted, "Hurry, let me go. Throw that phone away." Miho still hadn't learned his lesson, cursing, "You bastard." At that very moment, the phone in Kim Soo's hand exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, covering him in a crimson tide. He screamed in agony, his words broken and desperate. "Save me." The other 2 beside him were bewildered, clueless as to what was happening. It was General Kamakura's army. They stood in neat rows, sending shivers down Jimin's spine. Were those bugs? The sheer number of them overwhelmed him. "There are too many." Miho angrily cursed, "In-sun, you bastard. Your ability is bug control?" In-sun feigned surprise. "They look like bugs to you?" Miho wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was thrilled. He immediately conjured a raging fire and smugly declared, "Weird, but burning them all should do the trick, right?" The flames were too intense, not like his usual attribute, making In-sun suspicious. Wasn't Human Life Department supposed to have weak fire? He watched intently as the soldiers were consumed by flames. Miho remained utterly smug. "Well, let's add the cost of killing my buddy to the bill, shall we? This is an emergency." He cursed under his breath. The wound exploded, and suddenly, Miho went limp like he was about to fall. Jimin rushed to his side. Hyung. In-sun was equally shocked. The next second, Miho was face down on the floor. Behind his neck appeared an energy stone mixed with blood. Everyone present was curious. "What is that?" Jimin and In-sun stared intently at the scene before them. In front of them was the trebuchet of the Kamakiri army. It made both of them gape in astonishment. Then Kamakiri gave the order to prepare to fire. The cowardly Jimin ran and screamed, "Help!" The tied-up In-sun raged, "What about me?" On the other side, he tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Jimin's cries for help echoed repeatedly. "Help! Help!" He kept screaming. "This scene, it's like when I was trapped in the house." Kamakiri continued to give the order to fire. Upon the command, the energy stones flew straight towards the target. Blood splattered everywhere. Unji realized, even that enormous flame couldn't kill them. "Will I even survive this?" Jimin frantically tried the door handle, but it was no use. Seeing the situation spiraling, he lamented, "If only I knew they were this strong. No, if it weren't for that damn game." Kamakiri cut through his thoughts. Gleefully, he said, "Your evil god subordinates are all dead." Insi closed his eyes tightly, thinking, "This is it for me. I'm going to die today." And he continued to gloat. "I'll kill you and turn you into a snack for His Majesty." Hearing that, he frowned. Ahead of him was an elite army. Just then, the system displayed a notification, activating the effect of the lesser magic. Blue lights began to appear on Gucheng, gradually becoming more violent, blinding him, causing him to turn away. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The rays of light rushed towards Kamakiri and the soldiers. He looked up and asked angrily, "How dare you attack His Majesty's army? Step aside, you servant of the evil god." Suddenly, a girl's worried voice came from behind. "Are you okay, Gu Cheng?" The unexpected person was Miri. She put on her helmet and called out, "Gu Cheng ah!" At her appearance, he widened his eyes and shouted, lightning how, lightning how." Miri unleashed fierce lightning strikes, striking directly at Kamakiri's army. That drove him mad with anger. How audacious! How dare he attack His Majesty's army? He wasn't even directly attacking. Insin, Jisin, Lafyu ifeli fromin. Look at your corpses. Kamakiri was still in shock. He even has the ability to summon such a powerful subordinate. He was furious at this evil god in his heart. Insin manifested like a constellation, emitting a purple light. Kamakiri knew well that the head of all demons is a threat to the empire and the throne. After all, he's a general. How could he be cowardly and afraid of death? Kamakiri vowed to die today with the motto, "Kill the boss first." He declared, "I will take at least one of your subordinates with me." Miri immediately attacked, shouting, "Go to hell," only to see lightning bolts strike the floor. The soldiers, as numerous as an army, surprised her too. So many ants. Seeing this, the ants advised their general, "Please find a shelter." Kamakiri didn't listen. Instead, he clasped his hands together and prayed, 10,000 swords, tear everything apart. I beseech you, please, grant me your power." A voice echoes into the void. "You who wish to stain my blade with blood, are you prepared to give your life?" "Kamakiri, I vow to offer the heads of all soldiers to you." The sacred words command him to rise. A soldier kept urging him, "General, we must retreat, General." But he completely ignored it. Paying no mind, he swung a claw out, creating a beam of light carrying death. Miri and Insin were astonished by his actions. Kamakiri's entire body was filled with energy, forming streams of pink light. He was heading straight for Miri. She narrowed her eyes, asking, "Did you just kill my men?" A system panel appeared. Kamakiri, age 98. A general of the empire, wanting to eliminate Miri with 1,000 swords. Kamakiri, furious, nails them as underlings of the evil god. She focused on observing the situation. He was targeting Insin. He immediately charged towards Miri, cursing, blaspheming His Majesty. She playfully said, "Hey, wait," and he was seething with rage. "You will pay with your life." Kamakiri's speed made Miri exclaim, "Too fast." She wasn't want to back down either, unleashing a thunderstorm. Bolts of lightning wrapped tightly around his entire body, but it was shattered by Kamakiri. Inshin stared in stunned disbelief at the scene. "Lightning storm, cut down," Miri exclaimed in shock. Miri looked through her helmet visor. It was his figure, charging toward her. Kamakiri continued to activate his ability. Seeing this, he shouted no. At that moment, beams of pink light enveloped her, making Inshin restless. He struggled to break free from the ropes binding him, but then something caught his attention, leaving him frozen in place. Miri had fallen right in front of him. Blood covered her helmet visor. Kamakiri's voice still echoed nearby. "Blasphemy against His Majesty can only be repaid with your life." Having dealt with Miri, he moved towards Inshin. Raising his voice, "Black Clan's evil god, you too will pay with your life." He was so furious his face turned dark. Suddenly, sharp fangs appeared behind him. Above them, a glowing eye that had opened its mouth wide as if to swallow him whole. He went inside. The system suddenly displayed the ability Heartless Nightmare. It had foreseen the fate of a mere mortal. He angrily gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it!" The system continued to announce, "This is a nightmare that is not over," followed by the resentful words, "Insin, you insect bastard." The system provided further information, but it is also an event that will eventually occur. Kamakiri said sternly, "I will send you to hell right now." The system displayed, "Insin, you are an existence that can change a mortal's fate." Hearing this, he wondered, "The ones who saved me 3 times?" The system presented him with a choice. "Do you wish to change fate with divine power? It will cost 100,000 gold. If yes, Insong chose yes without hesitation. The Kamakiri eye raised its claws, ready to finish him off. Insong frowned, continuing to look at the system. Rewind time with divine power. Fate is changing. At this moment, the blue lightning from before appeared. The scene returns to when Miri was fighting the Kamakiri. She felt that the ant was too strange. It was very dangerous. He launched an attack, shouting loudly and cursing die. The system displays 100,000 gold faith consumed. Miri crossed her arms, focusing and emitting her power, even knowing she might die. The iron chains shattered in the air. The system announces, Miri's fate has been changed. She closed her eyes, waiting to be killed by the opponent. Insong pulled her back from behind. She fell, sprawling backward. At that sudden action, Kamakiri and Mina both glanced towards him. It turned out Inson had freed himself. Miri was safely in his arms. She placed a hand on her chin, musing, I knew it, that guy. Inson clenched his fists, ready for a fight, but still couldn't help but ask with concern, Are you okay, Miri? She quickly replied, Oh, yes. Kamakiri was furious. Die, you damned evil god. He grimaced, dismissing him. How annoying, you little ant. Kamakiri bared his teeth and lunged forward. Inson flipped him off, taunting him the judgment of God. Afraid he didn't understand, he emphasized again the middle finger. Then, a huge hole appeared in the roof, brightly illuminating the sky. Flames erupted from within, accompanied by debris flying everywhere. The whole scene was a chaotic mess. A fiery red enveloped the mountain behind. Kamakiri suddenly said respectfully, Your Majesty, long live. Inson remained unfazed, while Miri choked on the smoke, coughing. Where did that knife come from? Success. It caught Insong's attention. Miri wondered, Is he really the one who's going to be my master? Insong picked up the knife, wondering, What is this? Suddenly feeling a burning sensation, he instinctively recoiled his foot, exclaiming, It's hot. He woke up. A dazed expression greeted him. It was the small hall, and Miri, holding a trowel with wide eyes, swiftly said, Please leave that to me, master. He still didn't understand what was going on, but he answered vaguely, Okay. Miri hoisted a bag of cement onto her shoulder, leaving Insong puzzled. Back to the previous moment. Insong held the knife in his hand, hesitant. What should I use this for? Seeing this, Miri asked, You're a cultivator, right? I was just wondering. Inson turned around with a worried look. It seemed she misunderstood something, and she hesitated, trying to explain. Before she could finish, Miri knelt down and called out, Master, twice. She pleaded earnestly, Please make me stronger. I'll do anything. I know it won't be easy, but please take me in. Inson mumbled to himself, Oh boy, I have to sort this out quickly. Then, he led her to the computer. Inson calmly called out, Leiho. She gently replied, Yes, master. Just call me Miri. He continued, I never said I'd take you as a disciple. Anyway, how long do you intend to stay here? Miri smiled brightly and replied, Until you teach me. Her answer made him panic. He had to hold his head and explain. No, I'm just a normal person. I'm just a G rank. But she had her reasons. You gave me this ring, which made me much stronger. Insong hurriedly defended himself. I'm glad it helped, but I just happened to pick it up. Miri is persistent like a leech. I understand what you mean. But, Insong, please give me at least one chance to make amends. Back to the present. She looked up and said contentedly, Here we are. Looks like a place we can live in. He curiously followed her gaze, unable to hide his surprise at the sight of the hole. The huge hole had been turned into a charming window frame, but there seemed to be a sound. He wondered, Why does it sound like thunder? Is it going to rain? Miri shyly replied beside him. No, it's just that I'm a little hungry, Miri said pitifully. Insong spoke up. You've worked hard. What do you want to order? She didn't hesitate at all. Of course. Jajangmyeon. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his phone, an emergency alert. Looks like Master will have to eat jajangmyeon later. At the same time, the phone in his hand lit up. Inshun quickly told Miri to wait, and she exclaimed in surprise. System display. You have purchased the Blessing of Growth. Inshun handed Cho Miri a few potion bottles, telling her to take these with her. Miri admiringly asked, How did you do that? Just like Hunter Kangoo. He said shyly, I don't know who that is, but drinking these will help. Miri climbed onto the windowsill. Turning back, she thanked him. Master, I will drink every last drop. Inshun quickly replied, There's a lot more. She gave an okay and dashed straight outside. Goodbye. See you later. With Miri gone, Inshun will have to eat alone. A moment later, the shop owner announced, The food is here. At the same time, a news flash appeared on the TV screen. A Drake monster. S-Class has appeared at the gate at the National Assembly. The customers nearby exclaimed the word convention in surprise. I hope it destroys everything, another one said. The TV screen continued to broadcast the news. Thankfully, a hunter appeared on the scene in time, but it seems she can only hold out long enough for the citizens to evacuate. The hunter is currently facing the Drake monster alone. It's the Demery-class hunter. Hearing this news made Ensign choke, food shooting out his nose. Then the news with images appeared. Miri is fighting the monster. Most people thought she couldn't fight an S-Class monster. The Hunter Association has quickly dispatched reinforcements. We will be live-streaming the scene. Hearing this, he exclaimed, "So dangerous, it's S-Class." The Drake monster, with its red eyes, raised its claws high. A powerful blow slammed down, cracking the road surface. Miri braced herself with one hand on the ground. With her other hand, she held the student tightly. As the monster approached, she quickly let go and told the girl to run as far away as she could. "I'll stop it." The girl quickly thanked her. "Thank you so much." Miri clenched her fists, assessing her opponent. "I didn't expect it to be an S-Class monster. Can I really fight this alone?" But she also remembered what her sister had said. "If you cause any trouble, I'll deal with you. And if my sister finds out," not giving Miri any time to think. The monster struck down. She quickly jumped high to dodge the attack. Miri motivated herself. "Focus, Miri. Don't let your guard down." Then, she channeled her power into her hands and unleashed bolts of lightning that lit up the sky. The lightning, controlled by Miri, tightly wrapped around the monster. In the sky, only Miri was left ho. A broadcaster seizes the moment to report. "Hunter Miri has defeated the Drake. -1 horn. Our hero strikes again." The crowd cheers her on. "Go, Hunter Ko Gunhui. You're the best. Ko Gunhui." Miri happily celebrates her victory. She did it, but the Drake is no ordinary foe. It unleashes a powerful blast towards her, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Miri is hit and crashes to the ground. Is this really all I'm capable of? The broadcasters watch in stunned silence. Miri, injured, clutches her leg and curses, "Damn it." Her sister's words echo in her mind. "Don't cause trouble." Miri notices the Health Potion podcast inside her. The broadcasters see the Drake unscathed and report it. While the monster Drake remained unscathed, fear washed over everyone as the monster Drake set its sights on them. "It's heading this way. I hope Miri's okay." Drake loomed in the sky, emitting a powerful golden light. Miri, having consumed the podcast potion Ensign gave her, began to gather her strength. Blue lightning bolts gradually spread out. Miri, with a steely gaze, shouted, "Bring back the lightning." Miri's face was filled with battle spirit as she faced her enemy. Drake, a colossal figure. Its fiery red eyes glared as it moved towards the group, causing them both surprise and fear. But they didn't forget their mission to broadcast the scene live. Drake stomped its foot, sending dust and rocks flying. Miri, in midair, activated her lightning storm ability. Following that, an immense power lit up the sky. At the same time, everyone in the pub was glued to the TV screen, watching the live broadcast of the battle between Miri and Drake. The shop owner couldn't contain her admiration and praised. "Amazing, it's Lo Hui, isn't it?" The other customer was equally surprised, "Right? But she still looks like a student." The news continued to broadcast. "A rank hunter. Lo Hui is prevailing against the S-rank monster Drake." Hearing this, he sighed. "Who's teaching who?" "Next, we will interview Miri from the scene. She defeated a giant S-rank monster right after being promoted. How do you feel?" Hearing this, Miri scratched her head in surprise and asked, "Is this live?" She confidently gave a thumbs up to the camera, saying, "Master, are you watching? I did it. It's all thanks to the potion you gave me. You're the best." After that, Ensign returned to his room to meditate. Following the fight, through his phone screen, "The views have already hit 2 million. How could such a famous person be eating jajangmyeon at my place?" After finishing, Drake Miri innocently tried a bite and praised it with gusto, saying it was unbelievably delicious. "This place cooks so well. Thank you for buying me food." Insu, on the other hand, was worried. "Shouldn't you be going back? Your family will worry." Miri replied with a pitiful expression, "No one worries about me." Hearing that, he curiously asked further, "Don't your parents worry about their daughter?" Miri sadly told him the reason. They all died in the Nether Dragon incident. Insu reiterated with emphasis, "Nether Dragons? Those dragons. Even with the whole world united, we still can't defeat them. They're the horror that has claimed millions of lives. He seemed to realize he had inadvertently touched upon Miri's pain. Miri quickly covered her mouth, scolding her own foolish words. Insu brought out food to make up for her slip-up. You've spent so much energy. Why don't you have this portion? Miri hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, she spun around a full 180 degrees. Her face lit up as she eagerly reached out her hand. Of course. The system notification surprised you, didn't it? Insu let out a sound. The system announced, you have gained the target's affection and trust. If the target says the next keyword, you will trigger faith. Keyword, I believe in you. Insu sighed, wondering if this was some kind of story game. But then he realized, wait a minute. If I trigger faith, I'll become a saintess with a pile of divine coins? Indeed, money makes people's eyes light up, and he eagerly looked forward to it. I wonder when those ant bastards will strike again. The more divine beasts, the better. Just thinking about it makes Inshil giddy with excitement. He glanced over at Miri, who was happily eating, and asked for a favor. Ms. Miri, I have a favor to ask of you. Miri was startled and responded. She readily said, just tell me, I'll do anything. Inshil, with a sly look, requested of Miri. Can you repeat what I say? She obediently agreed. Sure, what is it? But he seemed to have trouble opening his mouth. After much hesitation, he finally managed to say, I trust you, Inshil. He acted regretful and knelt on the floor. It must be difficult, right? I am sorry. I said something weird. Then, unexpectedly, Miri repeated, I trust you. Her absolute trust stunned him. Miri continued, I trust you. As soon as she finished speaking, the phone displayed, you have created faith. He intently reads the notification. Congratulations. Miri is your first believer on Earth. Current number of believers. 1. I haven't seen my money yet. Insian hastily wonders, what about Su'a? Skill sharing guide. Skill sharing menu has been initiated. Confused, he asks, can I borrow my believers' skills? The system explains, Master, you can borrow the skills of your believers. Acquire powerful believers. Current goal of skill sharing. Miri sees money in front of her, but it's hard to get. Annoyed, he says, this game, I want to delete Su'a. Miri is clueless about what's happening. Why is he like that? What is he worried about? Suddenly, a group of people in morning clothes appears next to her. Appearing on the floor, Ju Chiol looks directly at the two of them and says, that person is a black tribe, evil god. Look at that ensign's childish behavior. Locust spitting at such an arrogant guy. A divine position. His Majesty has made a huge decision. His Majesty said that the evil god will be a crucial factor in the Great War. Then let him know His Majesty's generosity. Ensign didn't pay attention to them at all, just focused on studying. I can use Lightning Storm anytime. Ah, never mind, I'll skip it this time. Then he raised his hand, deciding to share his skill Miri. System accepted. The room suddenly flashed in the darkness. The Locust army stupidly asked what was happening, only to see brilliant flashes of lightning, blasting everything up to the summit. The Locust army. Their bodies were charred black all over. They were terrified. How is the evil god's power like this? Miri was so excited, he was thrilled. The noise caused the angry neighbor next door to yell, oh my God, please be quiet. Why are you making trouble every day? And those two, the singer praises the performance. And you, Master, can also use lightning? Amazing. Suddenly, he looked at the phone with a painful expression. That doesn't matter now. It turned out that the repair fee system made him cry. Mom Miri, not understanding, asked Han. Master, what's wrong? A crushing defeat. A grasshopper returned to report before the high-ranking officials. The emperor on the high platform shouted, what? He destroyed our army. The grasshopper respectfully reported, yes. He suddenly shoots lightning like he doesn't want to negotiate. The emperor angrily said, Grasshopper, you're the one who wanted to send a delegation to meet that savage. The grasshopper's eyes rolled back, mouth agape, and replied, but your majesty, Before he could finish, he devoured a Sunju skewer. Send him to the afterlife. To the ancestors with him, he roared, his face full of rage. How dare you trouble His Majesty, that vile god go? In 500 years, I've never been humiliated like this. The emperor commanded, bring me the head of that fool. I swear it on the throne and this empire. She hastily replied, as you command, your majesty, the empire's mighty demigod. Meanwhile, on Miri's side, she was like a track and field athlete. Dust billowed wherever she ran. Ensign couldn't help but marvel. She can run that fast without using her abilities? She really is a high-ranking hunter. Miri's voice echoed. Master, should I run more? He asked in surprise. You've already finished 100 laps? Miri grinned and replied, yes. Then Ensign took out a vial and told her, then drink this and rest for a bit. Miri politely accepts it, not forgetting to say thank you. Miri quickly brings it to her lips, drinking it while it's still hot. Meanwhile, he turns his face in another direction, muttering to himself, it's just like a Red Bull, but it seems to work on Miri. He sighs, a look of confusion on his face. Even though it seems silly, I did take her as my disciple, so I have to do something for her. This is the only medicine I can give her. Miri, full of energy, eagerly asks her master, what's next, master? What should I do? He stutters, sparring? What about sparring? You okay with that? His mind immediately starts racing. Wait a minute, I can find a way to train her. What if I use unseen eye to assess her abilities? No sooner said than done, he activates his power. Let's see. System, activating unseen eye ability, entering target's mind. In the blink of an eye, he was transported to another dimension. Ensign wondered in surprise, where am I? Suddenly, a beam of light shone directly into his face. He didn't recognize it at first, so he immediately asked the system, what is this? The system then displayed Miri's true power, an S-rank ability that had been sealed for 15 years and was specially bound by SS-rank chains. Now Ensign realized that Miri was originally an SS rank, and sometimes her seal is released by the god's powerful finger. Well, it works like a remote control anyway, so that means all of her power will be released, completely if the chains are broken. As he finished speaking, he raised his index finger, contemplating something. As evening fell, the scene returned to the bustling streets. Miri bowed deeply, saying goodbye to her master. Thank you for today. He waved goodbye, reminding her to take her medicine before. Before he could finish, Miri turned and ran off. A cloud of dust billowed in her wake. Inshil mused, she's already at that level. Just how strong did she become after breaking those chains? Images of her potential flashed through his mind. After all, the god's finger can cut iron chains. But no, if it only cuts this little bit, how long will it take to cut them all? Who on earth locked her up like that? It certainly wasn't her own doing. Then, he nonchalantly turned to leave. Well, I'll find out anyway. Suddenly, everyone on the street seemed to share the same question. What the heck is going on? Inshil, whistling, walked away with his hands behind his head, paying no attention. Behind him, a mysterious figure blended into the crowd. This mysterious person was always watching Inshil's every move. Suddenly, Inshil scratched his head, looking troubled. Then he exclaimed loudly, her seal isn't the problem here. The problem is our place. I don't know how, but someone damaged the wall in your room. There's a gaping hole. He glances at his phone, seeing a new message. Votan Mong is looking at you sadly. He thinks to himself, I blocked Zalo earlier. What's going on now? This is so annoying. He bites his nails deep in thought. This guy is the sword spirit of that blade. Not just any sword spirit, but a sword that can slay even gods. And Shin nonchalantly asks, so? Suddenly, he notices something strange. Wait, can you guys read my mind? Inshin gritted his teeth, scolding it. Now there are two troublesome ghost spirits. This is so annoying, they won't leave you alone. Notifications kept popping up. Silent Dream is requesting that you unlock it. Shiondu. Perfect Iron requests you return its divine sword. Inshin got irritated. Shut up, you bastards. I almost died because of that damn divine sword. Cheondu and Perfect Iron proposed a payment of 2.2 million divine coins to be taken from their army in exchange for the divine sword. Inshin couldn't believe what he was hearing. Taken from the army? No way. Who proposes payment with stolen money? Seeing this, Silent Dream smiled at your cuteness and proposed. Give the sword to it. It offered 10 million divine coins. Did you just say 10 million? If that's the case, I could get a decent low-tier authority, or an item, and buy a whole bunch of medicine for Chomiri too. Over with Cheondu. Jeol Seol is worried about Mu Songmong's offer. While Mu Songmong laughs at how broke he is, Cheondu Jeol Seol swallows his pride and suggests trading with his authority. He asks, authority? What kind? Cheondu Jeol Seol offers his privilege, the infinite sword style. Insong is delighted. Infinite sword style, that sounds so cool. Cheonduads. He says that. No one will dare to face you if you have this. Insong is incredibly excited about a sword like that. It's exactly the kind of thing guys dream of. Mu Songmong laughs and says, "You should take his authority." Night blooming rose. He asked again, "Night blooming rose?" Wu Sungmong said that with its power, you could easily overcome opponents without breaking a sweat. Insong's eyes lit up like two stars, clenching his fist in celebration. Then he looked at the system and asked, "Which offering does the AI recommend?" The system displayed, "You have received the infinite sword, 2.2 million divine coins, and 3 uses of the heavenly blade treasure from Chun, Du Tuet Thai, Dui Tiet. You have received Night Blooming Rose from Wu Sungmong." Reading this, Insong hesitated. "Since I only get to use the heavenly blade treasure 3 times, I need to conserve them. Infinite sword, Night Blooming Rose. What are these? Should I try it out?" He raised 2 fingers, activating the authority. Night Blooming Rose. Nothing changed. He wondered why it wasn't working. The system immediately notified him. Night Blooming Rose. Activated when a user is asleep. He frowned, utterly annoyed. "Hey, if it works when I'm asleep, how the heck am I supposed to know?" Insong knew it. Trusting these ghostly things was a mistake. But he still wanted to try his luck with the infinite authority sword. This time wasn't much different from the last. There wasn't a single sign of activity. Insong went ballistic, cursing out loud. "Hey, you damn con artists! What the heck is even working?" Suddenly, the system displayed, "Infinite sword is being activated," but he had lost all faith in them. "You think I'm that easily fooled?" Insong, extremely agitated, sensed the change. He wondered, "It's so different. What's going on?" Insian's face changed, his eyes turning bloodshot, a murderous glint in them. A crimson energy radiated from his entire being. A razor-sharp blade materialized in his hand. He licked his lips, a question swirling in his mind. "Why am I like this? Chop, 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 slice, slice, slice. I want to cut everything." He bolted outside. Sticking out his tongue, he yelled, "I want to cut everything." It seemed 2 souls, one good and one evil, were warring within him. A relentless struggle was taking place. "I'm a good person." At Insian's usual restaurant, a voice suddenly echoed, "Well done. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work." The female customer, having finished her meal, politely said, "I'll take my leave now." The owner graciously replied, "Okay, go carefully." The wife said to her husband, "Honey, let's clean everything up." He chuckled. "There's still vegetables to cut." The wife then pointed towards Insian. "We have him." He's smirking triumphantly. That's right. They're saying to each other that they really have to thank him. He's been doing these mundane tasks for years, and now he's even helping with that. An author? An author of web novels, maybe? Insong has tears streaming down his face, but his expression remains malevolent. He raises the knife. "I want to cut. Cut it all." After a struggle of strength and exhaustion, he steps outside, groaning, "I'm gonna die." Then he throws the knife down hard. "Omnipotent sword, my ass. This damn knife is useless. It's too dangerous. It controls the user." Then he lies on the bed, pulls his legs up in relaxation, and vows, "I thought something bad was going to happen. I'm never touching it again." Then he cries out in pain, "Oh, my back. It's broken. It hurts so bad." Outside, Sunju, standing against the cold, she asked her subordinate about the sleeping evil god. He hastily replied, "Yes, Sunju. He must be asleep." She grinned smugly. "Good. The honor of killing him will belong to us." "Yes, Kia." Sunju, arrogant and narcissistic, declared, "And today, the position of the strongest among the 10 blades will be mine." "Sunju, let's go." Her subordinates replied in unison, "Yes." Inson was still sound asleep. Suddenly, a rose bloomed from within him, leaving Sunju utterly bewildered. The rose grew larger and larger, emitting a blinding light. The system immediately displayed a message. Condition for the exclusive silent dream. The rose blooming at night has been satisfied. Sunju's troops, weapons in hand, rushed towards him, but they were met by enormous mouths that sprouted from the rose. Swallowing them whole, full and satisfied, it quickly closed its mouths. Sunju gritted her teeth in anger. "What in the world is that? System, show me these pathetic creatures. Tremble in fear. Your nightmare will soon blossom." Standing above, observing, the flower radiates power and a ravenous hunger. Sunju realizes, with certainty, it's the dream flower. I recall reading about it in the tribe's records. The records spoke of a ferocious god who devoured over 90% of the inhabitants of the territory 3,000 years ago. The subordinate behind him asks anxiously, "What do we do?" Sunju looks at Insin, still dozing, and continues thinking, "Disciple of Mushinmong. Dream flower. Sunju, his fighting spirit ablaze. We must not falter. Today's event will be a glorious milestone for us all, for all eternity. She charged forward with burning fury. Her subordinates, understanding her intent, followed closely behind. Sunju instructed them on how to approach the target. Try to avoid the branches. Approach the subject. The subordinates replied in unison. Understood. She sped forward, gripping a branch tightly with one hand, gnashing her teeth. The unlucky subordinates weren't so fortunate. One by one, they were swallowed whole by the gaping maw. Save me. Help, they cried. Sunju frowned, cursing. Damn it. Clinging to the tree, she told herself, even if I can't destroy the evil god, I'll drag the Hungden's disciples, turned into demons, to our deaths with me. With that, she raised her glaive. Focusing her power, she hurled it straight at her opponent. The glaive flew directly towards the gaping mouth, then vanished. Sunju couldn't believe her eyes, wondering, no way it'd swallow my attack whole. Then, she landed, face grim, staring at the dream flower. Sunju stubbornly gritted her teeth, seething, impossible. In a flash, she was devoured by the dream flower. The ringing of his phone jarringly woke Insen. He grumbled, what now? Half asleep, half awake. Insen wondered, why does my stomach feel so full? He squinted at his phone. What's this about? Notification displaying. The Saints and 101 believers are eagerly awaiting your rescue. He exclaimed in surprise. No way. What happened to her? Is she unwell? He suddenly paused. Wait. Then he closed his eyes tightly, placing his hand on his temple. Activating power. Information acquisition system activated. Clairvoyance engaged. Assessment complete. The Saints and 101 believers are afflicted with bee venom. Feeling strange, he questioned, poison. Insen, looking dazed and filled with pity. Oh dear. How on earth did you get stung by bees? Did you raid a beehive for honey? You want something sweet? Just tell me. What were you doing with those Kia ants? Hang on, wait for me. Then he immediately booted up the system. System notification. Menu. A miracle is activated thanks to Isen's sincerity. He exclaimed in surprise. What? A miracle? System explanation. Miracle. A miracle is the greatest gift that the gods can bestow to their believers. Depending on the miracle you bestow upon your believers, the more they believe in you, the more they will revere or fear you. You will consume holy power and 100,000 divine coins to cast a healing spell on you. Do you agree? Yes or no? Insen thought to himself, of course I have plenty of divine coins. That sacred energy thing can take as much as it wants. System 100,000 divine coins have been used. A portion of the world tree fruit Insen absorbed is extracted to create a miracle. The miracle is formed by Insen's desires. I wonder if they're all right. Insen's eyes drooped and his head tilted to the side. I feel so sleepy. Even the system is at a loss with this sleeping god. It can only sigh, not again. While Insen is fast asleep, the system continues to provide information to the viewers. Insen's alignment has shifted from evil to neutral. Several righteous gods, including the god of abundance, are taking notice of you. A hand suddenly appears, accompanied by a hacking cough and blood splattering onto the ground. It turns out to be the holy woman, seriously injured by the bee stings. She kneels down, pleading to the gods. Have mercy on our tribe. Please bless us. I beg you. Just then, a streak of light appeared in the sky. The holy woman looked up. The light pierced through the clouds. Streaks of light fell like shooting stars. The holy woman and her tribe cheered with joy. The rain is washing away the toxins. God NXIN has blessed us. Thank you, my God. She clasped her hands together in sincere devotion. Oh, God NXIN, I truly thank you. Then she turned, her voice filled with resolve, and spoke to her tribe. Oh, my people. God NXIN has blessed us once more. In return, let us all pledge to forever place our faith in him. Let's join forces to show him our unwavering faith. The whole tribe responded together. The sunlight streamed in, waking Inshil from his slumber. He groggily wondered what time it was, feeling incredibly tired. Miri sat beside him, asking tenderly, "You're awake?" Surprised, he pouted. "Miri, why are you here?" he asked. She chuckled in response. "I was a little worried when you didn't show up for practice." He immediately apologized for missing their appointment. Then, Miri noticed the statue placed neatly on the table and wondered, "What in the world is that thing?" Inshil asked innocently, "Huh? Which one?" Not understanding what it was, he asked the system. Answer: The Black Clan carved a statue to commemorate and honor your contributions. Identifying characteristic, painfully ugly. Inshul glanced at it, then exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, how can it be so ugly?" Inshul pointed at himself, asking, "Ugly?" But Miri approached, gazing at it with interest, and whispered, "Well, looking closely, She looks cute as she bats her eyes at Insong, starting to beg. "It looks so cool, can I have it?" He immediately agrees, "Go right ahead." But inwardly, he mocks her, "Miri, you should get your eyes checked." He regretfully apologizes, "But it looks like I won't be able to train today." Miri replies, "What a shame. Well, maybe next time." After Miri leaves, Insong goes to his desk, telling himself, "Let's get to work on the manuscript." But the system brings another surprise. Oh, what now? The system announces Seed of the World Tree. The World Tree seed has sprouted thanks to the miracle Insong bestowed. The condition of him is critically ill, close to withering. Time remaining before withering. 24 hours, 30 minutes, 39 seconds. He's stunned. The seedling is sick. Then I have to use the blessing of the growth god. But it doesn't seem to be working. What? It's not working. It seems the World Tree's fruit has healed. Heal my wounds back then. Immediate effect. So, I found a way to nurture it, and then sold the fruit. There must be something in the store. Finally, Inson found it. Tears of the God of Abundance, huh? Exclusive item of the main god. 20,000 coins. Tears of the God of Abundance. Low god grade, characteristic. Only those chosen by the God of Abundance can use it. If you want to buy it, you must complete the assigned quest beforehand. Warning, if you fail the quest, the cost will not be refunded. A quest, he asked in surprise. Inson the Benevolent needs to pick up cigarette but scattered on the road. To save that tree, I have to do this, he wondered to himself. Do I have to go this far? System notification. Let's join hands to contribute a touch of green to the earth. At 1 point for good deeds, good actions. Mission completion progress. 10 out of 100. Working so hard, but getting so little in return. He grumbled, why is it leveling up so slowly? When will I ever finish collecting all this? Suddenly, a stern voice appeared behind him. Hey, what are you doing in my territory? Inson startled and turned around. A burly man, with a serious face, arms crossed behind his back. He said darkly, this is no place for newbies. He wondered, a homeless person? Inson thought to himself, but he looks so familiar, I swear. Then he frowned and explained, Sir, you've misunderstood. Oh, that's right. I heard that homeless people are very territorial. Relationships first, money second. He respectfully said, please take this and have a good meal. This is all my fortune. Kong-san was taken aback. You little, dare you give alms to Choi Kong-san? He feigned anger and yelled, causing the boy to cover his ears. Ah, I remember now this crazy old man. He's an S-class hunter. Formerly, a street cleaner, Choi Kong-san. Kong-san stroked his beard. His other hand swiftly snatched the coin and put it in his pocket. Since when did he was bewildered. When did that happen? Inson wondered, I just gave alms. Did my points go up? The result remained 10 out of 100. He realized, what's the point of giving money to a bum like him? Inson, infuriated, clenched his fists and gathered his courage, raising his voice. Hey, old man. Kong-san, thinking he misheard, asked back, what? Old man. Oh, you can flip your attitude just as quickly. Yes, sir. Please put it here. I will definitely dispose of the trash properly. Kong-san was surprised. Then the old man burst into delighted laughter. You've got a good eye, kid. Who do you work for? Inson replied with pursed lips, I'm just a freelancer. Being free and independent is the best. Suddenly, something caught their attention. Inson wondered, what's that noise? Passers-by panicked, yelling, Monster! It's a monster! Everyone was murmuring, what are we going to do? It seems like monsters have been appearing nearby lately. Should we go home? Kong-san nonchalantly said, so, they've finally shown up. Miru's predictions are always accurate. Inson quickly tried to escape. Well then, I'm off. Hearing this, the old man swiftly grabbed Inson's collar. You're going too? Then let's go together. Kong-san hoisted Inson up, laughing heartily. I like you, kid. Inson gaped in dismay. Boss, I think you've got the wrong idea. You look so pitiful, being dragged around like a sack of trash. Inson's face was stretched as tight as a bowstring, suspended in midair. Kong-san must have thought you were thrilled. He landed in front of a building, looking more like a construction site. Kong-san, still carrying you, said, rumor has it the dungeon explosion probability is 80%. The prophecy of a miracle is the same. He let go, and Inzion fell face first into the dirt. Kong-san was bewildered. What's wrong with him? Passed out? But he's supposed to be a B rank. Then he looked up, puzzled, and asked, "What the heck?" A grotesque monster, with horns on its back, appeared. Kong-san knew. Just a frog. A warm-up. All right, today's snack will be frog legs. The frog saw him lying flat on the ground. Is it the rumored young god over there? Lucky me. I'm the first one here. If I bring him back, the master will be so pleased. It snapped. Get lost, you old geezer. Kong-san looked at it with a provocative expression. Then he started warming up his limbs, groaning, "Oh dear." Kong-san sneered. "Why is your blabbering so noisy?" Then he took a stance and flew up with a powerful fist. The frog fell annoyed. "Get out of the way. He's my prey." He tried to exert more force into his fist, creating a blinding blue light. The system suddenly displayed. A murderous aura threatening the owner has been detected. Authority, Blooming Night, Rose, activated. Unique authority granted by Muhan-me. The small branches on the rose gradually opened, revealing mouths. It looked like it could swallow a person whole. A monster ahead. Kong-san and the frog turned back in surprise. The tree branches stretched straight up, blocking the view. In Insen's dream, suddenly, a giant ancient tree with lush foliage appeared, towering in the night sky. Insen woke up, clutching his head. "Where am I? What is this place?" A mysterious figure appeared before him. He stood up politely and asked, "Excuse me, miss," pulling her hood down and bowing respectfully. "You're back already? Oh, exalted and virtuous deity." The Tratlon purple bone tears through space. Insi realized where this was. Heart-wrenching cries of "Mommy" caught his attention. Kong-san, covered in dirty slime, lay curled up on the ground. "I'm so scared, Mommy," he sobbed. "A giant flower swallowed me." He pursed his lips, calling out to his big bro, then pinched his nose in disgust. "Ugh, you stink. Did you fall into a sewer or something?" System notification. You have defeated a wicked minion of the demon god, contributing to the protection of world peace. He blankly asked, "What did it say? Defeated a minion of the demon god?" System announcement. You have done a good job, exceeding the required amount for this mission. 1012 out of 100. You have obtained a mythical item, Tears of Everlasting Prosperity. The effect of Tears of Everlasting Prosperity has been activated. The world tree's seedling has been healed. He gleefully imagined becoming super rich. "I'm filthy rich now. Now I can live more comfortably." System, congratulations. You have successfully revived the world tree. You have built the foundation for the prosperity of the black race. Cool Soul GI was still trembling, curled up like a crying baby. Mommy made him feel awkward. What should I do with this old man now? Should I just throw him away? System, continuing to display. You have acquired more apostles in there. Prosperity. Therefore, your divine power will be further enhanced by the apostles' devotion to you. He told himself, "It'll be okay." System message. Level up. The Black Moon clan members want to gift you a statue. Yushin too, to thank you for reviving the world tree. Yushin remembered the horrendous statue. Oh, not again. Inside the base camp, Salman was praising Gang-san. "That's our Gang-san. Even after taking a long break, he can still easily defeat monsters. I heard Gang-san has been taken to the hospital. How's he doing?" Wungji replied, "He's not seriously injured." Salman was very pleased. "He's so tough," Salman thought, but Wungji interrupted. Then he turned back, asking why. "Is there a problem?" He hesitated, saying, "Well." Then Wungji slowly explained, "I brought flowers as a gift, hoping he'd get well soon." But he was very shocked. Salman immediately thought, "He's allergic to flowers." He continued, "What about the Hunter Academy?" Ungdi replied, "Preparations are complete. We'll proceed as soon as Kong-san recovers." Sungman firmly believed Kong-san will become a mentor and teach that child well. A wonderful mentor and a student with innate talent. "I have high hopes." Frustrated sounds came from Insen's house. So frustrating, two statues standing tall. Looking closely, they're like a male version of the Statue of Liberty. He looked at them and asked, "This is supposed to be me?" Suddenly, his phone lit up, displaying the message, "Sir Insen, our noble and virtuous god." So, it's that ant from before. System notification. Due to the effect of the Insen statue, the empathy rate with the ants in the world within the creator has increased by 10%. He was surprised. Wait, I can receive messages from ants? So, they can actually text me now? Saintis is sending a distress call. Please, save the members of our tribe. He asked in surprise, "Save them? What's going on?" System announcement. Members of the Black Tribe are on the brink of survival. A devoted apostle of Kichu, Insign, special note, has been attacked by a magical beast. Inshin was stunned. Attacked by a magical beast? He roared, his blood boiling. How dare you harm my apostle? The Black Tribe citizens lined up neatly before him. He commanded, take me to them immediately. I'll personally teach them a lesson. The saintess, deeply moved, clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you, God Inshin. He rested his chin on his hand, striking a hot boy pose. Lead the way, then. Looks like I'm still being bothered after all. The Black Clan army charged through the trees. The Holy Maiden and her subordinates sprinted ahead. Seeing the less-than-ideal speed, he sighed. Being ants, it's taking too long. But I can't exactly say that. Suddenly, something appeared, leaving them stunned. He looked at his phone screen and asked, what's going on? The system notified him of the target. So, we've entered their territory. Hundreds of thousands of red eyes lurked in the cold night forest. He asked the system, what are they? Just as he finished speaking, an Exion leaped from the bushes, hands poised in a martial arts stance. The system replied, Black Cockroach summoned demonic beasts. Demonic beasts summoned by a cockroach. Special note. Every hour, their number and size will double. Time remaining, 1 second. He landed and shouted, Xiao Chong is here. The cockroaches surged forward like an army from beneath the ground. He wondered if there were more. Why are there so many? The Black Tribe's people were terrified, whispering amongst themselves, we're doomed. Run. The Holy Maiden steadily encouraged everyone. Don't panic. Have you all forgotten? We are the Black Tribe. We have the protection of the great incense. The burning flames still made him laugh maniacally. Then he turned and ran, leaving the Black Tribe bewildered. The Holy Maiden was no longer as steadfast as before. She glared at her people. The tribe panicked. The god has betrayed us. Another cried, we're finished. Save us. You're sure about this echo inside the tower? It turned out the emperor was asking his subordinate. The man replied, yes, your majesty. I'm certain. Indeed. Someone else also saw the potential of the summoned demonic beasts. In the previous battle, he promised that in just 4 days, he would bring the demon god's corpse to the emperor. The emperor agreed, but set a condition. I will wait, but if you fail in 7 days, go find your own death. Suddenly, a member of the Locust tribe rushed in from outside with a report. Urgent news. The emperor roared, who dares disturb me? If it's not important, your head is on the line. He bowed his head and replied, yes, the demonic roaches have multiplied to millions. He continued, that vile demon god. Outside, smoke and dust spread throughout the forest. The Dark Clan citizens are guarding the insecticide tank. The entire restricted area is heavily guarded. The insecticide tank evaporates, causing the roaches to log out and lie scattered on the ground. A foul smell rises. Insian had to cover her nose. Then, Luca had turned the bedroom upside down, looking for bug spray. Found it. They're here. I'm so glad I bought that bug spray. Looks like there are still a few survivors wiggling around. Those roaches thought they could escape, but I caught them. You thought you could hide from me? Time to meet your maker. Luca saw the Black Saintess's face darken as she stood frozen. Seeing this, he asked, what's wrong? I killed all the monsters. Insian stared at the screen, not understanding what had happened. The Saintess cried out in remorse. I doubted my faith in you. I had no right to distrust you like that. Kill me. Just kill me. Luca quickly comforted her. No, it's okay. Calm down. Suddenly, the system notified. You have met the requirements for a new fixed skill. You can acquire the fixed skill, God's Thumb, by paying 100 coins. Do you want this ability? The Thumb of God is only 100 coins, you know? Alright, let's do it. Li Xin, select Z. System, accept selection. The innate ability of God is power, his fears, and his achievements. There may be difficulties, but to become stronger, you must overcome those difficulties. Li Xin feels like these comments are still pretty strange. He quickly runs towards the door. Now, let's see what this ability is. His phone buzzes. What's piquing his curiosity now? Li Xin's eyes widen, his mouth agape. It turns out to be a message from the great manager. Let's meet up right away. The manager offers him a drink. Li Xin doesn't hesitate to accept. He raises the glass and takes a huge gulp, emptying it to the bottom. The manager stares intently, making him feel awkward. Wait a minute, why are you looking at me like that? This manager gets straight to the point. What's your work speed like? He mumbled a response. The manager couldn't hold back. He shouted, can't you try a little harder? Listen to me. The guy blushed and quietly said, please don't shout. What's wrong with you? Are you drunk? The manager continued to express himself. Do you understand what I'm going through at work? It's all because of you, you jerk. Jinwoo, check again, you jerk. The system display interrupted their argument. Monsters are attacking the Black Clan again. Do you want to continue helping? Jinwoo excitedly said, again? Keep multiplying it. I dare you. The manager couldn't contain himself anymore. He yelled, full of anger, Hey you, are you playing a game? Then slapped him across the face. The shouting match turned physical. Is that crazy man really doing this? How dare you do that? Someone please stop them. Don't fight here. The moonlight peeks through the trees at night, appearing and disappearing. The saintess stands proudly before the Black Tribe people. Praise our God, Insin. Oh, Insin, she stretches out her hand and cries out the name of God Insin. We will wipe out all the magical beasts. At the same time, the system displays the god of destruction. Unknown ability has slain the calamity beast. Received 300 million god white coins. Back in the quiet night city, a lone figure walks the streets. Insin attentively reads the notification. Insin's believer. The tiers of endless prosperity have requested aid. Player Insin can choose any ability as a reward. Due to reaching C grade of the benevolent savior, it will be rewarded by the tiers of endless prosperity. Pay up, you damn complainer. Why does that keep popping up? Then Insin asked clearly. So, I'm getting a free skill, right? Then the most expensive one. System, accept player. Insin has selected the following ability. Genesis of Heaven and Earth, Transcendental Grade. An ability for transcendental beings, priced at 1,000 trillion. Seeing this, God threw his phone down and sighed. The system continued to announce, Player, Insin is not suitable for using the Genesis of Heaven and Earth ability. Genesis of Heaven and Earth will be converted into a single use of Genesis of Heaven and Earth to suit Insin. A vast system of construction appeared with towering buildings, a modern transportation system, followed by a warning. The world will change partially. At that moment, Mina's tiny feet emerged from the bathroom. She turned and asked Miri, What do we do now? Miri looked up and softly called out, Yuni up there? Mina, stunned, asked, What's up there? Kong-san, who was picking up beer cans, was also surprised. What is it? Oh my God, what's wrong? What's happening? What's going on? Everyone on the street looked up. A girl was scared. Appa, I'm so scared. Sungman, inside the room, also looked up. Johayan exclaimed in surprise. Kongwoo, handsome, stood in the middle of the forest, also looking thoughtfully. In the sky, 2 moons appeared at the same time, with completely different sizes and brightness. Johan, with a sharp gaze, glanced at him and asked Namin, You said, Why is the Hunter Guild getting involved in the chairman's affairs? Namin, his face heavy, replied, Yes. Johan, a look of pride on his face, said, Excellent, the time has come. Namin, standing beside him, asked, So, how many people? He raised both hands towards the moon as he answered, Don't you think the more, the better? Then let's start with 2,000 people. Namin quickly responded, Understood. Johan's whole body emanated energy. Purple energy. He raised both hands forward, exclaiming, Oh, God, just wait a little longer. Your servant will fulfill your wish. We will grant the world your divine wish. A spaceship nestled among the planets suddenly seemed small. A voice echoed from within. This is Houston. Exploration rocket. Please report your coordinates on the second moon. Houston. This is exploration rocket. MTS-2 cannot access the orbit of the second moon. The voice grew more urgent. What? MTS-2? What's happening? The spacecraft is losing control. Repeat, the spaceship is losing control. The moment the second moon appears one morning, everyone will be astonished, while nobody knows more, except that it emits a yellow light at night and green during the day. Experts predict gates and dungeons are likely to surge. So, through the reports, the Korean Hunter Associations will cooperate with the government to locate the second moon. Insin, holding his head in discomfort, exclaimed, My head hurts too much. Miri, panting, said, Teacher, I'm done. He asked in surprise, Yes. You've completed 500 laps already, she replied politely. Yes, I apologize, teacher. It took a little longer than usual today. About 4 minutes. In-seong suggested, Then let's do push-ups. Miri giggled. Push-ups? You seem to prioritize the core muscles. Teacher, I guess so, he said. But in In-seong's mind, he had a different calculation, or rather, I need to re-examine Miri's mind. He started by telling Miri, Stay still, and she shouted, Star, star. The system announced. The unique power of the eyes of the soulless god has been activated, acquiring targets' mental images. The ability activated. Miri's true self appeared. It looks kind of cute, doesn't it? He moved closer, facing the true self bound by iron chains. After observing, he activated the god's powerful index finger. One link of the iron chain broke. In-sung put his hand to his forehead, thinking, there's still a little left, but I bet a lot more will be created. That guy didn't defend against me at all. In-sung dropped his guard. Now let's see how Miri's energy is being amplified. Pure energy licked his cheek. He petted it. All right, all right. Clear blue sky. Lightning strikes straight down. So, Miri is training to unleash thunder. She noticed me. I see. Teacher's training method really works. You seem a little shy, or not quite right. Lots of people are watching. You should be careful. Miri Astidi replied, yes. Thank you so much, teacher. In-sung scratched his head. Unbelievable, he muttered. Miri turned around and continued training. Well, I'll finish today with another 200 laps. Just then, he received a message. In-sin, could you please give me a name? He was surprised. A name? The kid wants a name. In-sin thought about it. Yeah, makes sense. I can't just keep calling her Holy Maiden. A name would be better. A series of names flashed through his head. YG is a dog's name. Bezin. Suddenly, the image of the manager popped up. You have no talent for naming things. Finally, In-sin thought of the perfect name. That's it, Anti, because she's an ant. Anti it is. The Holy Maiden smiled widely. She clasped her hands together, thanking him for the wonderful name. The other citizens of the Dark Tribe also wanted names. They eagerly clamored and begged. In-sin, please give me a name too. Please give me one too. In-sin, me too. In-sin, please. Seeing this, he was bewildered. How can a Sao name so many members? Let's see, 1, 2, 3. The quiet street scene returns. In-sin's voice can be heard from inside. Home is the best. He stretches out, relaxing. All fixed. Time for a break. Let's see how things are going. The system displays the Saintus and 100 followers of the Dark Elves, thanks to the silver bullet from In-sin and the experience of hunting disaster-level monsters. They evolved into the Gazami race. Très petit agricultural builders. In-sin exclaims, what's this? Evolved. The screen looks much more modern and clean because the Gazami evolved. The summoned demon FB changed. In-sin leveled up to level 2. He didn't expect this game to have levels. The system continues to announce. Cultivation survival is activated upon leveling up. On the Dark Elf side, the forest transformed, earth and rocks flying everywhere. Anti knelt down in prayer, hoping the great In-sin would bestow a miracle upon them. He exclaimed in admiration, it looks even cooler now. The Dark Elves were cultivating. In the lush green fields, charming little houses were also springing up. In-sin praised, beautiful, very good, because I improved the land and the walls. Now they can work and defend themselves more easily. Anti proudly declared, have you seen it? The amazing miracle of In-sin. Let's worship the great In-sin. The whole tribe cheered in unison. Long live In-sin. He scratched his head, confused. Worship In-sin who feeds them, protects them, and gives them peaceful sleep? Who are these guys? Anyway, he gradually felt that these dark elves were becoming more and more lovable. The Gazami tribe too. In-sin suddenly paused, slowly. Gazami means ant in the ancient language, right? So these people will have to evolve too. Okay, next. He looked at the screen, puzzled. What's this? Let's try activating the system announcement. Warrior's Tower. The tower that the Eternal Seeker is entering. Only those with immense faith and courage can enter this tower. It also absorbs blood and the souls of those who use its traits. Survival chance, less than 1 in a million. Suddenly, a half-human, half-bat monster appeared. It sat perched atop the tower. Its body emitted a sinister purple light. A dark elf citizen who saw it asked, what is that? The system also announced, the Gazami clan is threatened by the Warrior's Tower. In-sin frowned and asked, absorbing blood and souls, a 1 in a million chance of survival. If these ants get too curious, the ants are standing around the foot of the tower. Every single one of them. The system's 7 divine faces ask In-ho-shin, do you want to build a wall? Yes or no? He decided he would build and lock the entrance again. A massive surge of energy erupted from the tower, causing them to immediately turn away. He shouted worriedly, you must not enter the tower out of curiosity. A citizen of the Dark Elves turned to his comrades. I know Shin In-ho is truly amazing. The ant named In-ho-shin thought secretly, a tower that only the brave dare enter. He stood there blankly, staring at his hands. Behind him, everyone was running away, screaming, "Run! Save me!" But Inho didn't budge. He sadly continued to stare at his useless hands and said, if only I could be just a little bit stronger, then I could have protected my friends." Inho stood tall at the foot of the tower, looking up at the face full of hatred, as if wanting to devour, swallowing the monstrous beast whole. Inside the tower, the wizard was pleading, "No, great emperor, please." He knelt before the emperor, begging, "I'm the archmage who made a pact with the demon king. Please, if you grant me one more chance." The emperor angrily demanded, "Silence. The only way to atone is with death." The wizard continued to plead, "Your Majesty, please have mercy." The emperor, truly enraged, stood up abruptly. Then he raised sharp claws, piercing through the barrier. The wizard frantically cried out, "Save me, save me," only to see a purple magic orb appear within, preparing to launch straight at the wizard, causing him to scream incessantly. The emperor angrily cursed, "You useless insect! Jimin must have run off on his own." A court official hurriedly spoke, "Please, calm yourself. Blood god, how could he fall to such a weak and despicable wretch?" The emperor roared, "Silence! Is this what I trusted and waited for? You useless lot! Can't even deal with trash ants?" Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar, "Please, do not be angry, your majesty." The emperor recognized it as the high priestess. He softened his tone. "You've returned, my high priestess?" A soldier exclaimed in surprise. "Oh." The high priestess respectfully said, "You have returned." High priestess Arak bowed. "Yes, your majesty. I have just completed the mission you entrusted to me and returned to you. Your majesty, your majesty. You will soon be reborn from a demigod into a true god. This confident Jang Ideon guarantees it. Just leave everything to me and rest assured. Get ready to ascend to godhood. As for those insect-like blackbloods and their demon gods, I swear on my name, I will eradicate them all." Cracks begin to appear on the vault wall. From within the murky mist, the white blood demon Mosto gradually reveals himself. His gigantic form is breathtakingly large, enveloped in a deadly aura. Arak calls it by name, Mosto. He responds, "Greetings." She issues an order. "Make the demon god pay for disobeying orders of Her Majesty, the plague bringer, bestowed upon you." Arak gives Mosto an artifact, this magic wand. Mosto receives the order, still hesitant. "I understand, but I have a request." On Inson's side, he's furiously typing on his computer. He remembers the order. "If you don't meet the requirements this week, your contract and series will be terminated." That makes Inseong even more anxious. "I can't have my contract canceled." Suddenly, a message arrives, surprising him. "Just a little more. Once this is done, what are those guys doing?" Inside the small wooden houses, the sound of snoring echoes. Inseong says jealously, "They sleep so comfortably." Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Muscles, muscles." That makes him even more curious. "Huh? What's that?" A rock rolls and falls to the ground with a thud. A heavy voice speaks. "Muscles." The owner of that voice is Inho, trying to push the rock. Inseong's jaw drops in amazement. That rock is much bigger than him. He seems to crave the system, displaying Inho's information. Gazami warrior. Traits. Works hard to protect his family. He let out an interesting ooh. It seems that after evolving, the Gazami tribe has developed unique characteristics. How fun. What should I do with him? After pondering, Insu decided to drop a potion. Inho caught the bottle, bewildered. What is this? His whole body couldn't suppress the trembling from sheer excitement. A gift from God Insu. From God Insu. Someone like me, esteemed by God. Inho expressed his gratitude, deeply thankful. "Thank you, God Insu." He didn't spare his praise. "Good job, Inho." Now, I need to try my best too, even though I'm so sleepy. Just then, Mosto shrunk his body, turning into a small insect perched outside the window, silently observing him. So, that's the demon god from the rumors. The one who defeated 7 out of the 10 great swordsmen, like myself. Rewind back to the past, to when Arak asked what your request was. The white blood demon Mostel audaciously made a request. "Can I drink the demon god's blood?" The demon god worshipped by the Dark Ones. "I'm curious about the taste of his blood." Arak sighed and immediately agreed. "Of course, the demon god's blood and body will all be yours." The white blood demon Mostel. He gloated, secretly rejoicing at this agreement with Arak. "You know nothing, do you, about how much power I'll gain from the demon god's blood?" And seized the throne. He charged inside. preparing to pierce him with his sturdy proboscis. And then you'll be mine too. As the proboscis plunged in, Mustel happily thought, this demon god is so slow. He doesn't even feel me. At this moment, he was still muttering, hurry, just a little more. The proboscis digs deep into Inseong's nape, and every drop of blood is sucked into Mosto's body. Excellent. So wonderful. I can feel the power surging within me at an astonishing rate. With this much power, Inseong begins to feel. He pats his forehead and exclaims, that hurts. He sees blood on his palm. Inseong wonders, why are there still mosquitoes in late autumn? Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. Huh? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Not only that, Inseong sneezes a few times. He stares blankly at the snot smeared on his hand. Even now, Inseong hasn't noticed anything unusual. I'll go wash my face. But when he looks in the mirror and sees a demonic mark on his forehead, he screams, what the heck is this? What is this mark? System alert. Trace of the plague heralds disease detected. The curse of the common cold has been activated. He sneezed and looked bewildered at the notification. The curse of the common cold? Achoo! Inseong's complexion worsened. What's this? A curse that feels like the flu? No, I have a deadline to meet. A flurry of notifications popped up. The curse of fever has been activated. The curse of muscle aches has been activated. The curse of loss of appetite has been activated. Fatigue washed over him. Inseong collapsed to the ground. He desperately searched for an item that could cure him. I need to take a look. Wada was a famous doctor, right? He found the name of a medicine. God-tier limited item. Medicine made from Wada's secret recipe. Leaves, 50,000 sugar. While utterly exhausted, he quickly made the purchase. His entire body trembling, Insu struggled to crawl out of the bathroom. System notification. Purchase successful. You have received a quest. This news made him despair. Can't you just deliver it to me directly? He suddenly remembered the hospital he had to go to. The hospital he had to go to. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yoan reaches out his hand like a savior, asking, aren't you afraid to die, right? Tebel swears that God's will, those words are enough. His will to purify this world. He wears a hood that covers his face, his mouth constantly muttering, I will definitely complete the mission. Today I will sacrifice my life to purify the world. He is strapped with explosives. Yoan's mission is also my mission. On the other side, Instant Taxi conveniently drops him off at the hospital entrance. We're at the hospital. Thank you. He hurriedly opens the car door. He writhes in pain. My stomach. Everyone stares in horror as Instant crawls inside. He receives a mission notification. If you want to live, save others. If you want to live, save 100 lives. Number of people to save, 10 out of 100. Inshil angrily exclaimed, telling me to save 100 people. Isn't that the same as telling me to go die? Taebium heads to the hospital. He takes a hostage. Holding the detonator, he orders, everyone get down now. Move, and you're all dead. The girl he's holding hostage cries out in panic. Please, save me. Miri, fully geared up, appears and commands him. Release her. Taebium retorts, too loud. Shut up, you little hunter. Inshil is also shocked, wondering, how did he get in here? Seeing the familiar mark on his forehead, he misunderstands. Brother, were you sent on a mission too? I can't believe there's backup. Come and help me, Inshil. Sweat pours down him as he thinks. Is he a terrorist? Miri gives Inshil a suspicious look. Huh? An accomplice? Master, what are you doing here? Taebium, seeing he hasn't acted, urges him on. Bro, hurry and help me. Inshin's suspicion is pointing at me? Really? Me? Your clueless attitude is pissing him off. Help us out, bro said. Taebium plays the enticement card. Offer your life to the descent of the god of destruction. Miri frowned at him. What are you saying, Taebium? You're wrong. That person is our teacher. He doesn't believe you. What did you say? The skull mark on my forehead is the sign. I can sense the evil aura radiating from him. Miri was furious upon hearing this. What did you just say? Our teacher is evil. Do you have a death wish? Inshin, on the side, is begging them. I'm about to die here. I urgently need healing. Whispers rise up. That person is the right-hand man sent by Apostle Yoan. Miri scolded them, asking what nonsense they were spouting. That person is my teacher, got it? Taebium, arrogant with his fancy toys. Come at me if you dare. I'll blow you to bits. Miri could only verbally spar with him, the coward. Taebium hurled an insult right at her face. You fool. How dare you try to stop the sacred sacrifice? The deity will cleanse this world. Don't you understand the greatness of that being? Meanwhile, Ensign was quietly examining the display system, checking the subject's memories. Success. You've successfully viewed all the subject's memories. You have viewed the memories and the images forming in the subject's mind. Tabum, still oblivious, said, "How about you join us in this endeavor?" The memories belonging to him have surfaced. Johan's devilishly seductive voice echoed. "If you must kill the sacrifices after they have experienced enough fear for the god of destruction to be born. A large number of sacrifices are needed. Can you do it, Tebe, my warrior?" He agreed without hesitation. "Yes, my lord, of course." Taide responded tersely. If someone like you could become a sacrifice, then he would be very pleased. Meanwhile, Inshil is concerned. "Wait a minute, won't I die if things continue like this?" Tebe shouted loudly with enthusiasm. He prepared to press the detonator for the god of destruction. His thumb began to apply pressure. Inshil used his psychic powers to restrain Tebe. "I have to stop him." Streams of psychic energy surrounded the madman. His eyes activated his power, while his opponent used force to press down on the control switch. He ordered Miri now, "Coordinate and charge in." "Yes, sir." Tabum was so stiff that he couldn't do anything else. Electricity surged from Miri, shocking Tabum's entire body. He was submerged in the feeling of being electrocuted. She amplified her power into a lightning orb. Tabum was so electrified that his eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. Then he collapsed to the ground, no longer resisting. Seeing Ensign also unconscious and lying on the floor, she suddenly realized, "Teacher, the terrorist is down." "Teacher, what's wrong?" At that moment, a dark voice echoed. "This fool, your death has come." The mark on Ensign's forehead glowed an eerie blue. System notification, death curse activated. Miri worriedly shook Ensign awake. Teacher, are you okay? Teacher, wake up." He remained motionless. Only the devil-faced mark on his forehead was glowing. Araki felt his condition. From behind, Naba spoke up, addressing his queen. "Please give the order, and I will immediately go and kill that fiend with my poisonous skills. You don't need to interfere, Naba. If my curse of disease has no effect, no need to worry." Naba was still uneasy, but Era explained regarding the 7 monarchs. "Ada explainat. The one who creates horrific plagues is a very stubborn and greedy being. He will never let go of the prey he has set his sights on." On Inshil's side, in a coma, he found himself in a very strange place. A vast but empty space. "Where am I?" I remember hearing a strange voice before the curse activated. "But where exactly am I, and how did I get here?" Suddenly, a dark voice echoed. "A neophyte god dares to wake me? The punishment for your transgression is death. Endless and agonizing. Soon you'll drown in despair and beg for me to kill you. Then you'll become food for my warhorse." Hearing these threats, Insong just felt the voice was talking a bit too much. The demon's voice continued. "I will use your blood to forge." He questioned suspiciously. "Huh?" The demon stared in bewildered shock at the newcomer. "You? A demon? What are you doing here?" "System initiating quest. If you wish to live, save others who are suffering. If you desire to live, then use that desire to save 100 lives. Number of people needed to be saved to complete the mission, 1238/100. Congratulations, you've completed the mission if you wish to live. Save the others beyond the quota." The moment R.A. Insean opened his eyes, he saw Miri's worried face. "Teacher, are you all right?" System notification. The owner of Chongyan Jiang smiled at you. R.A. Insean hasn't regained consciousness yet. Was that just a dream? Notification update again. You have been granted the elixir of Wada's disease. Miri rushed to help him up. "I'm so glad you've come to, teacher." While he could feel, something in his mouth, a strong sense of clarity flooded his body. He realized his body had completely recovered. Is this the effect of this elixir? System response. This is an added bonus. That potion of divine power is flowing through you. Miri is completely surrounded by her fans. "Please sign here." "You're so cool, Miri. How could such a young girl be so brave?" Namin quickly escapes the crowd. Pushing and shoving, he signals to her. "I'll call you later." He quietly leaves. The hospital footage has reached Johan's side. Namin reports, "We've analyzed the situation many times, but that Nate Bell must have made a mistake. Johan definitely ordered him to shut up." Namin fearfully begs, "I apologize. I promise I won't let you down again." He coldly says, "I'm giving you 4 days, Namin. 4 days to deal with those hunters. And bring that guy before me. Namin curiously asks, what does Apostle Johann want to do with him? Johann sighs and shakes his head wearily. This is why. But, vermin like you are not loved by the gods. See, can't you really see his worth? Even when he shines as bright as the sun, when standing with lowly vermin. I can see it. The protection of the divine is seeping into his body. Namin Dwyn thought darkly. This guy is truly crazy. Meanwhile, Inshin comfortably returned home. He exclaimed, I'm still alive. Relaxing, he sprawled on his beloved bed. Inshin felt the healing effects of Wada's medicine. Truly amazing, isn't it? A notification reminded Inho. Is desperately requesting assistance from Inshin. He was surprised. Desperately requesting assistance? The message Inho sent read, I sincerely apologize for bothering you. But could you perhaps give me more of that medicine from last time that you so generously bestowed upon me? You're becoming more cryptic. What are you talking about? Sitting up in bed, he hastily asked, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Inho seemed to be in so much pain that he collapsed to the ground. Weakly, he uttered, you Inshin. Inshin worriedly called out his name, Inho. In Inho's heart, always pursued a burning desire to leave his glorious mark on every step within the warrior tower, doing everything he could to gain the power, to protect his clan. Before that, Inho followed the guiding light to a door. He entered it without hesitation. Notification. Challenger entered. Inho stepped into a challenge. Warrior Tower, first floor, trial of stone. Completion condition. Climb the stairs and reach the second floor. Challenge begins. He kept telling himself, don't be afraid, Inho. I leveled up with the water Insin gave me. Even changed to the soldier class. And now I'm wearing this amazing armor. Inho encouraged himself. I'm pretty strong. At that moment, a giant round boulder rolled down. It rushed down with incredible speed. An unfortunate Inho was crushed by the boulder. At this moment, he could only cry out, Insana, after viewing the system. Reminder, you are reading the subject's memories. The figure of Inho, lying alone, flattened in front of that majestic iron gate. Insin, stunned, exclaimed an ant. The creature I used to step on and kill for fun. Were you suffering like this before, Inho? Insin wondered. The system starts counting down in 10 seconds. Inho Vildi. Inji couldn't believe what was happening. What's going on? He hurriedly pressed a button on the screen. Do you want Cho Inho to receive the blessing of growth? His heart burned with anxiety. Hurry, hurry. Receive the blessing of growth. The system displayed. In 8 seconds, Inho will die. He was bewildered, scratching his head in frustration. What's happening? Why isn't it working? What do I do? Countdown continues. In 7 Sekunds, Inho will die. It dawned on him. Wait, it seems like... The reminder announced, in 5 seconds, Inho will die. He remembered. I did receive the Chi Onan Possessor Award. Right. So, he decided to choose the innate authority type. Low-grade Divine Recovery Potion. Purchase price, 100G. You have used 100G and possess innate authority, divine recovery potion. Do you want to use it? With a relieved expression, Inji's face lit up. Of course, yes. However, the countdown is still ticking. In just 3 seconds, Inho is going to die. He frantically screams for a healing potion. A giant finger, imbued with healing power, slowly touches Inho with its green energy. Inho's entire body is enveloped in the healing aura. He wakes up, seeing Inho able to stand. He's overjoyed, and Inho is so happy he's tearing up. Insien. At this moment, Insien's expression changes as he starts scolding someone. I told you not to go into that dangerous tower. Inho apologetically explains the reason. I'm sorry. I just wanted to protect the tribe. Insien reminds him, it's dangerous here. We need to get out of here first. But then he sees the door in front of them is unmoving. Inho exclaims in surprise. Huh? Why isn't it opening? The system announces Warrior's Tower entrance. A copy of the Eternal Seeker. It has been 39,000,005 since last use. You can't leave until you've cleared the 50th floor. Inho just realized that. I can't get out until I clear the 50th floor. Why is he acting all pitiful, asking for help? Inho, what should I do? The system continues to display. Received authority test, seeker of permanent position 9. He's so annoyed, he doesn't even want to look. What now? Probably another piece of junk. But there's no other choice. My business instincts just... Suddenly, a knock on the door. Is anyone home? He looks outside in surprise. Anyone? Inho, drink this. Wait a sec. Gotta pee, then I'll be back. He shouts, got it. Insin, annoyed, heads to the door. What is it? Probably just another pyramid scheme with supplements and energy drinks. Coming just a sec. Seeing the person outside, he asks, stunned, anyone. The person speaks. Are you the hunter in Sin? I'm Chief Kim Min Ki, a scout from the Brilliance Guild. Pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to meet you. This aura makes him a little intimidated. I'm not a hunter. Kim Min Ki doesn't seem to mind much. You'll be a hunter soon. Do you have a moment? In Shin blurted out yes to In Ho. He was climbing the tower, step by step. System notification. The Eternal Seeker highly values the challenger, In Ho, because he walks the path of a true man. In Ho shouted with enthusiasm. Great, let's try again. His goal is the 50th floor. In Ho was extremely wary of what was in front of him. A giant boulder is rolling down. In Ho swung his powerful fist. The entire boulder was punched to smithereens. Even In Ho couldn't believe how strong he had become. The system continuously updates. Challenger In Ho has cleared the stone trial. Challenger In Ho has received the Stone Blessing, the first trial-clearing reward of the Warrior's Tower. Challenger In Ho enters the second floor, the Trial of Wind. Challenger In Ho has completed the Wind Challenge. On Insin's side, after exchanging words with Min, he stood stunned and shouted, What? Annual salary of 300 million star, he confirmed. That's right. That's when you're interested in joining. How about we go to my guild now and sign the contract? Seeing Insin still motionless, Min reminded him, Is there a problem? Insin is in shock over 300 million star. He trembled with joy at the thought. If I have 300 million, I can freely write drafts without worrying about that awful manager. And I can eat Korean beef fried rice to my heart's content. Hanga beef is top quality, luxury beef, VIP, pro, the best of the best in Korea, and I could buy a bunch of gifts for my beloved niece. Team leader John Taemin continues to offer incredible benefits. Also, you'll receive 70% of each product and get rewards for hunting monsters in. Shin had to cover his mouth to hide his sly smile. That's right, I can. Invest all the rest in my masterpiece. I will succeed in marrying a beautiful wife. Not seeing the other party speak for a while, Min started to get dissatisfied with In Shin. Are you listening to me? In Shin startled. Forgive me, System is automatically updating. You are evaluating the main subject. He was also surprised. Information about the other person appears completely. Name, Min, male, 34 years old. Special identity, henchman of the god of destruction. He darkly reminded, I will say it like this. You won't find an offer like this anywhere else. In Shin is panicking after knowing the truth. Henchman of the god of destruction? He's furious. What the hell? So, 300 million is the bait? I see. That bastard. I'll curse him to his grave. The aura of a vengeful demon emanates from him. Min's presence makes him sweat profusely. He asks if there's still a problem. In-Shil is stalling for time, just thinking. I'm very busy right now. Could you contact me later? Min asks decisively. In-Shil, you don't like the terms after all? He replies, Oh no, it's just that there are a few drafts I need to finish first. Min says, Oh, understandingly, I see. So, I'm bothering you. But your royalties will be 100 times less when you work with us. There, he acts righteous and says, I'm not doing this just for the money. Min suddenly bows his head, saying, Please forgive me. He stares blankly, not understanding what the other is trying to pull. No, in Min, he continued, coaxing and tempting. But our chairman is very sincere. He wants to invite you to join us. So, if you could spare some time, I would be very grateful. Insin made an excuse. If you put it that way, then I guess I have no choice. But I suddenly have a stomachache. Can I use the restroom quickly? Taemin adjusted his glasses, as if considering the request. He agreed. Yes, go ahead. I'll wait. As soon as he entered the restroom, Insin couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person is he? When he assessed him earlier, he knew for sure that he was a servant of the destroyer, like the terrorist bomber at the hospital. Now, he was hesitant about who he should call, the Hunter Association or the police. Just then, a fist flew past In Seong's face. Min, peering through a crack in the wall, grimly asked him, Who are you calling? In Seong? He was pale with fear. In his heart, he could only think, I'm dead. Min gave him one last chance. I'll ask you again. Who were you trying to call? In Seong made up an excuse. I urgently need to call the producer. Hearing that, he chuckled, which made In Seong tremble like a leaf. Min struck him down without hesitation. In Seong's face contorted in pain. He spoke with the same nonchalant demeanor. I don't understand why I was sent here. Someone else could have done this job. But it seems you don't want to understand. So, I'll put you to sleep and then take you away. His neck was tightly gripped by the other man. Temmie coolly asked if it hurt. If you had listened to me, it would have been different. If you had obediently stayed still, I would have let you sleep comfortably. Inson's consciousness began to fade. His eyes slowly closed. The system notified. Emergency quest established. Quest. Rescue the believers. Next rescue believer quest established. In a daze, he muttered, rescue the believers? All information displayed. First believer rescue quest in the Earth branch. Rescue Miri from the jaws of death. Quest reward. Faith from Miri plus 100. Inson. He repeated the keyword in his head. From the jaws of death? Miri. As Temmie saw him wake up, he was quite surprised. Your endurance is pretty good. Huh? If it were a normal person, they would have passed out by now. Having said that, he knew the first thing he needed to do was deal with this guy. As he struggled to escape the grip of the hand. Min. Damn. He realized the power gap was too huge. At this rate, I'll be the one to drop dead first. I need power. A surge of new power flowed into Ison's body. A voice echoed, oh, Supreme God. It was Inho. He spoke reverently. I will grant you my power. Good luck. He was stunned by the information. Skill sharing was added to Inho's iron body technique. Like an electric current, it coursed through Ison's body. System update. Inho's iron body technique skill sharing. This power made his body as hard as steel. Feeling the energy reach its peak, he commanded, activate. Even Min felt a different aura emanating from the man before him. Ison's power erupted, enough to blow him away. He roared, eat this. Is Inho secretly enhancing his body? Is material construction his ability? Now I'm sure that he's the one the Guildmaster is interested in. Information displayed. Steel body, a body made of A-grade steel. The sturdy, muscular body Inho, obtained through an experiment in the Warrior's Tower, blessed by the steel wind, stone, and fire. Inho takes off his jacket. He's getting serious. I'm so pathetic for feeling disappointed, for being trusted, given a task I thought would be easy. If that's the case, then there's no need to envy the one whom Miri took as her disciple. I'm not sure if things with Miri have been resolved yet, but I won't joke around anymore to quickly bring Judy teacher. Inho somberly prepares himself at any moment. He signals to him, can we start now? Let the opponent finish his sentence. Inson throws a punch as strong as steel. He nimbly dodges the blow. Secretly scornful, he thinks the punch is power, but he's reckless and unguarded. Min throws a punch, dodging each of Inson's attacks. Min realizes he was right about something. This guy is a rookie. He raises his fist, regretfully thinking, what a disappointment. However, Inson swiftly grabs Min's head. His hands put force, aiming to crush his opponent's head. Min's head endures the pressure. The intense force causes a nosebleed. His face contorts in pain. The blow nearly dislodges his teeth. But Inson continues using his iron fists, hammering down, leaving him to curse. You son of a bitch. Your finishing move leaves opponents helpless. Inson coldly stared at the cracked floor. He could feel the power surging in every muscle. A moment later, Inson suddenly remembered, right, Miri, I should call her first. A robotic voice echoed from the phone. The number you have dialed is unavailable. He urgently shouted, no, this damn game, help me hurry. I need to find Miri. A notification popped up. The system for managing the exclusive God's believers will now be implemented. This news surprised him even more. A system for managing believers. System begins search. System for managing believers. Searching for the location of the believer costs 1,000 coins. Search for location. Yes. He readily spent the money. I have a ton of coins, so of course yes. The screen displayed, confirming the location and status of the individual Miri. A cold face appears. In that person's hand, they hold a sharp sword. The mysterious figure walks closer step by step. He coldly gazes at Miri lying on the ground. Don't worry, it won't hurt. Some information about this person appears. Demon Swordman, 32 years old, special skill, Sword Maniac. Miri is in a severely injured state. She can only desperately call for her master. The cruel sword is raised, blood splatters everywhere. A notification appears. Achievement Award, South Korean Hunter Association, name, Miri. You have maintained community order and prevented a national disaster with a spirit of responsibility and obligation. For the national agency, this achievement award is given to you for your hard work over the past time. Day unknown, month unknown, year 20XX. Police Council member of South Korea 20. Ensign couldn't stop wondering why Miri was attacked by a stranger. What did it say? Demon sword? The system prompts. You have been shown the catastrophic fate of the individual Miri. Ensign was stunned, not understanding. What? The system explained. Those events have not yet occurred, but they're destined to happen soon. He knew. It was exactly what happened with Jai before. This means Miri isn't dead yet. The system gives Ensign a choice. Do you want to change the fate of a mortal with the power of a god? Yes, he exclaimed. Of course. Looking at the demon sword's information. Male, 32 years old. Special skill, berserker. He noticed a point. Wait, it says he's a berserker, right? Then if it's a sword, I have one too. He turns back to his desk, picking up a tiny knife about the size of 2 fingers. He's made his decision. Let's go. System notification. In exchange for changing the fate of an individual, you will have to spend 100,000 coins. When Ensign presses the Z button, the display board appeared. Notification, benevolent savior, and creative effect. The second door will create a miraculous phenomenon. Ensign feels the power enveloping his body. He disappears behind the halo of the space door. On Miri's side, the demon sword silently looks at her. She wonders why he replies, I have no ill will towards you, just doing my job. The demon sword warily looks ahead. He walks towards what just fell in front of him. A chilling voice echoed. Who is this person? He wondered. With stealth skills so great, even I couldn't detect him. Just what kind of monster is he? In-Song, standing opposite, radiated murderous intent. I want to cut him down. Miri, standing behind, stared wide-eyed at the newcomer. She was speechless. Master, and In-Song holding a tiny knife in his hand. His voice was still as fierce as ever. I want to tear him apart. The demon's sword froze. He felt a sense of doubt about his existence as he thought about his past. Well, I chose to walk the path of the sword. I had to defeat many talented individuals to climbing to this position. I've faced many stronger opponents and defeated them by using my advantages. Are you with Miri? The cold-blooded demon sword asked. In-Song answered everything. He looked at him with hateful eyes. I want to cut away that look in the cold-blooded demon sword's eyes. But what's with this guy? Dull eyes and holding that tiny knife. He wants to fight me with that knife? Those tricks won't work on me. A blade of light flashed from him. At this moment, he was still confident. An S-rank hunter can't stand against my sword. Just dodging is already a feat. Yet In-Song still held that tiny knife in his hand. He let out a cold laugh. He shouted, cut, which stunned the demon's sword. He blocked me with that fruit knife? In his heart, he kept asking, what the heck? Stay calm. I was careless. This time, a different strike, carrying immense power, rushes forth. Demon sword vows that this blade cuts through stone like mud. You won't be able to block it this time. That strike is like a whirlwind, ready to sweep everything away. However, In-Song merely sighs in annoyance. His tiny knife effortlessly slices the power in half, cutting the destructive power. That demon sword was so confident in just moments ago. Can't even touch In-Song. He pales, staring at the unbelievable scene before him, unable to accept this humiliation. Demon sword frantically unleashes a barrage of 10 strikes. Where did this guy come from? In-Song, hands move swiftly, cutting everything. His heart races with growing panic. I've never heard of him. He seems to be Miri's master. Wait, does that mean he's an unregistered hunter, managed by the government and on the SAO hunter squad? If that's the case, then it makes sense. That's why I've never heard of him. I didn't think I'd have to use this. It shortens my lifespan, but the demon's sword fed the potion into his mouth, trusting he would be able to finish him off with a single strike. His power surged in an instant. The demon sword let out a cry. He could feel the power coursing through his body. A mark shaped like a demon's face appeared on his cheek. The demon sword breathed out, now then. I'm coming for you, Miri's master. The nameless hunter. In-Song excitedly looked at his opponent, holding the small knife in his hand, saying cut. The demon sword gripped his sword tightly, charging forward with terrifying force. He put all his strength into this one strike, determined to regain his honor. The hand holding the small knife raised. Then, he nonchalantly swept across his opponent's neck. This single strike forced the demon's sword to retreat. He began to run in the opposite direction. The demon's sword leaped high, his blade descending. The sword plunged straight into the ground, splitting the earth amid swirling dust and smoke. The demon sword's black coat billowed. He thought to himself, that was a good fight. An unknown opponent had managed to cut his sword. The demon's sword fell into a state of panic. Hearing In-seong's laughter made him even more bewildered. No, he's not okay. His face was like a demon's, with fiery red eyes. His mouth incessantly repeating, cut. Cut everything. The demon's sword was momentarily stunned. In-seong's figure gradually appeared before him. It was then that he snapped out of it, letting out a gasp. He was even more surprised to see In-seong turn away. His figure swayed and staggered as if he were about to fall, his hands flailing wildly. The demon's sword couldn't comprehend what he was. Just then he sensed something. An invisible surge of energy crashed into the demon's sword. At that moment, he thought he was going to die. The raw power coursed through the demon's sword's body, as if trying to tear him into tiny pieces. He endured an agonizing, ripping pain. Long after it subsided, the demon's sword was still in shock. He looked at his intact hands and feet, wondering, I am alive, and without a scratch. Looking at Inson before him, thoughts raced through his mind. Why? He could have killed me. Why did he let me live? The demon's sword hesitantly spoke. Who exactly are you? The one before him answered with an unrelated phrase. Delicious. He paused, then stated, I am the Sword Saint. Hearing the title, the demon's sword froze. Sword Saint. He's the Sword Saint. He knew of the Sword Saint, the one who stands at the end of the path of swords. Only those who have reached the peak deserve that title. And just like that, In-su's body returns to normal. System notification. The skill sharing time for Thousand Light Body has ended. Returning to In-su's useless body. He yells in panic. A fruit knife? Wake up. I said wake up. System notification. Yusong's sword. Extinction. The Sword Saint's sword has become a fruit knife due to the loss of power. Just then, the demon's sword admits defeat and bows his head. No, I've lost, Sword Saint. These words leave In-su stunned. System notification. In-su's Sword Saint can level up. Meanwhile, the demon's sword is still begging. Please, give me a chance to witness more of your swordsmanship. Sword Saint, I'll work like a dog for you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. In thought to himself, this guy is crazy. System notification. The demon's sword has become your second follower. Insane. Hearing Miri's voice, he suddenly remembered. That's right. The demon's sword, faster than him, leaped towards Miri, while she was still mumbling, Master, Master. Seeing the demon's sword give Miri medicine, he quickly asked, Hey, what are you giving her? Without waiting for his reply, the system displayed, high-grade medicine, the demon's sword's highest-grade medicine, that he carries for emergencies. It's property. As long as they're not dead, it will save them. Congratulations, you have achieved insane faith. After demonstrating the ruthlessness and power of a god, the demon's sword looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry for causing trouble. Sword Saint, the system continues to update. You have completed the follower's repentance. Miri's faith has increased by 100, becoming 139, and In-song is still bewildered by the title Sword Saint. From the bugs to the loudmouth from some no-name guild. How many times is this now? Why do these guys keep picking fights with me? Demon's sword reassured him. Miri will stabilize soon. He asked, but who hurt her? Demon's sword hastily showed his loyalty. Sword Saint, I offer my body to cleanse my sins. This fanatical attitude only startled In-song. What's with the fanatic? This guy is crazy. He swore that when I have a new sword, I'll use it immediately. I don't have a sword right now. He remembers. Wait, this guy was hired by a guild called Xing, right? And he asked, Hey, Demon Sword, you said you'd obey my orders, right? He confirmed, Of course. You began, Cho, tell me, how strong is the Demon Sword? He replied, The number of people I can't kill in this country isn't enough to fill 2 hands. You commanded your new follower, then deal with the guild. Please, let me go. Does this command make the Demon Sword itch? In-song questioned him. Why did you say anything if you weren't going to? Can't you do it? The demon's sword began to struggle fiercely inside. He silently looked at In-song, radiating the aura of a majestic saint. Finally, the demon's sword bowed in submission. If that is your command, then I shall obey. You secretly rejoiced, turning his own weapon against him. He just needs to cause a little trouble for the guild. My turn, you bastards. System update. You have gained a fervent believer. You have met the requirements to unlock a power. Prosperity gesture, 100 coins. Do you want to activate the power? In-song gleefully shouted, Abundance gesture. Is this the skill that generates gold? It sure is. As night fell, he hurried home. He rushed into his room like lightning. In-song frantically overturned every drawer. Where's the money? Looking at the meager amount falling from the piggy bank, he said disappointedly, Only 101. Oh well, abundance gesture. But then, nothing happened. The system reminded him, abundance gesture does not work on objects. Insung, frustrated, threw the coin down. Damn it, why? None of these skills make my life easier. Well, the message from Mu Chongmeng was enough. Calm down and use the power of the gods. Cheondu Jiol Seol chimed in. Annihilate all those insolent bastards. He suddenly remembered. That's right, I can't just keep getting attacked like this. I need to take the initiative. Feeling utterly lost, he wonders what he has to do to become stronger. Guidance notifications appear. God of Abundance says, in a long run, you should do many good deeds. Silent Dream says that'll take too long, so kill and slaughter. Creating karma is faster. Heavenly Blade says, agrees with Silent Dream and suggests using Heavenly Sword to kill. It'll be easier. He starts to consider which way is better. Okay, I've decided I'll do both. System update. Welcome, Creator. Depending on how you play, you will become either an evil god or a benevolent god. Insu's eyes flash with intention. I need to use the prosperity gesture to increase the amount of gold first. His finger taps a point on the screen. Wealthy bastard, now I have millions of soldiers to fight. The information display is driving him wild. 1 million Gazami, tribe legionaries, created by divine power, are advancing towards the Imperial Army. Time, 24 hours. Ensign gloats, kill them all. Observing the Gazami tribe legionaries on the screen, he wonders, what are those guys doing? Anti is using divine power to heal a small tribesman. This shocks him. She can even use her skills. The little ant joyfully cries out, Mommy, my hand doesn't hurt anymore. Someone calls her the Holy Maiden. Anti stands among the tribe, spreading faith to the tribesmen. Everyone, believe in God Ixen. With his blessing, you will live a new life. A unanimous shout rings out. Believe in God Ixen. Trust in him. System update. The more believers, the more virtue you accumulate. Why does it sound so insane? Ino mater worry. Isn't this a bit dangerous? But thanks to these ants, I'm automatically accumulating virtue. Suddenly, a call startled him. It's that damn manager calling. Inho answered, hello, manager. The manager immediately started scolding. Why haven't you submitted the manuscript? Do you know how many times the chairman has told me to cancel your contract? No. Inho explained meekly. I have my personal reasons. The manager angrily retorted, what reasons? You haven't even started writing yet. Are you crazy? Suddenly, Inho had an idea. Wait, what would happen if I used that skill on myself? Would another me appear? It wouldn't hurt to try, right? His finger pointed upwards, Thin Vong, then touched his forehead, continuing, Siyu Chi. Right at that moment, a surge of supernatural energy flooded in Xian's body. Smoke and dust billowed, obscuring him amidst the chaos. A figure emerged. The system notified Thin Vong's Siyu Chi duration, 6,666 seconds. Looking at the person before him, he marveled. It really worked. Okay, from now on, you're in charge of writing the drafts. You'll help? He hadn't finished speaking when the other person slapped Xian. One slap, his face swollen. He coldly said, don't order me around, you bastard. Then Xian was beaten to a pulp in a flurry of blows. Damn it. Take this. Another one, you loser. After a beating, he finally stopped. That felt good. The manager is still holding the machine. What do you mean? Are you trying to trick me again? He coldly said into the machine. Get lost, you squat factory manager. You crazy bastard. A murderous aura radiated from his face. Inshun has summoned the brutal killer. He cracked a chilling smile. Shall we fight? No sooner said than done. The killer charged into the fray. The monsters in the game are massacring the Black Ant tribe. Many tribesmen have fallen. The remaining ones trembled. Too strong. Even with our numbers, we can't win. The monsters gloated. How fun, you black ants. Suddenly, a beam of light flashed across the gloomy sky, alerting them, Surges of strange energy like electric shocks spread across their bodies. The other tribesmen stared blankly at the newcomer. System announcement. Brutal killer has ranked up to C. The monster realized it was the demon god from the rumors. At the monster's lair, Iraq. After hearing that his legion had been wiped out by the killer, he slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, how could this be? The demon lord reigns. The demon army crumbles before Iraq. I beg your forgiveness. The entire legion was annihilated? Annihilated by a single demon? Unbelievable. Report. He looks exactly like a demon, a horrifying one. Wait, hold on. In an instant, the monster's body dissolves into mist. Someone exclaims in shock, "Oh my God, he's completely gone." They become agitated. Quickly inform His Majesty. His Majesty is currently in secluded training. Iraq. Order the general and the 10 swords to come immediately. Eliminate the threat. But if we do that, we will be attacked by monsters in neighboring countries. I don't care. Dealing with the Black Clan is my top priority right now. Bring me the head of that demon before His Majesty finishes his training. Naba, who was hiding outside, overheard the whole story. She decided to act alone. Court Lady Era. Please forgive me for leaving without a word. Please allow me to atone. This time, I will bring the demon god's head back to you. At the same time, in reality, In Song, knocked unconscious, began to wake up. He looked around in a daze. What just happened? Right, my other self just beat me up badly, huh? Since no one can beat me up now. That version beat me up himself. System notification. The God of Abundance is asking, where is your handsome version? Can you introduce them to him? Looking at the screen, he was shocked. 121 missed calls? What's going on? These days, people call instead of texting. It's a message from my manager. We're not just canceling your contract with you. Please pay the compensation fee. Is Insu not finished yet? Another piece of news surprised him even more. The tribe has changed its class after successfully completing the mission in the Ant Kingdom, completed the invasion of the Grass Kingdom, achieved many titles, collected many white and black coins, and leveled up. What the heck? What's the point of playing games anymore? This stupid game. System display. Due to the expedition missions. Successful completion of the White Ant Kingdom. You have been promoted. By shop. You will receive 131,302 prisoners from the Grass Kingdom. Number 1 has been promoted to Apprentice Muscle Warrior. Number 2 has been promoted to Spear Knight. Number 3 has been promoted to Archer. Insu frustratedly asked, what are all these for anyway? The latest update is really driving him crazy. Biko has been promoted to a military soldier. You have received a large amount of white coins and black coins. He yelled, what's the point of playing if the game is too easy? This damn game. Thinking about his demon-like manager demanding the manuscript and canceling his contract, quit and pay the penalty, he started turning on his computer. With the spirit of typing super fast and submitting it. His hands furiously tapped on the keyboard. Can't let myself get fired. System. New Believer Rescue Mission. Rescue a fanatic believer. Will you rescue the Demon Sword Fanatic Believer? Yes/no. Reward for rescuing the Demon Sword Fanatic Believer. Will help your skills bloom like flowers. This notification makes him hesitate a little. Really? But I have work to do, just ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. He frowned at the new message. Then a surge of strange energy hit him. What's this? A system notification. Let's start by seeing what the believer is thinking. The perspective of the Devil Sword Fanatic Believer will be shown. Injayam is annoyed. I don't care. However, despite the player's objection, a video clip still appears. He's tied up tightly, and a woman across from him speaks. You really aren't saying anything? Huh? Why don't you just spill everything and make it easy on yourself? A 26-year-old woman. Injayam Guild, blessed by the god of destruction. I can use quite impressive flames. She grabs the devil sword's hair, threatening, if you tell me everything, I'll let you die. With a little pain, Injayam thinks confusedly. What the hell is this? How scary. The guild. How'd he get caught while attacking the Injayam Guild? Wait, that's the aftermath. Choi-Mi was a hulking, muscular figure. She looked down on GWI geometry with disdain. So boring. The sight of that muscular guy, Kia, startled in Shin. Oh my gosh, there's a terrifying-looking guy over there. Information about him is being displayed. Choi-Mi, a 31-year-old man, blessed by the god of destruction, Shinho. He has some seriously impressive muscles. System automatically updates using available authority. You are accessing the subject's mind. In Shin, the one GWI geometry is waiting for is thinking about the past. He was sold to a brothel as a child and trained to become an assassin. After awakening his Taegyuk fist ability, he carried out several assassination missions. GWI geometry got to know Choi-Mi and Choju, who were raised just like him in Shinho. They became GWI geometry's rivals as a matter of course. Tommy asked him then, you're done first again? Seriously? Don't tell me you're getting special treatment. Demon Sword. He wasn't allowed to have the ordinary dreams that others did. He told her, if you're jealous, then why don't you try harder? Damn it, she cursed in frustration. And so, the demon sword walked the path of merging with his sword, uniting to become stronger. Finally, his swordsmanship reached the level he had desired. The demon sword couldn't help but wonder, have I achieved my goal? But it ends like this? How humiliating. Chomi Rei, interrogate the demon sword. Who ordered you to attack the Shinhui Association? Why did you betray us? If Joe Duare made the decision to betray, then just kill him. Let's finish this. Huh? Why kill him? A surprised voice questioned. Pastor Johann said he'd pay us 100 million if we bring him back alive as a sacrifice. Seriously? You said in the heat of the moment you'd kill anyone who interfered with her? Deny it now. It's just regrettable. The demon sword silently thought, I'm sorry, holy sword. And Shuinju's fist was about to land. I'll show you what pain is, demon sword. Ensign thought frantically, damn. Then the system warned, a follower is in danger. He decided to save him. First, I'll share the skill of follower number 1. Steel body, I need number 1's muscles. Just as Chuinju's fist was about to strike, his blow missed, hitting only air. Ensign managed to rescue the demon sword in the nick of time. He stared in surprise at him from a distance. Who are you? Where did you crawl out from? Ensign retorted angrily. Does it matter? Can't you see I'm busy? Calculations began swirling in his mind. What if I used Miri's lightning? While in this state, sharing the skills of the Miri lightning apostle, they'd be wiped out in a single move. I truly am a genius. But reality slapped Insong in the face. When the skill reaches its limit, you can't use 2 powerful apostle skills at the same time, not simultaneously with divine speed. Currently, notifications display skill limit overload. Jondo looked at him like he was crazy. He growled, Are you mocking me? A fist swung out. The punch was enough to make Insong's soul leave his body. However, John Doe sensed something was off. A powerful electric current spread throughout his body. Chomi worriedly called out, John Doe. Insong still hadn't realized what was happening. System notification. You have withstood overload due to possessing the steel physique. Seeing the opponent no longer moving, he breathed a sigh of relief. Almost died there, but I managed to take one down. Jomi panicked and rushed to shake him awake. Wake up, Opajiodu. Jodu stared at him with hateful eyes. How dare you? I'll avenge my brother. Jodu accumulated power until his cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. A surge of fierce fire-based supernatural energy was unleashed straight towards him. Inseong desperately thought, Am I going to die? Such a pathetic death. System notification. You have resisted the flames due to using the steel physique of number 1. Inseong was stunned by the heat. It's like soaking a hot bath or something. I do feel the heat, but this feeling is kind of awesome. Chomi warily eyed the undying flames before him, still hardly daring to believe he'd defeated Ensign. Seeing Ensign still standing strong, couldn't believe his eyes. What? How? You can't be. Impossible. Even Ensign himself was shocked. Didn't realize number 1's steel body was so powerful. Glad I upgraded him so much. Tommy, ignore cursed. You bastard. I'll incinerate you to ashes. Chomi nonchalantly swung his palm. Tommy gaped as Chomi saw Ensign. Consider his flames as nothing, as if it was the air. His hand grabbed and crushed Ensign's face. Just as he was getting into it, the system chimed in. Time limit for steel body is over. Zhao Mi Tao. If I didn't finish this quickly, I'd be ash. Then, new information delighted him. Rescue the fanatic believer. Mission completed. Your talent skill has leveled up. He started to look forward. I wonder what my blossoming talent will be. Maybe I'll become a great writer? But nothing happened. Insong, looking disappointed, exclaimed, Is that it? What bloom? I was so foolish to expect something. How wonderful. The demon sword spoke from behind with an adoring tone. Sword Saint, you defeated them with skills I've never seen before. It's absolutely amazing. Insong thought, annoyed. Don't look at me like that. But where am I? I need to go home and work. Insong stepped forward and called, Hey, demon sword. It replied, Yes, Sword Saint. Just give me your orders. He replied, It's not just that. I want to go home. Let's get out of here. Suddenly, a commotion in the distance put them both on alert. A voice echoed from the darkness. You're as wonderful as I expected. He greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet you. The demon sword worriedly told the Sword Saint to be careful. Johann stepped out of the shadows, saying, Finally we meet. Are you the source of all this? The system displayed, Pastor Johann, a 29-year-old man. in charge of a sacrificial ritual for the god of destruction. Ensign cursed in annoyance, a pervert. Seeing him petrified, the demon's sword called out, "Sword Saint." In his heart, he screamed. Meanwhile, Johann remained friendly. "It's an honor to meet you, Ensign." The demon's sword desperately called him, "Sword Saint." Looking at the opponent's bare appearance, he thought, "Seriously, I have to fight this pervert?" Ensign caught the key point while reading the information about it. Star sacrifice. No matter how hard I look, I can't figure out what that mark is. I need to be extra careful. Johann's so excited his cheeks are flushed red. "My brother." You immediately switch to alert mode. The pervert is approaching. Two-handed Jiang towards Ensign. "I'm so excited my whole body is trembling. I can't believe it. I've finally met a fellow apostle." A cold hand pushes him back. "Ensign Korjaudin surprise. Kigom. He looks somberly at Johann. Han orders, "Don't approach the Sword Saint." He gets angry when he hears this. Even a casual flick of the hand is enough to send Gwygium's cheekbones flying. Just a nuisance. His hand strength is so great that it sends Gwygium flying far away. Then he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ensign thought in disbelief. The demon sword? The one who defeated even Miri, blown away so easily? Johann turned to him and asked, "Then which god do you follow? Are you an apostle of AI?" Not hearing clearly, Johann pressed, "What was that? Which god?" Ensign angrily threw a punch. "Go away. I follow the onion god." Johann couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Bolts of lightning followed Ensign's punch, crashing down. Johann could only blink in shock while on Naba's side. She was still blaming herself for Arash. "Please forgive me for leaving without a word. I will go and defeat the followers of the demon god." He's weak now, because his followers have abandoned their faith. At the Gazami tribe, the scene was still very peaceful. Seeing the children playing, a tribe member instructed, "Hey kids, don't go too deep into the forest." They obediently replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, the man saw Naba flying in and was stunned. "What is that?" he stammered in disbelief. "They've come." The Naba of the Black Tribe coldly announced their ultimate move. She spewed poison onto the tribe. The Black Tribe can spew deadly toxins. The Demon Lord's power will gradually weaken. Each tribesman struggled to breathe from the poisonous fumes. At the same time, Ensign relentlessly punched Johann's face. He painfully endured the sensation of being electrocuted, having taken down this pervert. Ensign was so tired that, breathless, he smugly gazed at his defeated opponent beneath his fist. Strike first, gain the upper hand. However, Johann's body twitched, and he strained to stand up before his opponent could recover his energy. Ensign unleashed 2 lightning-charged palm strikes. The blow carved a deep pit into the ground behind Johann. Seeing him groggily crawl to his feet, he thought in alarm. Miri's lightning special move had no effect. This guy must be more than just a pervert. He's a super pervert. He smirked coldly at him. "It's no use. No matter how you attack me, I'll just keep coming back." Ensign was extremely anxious. The time to use my strong skill is over. I can't use the thunder punch anymore. And even if I could, this bastard would just come back to life anyway. Am I going to be stalked by this creep forever? Seriously, is that all you've got? Johann, my buddy, let out a bored sigh. "Come on, give me a little more excitement." He's starting to get tense. "Damn it, I've got to think of something quick." Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Then, he pointed to his forehead. "I need to do something. The overwhelming murderous intent has been summoned." Seeing him, Inseong was still a little worried. He probably senses the enemy, so he won't betray us, right? Johann cheerfully asked, "My friend, I didn't expect you could bring out another persona. You're amazing." The killer coldly glared at him. Then he turned to look at Johann. "How troublesome," he muttered. Inseong, spared, breathed a sigh of relief. "Man, that was scary. Last time I gave him an order, he beat me to a pulp. Better to stay quiet this time." "Are you asking for your other persona?" "That's right. I'm in trouble. So do something." If the assassin questions you, the tribe, the Gazami are also in danger, right? Realizing the believers are dying, all divine power will gradually disappear. I received this news in shock. "What?" Johann reacted is furious. "These guys right now." A punch from him is flying in. "Is he ignoring me?" The assassin quickly jumps up. You know, it's that skill again. But Insu isn't so lucky. He falls back with a thud. He reminds Aiki, "If I die, can a clone like you even survive?" The assassin coldly tells Insu, "Burn this weakling." "Did you think you misheard?" "What?" Having said that, the assassin enters the game. Deal with it yourself. I'm off to save my ant brethren. In-song couldn't suppress his fear. He was trembling. Seriously? He just disappeared on his own again? Johan started to act. My friend, it's just you and me now. In-song wondered about what he said earlier. Burn that guy? What does that even mean? He remembered his gesture. Burn. Looking at his hand, In-song suddenly remembered. That's right, I have my own skill, don't I? He raised his middle finger, shouting, divine judgment. As he finished saying middle finger, that middle finger began to accumulate strange energy. Johan was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. In-song's eyes glowed brightly. His whole body was covered in a faint aura of power. Flames erupted right in front of Johan's eyes. However, In-song felt a little awkward because the flame he created was tiny. He trembled, thinking to himself, the size of the flame looks like a spark. Johan's getting impatient. Has he used up all his tricks? He's bringing a destructive force with him. Taking steps towards In-song. He decides it's worth one more shot. Let's try combining more flames for the attack. Exponentially, it should work. He snaps his fingers, conjuring a small flame. Shouting, divine finger snap. Johan watches with anticipation. He calmly observes the tiny flames surrounding him. No longer amused by In-song's new game, he declares, my brother, I won't play around with you anymore. He closes his eyes in despair, thinking, is this the end? After taking down his two henchmen, this guy's just too tough. Thinking about dying at the hands of pervert. A tear rolls down his cheek. Alas, my life. A punch from Johan comes flying. But he noticed the anomaly. He was stunned to find himself powerless. Why? Why can't I recover? I am invincible. System notification. You're under the effect of brutal hellfire. In-song's brain was in overdrive. What? This is that effect? Could you explain it more clearly? The skill effects from now on? He saw Johan clutching a burn on his side. He never expected this. Because of his ridiculous skill? I can't recover because of that. In-song could only blink as he was struck again. That power gradually forced him to his knees. Dark bolts of lightning surrounded his body. Johan was straining so hard his body trembled. Sweat poured down like rain. In the game world, Naba unleashed her full power, spewing poison onto the black ant tribe. She gloated, thinking the black ants were being poisoned too. Death and the demon god's power would weaken. Blame the demon god you serve, Cho. Just then, a beam of light appeared behind her. She sensed danger approaching, this intuition, a killer piercing through the space-time gate, hurtling toward her. Naba knew it was the demon god of the ant tribe. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Come here, you disgusting and evil demon god. Your power will soon vanish. She barely finished her boast when the killer gifted her a silencing punch. Instantly, while Naba was still stunned, the killer unleashed another punch. After swiftly and cleanly dealing with the opponent, he looked down. He saw the ground below swarming with the corpses of his tribe. They're all dead? In-song sighed. He collapsed in pain. It hurts so much, it feels like my body is falling apart. System announcement. The number of followers is decreasing rapidly. Warning, if you lose a large number of followers at once, you will lose power. In a desperate situation, he thought in despair, this is really bad. What should I do? The system delivers good news. Do you want to revive followers with the Pinky Healing Touch? More than 5 million coins will be consumed, based on the number of followers lost. This suggestion startled him. Wait a minute, I never thought I would use the Pinky Healing Touch on myself. If I can do it, that would be amazing. I'll become invincible. So, he quickly touched his finger to the center of his forehead, the healing ring finger. Johan curiously peeked over to look. He felt the healing power enveloping the entire room. The system notified, if used on yourself, 10,000,000 coins will be consumed. He asked impatiently, wait a minute, why is it almost 1,000 times more expensive than saving the believers? The system posed a question. Do you want to save the kin with the healing ring finger? Yes, there's no other way. In-song reluctantly pressed the yes button, thinking whatever, I'm glad I made it through. The screen displayed. You have received over 5 million coins, based on the number of believers you saved. He secretly rejoiced. A refund. That's awesome. Seeing In-song recover, Johan couldn't believe it. How are you still standing? After that statement, ominous streams of energy surged towards In-song. You chose to activate the instant body sharing skill, feeling stronger than ever before. You flipped the guy off. This is how you turn the tables. You have to give up, you bastard. The middle finger, the god's judgment, always bringing the firepower. It comes crashing down, but Johann swiftly dodges. He chuckles. You truly are an amazing one. How could I have mistaken you for a useless nobody? Ensign shouts, stop messing around. You're a goner. Johann reveals a secret. I will offer the 999 gifts I possess to the god of destruction. Ensign is still trying to grasp what his opponent means. He points directly at him and says, and you, a gift more precious than all others. My final piece. He finally understands. The descendant of the god of destruction? What? Is this the reason he kidnapped the demon sword and is targeting me? Johann summons his ultimate power and declares, thank you for becoming my sacrifice. A surge of power descends from above. It pierces right through the ceiling. A chilling eye stares down through the crack. In-sung instantly recognizes that gaze. He's shaking like a leaf. Johann cries out in delight, oh my god. In-sung desperately gathers his strength, raising his hand to stop him. The finger of authority. System notification. This power cannot be used on the god of destruction. Suddenly, Johann beside him is writhing in agony. He stares in disbelief at the god of destruction. This is different from what you promised. Waves of murderous intent pour from the god of destruction, as if to drown Johann. Even In-sung can't escape his fate. Targeted by the evil power, he thinks despairingly, is this the end for me? At this moment, In-sung has a dream. Before him lies a place filled with spiritual energy. Amidst the blue and green, he wondered, or was it just an illusion? Then, gripping the small knife in his hand, he swore to himself, I am a powerful and benevolent god, revered by all, though I haven't achieved that yet. The god who rules the mountains. That is the true name of Kyondo. Geol Teol. He gazed at the vicious monster, a god of destruction. In his heart, he repeated a familiar name, Hamong Hamong. Hamong Hamong. The god of destruction betrayed by Hamong, losing the woman he loved. And even the divine realm will suffer. That pain before the god loses himself. He was once a god, seeking peace with his beloved. In-sung had reached the end of that fragment of memory. But now, he's driven mad by the burning thirst for revenge. Before him stands the holy sword, towering like a mountain. In-sung thought to himself, so big, just what I need for revenge. Let's find it together. A surge of power courses along the sword. Then it begins to invade In-sung's body. On the side of the god of destruction, something's stirring. Snakes slither down from the cracks. The demon's sword tensely watches them. What's happening? I have to protect the holy sword, but I can't even lift a finger. This is the first time I felt fear like this. In-sung is surprised to see him awaken. The demon's sword, he exclaims, holy sword. In-sung reassures his follower. Calm down and watch how I kill the god. That pervert. Worship this. That look is so admirable. The demon's sword marvels, so cool. Suddenly, a voice calls from behind. Master, Li-Han is being constricted by the snakes. The guy screamed, no, master, I don't want this. How can you devour the one who worships you? Please have mercy. In-sung coldly asked, have you finally opened your eyes? The thing you worship is just a ravenous demon, right, you wretched demon? The demon's sword saw In-sung looking directly at him. Unafraid, In-sung asked, what are you looking at? The demon's sword looked up at In-sung, his worship intensifying. That gaze caused Johann so much pain with just a glance. But he is unscathed. From a void, In-sung summoned a sword. The demon's sword was astonished, gazing at In-sung with shining eyes. Johann was being drained dry by the snakes. The destroyer god intensified his suction power. In-sung firmly gripped the sword in his hand. He knew the power of the supreme swordsman. This is the power of absolute destruction sword that it has granted me. It will make the sword reaching its greatest power and potential, also causing the wielder and the blade to become one. The eye sensed something was wrong. It hastily recalled its snakes, preparing to retreat. The god's face reflected in the sharp blade. That In-sung was holding, a strike carrying the power of destruction, slashing directly towards the eye. A roar echoed, shaking the heavens and the earth. The eye tried to use its power to block In-sung, attempting to use more of the god of destruction's power. Meanwhile, the evil tentacles of the god of destruction reached out. He annoyedly exclaimed, why don't you? He used all his might and swung his sword down. Vanish from my world. The god of destruction was overwhelmed by this force, unable to resist. At Google City, District 12, the abandoned inner-city area. The military sent people to search. The leader ordered the soldiers to search carefully. They're talking about a SSS-class crack. Wow, a monster capable of destroying a country could emerge from this crack. Even Association Director Kong Tae-jian came here. He was utterly astonished. What happened here? We need to launch that project right away. A member is informing the director. Over here, there's a survivor entering the building. He's quite curious. Someone survived a disaster of this scale? Look at Johan with his snow-white hair. Kong Cheon asks him, what happened here? Upon closer inspection, Kong Cheon was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. His condition. He orders his subordinates to call an ambulance immediately. Beneath Johan's abdomen was the shelter of the eye. At the final moment before being hit, the god of destruction shouted, God of destruction, why don't you vanish from my world? With those words, an explosion erupted. Johan was stunned. He couldn't believe Insen. That guy is truly the god of all gods. Elsewhere, there's a girl who just defeated the giant beast too. Everyone is amazed. Wow, Mina just used her psychic powers and wiped them all out. How is that possible? Someone stepped forward to ask, are you really an S rank? Dragons are famous for their resistance to psychic power, but you defeated it so easily. Mina snapped back, annoyed. Forget it. Take care of the rest, and give me the warp stone. Upon hearing that, the person was shocked. Where are you going? Mina just cared about, hurry up and give it to me. Jahayan quickly handed her the item. Hey, don't get angry and wrinkle that pretty face. Each stone costs 100 million won. Do you really need to use it now? What's going on? Mina rietoted irritably. If you don't want to die, don't bother asking. I came because I heard there was a black dragon. To think that little thing was all we got, what a waste of time. Just watching her leave. Jahayan let out a long sigh, completely defeated. She really is a tyrant. But oh well. No casualties in this S-rank dungeon raid. That's all that matters. 2 days later, at Insen's house, he's having his niece help him. Uncle, stick it here. Not that a little more? That's the spot. Feels good. CEO John helps him stick the pain relief patch on his back. You really are an old man. The reason Insen has to rely on his niece to take care of him is because of the side effects the giant heaven sword left on him. He frowned and asked, Old man, I haven't even gotten married yet. CEO John suddenly remembered. But uncle, Insen asked suspiciously, yeah? Remembering that time, thanks to the heavenly sword, Insen was able to stop that giant-eyed monster from getting out, but he had to make full use of his body. This isn't something In-sung usually does, so he's feeling it now. The little girl whispered, asking who that scary man was. He didn't know how to answer about the person crouched, hiding in that corner. Sword Demon. Sword Demon bowed his head and asked, Yes, you called for me. Sword Saint In-sung, In-seong, curiously asked, Aren't you going home? You fixed the bathroom door, right? He marveled inwardly. This guy is the only one who can fix things without getting caught. Sword Demon confirmed. That's right, Sword Saint. I couldn't bear to see your house damaged. This demeanor was enough to make In-seong feel helpless. He really is a fanatic. Yeah, he really is. Ignore that description. Just ignore it. He turned his face away, not daring to look at him. What about the mission I gave you? Why do you have time to sit here? The demon sword, Daesu will clean up the mess of the Luminous Guild. I don't need to do it myself. Insen asked. Kijong is holding them back. What does that mean? He was talking about the Hunter Association's Special Task Force, led by S-rank Hunter. Mina is handling them already. In fact, the Korean black market has basically collapsed. Insen was stunned upon hearing the name. Mina, the model on TV, the demon sword replied. Yes, she's quite beautiful indeed. He thought to himself, what a cool name. Amiri, I'm just noticing now. Just hearing the names, you know they're sisters. You can tell just by looking at their figures. All right, now that you mention it, is Miri okay? He asked his nephew. CEO John, are we going home now? The little girl obediently replied, yes. Insen decided he should visit her at the hospital. If possible, he should heal her with his powers. Just at that moment, he received a notification. Divine achievement calculation complete. In-sung successfully blocked 1 out of 100. The apocalyptic deity. By preventing the apocalyptic deity from reaching Earth, In-sung's good karma increased by 1 million. That's quite a number, making him pretty happy. Wow, that's a lot. He thought about it. The apocalyptic deity is at the eye monster, meaning there was just 1 out of 100? It was that big. I wonder how big the Abyss Dragon will be. The system continued to notify. Congratulations. Insong, you have met the requirements to undertake a promotion quest. He was shocked. A promotion quest, the screen displayed. Low-rank divine speed promotion quest. Acquire 1 billion high-level beings as followers, or 10 high-level S-class or higher beings as followers. Low-rank evil god promotion quest. Kill 1 billion high-level beings to gain karma, or kill 10 high-level S-class or higher beings. Insong, will you accept the promotion quest? Insong realized he'd been set up. A good god and an evil god. Wait, does that mean I have to do both? He angrily swore under his breath. Damn it, both at the same time? That's way too hard. Are you hesitating? Receive 1 million believers, or kill an equivalent number of believers, and receive 10 S-grade believers, or kill them. Should I do it? Become a good or evil god. The difficulty level here is clearly hell. I should have more power and authority at this point. But this mission is practically self-destruction. Good and evil might be better if those guys trailing me came from both sides. Maybe they'll fight each other. I could win if I exploit them. I'm such a genius. Time for you bastards to tear each other apart. Insong arrived at the hospital. He is now standing in front of room 505. He hesitated slightly. Room 505, right? He heard a faint breathing sound from inside. Insong wondered, that labored breathing, what's going on? Hey Miri, are you in there? A voice from inside replied, yes, please come in. Insong peeked his head inside. Why does the patient's voice sound so strange? He was taken aback when he saw Miri covered in bandages, but still diligently doing push-ups. She was delighted to see him. Oh, teacher, you came to visit me, didn't you? I'm so happy. Insong asked with concern. Why are you injured and pushing yourself so hard? She replied with an embarrassed smile. I'm bored just lying around. He followed up. So, are you feeling better? Miri replied brightly. Yes, I'm fine now. I don't have any scars. You can check. He blurted out. Huh? How? Miri gestured to the bandages around her body, showing him off. Look, 0 scars, right? Right. Just then, Mina returned and, witnessing the scene, scolded her. Are you crazy? She angrily raised her hand, intending to apply the right-hand rule to her innocent younger sister. Miri, struck by the blow, could only scream in pain. Insin was surprised. Where did this girl come from? The student's cries of pain echoed in his ears. Ouch, that hurts. Mina disciplined her for a while. How dare you undress in front of a man? Then, Mina angrily turned to Insin, asking, and who the heck are you? Insin stuttered, I was about to ask you that. Mina lunged forward, grabbing his collar. You jerk. What's your relationship with my sister? What's your relationship with Miri that she would do that in front of you? Insin finally understood. Sister? So, this is Miri's older sister. She doesn't look like someone ordinary at all. Mina ominusli triatanid. If you're just toying with my sister, I will kill you. Miri from behind protested, Yuni, why are you being so rude to teacher Inshan? Mina scoffed. You trust this guy? Someone so unkempt is your teacher? She took off her glasses, giving him a once-over. You're saying this guy is a guide for the academy? A hunter? Inshan tried to explain. It's not about that. Miri, behind him, gestured wildly. No, teacher. You can't let her know. Mina frowned. What's going on? He hesitated. Well, yeah, that's right. I'm a physical education teacher at the academy. Mina gave Inshan a wary look. A physical education teacher? You must be an official hunter, if you teach at the academy. But I've never seen you around. What rank are you? Not that it matters. You don't seem special at all. Miri quickly stopped her fussy older sister. Sister, you're being mean. Our teacher, Tane, is actually a wonderful person. Are both of you underestimating us? She respectfully introduces, although he is still unknown to the world, and looks a bit worn out, but he might be much stronger than you, so don't treat him carelessly. Mina takes off her hat, and she retorts, really? A deep voice echoes, is that so? Looking at her figure, Tane thinks to himself, Mina, the famous hunter. How could she successfully defeat other famous hunters without breaking a sweat? Why is she Miri's sister? Mina angrily asks her younger sister. So, you're not a timid kitten anymore, huh? Because you've advanced to A rank? You don't give a damn about what I say anymore? She flaunts her mind control skills, coldly staring at Miri. Say it again. Who's stronger? Mental abilities immediately make Miri obey and submit. The pain strikes her head, making her beg. I was wrong, sister. Mina scoffs. What kind of weak hunter are you? She amplifies her mind control power, commanding, "Kneel." Miri immediately collapses to her knees like a wooden puppet. Mina declares, "You just need to do what I say." Having dealt with her little sister, Mina turns to look at him. In-seong cautiously advises her, "Please calm down. You could hurt the girl at this level." Mina narrows her voice. "Outsiders," she shouts loudly, "need to control their behavior." The sound waves from her words caused In-sun to have ringing ears and feel dizzy. A reminder that she spoke louder than her physique suggested. Mina was surprised. "You still won't get out of the way?" Her psychic control ability continued to be released. "I said, get out of here or I'll crush. You damn piece of trash." In-sun remained unharmed. Mina froze for a moment. Why? Why isn't my skill working? He's standing between us to mediate? I guess I was too cocky. But wouldn't it be better for the two sisters to talk? Miri looked at him admiringly. "You can resist my sister's mind control ability? You're amazing." In-sun suddenly remembered. Mind control? Oh, right. Mina is a psychic-type hunter. Mina was shocked. "Don't tell me. Your level is..." In-sun thought to himself, "I'm just a C rank, sis. Why would you ask that when you know it's embarrassing to say?" Mina recognizes him and bows deeply, apologizing. "I didn't know, so I misunderstood, Teacher In-sun. Please take care of Miri from now on." This attitude surprises In-sun. "Ah, yes, of course. What's making you curious? Why the sudden change in attitude?" Mina reminds her younger sister. "And another thing, Miri, don't skip meals just because the hospital food isn't good. Eat that porridge over there, okay? It's super expensive." She replies, "Yes, thank you, Yuni, older sister." In-sun thinks to himself, how surprising. She still takes good care of her younger sister. He reads the information about her. A human female who has lived for 24 years. Special attention. She is cursed by the abyss. Related to something unknown. God of destruction. In-sun wonders the curse of the abyss. Should I tell her? Even though she's hot-tempered, she's still Miri's sister and even brought us food. "You've decided to open up, Ms. Mina? I have something I want to talk about. Are you hurt anywhere? Maybe it's because of a curse." Mina is surprised. "A curse? You bring it up like it's the abyss's curse." Mina darkly asks, "How do you know?" The aura emanating from Mina scares him pale. I have a skill that can detect, but I must be mistaken." He thinks to himself. Her emotions change so quickly. She's back to her street-talking self again. Mina reverts to her friendly demeanor, responding, "No, what nonsense, making In-sun sweat bullets. I was actually scared for a second there." Mina leaves immediately. "It's good to see you again, In-seong-sensei," he replied politely. "Yes, of course. I'm leaving now, Mina," he said farewell. "Drive carefully." He watched her leave. Teacher Shin let out a sigh of relief. The pressure from an S-rank hunter is no joke. If it's like this in a normal state, I can't imagine what it would be like in the middle of a battle. What would it be like? And for someone like that to become my follower, it's truly hellish. Teacher Shin spaced out, and Miri called, "Teacher, what are you thinking about so intently? Have you decided?" "I'm worried about the future of the Earth, or no, my future is more like it. So let's proceed as planned." "So," Shin spoke up, reminding Miri, "let's go up to the rooftop for a bit." She readily agreed. "Yes, teacher." After hearing Shin's words, Miri happily complimented, "That sounds nice." Shin's gestures followed. Streams of power like lightning. Miri transformed into a tiger for his training. He keeps going, realizing his power is doing nothing against her. "What's going on? Nothing's changing even after using my power." "Let's try again." God-crushing fingers. Again and again, God-crushing fingers. After a long time, he's exhausted. But the tiger is still unharmed. In-seong is powerless. I thought it would be easy, since I became stronger after that accident. But it seems I was wrong. Will Miri become an S-class? When I can unleash this power. But why isn't it working as expected? Damn it. A moment later, he sighs, thinking he's recovered his strength. Why does it have to be this hard? I really don't understand. Maybe my approach is wrong, he thinks. "Miri, would you mind standing over there for a bit?" She agrees, yes. Seeing the information displayed, In-seong is stunned on the screen. The screen shows a human female who has lived for 19 years and has been promoted to S rank. Currently, she is sealed. Special note, she feels itchy when excited. Her abilities are still partially sealed. "Miri, is this what you're reminding him of?" In-seong regains his focus. Focus on the seal, In-seong. Concentrate on every cell in your body. Focus. Miri, feeling his intense gaze, speaks up shyly. "Teacher, if you keep staring at me like that." In-seong doesn't care. He continues to tell himself to focus, as if trying to look outside. A pinhole inside a locked room. But nothing changes. What are you so surprised about? So, this is why the seal hasn't been broken? Miri curiously asked. What do you mean? He suddenly asked Miri. Do you know where your sister went? She blankly replied. What? Why are you asking me that? In-shun somehow remembered Mina's appearance. He decided, I need to have a serious talk with Miri's sister. At the Hunter Association's prison on the island, Johan couldn't stop thinking about the alluring call of the one he once revered. Don't suffer, my apostle. The moment we retreat, everyone on earth will be saved. He became desperate. The voice of God that I heard when I lost my reason to live was like a miracle, but it was actually just a lie. I endured with all my mind and body, only for salvation. Even though I worshiped God like a madman, I even felt honored to be a part of him. Suddenly, Johan saw the familiar eyes. He was stunned and exclaimed, My Lord, but that's a demon. I told you that's not what I wanted. He thought about Ensign's appearance. Still, my Lord is different, a true saint, God of gods. It was thanks to him that the world was saved. So Johan began to pray, Please have mercy on me. Please allow this humble old man to believe in you. Ensign, he silently prayed in the empty space. System, faith in Ensign has been established. He sobbed, My Lord Ensign, thank you for accepting this sinner. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind. Ensign? Did you just mention Ensign? Johan looked surprised at the cloaked figure before him. Who are you? How did you get in here? He thought to himself, this isn't a place even AIs can easily enter, unless they're S rank or higher. He asked, Did the higher association send you to eliminate me? Is that right? You're an AI. He muttered in resignation. If your goal is my ability, well, I guess I've killed too many people anyway. Is this a decision based on the public's wishes? No, I may no longer be an apostle of the devil, but I can still kill someone like you. The person was Mina. She said, sounding annoyed, You must be kidding. So, you're not the Abyss either. Johan was surprised to hear the word. The Abyss. Mina confirmed, It seems so. I still won't forgive you for trying to kill my sister. Miri, mental power emanates from Mina, making Kohan feel crushed. He trembled, struggling against his body's contortions. A desperate cry echoed throughout the house. Trapped at Li Shin's home, he was feeling frustrated. In the end, I still couldn't meet Ms. Mina. I wonder why she's so busy. Well, of course, it wouldn't be easy to meet someone of the same caliber as a top star. Also, the demon's sword has finally left my house. Before leaving, the demon's sword left a tear-stained letter. To the Sword Saint, great glory, this seventh demon sword suddenly encountered an unavoidable event. So, I must leave the area for a few days. My body may be absent for a while, but I will always remember the magnificent swordplay that Sword Saint Cho allows. I get to witness every day. And I will continue to wield my sword, even if this body shatters. Stay healthy, Sword Saint. Insong, please, I beg you, don't come back. Looking at the news on his phone, you're surprised, oh my god, what is it? The information displays the content. Humans belonging to Earth. Johan has changed from destroyer to insignificant. Johan is classified as a fanatic. You're shocked. Johan? That pervert who strips naked? But why? Mission progress has been updated. Challenge the progress of the lower-level divine God in progress. Commoner believer. Believers are higher beings with superior intelligence, or Class S subordinates, with transcendental abilities. Insong is secretly pleased. Wait a minute, this guy's Class S? I don't know how that happened, but this is pretty fortunate. The demon sword left the house without me doing anything. And I got another S-Class believer, but why is it Johan? There's another message? Ensign received bad news. Ensign's fanatic believer. Johan has died. You gaped and exclaimed, huh? So that means the number of S-Class believers is back to 0. Why did he suddenly die? You read the next message. Everything the believer owns belongs to the God he worships. You may receive offerings. Ensign is quite curious to receive offerings even after he's dead. What's next now? A series of red warning notifications appear, flooding the screen. Ensign is dumbfounded. What? System notification. Warning. Accept. Absorbing a believer's offerings may come with pain, equivalent to the body being crushed and destroyed. Right after the announcement was made, a beam of light flashed from the phone screen. His whole body sank into excruciating pain. Intense heat engulfed the entire house. After struggling for a while, looking at his hand with its emerging red power, Ensign was still in disbelief. Did I just absorb Johan's ability? Stupid game, why didn't you explain this beforehand? So if a devout believer dies, I get to absorb their abilities? But why did Johann die? Did he really die? Okay, in sin, read the news. The man behind the black market, an awakened one, was found dead in his cell from a stroke. He knew it. They didn't mention the name. But since it's the person behind the black market, it must be Johann. System update. Trial for lesser, benevolent God's advancement in progress. Believer is a superior being with outstanding intellect, or S-rank subordinate, possessing transcendence potential 110. Trial for lesser, evil God's advancement in progress. Believer is a superior being with outstanding intellect, or S-rank subordinate, possessing transcendence potential 110. Ensign felt lucky, or perhaps a little unlucky. The trials for both the evil God and benevolent God have increased by 1, and I also just absorbed Johann's abilities. Finally, Ensign sprawled on the bed, constantly wondering, is it like winning the lottery for doing nothing? Why all of a sudden, Johann became my believer, and then they announced he died of stroke. He's dead, but it didn't affect the trial at all. And he was also a believer of the God of destruction. So, should I be glad he's dead? Whatever. He was a bad guy anyway, right? He was even a pervert who liked to show off his body. Don't think about it too much. It's all over now. Okay, what should I do now? He pondered. I can almost do anything. Since I've gained so much power, I could become a hunter and earn both money and fame. But that's not really what I want. That's right. I used to be an author. But a third-rate author who just got their contract canceled. When emotions run high, you should write. After a few hours of frantic typing, he sighed, because I just uploaded 10 chapters at once. There should be a reaction now, right? People's feedback will be good, because I rewrote my own experiences. Maybe they'll be as excited as fanatics. How about checking out some enthusiastic comments now? Just clicked on the comment section. Scanning a few lines of comments with content like the author is incredibly stupid. I can write better with my feet and pay attention to the main plot. Write about the ants for me. Don't kill them. The plot is so bad. Instead of writing this, why not just go find work? He forces a weak smile, deciding to leave his desk, temporarily abandoning his passion. Ensign's appearance at this moment is truly pathetic. Author, you monkey, just find another job. Suddenly, a knock echoes from outside. He asks suspiciously, who is it? I don't expect the AI to come back, right? That crazy sword, that spineless jerk, a real man should do things properly. What? Are you back already? He opens the door with a scowl, muttering, I'm going to kill. But the person outside is Miri, frantically calling Master. He's surprised. Miri? What? Miri suddenly knelt down. She earnestly pleaded, my master, could I ask you a difficult favor? Master, Miri cooed sweetly. Ensign thought, look at those sparkling eyes. How could I ever disappoint her? If I said no, I wouldn't be human anymore. So I, Ensign, will gladly agree. At the same moment, he received a notification. The Apostle of Earth, Miri's faith has increased by 10. Ensign was shocked. I only agreed, but her faith increased by 10 already? What is it that she wants me to do? Miri cheered happily. As expected of my master. You're the best, master. Ensign had a bad feeling. I suddenly feel so anxious. The next day, Ensign and Miri arrived at the Hunter Academy. He asked glumly, so, you want me to be a guardian in place of your sister? She confirmed that's right. He thought to himself, because of too many unexcused absences, the homeroom teacher must have called her guardian. But she didn't ask her sister to come. Remembering Mina's grumpy expression, Inson realized he knew why. So, that's why her faith suddenly increased by 10. Unbelievable. Miri called from behind. But, teacher, you really look good in a suit. Why don't you wear this normally? Inson explained, well, I only have this one. Miri suggested, I'll buy you another one. I have lots of money. He refused. Don't waste your money like that. I don't have any reason to wear a suit anyway. Miri persisted. Well, at least let me buy you a brand-name tracksuit. We have to let the whole world know about your handsome looks. Inshil's face darkened at the thought of the word handsome. Really? He began to feel a headache as he realized Miri's homosexual tendencies are somewhat similar to Anti and Black Devil, aren't they? I have a feeling this is my fault. Finally ready. Hurry up, let's go, or we'll be late for the meeting. Miri scurried after him. That's right. Entering the office, the teacher asked, excuse me, but what's your relationship with Miri? Miri introduced, this is my cousin. The teacher seriously observed Inshil. He's your cousin, but you two don't look alike at all. Inshil thought nervously. I'm just saying what Miri told me earlier. But have I been found out? Lee puffed up her cheeks and asked angrily, there's no way you can't see it. Teacher, he and I look so alike. In helplessly watched her performance from behind. Indeed, her lies are so clumsy. He read the teacher's information, Lee Min-wook, a man who has used 33 years to build impressive muscles. Very helpful information. At the same time, Miri is clinging to Min-wook. Teacher, quickly take back your comment about my brother looking ugly. Min-wook denied it. That's not it. I never said that. In quietly observed the other man. To be rated this highly, this person is definitely not ordinary. Clearly, his name also suits the muscles on his body. Min-wook said shyly to In-seon, I sincerely apologize for my impolite behavior. I thought Ms. Mina was the one coming earlier. In-seon blurted out, what? Oh yeah, it's okay. He asked, are you also a hunter? If you share Miri's blood, you must be quite talented. In-seon pointed at himself. Me? Really? No, I'm just a normal person. Miri proudly bragged. Teacher, actually our brother is... Meanwhile, at the headmaster's office. Inside the room, a majestic beast horn was displayed. Kang Sang-hyun sat silently in the room. He thought regretfully, time really flies. In the past, when the sky cracked open, a curse rang out. Damn it. Gates appeared everywhere in the city. Not only that, even in elementary school, there's one. There are goblins and demons too. They could wipe out all of South Korea. The division commander shouted, can the hunters do anything? Everyone's face paled as they faced the goblin. The captain knew it was indeed an enemy, one that even the hunters couldn't handle. A stunned team member pointed towards Division Commander Kang San on the other side. The figure of a fierce AI lunged with a clenched fist. The blue goblin. It was Kang San in his younger days. The fist carried devastating power as it came crashing down. The goblin's aftershock spread throughout the surrounding area, forcing the hunters to struggle to hold their ground, just to stay standing. A team member panicked, quickly dodging after seeing the goblin's head fall next to him. Kang San, in his prime, bravely stepped on the goblin's corpse. His figure at that moment was as majestic as a hero. A murmur of admiration arose. No way, he just single-handedly took down a demon, a supreme grade S-class monster? This is truly insane. I've never encountered this hunter before. If he's that strong, he must be S-class. But where'd he come from? Returning from a memory, Kang San sighed, uttering, I was planning on continuing to live in seclusion. But that damn monster changed the whole world like this. It's also from that everyone calls me by the nickname The Scanner, Choi Kang San. But I'm too old now. I must dig deep into this academy to find and nurture new talent. That is my duty. Now, the academy's biggest problem is Miri. Not only has she developed remarkably lately, but the heads of the association also know that she's actually quite spoiled. Everyone has high expectations for her. It's important to help her develop properly. I'll address this issue separately in today's meeting. That way, she'll surely understand. Outside, after being introduced by Miri, the Australian guy asked in surprise, oh, you're a writer? In-seon felt a surge of wounded pride, thinking, why do I feel like I'm being looked down on? He struck up a conversation. I may look like this, but reading is my hobby. Could I ask what genre you're pursuing? In-seon replied with a straight face. I'm writing a story about raising an ant colony and using that ant colony to invade other territories. There will be an ant queen, worker ants, muscular ants, and so on. The Australian guy was shocked. Muscular ants? In-seon thought to himself. Of course. He stopped in front of the headmaster's office and said, looks like we're here. This is the headmaster's office. After that, the Australian guy politely knocked on the door, reporting to the headmaster. Student Miri and her guardian have arrived. Kang San responded, come in, please. You're welcome to come in. In-seon adjusted his tie, psyching himself up as he stepped inside. Just as I thought. I'm so nervous. First, greet him politely. Greet the headmaster. I am Miri's cousin. I'm here as her guardian. Kang San replied warmly. Hello. In-seon got straight to the point. I don't know what Miri did wrong. But the headmaster chuckled easily, saying, it's nothing much. As if realizing something, Kang San's expression changed. Wait a minute. In-seon, clearly seeing his appearance, was also shocked. A memory from the past flashed back. You remember this person, don't you? This is the drunken man back then. It really is him. S-rank Hunter Kang San, also known as the Scavenger. The principal's murderous aura flared up. That's the kid from the other day. Then he sighed deeply, mentally denying it. No way. There's no way he's the same kid from before. Just then, In-seon was practically begging for it, saying, you're the drunk bro, aren't you? It's great to see you like this. He happily thought, Awesome. We're acquainted. This meeting will definitely be over sooner than expected. In-sung shouted. Don't come near me. He explained. Sorry. I'm just happy to meet someone I know here. The others were very curious. Why is the principal acting like this? We need to stop him now. If he hits a normal person like him, he'll really die from one punch. Seeing Kong, Sin ready his punch. In-shun innocently asked. It can't be. Why did you become so fierce? You were so friendly before. Miri stepped in between them, pushing them apart. Hey, what are you two doing? He snapped at her. If you don't know anything, just stay put. We can't know when the monsters will appear. Du-jun was still bewildered. I don't know what he's talking about. But to think that even the principal is so scared. Isn't it more important who Miri's cousin actually is? In-shun wasn't scared at all. Teasing it. Are you really going to keep acting like this? When I even gave you 5,001 back then, Du-jun was confused. 5,001? Kong-sen quickly turned away. In-shun stared with his mouth open at the principal's next move. Hung-knim. Seeing Kong, Sin began to prepare to launch out the window. In-shun shouted, You don't need to return the money to me. I won't say anything about what happened. In the schoolyard, everyone stared in shock at the person crashing through the door. Kong-san landed with a powerful presence. Then he vanished like a puff of smoke, leaving the three people upstairs in stunned silence. In-seong scratched his head, wondering what's wrong with him. A long moment passed. The three of them remained dazed in the smoke-filled room. They saw Kong-san running for his life in the schoolyard below. Jang Uk spoke up. You guys were surprised, weren't you? I apologize on his behalf. Sorry, you too. The two others responded, Oh, well, the principal's really fast. Jang Uk pointed to his head, explaining for him. Seems like there's a bit of a problem up here. After that time, he saved people. I guess it's just occupational hazard. In-seong didn't buy it. I didn't think he was normal when I first met him. Kong-san sprinted out the door. Awook thought, I bet he'll be back soon. Just as he predicted. A moment later, Kong-san returned. He tried to act okay, calmly drinking tea. Miri, unfazed, focused on eating the pastries on the table. She offered In-su, try this, Appa. He declined. I'm okay, you eat. Miri continued to coax him. I'm full too. Just try it. I've eaten so much. Just try it. In-su had no choice. Okay, thanks. He picked up a piece of pastry and curiously looked at Kong-san. Why is he staring at me so intently? Just as he bit into the pastry, In-su received a notification. Human offering. Miri had offered In-su a tribute. Kong-san's favorite snack. He looked suspiciously at the pastry in his hand. Kong-san's favorite snack. Even snacks count as offerings. Seriously, though, why is he looking at me like that? It's just junk food. It can't be that bad. Kong-san, why don't you stand up and ask if the teacher has anything to say to you? We can talk privately somewhere. Kong-san startled and replied, No need for that. He hurriedly urged, Sit down, let's chat. In-sung thought to himself, Damn it, how am I supposed to advise him? The homeroom teacher spoke up, Ahem, we called you here today because Miri has been frequently skipping class lately. As you can see, she's a bright and sincere student. So we hope you'll keep an eye on her more, to maintain her excellent grades at school. In-sung replied, Yes, don't worry. I'll definitely take better care of Miri. The teacher continued, Thank you for coming despite your busy schedule. In-seong politely says it's nothing. Please take care of Miri for me. Daniel carefully observes Kong-san's expression, immediately knowing it's probably best to stop here. In-seong leads Miri away. If that's all, we'll be going. Daniel agrees immediately. Okay, everyone agrees except Kong-san, who shouts, No. The three of them turn to look at him, surprised. Kong-san repeats darkly, I can't let you go like this. In-seong points to himself, confused. Me? Kong-san asks, Do you know how long I've been looking for you? He shouts, This is destiny. In-seong is completely lost. What the heck is he talking about? Kong-san strikes a cool pose and starts pitching. The Hunter Academy is equipped with the most modern machinery. Come with me and take a few tests. Just follow me. Please do it for me. In-seong asks with a dark expression, Why should I? These words struck Kong-san's heart with pain. He earnestly pleaded with the boy. If you take the test, I'll do anything you want. The staff were stunned. The principal arrived. In-seong was also surprised that things had turned out this way. If you excuse Miri's absences and don't force her to train anymore, then I'll consider it. Kong-san readily agreed. Okay. The staff member hesitantly spoke up, advising the principal about this. He snapped and glared at him, demanding silence. This is the perfect opportunity. Let's go then. And so, the group headed off to the test. Watching Ensign enter the Unbai measurement device, the technical team leader of the Hunter Academy beside him asked, "Don't you think this is excessive? A regular person taking the Hunter test?" Kong San, waiting, replied, "Just this once. This is crucial." The staff reported. The previous test showed he was rank G. What's so important about that? Kong San suddenly said something ambiguous. There are a few things like that inside the gauge. Ensign, read the item information in front of you. The Jewel of the Chosen. Currently owned by the Hunter Academy. Usable for 20 days. Characteristic use. Used as a tool to measure a person's abilities and strength. Often used to distinguish between disciples and priests. He marveled at this item. The Jewel of the Chosen. This is an item worth millions of won. It can even distinguish disciples? I have a bad feeling, but I don't know why. Unbai outside announced to begin the test. Please place your hand on the jewel. Ensign followed. Okay. The jewel began measuring his power. A surge of energy erupts within Inseong's body. He struggles to keep his hand firmly on the orb. A voice chimes, announcing the test has ended. Please exit. Reading the data report, Unbai exclaims, "Impressive," or so it seems. Inseong wonders, "Impressive? What could that mean?" Finally, they've recognized my greatness, have they? He eagerly asks what his rank is, secretly thinking probably A, or perhaps even the godlike rank S. Unbai sighs and states, rank G. From health to intelligence, everything is utterly unremarkable. You are the worst I've ever seen. These words petrify Inseong. Kong San is in disbelief. No way. Are you sure there's nothing wrong with the equipment? Unbai. She affirms. The error rate of the results is 0.1%. Miri behind them wonders, Unbai, are those too close? He replies, they're family. Your information has been printed out. Please familiarize yourself with it from the start. Eunbi, currently the captain of the Hunter Academy's technical team. Character traits. Choi Kong San's beautiful but aloof daughter. Unbai told you, principal? Please call me Manager Choi while we're working. Kong San agreed. All right. Miri quietly observes the two of them, but they don't look alike at all. Inshil agrees. That's right. He's not happy thinking. But really, even if I'm a lower rank, I'm still a god. Can that machine even measure the power of a god? Forget it. Let's just go home. Kong San, still not believing it, asks, are you sure about this? He's really rank G? Unbai, annoyed, pushes him. I'm sure. Kong San, reading the data report, is truly shocked by that day. How did he do that? I'm sure he passed out on the roof. He suddenly realizes, wait, passed out? Now that I think about it. Maybe he's the type who can only show his power when he's unconscious. If that's the case, I just need to make him fall asleep. Inshil, unaware of the danger approaching, casually asks Miri what she wants to eat on the way home. She replies, yes. He then says, okay, let's go. Kong San shouted from behind, no, I won't allow. Ensign turned around, annoyed. Ugh, what is it now? Let's have a match. Let's see what skills you've got. Those machine types definitely can't do anything. These words made Yunbai feel deeply offended. She was trembling with anger. Ensign questioned, why should I do that? There's no benefit in it. Speaking of which, he remembered the appearance of those two believers. Benefit, huh? Maybe both the Sword Demon Master and Johan became fanatics after fighting me. Maybe if I teach this old man a lesson, I can recruit a disciple necessary for the advanced challenge. For that reason, Ensign cheerfully agreed. Okay, fine. As these words came out, the other three bystanders were shocked. Kong San enthusiastically exclaimed, awesome. Let's head to the combat room. Just then, a man with rippling muscles strode in. I'll be the one to fight. It was Hwang Deoksu, the legend of Korea. Our principal. Fighting in this situation isn't really appropriate. At the Hunter Academy arena, both contestants stepped up. In-ho carefully inspected the iron net behind him. You think it looks sturdy, huh? So this thing will absorb all the energy from any skills. Really? Hwang Deoksu asked curiously from behind. You're not going to wear protective gear? He replied, but you're not wearing any either, sir. Hwang Deoksu reminded him. There's a difference in experience between real combat for me and you. In-ho casually said, it's okay. Besides, I don't want to wear any. This statement thoroughly heightened Hwang Deoksu's fighting spirit. You might regret saying that. Below the arena, Kong Tae-soo warned, hey, don't get careless. He exclaimed in surprise, seriously? He revealed that Dan Wu is the head of Van B. Not only that, but he also has real combat experience, so he can still go toe-to-toe with Dan A. How can you say that so casually? Miri is enthusiastically cheering for you. You can do it. Take him down in one blow. These words further enraged Danwoo. On the opposing side, the students below realized it seems like Master Danwoo is preparing to spar. Perhaps they're testing the new teacher's skills. In-sung was surprised to see the crowd arrive. Why is everyone here? Danwoo spoke up. Let's make this quick before it gets too noisy. In-sung blankly said, What? Why? You should strike first. This nonchalant attitude darkened his expression. He annoyed, thought the attitude does not care about the different. His rank is seriously driving me nuts. I don't know what the chairman sees in this guy, but I'll show him what a real hunter is. With that determination, Damon declares. His fist flies. Let the match begin. In-seong swiftly dodges to the side. Damon can't believe his eyes. He dodged it, even though I did hold back a little at the last second. Was it just luck? But even if it was luck, it ends here. Damon charges straight towards In-seong. He throws a punch, confidently thinking it's over. He's stunned to see his opponent about to strike him. Damon delivers a hook to In-seong. The students gasp in amazement at the force he unleashed. That's definitely Instructor Damon. Damon breathes a sigh of relief. However, he starts to feel like something's wrong. In-seong didn't even flinch. His index finger was gathering a mysterious power, the almighty index finger. The German was stunned, unable to predict his opponent's next move. In-seong's gesture, a swift strike right on the forehead, causing the German internal injuries, resulting in a nosebleed. What the hell? He wondered, still in shock. Even as he collapsed to the ground, he couldn't believe it. No way. Could a mere rank G defeat a rank B? Gongsun wasn't particularly surprised by the outcome. In-seong, however, was wondering, what's this? He's rank B. Is his level rank A? From below. Miri, praolisautidu, apo. No, In-seong SSI, you're amazing. Gongsun finally spoke up. Just as I expected. That one blow has the German still reeling. Unbi, quietly observed from a distance. Whispers from the other students echoed in her ears. The teacher went down in one hit? What? Who is that guy? She's so puzzled. He looked like a normal person. How could this happen? Seeing In-seong's expression, is she worried about him? Gongsun stepped into the arena. Are you suggesting that I fight you too? In-seong shocked. What? Without waiting for In-seong's answer, Gongsun completely stripped off his upperwear. Information on Mr. Gongsun. Human male. A male human currently being used for 58 years. Warning. Muscular build. Potential for transcendence. Reading these words, you have acquired a new phrase. I'd still rather avoid fighting the hulking guy. But if I could convert that drunkard into a follower, wouldn't that be much more useful? The reward would be so much sweeter. Seeing In-seong's face gradually lose control and become sinister, Gongsun felt an itch in his hands and feet, wondering why he was so irritated. Anyway, he didn't expect that guy could defeat the foreign instructor. As expected, that machine broke, but compared to his abilities that day, this is nothing. I'll just knock him out. He warms up his arms and says, It's been a while since my blood has boiled like this. So let's start, shall we? In-seong coldly smiles, suggesting, Before that, let's make a bet. Gongsun asks, A bet? What kind of bet? Your request is? The loser will have to listen to one request from the winner. How about it? Gongsun readily agrees. As long as it's not illegal, it's fine. Because I'm still a civil servant, you know? You guarantee that it won't be a strange request. You just have to do one thing I want if I win. Gongsun, annoyed, thinks to himself, Look at this kid. He's so sure of his victory, huh? In-seong thought to himself, even though he wasn't a believer. When I win, I'll say the keyword, just like I did with Miri. Gongsun is accepting the challenge. Good. I doubt you can, but it's fine. However, after hearing that, it was In-seong's turn to make a demand. Gongsun suggested, If I win, you have to do something for me too. Knowing he's going to win, he doesn't even care. Let's do it. No problem, because I'm going to win anyway. Gongsun replied, Excellent. The energy within him surged, causing every muscle to tense. The aura emanating from Gongsun forced In-seong to step back. He's getting serious. He's no joke when he's drunk. He also activated steel muscle. Every bulging muscle of his rival was just as impressive. All right, I'll get my all too. This sight shocked Gongsun. Two men with comparable physiques silently glared at each other. Gasps echoed around them. Who is that guy? How many skills does he have? Gongsun breathed out, just as I suspect. Indeed, Maru's words were true. Insi, esektu in surprise, mayoro, miru, mentu on esring honta. EAG. How can you be so sure? She said that soon. The most honorable and brutal being will appear. Incy, Sully picked up on the keywords brutal and honorable. Wait, now that I think about it, brutal and honorable. Was she talking about the demon god and the benefit god? Isn't that me? 마요로 미르 is incredibly positive. 강sen, 강산, continued. She said that if that being appears, we should bring him over to the academy. Insong, you keep mentioning the academy. Why are you so fixated on it? He refused. I don't know. That's what I thought in my head. I still have to write a novel and promote it. I'm very busy, you know. Watching his opponent's fist swing towards him. Insong coldly said, "Isn't it a bit bothersome if it's not like that?" His punch landed flush on his face. The punch echoed loudly throughout the arena. Miri was so worried that she was sweating buckets, while Umbai was eagerly anticipating the results. Kong San's face darkened. He chuckled coldly, muttering, "Just as I expected." Insong's stance remained perfect, without a scratch, even after blocking with his arm. Kong San excitedly said, "Let's see if you're the existence that Miri was talking about." Insong swung his fist. Kong San was also ready to strike. A follow-up hook punch landed squarely on Inshin. He staggered backward, reeling from the blow. Kong San was pressing his attack, and Miri watched with growing anxiety. The blow made him wince in pain, giving his opponent no chance to recover. Kong San unleashed another fist. Inshin continued to suffer, becoming a human punching bag. Kong San, beginning to tire, followed up with a powerful kick. Inshin could only raise his arms in defense. Seeing Inshin still standing strong, Kong San excitedly remarked, "You're pretty good, huh?" A wave of awe washed over Inshin. This was the power of an S-class fighter. Looking at his serious expression, Inshin knew, "It's worth a try. I haven't even used my full strength yet." Kong San proposed, "I'll make you admit defeat and come work in my academy." The request took Inshin by surprise. "What?" Kong San continued. "Even if you use your full power." Inshin immediately refused. "Forget it. Your turn." He rushed towards the opponent. "Now, it's my turn." But his steps faltered when he saw Kong San. Kong San showed unusual signs. Massive bursts of unique power surged around his calves, then spread throughout his entire body. Kong San's entire being radiated an extraordinary aura. Everyone marveled. That's the headmaster's true power. Those monsters were sent flying like balls with those blows. Are they not planning to stop? Inshin shouted and charged forward. Miri worried, thinking Inshin couldn't handle it. "We have to stop them." The distance between the two narrowed. Just then, Inshin was stunned to receive a notification. The screen displayed the content. Number 1 has completed the Flower's 11th floor challenge of the tower. The warrior, the fanatic, and his disciple. Number 1 wishes to offer a sacrifice to him. What are you shocked about right now? So this guy also offers me gifts, huh? Every time he passes a trial. Before getting the item, I have to defeat this old man first. Kong San thought, even if my arm breaks, I don't care. Their two fists slowly met. The aftershock from their abilities surged powerfully, spreading throughout the room. Both of them were very serious. Suddenly, a bunch of bright red roses appeared, and Insien was shocked. Like, what was this? Don't tell me that's the gift? He threw the roses away. Damn it, what the hell is that? The bouquet of roses accidentally fell on Kong San's face. He stared wide-eyed at what was in front of him. Roses? He remembered the image of the ferocious man-eating flower. Just a moment ago, the entire audience. Their esteemed headmaster suddenly darted towards the net, crying and screaming, "Save me, mommy. I haven't even beaten the kid yet, but that monster, 인성, 펠트 어터리 컴퓨즈드 시인가, San, Gangan, running away with his tail between his legs. He's wondering what's wrong with that old man. Is he allergic to flowers or something? Wait a minute. If that's the case, then I've already won. So, my followers will have this old principal too, huh? But I still haven't seen any confirmation notice. In that case, I guess I need to say something to him." Suddenly, a call comes in, and he says suspiciously, "Anti, why is she calling me?" Notification displayed. "Over 4 million people want to join your tribe. Do you want to accept them? Yes or no?" He happily accepts. "All right, this is great. My followers are increasing on their own. That means my mission is heading in the right direction." When he comes to his senses, he realizes there are countless people on the floor below staring at him in astonishment. First things first, I need to find a quiet place. Going to a secluded place. He activates the system progress, displaying, starting upgrade, expanding the tribe twice over, building new areas, building more training areas. Congratulations, the number of your followers has increased. Low-level deity promotion challenge in progress. Actual followers exceeding 10,000,000. Looking at this number, Insean is still not satisfied. I've expanded the territory according to the number of followers, but I'm getting frustrated. Damn it. When will I ever get 1,000,000,000 followers? Damn. Insean's followers saw his helpless image. They exclaimed, "It looks like God Insean is greeting us." Some people think, no, that's God's greeting. Oh, so that's God's way of greeting. She sent a message to him, "Dear Lord Insean." He's surprised, what now? The next message appears. Sent to the great and merciful God Insean. Damn it. A string of curse words echoed. He was helpless. There's no warning about swearing in front of little kids. Forget it. Where am I going to find the headmaster now? Looking at the phone in his hand, he cursed again. Damn it. What time is it? Suddenly, he was shocked by a message. What's this? The demon sword in a secluded forest is acting rashly. He seems to be trying to self-destruct. The system reminds the devout God Insean. The demon sword is in danger of self-destructing. Do you want to save him? Yes or no? Insean exclaimed, self-destruct. The sky was clear, and the sunlight streamed down on the lush green forest. The demon sword was kneeling in front of a house. He seemed to want to harm himself. Insean teleported behind him, silently observing the situation. The demon sword was sad, his eyes filled with tears and sobbing. Sword Saint Insean heard the plea. Please save me. The demon sword had just raised his blade when a hand stopped him. Then the sword was flung forcefully to the ground. Insean, looking furious, kicked it far away. He angrily yelled, "What the heck is wrong with you? Why would you try to hurt yourself?" The demon sword quickly explained, "No, that's not what it was." Insean stared at him with piercing eyes, then scoffed. "You weren't trying to hurt yourself." Before he could continue, Mina suddenly appeared, cutting in. "Oh, you only almost died, right?" Her eyes were bloodshot. Slowly approaching the two of them, Mina frowned, thinking, I definitely didn't sense anything. Where did he come from? Insean turned his head in surprise to look at her. The demon sword warned the sword saint, "Don't let your guard down. That guy is using some strange magic. If you listen to his voice, you'll know that guy isn't just a regular pervert. Not just any pervert." "What?" he asked back in surprise. Mina was also stunned. "A pervert." Insean let out a gasp with a straight face. Then he explained to the demon sword, "It's not a man, and it's not a pervert either." Not believing it, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Insean calmly asked, "What are you doing here, Mina?" She crossed her arms behind her back, still not saying a word. Demon sword frovnid, wondering, Mina. Why is Mina doing this to me? System notification. Mina, the woman who has been used for 24 years. Special note, related to the god of destruction, and is afflicted by the curse of the abyss. Insean showed off with a proud look. As I said before, I also have the skill to sense. Demon sword admired inwardly. Even so, just as expected, the person has met the sword saint. Truly a different level. Mina suddenly discarded her mask. She pulled her hood down with her hand, revealing a face both beautiful and cold, leaving the two boys speechless. "Demon sword, you're quite beautiful," he complimented. Then he felt confused. "I can't believe someone so beautiful would use such dirty tricks. I won't be fooled." Mina scoffed. "Don't make me laugh. This mask is enchanted with A-level disguise magic. How could you recognize me when I'm wearing an item like this?" The demon sword marveled. "What an overwhelming aura." "Insean, a question for you." "Well, a bit off topic. What are you doing here?" Mina glared and shouted, "Of course, I'm here to kill that brat." Insean couldn't believe it and asked again, "Huh? You're going to kill the demon sword?" "Demon sword, Li Ini, sword saint, one of the 10 people I told you about before, that I can't defeat. She's one of them." Insean turned and asked him again, "Demon sword, tell the truth, are you really that weak?" He hesitated and replied, "Well," seeing the situation looking tense, he started to negotiate. "Anyway, I don't know what's going on, but can't you spare him? He looks weak, but he is really weak, but he's a good guy." The demon sword couldn't believe her ears. "Sword saint?" Mina frowned, her whole body radiating killing intent as she questioned, "You want me to spare him? After he tried to kill my sister?" Insean felt that, as predicted, she knew. If it's about that, then yeah, you should forgive him. If you can't overlook it, I'll take responsibility and surrender. Mina calmly replied, "I don't know if you're deceiving yourself or what, but your timing's pretty good." He asked in surprise, "Huh?" She continued, "If you're saying that, then you're next." He questioned irritably. What? Why me? Mina immediately revealed her hand. Don't act innocent. Johan mentioned your name, too. Inson pondered. If it's Johan, Mina immediately cut him off. I know very well that you're the one behind this. Are you still playing dumb with me? Mina coldly asked. Why did you intend to approach Miri? You pretended to save her to gain her favor? What kind of depraved plan are you hatching in your head? Inson thought irritably. Seriously, what kind of scheme is she plotting? Then he took a gamble. Then let me ask you a question. If you truly cherish your sister that much, why would you want to exploit her? Mina's face darkened, a direct hit to the core. How does this guy know? Looking closely at Inshun's demeanor. Is it because of that probing skill? Just as I suspected, he's as dangerous as predicted. I should eliminate him. System. Displaying the blood seal. Note, Mina is afflicted with the Abyss curse. Her life is threatened, bound to Miri. That curse cannot be dispelled by any skill. It's all because of Mina. Inshun bluntly asks her, no matter how I think about it, I still can't understand. Why would you risk your life for that seal? Perhaps you're jealous, because your sister is a better hunter than you, so you have to hold her back, don't you? Mina retorts, you know nothing, so. Her vicious hand unleashes power. Don't talk nonsense. Inson felt a jolt. The demon's sword, seeing this, hurriedly drew his sword and yelled, Sword Saint, then flew straight into the air and swung his sword directly at the opponent. Mina activated her abilities. She disdainfully said, you're nothing but a bug. As she finished speaking, her hand released a surge of power. The demon's sword was struck by Mina's palm and was suppressed to the point of grimacing. Mina casually waved her hand, causing the ground where he stood to explode. The demon's sword was hit and flew straight into a tree. Inson stood there for a moment, sweating profusely as he looked at the demon's sword. He didn't know what kind of bizarre ability this was. She just glanced at him, looking over at the demon's sword, who was battered and bruised. Inson worriedly asked the demon's sword, are you all right? The demon's sword, panting, warned, you must be careful, Sword Saint. Then he tried to continue. There's a rumor that Mina isn't just an S rank, but an SS rank. Inson was incredibly surprised that Mina was an SS class, and here he was, only a G rank. Just how strong is she? Suddenly, she changed her mind. I'll stop this killing. Then, she extended her hand, creating swirling energy. Abruptly clenching it, everything shattered, spraying outwards. Inson felt his heart skip a beat. His blood kept gushing out, terrifying him to the core. Mina used her powers to inflict internal injuries on Inson. The demon's sword cried out in fear. Sword Saint. He hastily clutched his hands tightly over the spot where he'd been hit to stop the bleeding. Mina's eyes were sharp, her face smug. Inson grimaced in pain, trying to endure it. The demon's sword wailed, Sword Saint, you can't die. Annoyed, he snapped at Exayan. Shut your mouth. It just tickles a bit. Mina couldn't believe her eyes. And the demon's sword rejoiced, just as it had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, Inseong's wound healed, and he smirked. Now, I'm alive. Mina found his rapid recovery unbelievable. Damn it, I put all my power into that strike. Where in the world did he come from? Then she exclaimed, I admit, you're better than I thought. But if you think my only ability is mental manipulation, then you're dead wrong. As soon as she finished speaking, Mina activated her power. Her entire body radiated powerful streams of blue light. Seeing this, the demon's sword gritted his teeth, judging it a disaster. That's definitely a disaster. Mina's eyes glowed brightly as she raised both hands forward, concentrating energy, preparing to launch it straight at her opponent. The demon's sword urgently warned, please be careful, Sword Saint. As I said before, Mina is very likely to be an SS class. He focused his gaze on Mina, who was activating her abilities, standing suspended in midair. He pondered, the highest rank of Korean hunters is officially reported as S class. But if the demon's sword said so, she must be even stronger than that homeless guy, no? There's no comparing her to him. Mina's eyes glowed, and she shouted, burn! Inson asked in surprise, what? The demon's sword's face remained tense, intently watching her. Mina activated her power, creating a massive blaze, carrying immense offensive power, firing straight towards the opponent. Inson leaned back to dodge. The demon's sword quickly swung his sword to block it. The flames erupted fiercely, seemed to want to swallow them both whole. Inzeon looked at the scorched part of his coat, grinding his teeth in frustration. This was the dying embers, creating a deep crater in the ground. This power makes me feel humble, not just the mind manipulation skills. I can't believe an attack skill of this level exists. Is she really trying to kill us or not? Mina took the opportunity to insult their incompetence. I haven't even started yet. Inzeon was surprised. Is she really serious? She begins to activate her power, forming a large mass. A frosty mist covers the forest. Mina shouted, "Freeze!" Instantly, the ball carries the deadly cold of the Arctic, plunging straight down. Friction with the ground shattered right in front of Inzeon. He was shocked. No way. Inzeon looks down at his feet, frozen solid. He kicked my leg. He observed with a solemn face. She can use that skill freely? Is she perhaps a psychic hunter? Observe Mina's form closely. You also figured out the mental space, right? This is Insin controlling will, using force in both feet. The ice suddenly shattered. He quickly told Gigum what was happening. Gigum, it's all just an illusion. It's fake. Mina, knowing she's been discovered, reveals her hand. She coldly raises her hand. Yes, you're right. My power lies in the mental realm. And all of this is just an illusion. But you know what? A perfect illusion is no different from reality. As soon as she finished speaking, Gigum was frozen, lying motionless on the ground. Insin stepped back to evade. Mina raised her hand, controlling a huge chunk of rock, covering the entire sky, accompanied by floating icebergs in the air. She smugly declared, even if this is just an illusion, if this magic is etched into your bodies, you'll all die anyway. She raised her hand, manipulating the earth and stones like lava. It slowly fell towards Insong. Insong. Her voice was cold. If you don't want to be destroyed like this, reveal your identities and your purpose. He pondered deeply. Even if I tell her, she wouldn't believe me anyway. Insong decided to tell the truth. I'm a third-rate writer. Even ants are sacred beings to me. Right now, I'm focused on making Miri, Midi, an S-class hunter. So, I don't know what's going on either. But please release Miri. Mina was still screaming like crazy that she wanted to die, so he pretended to be crazy. Are you playing crazy? If you really want to die that much, then... Her eyes glowing coldly, she screamed, die. Dust and rocks flew everywhere as the sphere hurtled towards Insin. The demon's sword hurriedly shouted, "Sword Saint." The entire ground shook. The friction created a white light that enveloped everything. Mina continued to channel power downwards. She growled, spitting venomously. You insects! Insin chose to share his skill, startling her. He raised his fist high, activating his metal body ability. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden light. Rocks and debris shattered into pieces, flying wildly through the air. The powerful fist struck straight upwards. The sphere also gradually sank. The two forces collided, creating a violent explosion. All that could be seen was a golden color engulfing the space, as rocks shattered into tiny fragments, falling down one after another. Insin stood tall and imposing, his body full of muscles, not moving an inch. Mina was stunned. He blocked it with just sheer strength. She cursed under her breath. This is insane. The devil's sword was utterly thrilled, worthy of the sword saint. Inshin raised his voice. I told you it was an illusion, but you didn't believe me. Are you just going to stand there? As soon as he finished speaking, he knelt on the ground in repentance. Yes, it was my fault, Sword Saint. And Shin was speechless. Not again. You're exaggerating too much. While Mina couldn't believe what was happening, always questioning. No way. She thought to herself, isn't that guy just an E rank? Why was the devil's sword continuing this charade? This blasphemous sinner will punish himself. And Shin delivered punch. To knock some sense into your crazy head. That's enough. He kicked the devil sword in the head while instructing. Just stand still in this spot. First, I need to take care of a few things. The demon sword calls you Sword Saint? Mina frowned, still in shock. Suddenly, Inshik stepped right in front of her and whispered, Guardian of Miri, will you listen to me now? Mina was utterly astonished by his lightning-fast movement. Zulfast. She leaped back, exclaiming, how dare you? Mina swiftly pointed to her temple, activating her skill. Inshik, feeling ignored, interjected, hey, someone's talking here. Suddenly, he glanced to the side, breaking out in a sweat. Turns out, Mina had started activating her mental domain. A strange magic appeared in her hand. Mina's entire body emitted purple streaks of light, charging straight toward Inshik. He was blown away, falling backward. Inshik closed his eyes, raising a hand in front of him. Look out. He opened his eyes with a look of surprise. NSCO is looking around. He has fallen into a strange dimension. NSCO still doesn't know where the heck he is. He carefully takes each step, feeling his way. The ground seems solid, it's also very soft, and the fresh scent of the breeze makes me want to close my eyes. He exclaims, not understanding why he feels so comfortable. There's nothing here, but he can hear the chirping of insects, buzzing on a summer night. It's as if I've finally found the peace I've always desired. NSCO feels refreshed. It feels like I could do anything. He moves gently and stops at a place. The night sky twinkles with stars. He blankly wonders, where is this? Secretly marveling at the one-of-a-kind night scene, it's so beautiful. Mina's voice echoes, you're really annoying me. Mina's voice brings him back to reality. Mina didn't let In-seong enjoy it any longer. She immediately pointed and activated her skill. Now In-seong suddenly remembered. Right, I'm fighting the guardian of Miri. Mina kept pointing and activating her skills. Streams of water slowly wrapped around In-seong, making him wonder in surprise what this was. In-seong struggled against the encirclement, while Mina calmly watched the spectacle. She coldly declared, this will be your end. Give up. He struggled to raise his finger to crush the god's little finger. He could only just blink and watch the water tighten around his body. Damn it. He realized his skill was useless. Mina suddenly stepped forward. Don't worry. You won't die, so don't worry. But if you get sucked in there, your body will enter a vegetative state, and you'll never wake up. In-shik's face paled, and after a moment, he shouted angrily. Aren't they basically the same? In-shik calmed himself, muttering, no, calm down. This must just be another illusion. Mina said sternly, this is your last chance. In-shik retorted, wow, Guardian Nim, please calm down a bit. Mina, boiling with rage, yelled, speak. He stammered, wait, what do you want to say? She put her foot on In-shik's head, interrogating him. Who are you? What is your purpose? He mumbled Mina SSI. She laughed loudly. Good, so you're willing to confess now. But it seemed In-shik didn't mean that. Not that. It's just that I can see it. I can see your underwear. It's white. Mina's face turned pale. He immediately backed away. Who steps on someone's face while wearing a short skirt? This time, you've stirred up a hornet's nest. She's furious, about to explode, damn it. As soon as he finished speaking, In-sin was swept away by the water. He widened his eyes, gritting his teeth in endurance. Mina glared like a wrathful goddess. Her expression gradually turned colder. In-sin was submerged, the water engulfing him like he was floating in the air. He murmured that he wanted to sleep, but it seemed his consciousness wouldn't allow it. No, can't sleep. She still hasn't explained why she placed the seal on. Miri, but I'm so sleepy. The system suddenly displayed. The conditions for activating Night Rose Bloom have been met. In-sin was still drowsy, not understanding why. Suddenly, bubbles surged from beneath the water. Mina glanced down, a question mark forming in her mind. Under the water, huge mouths emerged from the roses. A phantasm. It suddenly lunged to attack her. Mina was still reeling from the sight before her. Somehow, it felt like she was having a beautiful dream. Before this, Mina was still wondering why she couldn't investigate RA. I think he's involved with Nethia. Finally, I couldn't uncover his identity either, but I've eliminated a potential future threat. Guess it's time to return to reality. Just as she was about to go back, bubbles started rising from the water. It was back to reality. Carnivorous vines emerged from the rose, opening their mouths, ready to devour their prey. It lunged straight at Mina, forcing her to step back. She frowned, wondering, what the heck is this? The mouth inside the branches. Sharp thorns gradually closed in on Mina. She quickly jumped back, dodging the attack. Mina weaved and moved nimbly through the trees. Mina frowned, wondering, what on earth are these things? They're all so much bigger than before. How can these things exist in my space? My mind. This is a place no one can enter without my permission. It seems she's realized something's up. Is it because of that bastard? In-seong doing his little tricks, putting his hands in front of him, making a heart shake. It looks so comical appearing in her consciousness. The enormous mouths continue to target Mina. Suddenly, there's a change in Mina's eyes. In-seong is sitting on a rose, surrounded by thorny branches protecting him. In-seong dreamily feels so warm. I'm sleeping, but I want to sleep even deeper. The branches aren't being so leisurely. They are relentlessly attacking Mina. She gets stabbed in the arm. Annoyed, she curses, damn it. Dodging is all I can do. Mina was no longer as majestic as before, looking weary, wondering if she'd ever felt this helpless before. The power gap is just too immense. Her face gloomy, lost in thought, remembering that day's horror. The Nether Dragon's massacre when she was just a child. The one who took her parents' lives. Thinking of this, Mina collapsed, spirit broken, falling to the ground. She clutched her wound tightly, her face etched with pain, constantly telling herself she couldn't die like this. Quick as lightning, Mina was tightly bound by Rose's branches, her whole body wrapped up like a cocoon, leaving her only able to scream. The massive maw closing in, ready to devour its prey. A piercing scream echoed out. Mina desperately begged for mercy with all her strength. I still have so much to do. I can't die before I get my revenge. Mina's voice was cut off. Before I can get revenge. And just like that, Mina was swallowed whole. That massive mouth snapped shut. Inside In-shin's mind, he's walking quickly. In-shin is faced with ruins. He asks in surprise, "Where am I?" "I was fighting Mina." A golden light from the side catches his eye. In-shin follows the light, moving straight forward. Activating intrinsic authority, eyes of the faceless god. A machine appears before his eyes. He asks in surprise, "Is this the answer system?" In-shin is observing Mina's nightmare. In-shin intently watches the rising light from behind the buildings and asks, "Mina's nightmare?" He can see the reason. Mina sealed Miri's powers away. He stared blankly as a stream of memories began to surface. Mina's nightmare began 15 years ago with Nethia, the one hailed as the worst monster of all time. The reason? It devoured hundreds of people in a single breath. Even Mina and Miri's parents were among them. Eventually, it marked the two sisters. Nethia had seen the immense potential within the two sisters and marked them with the intention of using them as sacrifices. Thanks to the seal, Mina successfully became an S-class hunter. After becoming an S-class hunter, she lived with the sole purpose of avenging her parents. Rumor had it that Nethia was dead, but she didn't believe it, thinking that someday Nethia would return. However, the dragon's curse didn't let Mina go. Her power might increase rapidly, but it also shortened her lifespan. Clearly, at this rate, she wouldn't live much longer. A curse that allowed her to grow strong quickly, but also takes away her lifespan. The problem is, she's not the only one affected by the curse. Mina tried to recall the mark, but it didn't work. So she chose to sacrifice more of her lifespan in order to seal her sister's power. At least she could prevent her sister from becoming an S rank. Mina began the sealing process, causing Miri to cry out in pain. "Stop it, sister." She kept begging, "Sister, please." "I'm sorry," Mina said painfully. "Don't ever think about revenge. At least you should." The memory stopped. Ensign froze for a long moment. Then he burst into tears, regretting that he didn't know. The system notified Mina's spirit, who was eaten by Rose blooming at night, is breaking down. The thought space imprisoning Ensign is being destroyed. The demon sword saw Ensign with tears in his eyes and hastily asked the sword saint, "Are you all right, sir? Your silence scared me. I feared you weren't responding. I was really worried. Inshun, please answer me." The sword saint cheerfully babbled. "Anyway, you defeated the great Mina. Quite impressive. What do you plan to do next?" Seeing Mina lying there, the demon's sword asked further, "Are you planning to sell her to the Hunter Association?" Inshun anxiously rushed to her side, calling out, "Mina!" He helped her up, saying, "Mina, Mina, wake up." At this moment, she began to stir Inshun. Inshun breathed a sigh of relief, thanking God she wasn't dead. He tenderly asked Mina, "Are you hurt?" Mina's face was no longer as evil as before, becoming strangely gentle. Lying in his arms, she raised her hand, trying to call for her mother. Inshun felt something was off. The sky was clear and blue. The mountains were majestic, quiet, and strangely beautiful. Nestled amidst the woods was a rather grand-looking log cabin. Mina was drowsily sucking her finger. In-seong activated his ability, but nothing happened. He cursed in frustration. Damn it. The power of his ring finger was ineffective as well. He looked at the system, asking if anyone was watching. What should I do to cure Mina? A message arrived from the god of eternal truth-seeking. A healthy body will heal everything. She needs more training. In-seong replied, "No objections," and pressed the go button. The heavenly blade of absolute irony urged him, "If she's going to die, for sure, why don't you sacrifice her to me?" His cold-heartedness infuriated In-seong. "I didn't expect anything from you. Just go away." Next was a message from the god of abundance. "If you become god level high, you can heal her with your finger-flicking power." The healing finger flick Inson just reached God level low with. To reach God level high is beyond this offer. Suddenly, he thought, wait, I don't really remember, but every time I lost consciousness after being defeated, Night Blooming Rose always appeared in the system notification. You have fulfilled the bloom condition of the original ability. Night Blooming Rose. Reward, Jaemong. He knew, so that's what happened. Images of Kong, Sand, getting beaten up by the frog flashed through his mind. Because of Night Blooming Rose, it activates when I lose consciousness. He marveled to himself. Could it be that I'm a genius? Inson looked at his phone, face full of concern, and asked, right, Nightmare Nim, why aren't you saying anything? Jaemong replied, if she can eat, there's nothing to worry about. He asked, I'm sorry, so I should just leave her like this? She replied there was one way, and Inson asked again, really? He continued to question her. So, you're saying I should sleep with her? This is the only way. He asked, really? Momong nodded frantically, making him suffer to the point of tears. Sunlight streamed through the glass pane, illuminating Inson. Lying on the ground, lost in thought, he noticed the blanket on Mina had been pulled down halfway. He sat up abruptly, then carefully went over and tucked her in again. You should cover yourself. Inson stepped outside. At the same time, Mina woke up and gently asked, where are you going? He calmly replied, I'm going to make breakfast. Do you want rice? He knew there was no malice when Momong said I had to sleep with her. Mina smiled happily and replied, food, I like it. Like water flowing from high to low. The memories you've absorbed from her will return in your dreams. Inson knew what he had to do. So, I have to dream with her in a place. Looks like it's working. Inson began to execute his plan. Well then, let's check what her name is. She quickly answered, Mina. What do you like? Mina replied, Miri, my sister. He continued, what don't you like? Mina trembled and replied, I'm afraid of flowers. He knew he had only just brought her mind back. Back when he was little, he was helpless. So I just have to keep sleeping. And then Inson hurriedly told Mina, I'm sleepy, going to sleep now. Looking at the news on his phone, it read, S-Class Hunter Mina suddenly went missing. All contact has been cut off. She's probably been captured. The Hunter Association has been summoned to investigate. He wondered in surprise if he had become a kidnapper. If she returns now, I'll be arrested. Insu quickly thought, I have to hide until Mina recovers. I'm deep in the mountains, so it won't be easy to find me. But first, I need to let Miri know what's going on outside. The demon sword was carrying his giant sword, heading straight toward the house. Just then, Insu stepped out from inside. The demon's sword quickly asked, is the master awake, Sword Saint? The demon's sword knelt down, bowing his head in respect. Good morning, sir. Insu asked, is your training going well? He replied, yes, sir. The demon's sword started rambling. The sword manual that you rewarded me with is amazing. It's a revolution that breaks all the molds in swordsmanship. Insu frowned in contemplation. I thought that the divine rank quest was impossible. Kiyama's sword. Of course, I paid a big price to train you. Inson made a distressed face. How am I supposed to get 1 billion followers and 10 servants? Of S rank or higher? This is a headache. System notification. Your servants of S rank or higher potential has increased by 2. Added in Ho, an anti-demon sword was confused by his attitude. Hastily asked Sword Saint, are you okay? Inson Fowler continued to stare at his phone. I don't know how hard they trained, but in Ho, an anti had become S rank. Then, Demon Sword also has a chance. He glanced at Demon Sword, planning to make an S rank hunter into a servant. I'm almost there. I'm going to turn my servant into an S rank. The Demon Sword still tightly gripped the book in its hand. Its head was filled with question marks. Insong pondered deeply. That's why I spent 20 million divine coins to buy this book. The sword was included, but the system's answer for ultimate swordsmanship is to discard the sword, surpass everyone, confront the heavens, and finally split the mountain in 2. Seriously, my fists are stronger than my sword. Insong realized he had been scammed. He was furious, but purchased items cannot be returned. No refunds on scam items. He looked at the demon sword diligently practicing and told himself, stop daydreaming. Snap out of it. Insong decided to gamble on using potions. They'd be better for development. They're extremely effective, especially for Inho. So, maybe the demon sword can use it too. No sooner said than done. He quickly threw the podcast potion to the demon sword and instructed him, drink it while you train. The demon sword received it, kneeling with his hands clasped together, grateful to the sword saint. Insian was speechless. This guy watches too many martial arts movies. All right, I'll go make breakfast while you just keep training. The demon sword wanted to offer his services. No, I'm the one who should, Insean refused. Just train. The stronger you are, the more useful you are to me. The demon sword knelt respectfully and replied, I will not let the sword saint down. The demon sword remained kneeling on the ground, while Insean was thinking about what to cook. Let's see what sounds good. Suddenly, there's news. S-rank hunter Su Hyan warns the kidnapper. If you dare touch her, I'm going to break your neck. Insen's face darkened. Break my neck, you say? Suddenly, a burst of energy descended from above, slamming straight into the ground. Startled, they both turned to see what it was. Jahayan thundered. Where's my Mina? System, warning. Jahayan, a human male, age 26. System, note, he possesses a rather impressive flame. Insen asked in surprise, You're Jahayan? Seeing his sword saint insulted, the demon's sword snapped. How dare you? Do you know who this is? Jahayan retorted, Who? The demon's sword proudly pointed to the man. Insen introduced, This is the Sword Saint. Jahayan blankly asked, Sword Saint who? The demon's sword raised a finger, sneering, How disappointing. So, the famous Jahayan is so narrow-minded. Insen thought darkly. Hey, demon's sword, I'm getting embarrassed, so let's stop, okay? The demon's sword kept taunting. The Mina you're looking for has already lost to the Sword Saint and can't live without him anymore. Jahayan frowned, asking, Can't live without this guy? He was so provoked, he gritted his teeth. His dark eyes turned blood red. If it's what I think, you're all dead. The demon's sword, seeing this, laughed gleefully. You moron. Can't you even recognize it? Insen, utterly embarrassed, pleaded, Please, just be quiet. The demon's sword switched to deaf and fearless mode. Just watch, Sword Saint. I'll take care of him. Insen, shocked, questioned, Where did that confidence come from? You're fighting a rank S, not wanting to keep his Sword Saint waiting. The demon's sword immediately raised his sword high, pouring all his energy into a shout. Die, you chicken. Jahayan remained perfectly calm, griping his sword hilt title. Two swords clashed. Sparks flew as the demon's sword RA was knocked back. Jahayan remained unscathed, but the demon's sword was scorched black, lying sprawled on the ground. Insen and Jahayan locked eyes. Jahayan activated his ability. He vanished from Insen's sight in an instant. Insen, stunned, exclaimed, He disappeared. Then he reappeared, grabbing Insen by the neck. This speed, I didn't see it coming. So fast. Is this instant teleportation? Jahayan, radiating energy, demanded, Where's Mina? What was that maniac talking about? Dayan activated his ability. The Crimson Dragon was awakened, its eyes blazing with fire. Insen wondered, Is this Duhian's Crimson Dragon sword spirit? He angrily shouted, What have you done, you bastard? His whole body ignited in flames. Dayan gripped Insen's neck tightly, urging, Answer me, burned by the flames. Insong felt the intense heat. My face is burning up. I need to put out the fire first. Then, he quickly used his powerful index finger. The finger of the god pointed directly at Zich Long, Red Dragon. Jahayan, feeling insulted, asked, How dare you point at me? Suddenly, he froze, looking down, muttering, I can't move. The Zich Long behind him was surrounded by a beam of light. Its eyes became even more ferocious. Jahayan, enraged, shouted, What skill did you use? Insong, too lazy to answer, simply said, Get lost. Then he focused his power into his finger. The Zich Long was struck directly by the beams of light emitted, forcing it to shield its eyes to avoid them. Two streams of power collided, creating an extremely strong friction. Earth, rocks, smoke, and fire enveloped the entire space. Jahayan glanced over to the other side. Keep wondering what the hell? Turns out his sword was severely damaged. Jahayan couldn't accept it, screaming, My dragon soul sword. Then he emphasized, asking, What did you do? Insen coldly replied, Me. How could that attitude not infuriate Jahayan? He scoffed, Shouldn't you let go first? That fire was warm enough. I don't like it too hot. Jahayan still didn't let go, continuing his outburst. What did you just say? Insen calmly replied, You heard me. The demon's sword regained its spirit, kneeling on the ground in admiration. He easily defeated Jahayan. How wonderful. Jahayan was about to continue, swinging his sword to activate a skill. Insen asked, Enough? Then it's my turn. Just then, Mina walked out of the room. Awakened, she angrily shouted, "Shut up!" Turns out, Mina couldn't sleep because of the noise. Jahan glanced aside, looking at her and asking, "Mina, are you okay, Mina?" Her eyes turned icy as she looked at him. Jahan burst into tears of joy. "I'm so glad." Suddenly, Mina pointed forward, "Bad person," catching him completely off guard. Jahan cried out desperately, "Mina!" Suddenly, her eyes flashed with light. Mina raised her hand, unleashing her energy, shouting, "Die!" Jahan was hit by the blast and sent flying backwards. His body and sword hung, suspended in the air. Then, he crashed to the ground, creating a powerful tremor. Dust and debris flew everywhere around. Jahan struggled to get up, blood spilling from his mouth. Still confused, he asked, "Mina, why are you attacking me?" Suddenly, a voice called out, "Miri," from behind, surprising Insin, who turned around. Mina thought Insin was her younger sister, so she worriedly ran to him and asked, "Are you okay?" Jahan was shocked. "What's going on?" Mina tirelessly checked Insin for any injuries, comforting him. "Don't worry," he calmly replied. "I'm okay." Suddenly, she embraced him tightly. "I'll protect you from the bad guys." The unexpected hug startled Insin a little. "If you suddenly hug me like that," Jahan sadly called out, "Mina." She started placing her hands on both sides of his cheeks. "Miri, don't get hurt, okay?" Insin instinctively replied, "Yes, ma'am." After saying that, he shuddered, realizing he had just called her ma'am, and Jahan painfully watched the two of them being intimate. A series of fantasies flashed through his mind. What if those two are really dating? If it were him, I think I'd die. Or, is it Mina? A girlfriend can't recognize herself and return to her childhood. Seeing the pitiful Jahan kneeling on the ground, Insin decided to release his seal. "I will release you." Ring finger heel. After saying that, he could move and his energy was restored. System announcement. Calculating the origin of cause and effect on the opponent. Jahan has been healed. He's currently only at the lower 8th stratum, but he has the potential to grow even further. Insong asked in surprise, "More potential?" The system displays. 100 divine power has been consumed to heal him. Eyes wide with astonishment. 100 is the price for an S-class. But Insong suddenly focused his attention on Jahan, who was calculating something. "This is my chance to increase the number of S-class servants I have." Look at that expression, like he'd die if I asked. Do you think he'd become my servant if I tried asking? Jahan, freed from his seal, stood up and politely asked, "Did you restore me?" Then he looked at his 2 hands and praised. What an amazing skill, even for an S-class healer. Even the guys I met in South America couldn't do that. Seeing that, Inshil secretly rejoiced, thinking he had made a good impression. "I'm done with him. You take this chance to explain, Mr. Jahan. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Let me explain a little." Suddenly, something appears. Both Insin and Mina look up. 3 helicopters are approaching in the sky. Were you surprised about? He didn't come alone? Then, he cocked his head and asked Jahan, "Are these your allies?" He hurriedly replied, "No, I came alone." Insin thought to himself, he's not lying, is he? So who are those guys? The appearance of these uninvited guests made him curious. So many people. Are they bounty hunters? Or the investigation team captain of the Hunter Association? But whoever they are, they're making things difficult. The helicopters land in a wide yard in front of the house. People are jumping out of the helicopter one after another. Inshik can't help but exclaim, "Oh my, it's a lot of people." He's surprised to see someone he recognizes. Oh, Kongsan's head pops out of the helicopter. Inshik notices his unusual expression and feels a prickle of unease. The principal, why does he have that look on his face? Ah, that new rumor. Don't tell me. Even the principal thinks I'm a kidnapper. Miri is following behind. He sees her appear and is surprised. Oh, Miri's here too. Mina sees her younger sister and happily calls out, "Miri." Inshik tries to figure things out. How should I start explaining this? We're in the perfect situation to be misunderstood. Everyone gets out. He slowly recounts the whole story. So that's how it is. He recounted exactly what happened. The rest of about Mina. Miri's sealed talent has also come to light. Now Miri understands. So that's why you seal my power, Yini. Misunderstandings cleared. The 2 sisters embrace, tears flowing freely. "You risked your life for me, Yini." Mina tries to appear strong, comforting Miri. "Stop it. Why are you crying?" Little Miri bursts out, "Yini, I love you so much." Mina gently responds, "I love you too," making everyone around them tear up as well. Yunbai coldly takes out a card, handing it to Insin. "Please accept this." He takes the card, surprised. This is a permit for awakening. B class? What? Yinbai explains. Based on your stats, you're only a C class. But thanks to the headmaster's letter of guarantee, as well as the flower monster you summoned. The mere mention of the flower made Kong San and Mina tremble. That scaly flower monster. Yinbai cleared her throat and continued. Anyway, your ability to summon those strange monsters you summon is highly valued. So, you'll receive a B-rank license. Insong, remember the flower monster. Strange monster? Oh, you mean the night-blooming rose. Kong Sin tried to persuade him. That's why I want to ask you. Why not work with me? Becoming a B rank gives you the qualifications to teach at the academy. Insong nonchalantly retorted, why should I? Then he pondered. I have to feed my ants. And even as a third-rate writer, I still have to write. I also need to raise the stats of my S-class apostle. Anyway, everyone knows I'm a busy person. Kong, since seals the deal, I can double your starting salary. In SEO's eyes light up at the mention of money. How much are we talking about? Unbai shows him the calculations. If we had a budget, specifically for the principal's activities on top of your salary, your starting salary, it would be around this much. The long string of numbers makes SEO's eyes widen. How many zeros is that? It's too much. He does a complete 180 and grabs Kong San's hand. Kong San says enthusiastically, I will become an academy teacher. Actually, my lifelong dream has always been to stand at the lectern. When can I start working? They return to the academy. Hunter Miri's face lights up with joy in the classroom. Seeing this, Miriamji next to her asks curiously, Miri, you look so happy. What's got you so cheerful? Miri responded with a bright smile. That's right. We're having a special guest appearance today. The two of them then turned to look at Insin, who walked out looking exhausted. Insin appeared on the podium with GWI geometry by his side. The students below buzzed with questions. Who is that? It's the tracksuit guy from before. Isn't that the person who defeated the instructor Dustin with just one hit? What? And who is that person behind him? Insin began to speak. Hello, everyone. For the time that instructor Dustin is on medical leave, I will be the temporary homeroom teacher for this class. Insin, the students continue to chatter. What is he saying? What? So sudden. Finding the noise bothersome, Geometry angrily shouted, Everyone quiet. I'm the assistant, GWI Geometry. You brats. You should know. You should consider yourselves very honored to be taught by the great sword master. Insin asked the class, so what's our first class? Miri quickly raised her hand and said, it's PE class. This is teacher Danoke's class. Then he told the class, oh, is that so? All right then, let's just consider this a study hall then. As soon as he said that, he slumped over, thinking to himself, I'm sleep deprived, and the classroom is too small. The class was surprised and confused by the teacher's actions. The demonic sword beside him raised his sword threateningly. From now on, you all better not make any noise, not even the slightest. Anyone who dares disturb the sword saint's sleep will not be forgiven by Dawn. A female student at the front desk scoffed. John? The sword's name is John? Like Dragon Fong or something? So childish. A classmate signaled to the person next to them. The energy he's emitting is at least a ray. Just be quiet and study. The next day, SEO sat on the podium, yawning widely. Your exams are coming up, right? Well then, guess we'll just have to study on our own. The next day, it was pouring rain outside. Insong continues to make excuses. It's raining too hard. There's no way around it with weather like this. Let's just study on our own today. The day after that, he used the excuse that the weather was too nice. Class, study on your own. Min Yoongi gradually grew incredibly frustrated. She muttered to herself, what's wrong with this guy? We've done nothing but study on our own for 4 days. We wake up and play these games with ants or something. Is this even a teacher? At the dining table, Mi Yanji was speechless, surprised by the scene before her. Insong, cheeks full, eating and exclaiming, I'm so happy doing this job. Because the school even gives us free food. He asked Myanji with a satisfied expression, Student, Myanji, why are you eating so little when the food is free? She cursed under her breath. Salary thief. Miri put on an adorable act. Oh my, just seeing him eat makes me happy. Myanji was shocked to hear that. Is your face okay? She's blinded. Class ended. Myanji complained to Miri as they walked. That sloppy and disheveled guy in the tracksuit is always finding excuses. What's the point of making us self-study? Miri didn't understand and asked, what? You mean teacher Inseong? Inseong. She's so proud of Inseong. Inseong. It's okay. I just need to know how much our teacher shines. Miri gasped, thinking she misheard something. Miri then looked at her phone screen and said, "My sister and teacher Inseong are waiting for me." Then she quickly said goodbye to Myeonji. "I'm off." Myeonji shouted, "You're seeing that person even after class? Hey." Then she mumbled to herself, "I told myself I couldn't stand by and watch this any longer. I have to save my friend from this quagmire. Even if I have to wrestle with this thing alone. I have to clear away the haze before Miri's eyes." The next day, at the Academy Stadium, Inseon started explaining the lesson instead of self-study. "Today, we'll have some fencing exercises. Feel free to pair up with anyone you like." Minji knew her chance had finally come. "I'll use my skills to defeat him." Sleepiness washed over him, and he started to delegate. "I'll leave everything else to the demon sword assistant instructor. I am sleepy." The demon sword bowed his head in response. "Yes, your wish is my command." Minji was furious. "What is this? How is this any different from self-study? Set up a fencing lesson and then go to sleep?" Inseon quickly found himself an ideal sleeping spot. "Oh my, this place looks good," he said, before he could even lie down. Mihyunji's voice echoed, "Teacher, wait." He turned around, asking, "Huh? What is it?" She raised her hand, saying, "I don't have a partner." Xian was surprised, asking back, "What?" He hurriedly calculated, "That's right. There are 21 students in the class. I forgot, but I want to sleep." Mihyunji seized the opportunity to make a request. "So, I was hoping teacher and Xian could be my partner." The demon's sword angrily said, "You little brat, how dare you ask the sword saint to be your sparring partner?" She didn't back down, retorting, What? Is asking the teacher to be my sword practice partner not allowed? Is he scared or something?" The demon's sword cursed, "This little brat." Suddenly, Xian said, "Be quiet," then accepted, "I'll be your partner." He began to mutter, "Teacher Yunbai will deduct my salary and make me pay for my own lunch. If I'm going to half-ass it, I should at least pretend I'm working." Mihyunji is so smug. "I can still hear what you say even when you whisper, sir." "That's right, you son of a prematurely dead teacher." Then the two faced each other, Mihyunji and Inseon, stepping into a sword fight in front of the whole class. Mihyunji muttered, "Useless, salary-stealing bum. I'm going to kick your ass." Hearing that tone, he thought to himself, "Oh my, how rude. I can hear you mumbling, you know. This brat isn't Myeonji. Miri's good friend." "Huh? I can't argue when she calls me useless or a salary thief. Because I just sleep through class. But I have my reasons. I just woke up this morning, you know." Inseon had a terrible headache. He muttered to himself, watching the two Kim sisters sleep soundly in the bed. Insu thought to himself, "I gave up my bed for the sisters to treat Ms. Mina." His face paled as he looked ahead. Kong-san and Ju-hyun were passed out drunk on the floor. He glared at them in frustration. "I can't even get a wink of sleep because of these useless guys." Looking at the pile of empty bottles, Insu felt helpless. These are S-class hunters. The future of Korea is bleak. He nudged Ju-hyun's leg gently. "Excuse me, why don't you go home and sleep?" Seeing him still fast asleep, Insu was fuming. "This is S-class. He doesn't even flinch. These two useless guys have been at my place for a week, and they drink every single day. Drinking every single day. On the day before starting the job, they were out drinking and wandering the alleys." Kong-sin drunkenly said, "Let's celebrate Cho's new job. We should drink to this day." Ju-hyun muttered incessantly, "Congratulations, and please take care of Mina." Inseon had no idea then that it was the start of a whole week. When it rained, they said, "Drinking is best when it rains." He was worried it would affect Mina's treatment. But every time he opened the door, those two drunks brought a whole crate. Mina happily said, "More alcohol? Let's party. You guys look so silly when you're drunk." Miri worriedly reminded them, and Inseon sighed in relief. Whether it's a blessing or not, it's good that Mina likes these fools. And when those two good-for-nothings fell asleep, Inseon also drifted off to sleep. Mina woke him up. She whined, "I'm so hungry, feed me." He was speechless. "You know you have to feed me." Then sigh in annoyance again. "Just stay still." What's Mina wondering? Just ignore her, it's just kitchen duty. "I'll make you some kimchi fried rice." "Mina, ask for more, I like that sound. Make me a fried egg too." Insu, cutting food while thinking about being drunk all week, and haven't take care of Ms. Mina. So there's not enough time to sleep anymore. Suddenly, Mina noticed something was wrong. The phone next to Kong In-soo, who was sleeping, kept vibrating. The phone ringing woke them up. Just picked up the phone to check. They received news of an SSG-class hunter. A Russian-born hunter was killed in Gangwon-do. Emergency news. SSG-class hunter discovered dead. SSG-class immigrant Hunter Green is reported missing. Was found dead in a hotel in Gangwon-do. The Hunter Association has informed the media. However, everyone is watching and waiting for the outcome, especially since experts predict the emergence of a high-level monster. Just now, an S-class hunter, huh? Kong-sin knew it then. There's a dangerous monster out there. He prayed for a miracle to happen, though it's a long shot at this point. Jahyun said with a heavy heart, Segai is so pitiful. Look at this picture. There's a phrase written in blood on the wall above his bed. Kong-sin didn't understand what it meant. Segai wrote it. Jahyun replied, according to the analysis team's report, this isn't Seigai's handwriting. It's in an African language. It says, a sacrifice for the gods. Kong-sin immediately jumped up. We need to go before it's too late. Jahyun responded, understood, Hyung, teleport. Then, they vanished from the room, leaving only In-shil frying eggs for Mina. Quit your blabbering and say kimchi fried rice is ready. Where did those two useless guys go? Mina, also puzzled, where did those idiots go? Insu handed her the fried rice, saying, I'll go look for them. Meanwhile, Mina, finish eating and get ready for school. Mina joyfully exclaimed, I love Miss Yunbai the most. He thought to himself, whether I go to school or not, I always leave Mina with Miss Yunbai. I think it's best for Mina and me. Looking at Mi Yeonji in front of him, he thought helplessly, well, I did say I'd work hard tomorrow, but I guess there's no other way. The notification reminded Mi Yeonji. Human female has existed for 19 years. Special note, has useful summoning skills. Insu wondered, summoning skills, huh? The little girl announced, okay, I'll start now. Wake up, my minion Hades. He knew Hades, the king of the underworld in Greek mythology. Mi Yeonji aktivatet her summoning siki. The Hades summon is complete. He carefully reads Hades information. Announcement, gigantic Hades zombie. A level 7 summon from the underworld, existence duration, 1.1005, special note. Once a knight under the command of Paysen Kong Nan, but after the defeat 7 years ago, now he's a zombie, just an outer shell remains. He's quite looking forward to this. So a student, Mi Youngji used necromancy to control the zombie. This is going to be interesting. Before Hades' gigantic hand could strike, he activates the steel body skill. But before he could act, Insun sensed that something was off. Hades' body was motionless, like a stone statue. Mi Youngji worriedly asked, what's wrong, Hades? Hurry up and attack. Seeing him kneel down, Mi Youngji was even more shocked. Are you crazy? He says this loser and inferior being is honored to me, the great and mighty existence. The little girl beside him urged Hades, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. Miriamji thought to herself. The summoner's command is absolute. How could this ridiculous thing be happening? The spectators were all murmuring. What? He subdued Miriamji's summon without even lifting a finger? The demonic sword proudly praised this foolish zombie. Even you can see the greatness of the sword saint, right? Miri agreed. I think so too. Teacher is so cool. Myeongji angrily kept hitting Hades. Hades, move. Move. Insun, seeing this, felt sorry for her. She looked so pitiful, like a squirrel. He secretly communicated with Hades. Could we pretend to fight? How could I dare refuse you, my lord? Perhaps a little faint, but I can feel your power, master. The earth-shattering Kong Nan from you. I implore you, please take those words back. I misspoke. Earth-shattering Kong Nan. I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. I remember now. So you're his knight. Without paying attention, Insun already placed his hand on Hades' head. So you're like the earth-shattering Kong Nan. Too fast, Hades passed floods into his mind. His appearance is no longer like the zombie he is now. Hades, who became the giant god's knight, with all his pride, failed 7 times in protecting the priestess, and lost his life in battle. Hades became a resentful and wandering zombie, aimlessly wandering in the underworld. For thousands of years, until Myeongji's summon. When she read that past, Insun was so moved he cried a river. How touching. System notification. You have acquired the divine power of Pasun Kongin. You have met the requirements to inherit a follower. Do you want to recruit the fallen knight of Pasun Kongin? No question about it, of course. Why even hesitate? Insun made his choice immediately, of course. Notification. Displaying. Congratulations. You have successfully inherited the progress of Pa Sun Kong in Zombie Hades Kong and has become your third follower. It will cost a lot of divine power, but you can evolve him. Inson was shocked. Evolve? What's that? But based on the situation, it doesn't seem like there's any issue, right? Reminder notification. Do you want to use divine power to evolve? The giant Hades zombie instantly made its choice. Then, from Hades' body, the black aura slowly receded. He's about to be purified successfully. The power of evolution is so strong that every muscle of Hades strained on the arena floor. The light from Hades radiated, blinding the students watching. Amazing, teacher, you're the best. To witness the magic of the sword saint firsthand is a true honor. Insung would be shocked to witness this. Is this evolution? Hades' body is completely purified through the evolution process. The owner is still stunned as he watches the outer layer slowly change from black to white. Streams of black aura rise from Hades' body. The evolution is complete. System announcement. Congratulations. A zombie giant Hades has evolved into the Night Hades. Inson is still stunned. The demon sword is very proud of you for creating such a miracle. The Sword Saint is truly amazing, isn't he? System announcement. Night Hades. Species, dark. Special note, a knight with outstanding abilities. Hades immediately knelt on one knee before him, expressing his loyalty. He steadfastly swore to express gratitude for your grace, swearing on his soul that I will become your shield. Inson, 4 quest notifications appear. Promote the God of Prosperity in progress, level S, and heretical believers with an overwhelming probability. The 4 Myounji are surprised. Hades has changed. He can even speak now? He was surprised by the girl's reaction too. She looked pretty shocked, huh? But why do I feel so dizzy? Insung's body swayed, as if about to collapse. Hades quickly reached out to support him. Oh no! Behind them, the Sword Saint and Miri simultaneously called out, Master! Sword Saint! The students below were stunned, not understanding what was happening. Insung's face became gaunt. Miri and the demon sword were worried. Oh my, look at his haggard face. What should we do now? Why did this suddenly happen to the Sword Saint? Hades spoke up. He's just sleeping. There's nothing wrong with his body. Miri breathed a sigh of relief, while the demon sword was trying to hold back tears. Oh, is that so? How exhausted must he be? He bowed his head to the ground and said, Please sleep well. I'll keep a good watch until you wake up. Announcement. You'll need to expend your divine power for your followers to evolve. I see. I guess I used more power than I thought. Well, that's normal when you're promoting something's evolution. And now you've entered the peaceful meadow. This is inside Inson's dream. Right now, you're resting your head on the goddess of abundance's lap, feeling her gentleness. Inson is satisfied. So it's the goddess of abundance today? Now, I have the ability to meet my followers directly, which I could only see through the window before. Status. System notification. The goddess of abundance says, You've used a lot of divine power today. Get some good rest to recover your strength. You can just close your eyes and drift off to sleep. Thank you, God of abundance. While you sleep, the God of abundance will use his gentle power to make you more comfortable. Inshin is blissfully enjoying it. Oh, this feels amazing. Is this heaven? Little did I know, though, that while I was resting, a malicious creature was approaching outside. Mina is in Yunbai's room, holding a candy in her hand. Mina sadly says she's bored. When will Inshin and Miri's classes end? It will be so much fun to play with them. Suddenly, she gets an idea. No sooner said than done. Mina rummages through her backpack. She happily pulls something out. I knew something like this would happen, so I secretly brought this along. Now, I'll play with it. Mina's talking to the box. Does that Kia have AI in it? You want candy too? The box shakes its head, refusing. She snatches the candy back. Just kidding, I won't give it to you. This is mine. Unbai sighs at the sight. I prefer her adult version. How rude is she? Anyway, what Dad and Ju-hyun came to Gongwu for? It's not too big of a deal, right? Ms. Mina would have been a great help if she were in a normal state of mind. Suddenly, the candy falls to the ground. Unbai looks up, startled. Mina is losing control, her body trembling. Her face pales as she pleads, No, Eunbi rashes to kamkart Mina. Don't worry, we still have a lot of candy. Mina hugs her tightly, crying, I'm so scared. Unbai has to soothe her. Calm down, Mina. What are you so afraid of? A voice breaks through, Monster! A monster! It's coming to devour me. Meanwhile, outside the academy, Gustav is staring intently inside. He mutters, "That's where the sacrificial offerings to the gods are hiding. 2 seeds sown by the abyss dragon." Gustav thinks coldly, "But why hasn't one of them matured yet?" A guard immediately spots Gustav. "Look, who is that guy? This is crazy." Seeing him enter, the guard steps forward to block him. "This is going to be troublesome. You can't just walk in here dressed like that. Seriously, this guy. First, let me see your papers." He nearly whispered, "How dare such a lowly creature?" Gustav's hand lashed out, leaving a streak of blinding light as fast as lightning. The guard was instantly logged out of existence. His headless body slumped, ready to fall. Gustav's gaze remained chillingly cold. The 2 remaining guards, frantically, he stumbled backward. "This maniac! Do you even know where you are?" Seeing him continue to advance inside, the 2 guards pursued him. Gustav dealt with them both in a flash. Behind a mysterious figure, a sea of fresh blood spread. He gathered arcane energy into his fist. Then he slammed it into the floor, shattering the surface. The entire academy seemed to tremble from the impact. Gustav's presence radiated a chilling aura. He declared, "Offer your lives to the gods." The warning sirens wailed, announcing a code red. "Code red, intruder." He grumbled, so noisy. "Only 2 sacrifices for the gods. Everything else is just trash." The trash he's talking about is the students in the academy. They divided up the tasks themselves, fighting, surrounding him, and attacking with all their might. One damn thing after another, and the principal's not even here. The whole group charged at once. Gustav remained cold, not the slightest bit nervous. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock when he saw Miri appear. "Found you." One of the 2 seeds sown by the abyss dragon. Looking closely at Miri's face, Gustav smirked. "My sacrifice, Miri." Instantly, she drew her bow and fired. Miri's arrow exploded in front of him. The whole group waited until the thick dust settled. A teacher looked at Gustav in astonishment. "Who are you?" He looked like a debt-collecting demon. He clenched the stone in his hand tightly. Noisy parasites. In the blink of an eye, the stone shattered into fragments. Gustav's eyes flashed with a ruthless sharpness, a desire to kill. As he spoke, a wave of murderous aura emanated from him. Some students and teachers were struck. As that eerie power prepared to strike Miri, the demon soared beside her. He used his sword to block the Miri guardian behind him. His blow made the demon sword tremble. Gustav gruvled. "The voice of a parasite dares to block my attack." The loudspeaker blared. "Everyone, evacuate to the shelter immediately. The headmaster and S-rank hunters will be here in 10 minutes. Move to the shelter instead of engaging the enemy." Miri pleaded with the demon sword. "Please, take Master Ensign there. I'm going to try and hold out for 10 more minutes." He replied, "Hades will do it himself." Gustav smirked evilly, saying, "That's not going to happen." As the words finished, his figure vanished. Only sharp spikes grew where he once stood. Both of them were stunned, their mouths agape. A gigantic crocodile surfaced. It roared, a resounding sound that echoed far and wide. A swirling vortex of violet, dark energy gathered in his palm. It morphed into a tempestuous whirlwind, enveloping Gustav's form. Miri furrowed her brow. What in the world is that? Dark, ominous power infiltrated the academy. A sphere materialized, trapping the academy within its confines. Gustav scoffed. 10 minutes? You must be dreaming. Don't be so delusional. Insects. Miri gasped, realizing, is that a territory barrier? Only Lord-class monsters like the Inferno bloodline can do something like that. The courageous sword said urgently, "Miss Miri, you need to get to the shelter. It's our only option right now." "I'll distract him." So, before he could finish, Gustav launched a punch. "Where do you think you're going?" A surge of fury welled up within the courageous sword. His eyes turned icy cold. He swung his sword, slashing directly at him. Suddenly, the tail lashed out unexpectedly. The demon sword was caught off guard and slammed into the wall. The impact was so fierce, it made him cough up blood. Gustav arrogantly asked, "How dare you?" But where did the sacrifice run off to? The sacrifice he was looking for, Miri, was launching a surprise attack from behind. Gustav sensed something was amiss. He turned to look inside the shelter. He noticed Mina's unusual behavior. Yunbai asked with concern, "Is something wrong, Mina?" She exclaimed, "Miri is in danger." With that, Mina vanished instantly. Miri used Thunderclap to restrain Gustav. The demon sword sensed the danger and shouted, "Miri, watch out." Gustav's sharp claws slowly reached out. He gripped Miri tightly in his palm. The demon's sword was powerless. He helplessly apologized. Sword Saint, I'm sorry. Gustav's claws pinned Miri to the ground. He declared, you can't escape sacrifice. Something like a touch. Gustav's palm began to aim at Miri. She desperately turned away, calling out, Teacher. Mina appeared at the critical moment. She shouted, no. Mind control skills, stop. Gustav blankly turned to look, casually saying, the Hell Dragon Seed found its way here. Seeing that the opponent was still calm, Mina knew the skill had no effect. Suddenly, the box in her pocket started clamoring loudly. Too noisy. Mina threw it straight to the ground. Shut up. My sister is about to die. She used her next skill, deduction. Before she could act, his tail whipped around. His tail wrapped around her whole body. The crocodile tail slowly tightened around Mina's body, then lifted her up high. Gustav announced, I will sacrifice you later. Mina angrily fouted. Don't you dare touch my sister, you wretched monster. He paid no mind, instead inviting us to begin the ritual. Miri cried out as a small claw grabbed her shoulder. Appa, I'm so scared. Please save me, she pleaded. Mina, at that moment, was equally desperate. She could only pray. Please, save Miri. She cried out a name, Ensign, the one whom even the BA placed their hopes on, currently enjoying peace within his dream. As if sensing something, Ensign stirred awake. Ensign drowsily woke up, wondering, what was that just now? Then he said to the god of abundance, I think I need to go now. Suddenly, the system announced, Tears of the god of abundance, saying, your divine power has been fully restored. She was worried, afraid you'll lose your life at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction. If you go now, Ensign thought to himself, at least I have to do something. Outside, the vicious Gustav frantically struck at his target. Insome appears. He picks up the backpack on the other side. Mina screams, crying out, Insome. Meanwhile, Gustav grabs Miri. Helpless and in pain, Miri can only plead, no, please no. Oh God, please, please. Gustav, with sharp claws and long tentacles extended, drains Miri's energy and life force. He announces, the blood ritual is complete. Now, I will sacrifice you to the gods. Poor little Miri barely manages a scream. At the same moment, a flash of light streaks past. Gustav senses something is wrong. His tail has been severed. His tail falls heavily to the ground with a thud. Gustav roars in fury. My tail, my precious little tail. At this moment, the system also displays Apostle Gustav, age 85, notes SS class responsible for the harvest created by the god of destruction. Gustav is a crocodile found in Africa. In the blink of an eye, poor Miri was in the palm of Ensign's hand. Ensign's whole body emanated a powerful energy. Ensign, with a dangerous look, said, I really want to tear that crocodile to pieces. So much more. Miri cried and called out, Master! Ensign gently put her down. Then he gripped the knife tightly in his hand. Marching straight towards Gustav, he yelled, Crocodile! Crocodile! Gustav angrily exclaimed, Who are you? How dare you? You pathetic little mouse! Ensign didn't hold back, shouting, I will tear you apart. A man and a crocodile charged into battle. With nimble movements, he dodged each of Gustav's attacks. Ensign smirked, jumping up to meet Gustav's fist head-on. Then he contorted his body to evade, avoiding another punch from his opponent. A look of triumph filled his face. Ensign flew straight into Gustav's gaping mouth. He gritted his teeth and swung his blade. The blade slashed fiercely, severing Gustav's tongue, sending blood spraying everywhere. Gustav cried out in pain, You bastard! He continued to gift him with a few more strikes. Gustav wisely clamped his mouth shut, his eyes bloodshot. Ensign leaped onto his nose, his expression utterly ravenous, licking the blade and saying, I want to carve you up even more. Gustav struggled, cursing, You coward! Ensign relentlessly slashed at him, his eyes blazing. The demon's sword in the corner thought to itself, That's the kind of swordsmanship I want to master. Gustav stomped his foot on the ground, his body riddled with injuries, struggling to support his collapsing form. Ensign scoffed, Is that all you've got, little fish? His words were a grave insult to Gustav. Irritation flared in Gustav's eyes. You've got a strong voice, he growled. But he began to activate his ability, his eyes blazing, and exclaimed, That's not all the power I possess. Ensign became even more excited. Really? This is going to be so much fun. Gustav continued sternly, If I sacrifice you, the great god will be pleased. See clearly, this is the power that the god of destruction has granted me. Ensign smirked at him, Show me all the power you're hiding. You'll be even happier soon. Suddenly, the truth seeker sent a message. What a disappointment, using a sword, when you have such strong muscles to use. Votan Mong is cheering you on with the carnivorous flower on both hands. Ensign felt extremely annoyed. Useless little pests. Suddenly, a colossal figure stood towering before him, startling him. What's this? It turned out to be Gustav activating his ultimate ability. His entire body transformed, becoming muscular. Ensign thought dismissively, is that all he's got? How boring. He quickly flew straight up high, focusing all his strength into his arm. A blade slashed across Gustav's face, but he was unharmed. Ensign angrily wondered, my blade can't cut through? Me, and I'm a sword saint? To prove the title of sword saint, he kicked hard against the ground for momentum and shouted, I can't accept this. I'll tear you to pieces, you damn crocodile. Ensign unleashed a flurry of slashes onto Gustav's body. Blood splattered from him in a gruesome spray. He was about to end him with one final strike. But Gustav grabbed his hand tightly, stopping him in his tracks. Gustav scoffed, this kind of sword could never cut. Scales bestowed by the gods. Gustav punched Ensign, sending him flying backward. Blood gushed from his mouth, followed by relentless swirling attacks. Slamming straight into him, the ground shattered and exploded into the air. Gustav stalked towards Ensign. He was badly injured, feeling like he couldn't even move. Taking his chance, he grabbed Ensign's head with his razor-sharp claws. The pain made him clench his teeth. Gustav said smugly, how does it feel to contemplate the power from this holy grace? Huh? Then he began to mutter, Dear gods, please accept this delicious sacrifice I offer to you. Insong fell into a passive state. Blood kept flowing from the corner of his mouth. Gustav, gaining the upper hand, pressed on, tightening his claws even more on Insong's head and shoulders. He was extremely arrogant, his eyes icy as he looked at his opponent. Insong tried to activate his ring finger's healing ability. The system continuously sounded warnings. Warning, you do not have enough holy power to use this skill. Insong was furious, gritting his teeth and cursing. Damn it, the system reminded him. Warning, warning, death is imminent. Gustav lifted Insong up with both hands. He seemed to be on the verge of giving up. My eyes are going dark. Suddenly, Hades appeared from behind. Charging straight at Gustav's back, Hades roared, Master! He startled, turning his face to see Hades' eyes blazing with fire. He was absolutely furious. Then, he unleashed his power, swinging his sword in a fierce strike forward. The entire space became chaotic. The collision created a massive explosion. At this moment, Inshin was suspended in midair. He wondered vaguely, was he too careless in becoming a god? Wasn't he always the one trying to run away, without caring about anyone else? In his daze, he could hear someone calling his name in Shin. Inho raised a fist high, pleading, please restore his power. Antai was also praying fervently. Oh, great God in Shin, please restore his power. Inshin seemed to still have some awareness. He could hear and feel the cries, the desperate prayers of his followers. Mina cried out, please, Ensign, don't die. Miri also struggled to say, please, please don't. The demon sword was filled with remorse. I'm sorry. If only I were stronger. Ensign felt it all, the most sincere wishes, and the tears shed for him. System notification. A portion of your power has been restored, affected by the prayers and tears of your believers, devoted to you. Gustav continued to raise his sharp claws, shouting loudly, I will offer you to God. System display. Skill sharing. Skills from the Demon Sword and Hades have been added. New Phantom Heavenly Demon Sword. New Blessing from Hades. Immortality. Ensign regained his senses, his eyes widened, his hand gripped his dagger tightly. He struggled to raise the dagger and slashed off one of Gustav's arms. He felt the pain race down his arm. He unleashed his next move, the Dark Sword skill. Next up, Illusionary Heavenly Demonic Sword. 1 second. The colliding energies erupted in an explosion. Kong San and Jahayan frantically tried to break in. He complained, I can't penetrate this magical barrier. Damn it, my skills are useless against it too. Kong San seethed with rage, his eyes burning with fury. He cursed that bastard, Gustav. He's gathered every Korean hunter, rank S and A in Kongwon-do, and came here. Jahayan stared intensely at the magic barrier. He regretted, if only I had some magic. Cracks began to appear on the sphere. A shock wave rippled outwards. Inside, Ensign prepared to attack. Then, he plunged his dagger into the ground, confusing Gustav. What the hell are you doing? Ensign looked up, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I want to kill you. With that, he frantically brandished the knife in his hand. Countless sharp objects flew towards Gustav. He had to curl up to minimize the damage. He exclaimed, "Too dangerous." The knife in Insong's hand also broke in two figures. He stood tall and proud, while his opponent was extremely cautious and defensive. Gustav looked at the person in front of him with suspicion, then looked at his short, stubby arm and wondered, "What is this?" Then screamed, What did you just do to me?" Insong coldly replied, "You've been defeated." He flew into a rage. "You crazy son of a bitch. You trying to trick me?" He raised his fist, ready to punch him, but something seemed to make him freeze. A streak of light cut across Gustav's torso. Turns out he had been slashed. Blue blood spurted out. What the hell? Two sharp rays of light swept past behind him. Gustav couldn't believe it. I can't lose to someone like him. The two, Jahayan and Kongsan, outside, were still intently watching the situation inside. Suddenly, a burst of light tore through the space. Layer upon layer, shattered into pieces. The barrier was broken. Gustav lay defeated on the ground. He mumbled, "You lowly parasite. What have you done to me?" A myriad of whys flashed through Gustav's mind. Ensign activated his magic, illuminating the sky. He stared, wondering if this was his true form. The boy still had his eyes closed, focusing his energy. Gustav is now afraid. I should have run. The moment I saw him. This name, this insignificant being, before he could finish, his fingers shattered. Ensign stood proudly before him. His body was absorbing power from Gustav. System, announcing, Destroyer God's Believer, rank S. Gustav has been defeated and is being absorbed as a sacrifice. Congratulations. Believer Gustav is a worthy sacrifice. Mission complete. 5S ranks down. Ensign collapses exhausted. System notification. Mission. The transcendence of a low-level demon god is in progress. S rank, possessing transcendent potential, current relics, 2 out of 10. Kongsan rushes over, frantically calling Ensign's name. He worriedly encourages him. You can't die yet. His hand loses strength and falls limply to the ground. The other two mistakenly think he logged out, bursting into tears. Ensign isn't. Hades says, Master is just sleeping. Jahayan, puzzled, asks, sleeping how? In a coma. He enters a peaceful space where hundreds of flowers are blooming. Next, bizarre carnivorous plants sprout from the roses. He realizes this place is a silent nightmare. I'm inside the mouth of a man-eating plant. So, I've been eaten by a lurker? System, unexpected notification. Silent nightmare. Said that when the body is completely absorbed, there will be no more curse. No toxin can harm him. It feels great. That's good, but it's been a while. Now, I'm starting to wonder if it's really working. The system keeps notifying. Silent Nightmare says there's only one punch left. Insong, surprised, punches the carnivorous tree trunk gradually moves. Insong doesn't have time to react, falls right inside. He yells, "What the hell is this?" The flower closes. Only the cry for help, "Save me," comes out. "Save me." Insong wakes up from the nightmare. Mina, with her chin on her hand, gently asks, "You're awake? You've been unconscious for a whole week." He's surprised, wondering, a week later? It's only been a week. No way. She sees him looking dazed and comes closer, asking Han, "Are you okay? You had a nightmare, didn't you?" Inshin calmly replied, "I am okay. Thanks for your concern." System notification. Congratulations. Mina's wish has come true. She is now your 4th believer. Mina is a powerful believer, worth 2 S ranks. The low-rank Demon God's Ascension quest is in progress. S rank, possesses the potential to transcend, artifact 5 out of 10. So, Mina has become my believer. In Ensign's worshipful demeanor, she asked curiously, "What are you looking at?" System introduction, Mina as a believer, description. Try asking her for a kiss. She might be happy and comply. Ensign shyly asked back, "What a kiss?" The space suddenly vibrated from something. A shark suddenly lunged towards the two of them. Mina frantically hugged Ensign's neck and screamed, "Another monster! I'm done for." Mina was extremely panicked, constantly screaming, "Monster! Monster!" System announcement. Inho has offered a giant shark. Inho is joyfully offering the gift to you from the beach. Inshin, please eat this fish and get well. Hang in there. Hang in there. Inshin clutches his head, confused by Inho. What the heck is he doing? Kongsan bursts into the scene. screaming at the sight of the shark. What's going on? What the heck? GWI Geometry and Miri hurriedly intervene. Sword Saint Master, are you alright? Inshin replies, we're having grilled shark for lunch. What does everyone think? For the students and staff. Next, he activates the god's powerful pointer finger. The shark is instantly teleported out into the courtyard. Everyone stares blankly at the fresh, thrashing shark. Inshin smiles brightly. Please share it. I'm giving you this shark. A few days later, at classroom number 3 on the 3rd floor, he holds the teaching plan in his hand, feeling a little nervous. An XIN walks into the classroom, carrying his teaching materials. 2 students notice him and start whispering. He's the SAO Association's secret weapon. Of course, that's why. The S-Class Mina is always following him around. He's the one who finished off that SS class monster, back when we were still in Bunkie. That's right, even though the headmaster didn't make it public. Everyone knows it. The guy's face darkens as he thinks. I can hear what you guys are saying. The sword demon slams his sword down hard, much to Yisen's surprise. He uses the hilt of his sword as a microphone and says, finally, you all recognize the power of the Sword Saint. Sword Saint. Myanji stands up and instructs the class. Everyone, stand up and bow to the teacher. Insin was utterly surprised. She's the class president? How did I not know that? The whole class bowed their heads in unison. Greetings, teacher. He covered his mouth, deeply touched, thinking, these kids have never welcomed me before. But still, it makes me feel better seeing them. So happy like this. After that Gustav incident, Insin began, hello everyone, it's been a while. Since it's been a while, let's have self-study time. Myanji and everyone else were speechless. Insin was startled. He thought, I did let them self-study when I was rushing my novel deadline, but I don't think it should be like this anymore. These kids are going to stage a coup. Then he spun around 180 degrees. Just kidding. Today will be counseling. Today we'll have one-on-one counseling sessions. Insin led everyone to the counseling room inside the faculty office. Next up, Hazu. She plopped down in the chair. Yes, I'm here, the system announced. Hazu, female, 19 years old, rated average. Looks healthy on the outside, but actually has high blood lipids. Insin thought to himself smugly. Diagnosis complete, displaying consultation and treatment status window. If this doesn't make me a top-notch instructor, then what will? Then he said, please don't move. Next, Insin activated the healing ring finger of God. Hazu watched in surprise as a 6-colored light enveloped her. She felt an odd sensation in her body. She curiously asked the instructor, what did you do, teacher? My senses are probably twice as sharp now. Insin thought confidently. Of course. That's because your high blood lipids have been cured. He called out, okay, you can go now. Next, Insong saw them, face darkened. Why are you two here? Kui Geometry wore an eager expression. I'd also like to receive your advice. Miri chimed in beside him. Me too. Insong asked immediately. Aren't you two receiving private training at home? Kui Geometry quickly replied. But school is different from home. Miri also chimed in. That's right. Seeing that he couldn't win against their logic. He reluctantly agreed. All right. Who's first? Kui Geometry volunteered. Me. Miri also fought for it. No, me first. Insong stood up, raising his voice. No way. I can't give way to you just because you're a student, you know. I got here before you. Miri retorted. But aren't you not even a student? Insong felt a headache coming on. He had no choice but to reluctantly accept. Don't fight. I'll advise you both at the same time, okay? The Saintess sent a message to the believers. Anti is feeling desperate now. She's praying for a miracle. He glances at the monitor, wondering what's happening. The screen shifts to Anti's location. She's kneeling with the Black Tribe citizens, deep in prayer. Oh God, Insin, please save us, oh Divine One. We can't solve this with our meager strength. Insin is surprised by this. Huh? What's going on? He urgently notices a red alert. The system is repeatedly warning right now. He can finally see the dire situation of the ants. The mighty Red Ant Army is lined up in formation. Their fighting spirit is fiercely rising. The quiet forest suddenly becomes bustling. They are swarming towards the Black Tribe territory. The entire forest is gradually being covered by the combat power of the 3 leading believers. First, the 5-headed serpent leading the army, a follower of the abyssal swamp overlord, a 2,000-year-old being summoned by Arash, with infinite regeneration capabilities. Next, the winged white tiger with massive fangs. Let's just call him Big Mouth for now. A a follower of the mighty, cunning beast male, 666 years old, a being summoned by Arash. Ho'olwan, a follower of the light, the highest in the sky, 2,200 years old, a being wielding terrifying flames, summoned by Arash. Insi recognizes them. These are three of the most terrifying followers. System warning. These three followers are even stronger than SS class. Gustav class. It's highly probable the entire ant colony will be annihilated. What's with that angry frown? Are these guys trying to erase the source of my power? System warning. Emergency situation. Time remaining until Iraq and her legion of 100 billion bugs. Arriving in Ansha, 78 hours, 12 minutes, and 5 seconds. The countdown begins. Ensign broke out in a cold sweat, seeing 100 billion bugs. A whole truckload of insecticide wouldn't stop this many. He wondered, could he protect the ants from him? He wasn't even sure of winning against Gustav. The demons Sword and Miri, having waited long enough, called out to the Sword Saint. Oh, what is it? The Beast Corps, 3 devotees of the god, were ready for battle. They began to shout, shoulder to shoulder, side by side with His Majesty and the great gods. The Red Ant Legion also responded. Let's roast the destroying gods gang. Ensign clutched his head, racking his brains for a solution. Damn it, I'm going to die. Suddenly, he had an idea. Wait, I have a low-level quest. Ensign beamed, pointing to the sky, laughing to himself. The demon Sword and Miri exclaimed, Sword Saint, he's been in bed for a week and now. System, mission alert. Promote a low-level deity in progress. S-class candidate with outstanding potential requires sacrificing 6 out of 10. Ensign, let's dive straight into this mission. First, I need to boost the number of followers. Ensign knows that when someone is drowning, they'll clutch at any lifeline they can find. Kong San is happily enjoying his meal in the academy cafeteria. He picks up large pieces and chews them heartily. Ensign watches him intently. There you are, my lifeline. Then, he sidles over and pulls up a chair. Seeing this, Kong San is puzzled and looks curiously at Ensign. System, introducing Kong San. Human male, 58 years old, comments. A muscular man with extraordinary potential. Likes you for saving his daughter. Kong San speaks. Is there something you want to say, Ensign? Ensign replies calmly, Mr. Kong San, I have a request. Then, he begins to ramble on. Kong San, who was puffing out his cheeks while chewing, suddenly stopped. He laughed heartily, causing grains of rice to fly out. Kong San said in a deep voice, All right, I trust you. But he also felt it was indeed a strange request. Looking at Kong, San still focused on eating. Ensign despaired, there really isn't a chance at all. I guess it's not going to work. Miri looked at Mina and hurriedly urged, Just eat, stop looking. System announcement. Promotion mission. Low-level godhood is in progress. Rank S possessor of transcendent potential. Sacrifice 6 out of 10. Ensign despaired, thinking to himself, Thank you, Mina, for helping me at this moment. I just need a few more hours to become a low-level god. That's the only way to escape this situation. But why didn't it work when Mr. Kong Cian said the keyword? Doesn't he trust me? Inzion turned and asked a question. Kong Cian, how can I help you? What can I do to make you trust me more? Hearing that, he immediately replied, seeing him become unusually nice. He suspected that he was plotting something, wasn't he? And then hissed, Even if I liked you, I wouldn't give my daughter to you. He felt powerless. What is he even saying? Mina and Miri widened their eyes in surprise. Kong Cian, of course, dismissed it. No, never give up. Life isn't that easy. In Song chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not interested in older women. Mina felt a tickle of irritation as her face flushed. Kong San was fuming too. Seething with anger, he slammed his spoon on the table. You brat, did you just say you don't like my daughter? In Song realized this guy was really something else. Is that why he's suspicious of me? I need to find a way to make him trust me. Kong San yanked the spoon out of the table, startling In Song. But then, he lowered his voice. You're helping other students with your skills. Your healing skills. That's it, you little genius. This is exactly what I need. In Song eagerly replied, Yes, the students in Mina have improved thanks to my healing skills. At first, she couldn't even speak or recognize people. Kong San questioned, Really? In Song turned on his enthusiastic mode. So how can I help you? Kong San lowered his head and spoke with hidden urgency. Can you save someone who is dying? The offer took Ensign by surprise. System notification, S-rank follower quest. Kong San has been registered. He stared at the screen, wondering what it was. System follower quest. Heal Kong San's friend. and show that person the power of the great God. Target, Kong San. Reward, Kong San's faith. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Jackpot, I have to do this, hoping to gain another S-rank follower. The two went to the hospital. Outside, the VIP room was heavily guarded by bodyguards. Kong San led him to the girl lying in a bed full of flowers. Insin silently assessed. This is his friend? She's so young. Kong San, noticing his gaze, hurriedly asked what he was looking at. In Song turned to question him. Didn't you say she was your friend? She looks just like my friend. Kong San explained. Mireille doesn't age. She's looked this way since the first time I met her. She doesn't have any gray hairs. Mireille is more than just a friend. She and I went through life and death situations together on the battlefield. A hero who saved South Korea alongside me. Mireille has the face of a young woman. Even in a coma, she always radiates a glow. He frowned, noticing the flowers. But a nurse appeared, apologizing to him. Kong San explained that Mireille's lifespan is running out. She's absorbing the life force of the plants to sustain her own life. Doctors and therapists have all tried to save her, but all 7 failed. The man sadly turned and asked, "Do you think you could do it?" Insian replied solemnly, "I will try." System display. Human limit, female. Age, unknown. Comments. Remaining lifespan. Her meager lifespan has been suspended due to a coma. Insian was incredibly shocked, unable to see her age. This is the first time this has happened. Is something wrong? Suddenly, a voice echoed. A gentleman doesn't ask a woman her age. A pair of eyes stared at Insian. He wondered, is this Maru's voice? Kong San seemed to guess his thoughts. It seems Maru is talking to you in a space of reflection. He patted Insian's shoulder, expressing, "I believe in you." In the midst of a dreamy, peaceful forest, Maru is sitting on a chair, feeding the birds. She smiled brightly, asking them, "Is it delicious?" Then she glanced at Insian and greeted him. Insian was bewildered. What is this? Is this a dream? Then he realized. This is her reflection space. A skill similar to Minas, but it's not as powerful or perfect. Insin spoke up. "Are you Meyer?" he asked gently. "Yes, that's right. Mire reployed." "Insin, you startled me. You know me?" Meyer calmly responded. "Of course. You are the chosen one." Then she continued. "I sensed you as the embodiment of evil, but in reality, you look quite gentle and kind, but a little pathetic. I am relieved." Insin bristled. "Did she just say I look pathetic? Is she insulting me? Should I be angry?" Meyer began to threaten. "I was going to use the last of my strength to eliminate you, if you were as I initially sensed." Insin tried to restrain himself, suppressing his anger. "I should show respect to a hero. It's more like, Insin, I want to know why you brought me here." Meyer says it's because, basically, my body is already dead. I brought you to this space to talk. Insin, sweating bullets, asked, "Can you take me back? I want to heal you. You know, we really don't have time." The system immediately announced the remaining time, 68 hours, 1 minute, and 5 seconds. Meyer bowed her head and shook it sadly. "I thought I couldn't be healed. But now, do you want to use your powers to heal? Me here?" He asked in surprise. "Here?" She revealed. "Your powers are more amazing than you think. Just try it. Don't even think about it." Insin didn't hesitate anymore. Then, the ring finger of God, the ability emitted streams of blue light surrounding Meyer, who was floating above the mound. System display. Calculating the target's causality for restoration. The result, unable to recover from the 7th failure. With the current amount of holy power it's impossible to heal her. Insong looked at Maru with despair. She was slowly lowered. Her eyes gently closed, softly landing on the ground. Insong pondered, "I don't have enough holy power. Does that mean Kong Tae-san's mission will fail?" Suddenly, Maru faintly opened her eyes, seeing herself collapsing on the ground. Insong was shocked. "Miru, what's wrong?" Miru suddenly looked up and said, "I believe in you, Insong." Her entire face lit up. Miru knelt on one knee and looked up at Insong. "You are still young and have many shortcomings, but I have decided. I will entrust my fate and the fate of the earth to you." System notification. Congratulations. Miru has become your 5th believer. Miru's value is equivalent to 2 S-rank hunters. S-rank possesses transcendent potential. 8 followers, 2 plus 6. That's 8 out of 10. Seeing her showing such respect, Jihan thought, this is sudden indeed. But now, I only need 2 more S-class followers. Myri's eyes gazed into the distance. She gave Jihan a prophecy. "I have seen it. If you continue saving these kinds of worlds as you do now, then one day, you may be able to save our own world." He wondered, surprised. The ant tribe? Does she mean the ants? Myri seemed pleased. Before leaving, she instructed, I hope that you will be our savior when the world is in danger. O young and lovely God, I eagerly await that day. Jihan, seeing her preparing to leave, rushed forward, saying, wait. But Myri was gradually disappearing. She still kept a smile on her face, reassuring Jihan. I don't have much time. Don't worry, little God. I'll give you a hint. The answer you seek is closer than you think. In-sung reached out desperately, but it all vanished into thin air. System notification. Follower Limeyer's skill has been added to the new skill sharing slot. Limeyer's premonition. In-sung stared blankly at the screen. A foresight skill? The system chimed again. You do not have enough divine power. Suddenly, In-sung's whole body felt weak. He let out a small cry of surprise. His eyes snapped wide open in shock. When he regained his senses, he was back in reality. The experience had frightened him pale. He was breathing heavily. Kong-san was so worried that he stepped forward, grabbing his shoulder and asking, In-sung, are you okay? But In-sung was still focused on Limeyer's words. The answer is near me. He bit his lip, thinking to himself. The next morning at the training academy, In-sung stood on the basketball court, watching Hades play basketball with the students. He noticed him. Hades waved, but In-sung didn't pay any attention. In-sung was on a call with the AI, his mind preoccupied. This commission didn't work out, but I'm preparing another way to gain more followers. I just have to search around like Mira said. After thinking, In-sung responded to the person on the other end. Then please send it to me by tomorrow at the latest. After hanging up, he thought to himself, I used all my assets, not to mention taking out additional loans from the bank this time. Hope it works. He saw Kui Geometry practicing diligently in another corner. This caught In-sung's attention. Kui Geometry fiercely slashed sharp sword strokes into the air. In-sung was thinking about the sword he got from the fraud case. Then the system popped up. Dark Devil Swordplay version 2. Heavenly Devil Godly Swordplay sold by Sword Saint Zam's Absolute Extinction Sword. Heavenly Refined Sword, upgraded from version 1. Feature, incredibly heavy, cosmic grade. He cried tears of blood in his heart. I paid my entire fortune for this. To turn the Dark Devil Sword into S grade. Thinking of the tattered book that came with it, he sighed. And this is my extra reward. System, Taiji Demon Sword Technique. The Sword Saint's Absolute Extinction Sword's Secret Library. A technique containing the essence of Zhang Sanfeng. But in XIN recalled the moment the demon sword gave him the book. There was a reminder that this gentle sword style is not suitable for Truong, my extreme flow sword sect. The Heavenly Devil God Sword is already very strong. If I learn the Taiji Demon Sword Technique, then my meridians and vital energy will be completely disrupted. In-sung cursed inwardly. The demon sword politely refused. That damn Sword Saint's absolute destruction sword. Back in the present, the demon sword was diligently training. After finishing an entire sword art routine, he finally stopped to rest. He reached up and smoothed back his sun-silk smooth hair. The drops of sweat flew out like crystals. This scene caught the eye of Mihyunji, who was playing basketball and stopped to stare blankly. She didn't even realize when the saliva started drooling from her mouth. So cool. The demon's sword turned his head and said, stop staring and come here. Mihyunji dropped the ball, flustered, and replied, me? Do you want water? Do you want some water? But the demon's sword pointed specifically at Hades. No, not you. That summoned monster next to you. Mihyunji, hearing that she was a fan, felt embarrassed. Hades immediately sneered. He's quite the rude one, isn't he, sir? Is the demon's sword eager to taste defeat? But his face is filled with confidence, declaring that today will be different. Even if you're S-class, I have a feeling I'll win today. In-sung thought to himself, oh ho. Could it be that an A-class can't possibly defeat an S-class? But the demon sword could ascend to S-class through combat with Hades. After all, the demonic divine sword is no ordinary es worthmanship. The solution is near me. Could she mean the sword demon? At this moment, Hades rushes forward, attacking like the wind, and warns, I won't hold back. Brace yourself. The demon sword swiftly activates his power and swings his sword in response. I have mastered the demonic divine sword to the highest degree. I am not the same as I was yesterday. Suddenly, something flashes in front. He widens his eyes in surprise, looking towards where Hades was standing. A real shock. He's already gone. Only a faint haze of smoke remained. Suddenly, the demon sword was caught in a surprise attack, sending him sprawling. Hades had been behind him all along, taunting him with a smug look. Sir Demon Sword, that last move was pretty good, but it's still not enough to defeat me. The demon sword gritted his teeth, muttering in frustration. This stupid body. But just you wait. One day I'll definitely win. Having said that, he collapsed face first onto the floor. Hades had no choice but to hoist him over his shoulder, saying, I know you'll do it. After all, you're still alive. Inseong approached. Report, Master. I'll take him to the infirmary. Hades simply gestured, go. Suddenly, Mihyungji hurried after Hades. Take me with you. Inseong watched his retreating figure. Inseong mused, like Hades said, the problem is when will the demon sword reach S rank in the future? That's the question. Then, he tilted his head back and drained the vial of medicine in his hand. System announcement. Synchronization rate with the creator has increased from 45% to 46%. Inson's innate authority has been enhanced. He glanced at the potion, grumbling, this is the 2000th bottle, and it's only gone up by 1%. I have a battle ahead of me. He looked over at Mina, who was treating her younger sister. Is everything going smoothly? He asked, even though he knew she probably wouldn't answer. She's completely focused. Right now, Mina is removing the seal on the power within Miri. She's doing it so Miri can protect herself, instead of letting her become a helpless sacrifice for the dragon. Miri's abyss is undergoing a change. She felt an immense pain throughout her body. Seeing this, Mina poured all her strength into her younger sister. Both of them were enduring terrible pain. Once it was over, Mina collapsed, completely exhausted. Seeing this, Miri asked, Yuni, are you okay? Despite being exhausted, Mina's demeanor remained firm. She wiped her sweat and replied, yeah, I'm okay. Inseon thought to himself. The answer is close to me, Miri had said. I thought, she's both the demon sword and Miri. How is that even possible? He stood to the side, raising his hand to encourage the 2-. Don't push yourselves too hard. Take your time. You two can do it. Hang in there. A familiar image suddenly flashed in Mina's mind. She then pouted and turned her head to the side. Before both Inseon and Miri could understand what was happening, she blushed and exclaimed, Mina. He asked confused, huh? Suddenly, she shouted, I'm not older sister. I don't want to be the older one. Call me Mina. Inseon scratched his head, took out a lollipop, and called her Mina. Want a candy? She happily ran over, acting all excited like a child. I like candy. Give me candy. Inseon thought, she needs to get back to normal, so that we can undo the seal. System notification, mission progress. The promotion quest to low god level is in progress. Class S, possesses transcendent potential. Believers, 8, 2 plus 6/10. Insong, watching Mina eat candy, thought further. It would be 10 if Demon Sword and Miri were promoted to Class S. But there probably isn't enough time to wait for that. The system notified again. Time remaining until the experimental forces land. Approximately 48 hours, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Insong was regretful. Guess it's impossible. I need to train quickly too. I almost forgot. He waved his hand, calling out to Miri. Hearing this, she responded, yes. Insong had an instruction. I need to leave this world for a bit. Tell Gigam that the guarding and protection is entrusted to him. After I leave, I have something important to do. Miri, sensing the seriousness, pressed him. What is it? Inseong nonchalantly replied, sleep. After returning to his room, he let his body relax and leaped onto the bed. In another world, Inseong glared angrily at the wooden sword before him. Then he roared, Cheon Geometry, are you kidding me? The tall man, standing before Inseong, grinned triumphantly. Inseong approached the bed, thinking to himself, at first, I thought it was some kind of wondrous place. Mentioning it leaves no choice but to. As he thought this, he sat down and pulled up the blanket. Then, he curled up in the blanket like a cocoon. Continuing his thoughts, hellish training ground with the dream wanderer. Time in the dream realm flows much slower than in reality, meaning I can train in my dreams. In a time frame of 3 months, which is like about 2 days in reality. Totally awesome. I have no idea how strong I'm going to get. Lian Su looks really satisfied right now. He falls into a dream at the Sword God Palace. Giant swords are planted in the ground. They look incredibly scary. There's a man who looks like a leader, sitting on the throne, with a triumphant look on his face. Lian Su glances around. Realizing this is where the Kiyama Sin Gun resides. The first time our eyes met, remembering that wide-eyed stare, he still feels the same fear as he did back then. I almost fainted. Anyway, that doesn't matter. I left. My sword of burst in the battle with Gustav. Let him fix it. Insian loudly called out, "Oh, Master Blacksmith, is the sword fixed yet?" Remembering the moment the sword suddenly exploded into hundreds of pieces, the system notified. Kyondo Ju sure replied that it wasn't done yet. He said it needed more time, because the sword was severely damaged. Insian pleaded, "Then at least lend me one." He gestured okay. But the system notified that Kyondo Ju sure demanded 1 million sugar. Insian flared up, "What? Why is it so expensive? Twice as much as last time." He smirked smugly. The system announced Kyondo Ju sure. Said, "If you don't have money, don't ask to borrow." He angrily tapped on the screen, muttering, "This damn cheating, evil merchant. Guess I have no choice. Here's 1 million sugar." Suddenly, In Song became cautious, thinking, wait a minute, isn't he trying to trick me into draining my money? The double doors in front suddenly split open. A blinding light, so bright it hurt his eyes. In Song shielded his face, annoyed. A wooden sword appeared from within the light. In Song asked in astonishment, "What is this?" At the same moment, Cheondu Jeol-suk gave a mischievous smile. "Of course, you won't just accept it," In Song retorted, demanding fairness. "Master Cheondu, this is a wooden sword. What am I supposed to do with it? Are you kidding me? Do you think I'm stupid?" A notification appeared. Cheondu Jeol-suk said it was like that, but it's not, so just try it. Information about the sword: old, worn wooden sword. The sword was made from plum tree wood in 855 BC. A comment: this sword was used by the founder of the Wasen sect for practice. Izishin strained his eyes to digest it, word by word, then compromised with himself. This sword is already 850 years old, and it's the sword used for training by the founder of the Wasen sect? For training? Actually, it doesn't sound too bad. He reluctantly accepted the sword, but his mouth couldn't help but grumble. "I'm also in a hurry, so I'll use whatever is available. I paid for it anyway." Having said that, he activated the limitless sword. Heavenly Blade Small Treatise whispered a secret, saying that once the synchronization with the wooden sword of the founder of the Wasan sect reaches 50%, then a miracle will happen. He said that synchronization will increase if you practice here. Izishin's eyes sparkled with joy as he thought, what, 50%? A miracle? Yes, it's true. The synchronization rate increases faster when training. In dreams. Look at that sword, it's moving. He kept thinking, but this wooden sword, it's like the founder of the Wasan sect is reacting, like he's trying to tell me something. Well, anyway, it's miraculous enough to consider it magic. Heavenly Blade announced. Jeol smirked and told us we would begin hell training. The announcement had barely finished when a massive object rushed towards us. He shouted in panic, "No, countdown, just straight to it." Reluctantly, he could only muster all his strength, swinging the wooden sword to counter. Then he realized, oh, my sword can block his blade. Look, the enormous heavenly blade, Jeol stood in front of him, wielding his sword. System notification. Cheondu Jeol SSI Bo fought him once. Time remaining, 30 hours, 5 minutes, and 10 seconds. Sync rate, 46%. After a flurry of activity. The scene at the palace. The Divine Sword Hall now resembled a battlefield. Insian, with difficulty, angrily muttered to himself. He hadn't managed to land a single hit, not even in his dreams. Ever before, he offered praise. Announcing Xiong Dujiao, commending him for withstanding 10,000 of his sword strikes, very impressive, and stated that he would attack another 10,000 times. Another showdown erupted. Each sword strike was unleashed relentlessly. Insian had to rely on a dozen or so high-grade potions. To recover his strength, system announcement progress. Time remaining, 20:01 seconds. Sync rate, 46.5%. Insian gasped for breath, sweat pouring off him. Suddenly, he looked up, a satisfied smile on his face, thinking to himself, now I've got his weakness. Suddenly, Insian dashed forward with lightning speed, impossible to keep up with. Even Cheondu Jeol-suk had to widen his eyes in astonishment, amazed by the incredible speed. Suddenly, a sword slashed across his stomach, a light touch, yet deeply painful. He was horrified, speechless. Insian didn't dare celebrate just yet, frowning as he waited for the result. Cheondu Jeol-suk's stomach suddenly glowed. He excitedly turned back, sighing inwardly. Finally landed a hit for the first time. Notification. Time remaining, 20 hours, 0 minutes, 30 seconds. Synchronization rate, 47%. Insean guzzled more patches potion, then looked at him determined. I have to reach 50% no matter what. System announcement. Cheondu Geol 6 says. He feels proud of you, and asked Insean for another potion. Of course, Inseon would say that. If you want it so badly, go buy it yourself. You didn't realize that a hand had emerged from the hillside behind you. It suddenly grabbed you. As Inseong struggled, the system announced, Eternal Truth Seeker No. Guess it's time to get used to the smell of iron. He thought, gritting his teeth. So, this time it's the Eternal Truth Seeker No. Thinking this, he threw away the potion in his hand at the place called the Muscle Temple, which looked like a gym. He was facing a man with bulging muscles. His whole body was glistening as if oiled. A set of bright white teeth flashed in an amused smile. The Eternal Truth Seeker No. said that weightlifting is the best way to prepare for war. After saying this, he grabbed a huge whip-like rod. Please, just a few more searing lashes. He whimpered, on the verge of tears, lamenting silently. Holding the whip, it wasn't just a threat. He was about to be put through hell. He's really torturing me with that whip? Damn it. He's quite pleased. Give In-song a like notification. Truth Seeker, Vinku, Etang, Foiva, says your muscles will get tougher and praises you. He tells you to warm up by lifting the weight. This 2-ton weight looks bigger than a tank tire. In-song drops the wooden sword to the floor. Takes a deep breath, resolute. I'll do anything to protect Giant. I can do this no matter what. He pushes the weight up with all his might, with his life on the line. He grits his teeth, lifting it higher. Just a little more and a little more. In-song puts all his strength into his 2 hands. His body is so hot, he's drenched in sweat. The heavy lump finally budged a little. The ground beneath In-song's feet sank under the immense weight. He was so excited he got a nosebleed. He lifted it. System message. The Seeker of Eternal Truth. Number 9 clapped and advised that you need to take medicine to avoid muscle loss. In-song wearily plopped down on the ground. His hands still trembling, he tried to pour the medicine into his mouth. System message. Remaining time, 10 hours, 1 minute, and 5 seconds. Synchronization rate, 48%. The nightmare continues to report. Silent Night is feeling thrilled that his strength is approaching. In-song turned purple with anger. Damn it, don't wear me down anymore, you stupid nightmare. Anyway, if I fall asleep here, I'll wake up in reality. I can't let that happen yet. Struggling for a while inside the carnivorous plant, In-song finally poked a hole. Following that, he successfully escaped outside. The carnivorous plant suffered a critical blow, instantly exploding into 100 pieces. Nearby carnivorous plants, hearing the commotion, awoke one by one, stretching out their long, winding bodies in preparation for battle, announcing the silent nightmare. Yeonri said gleefully, encouraging him to hit even harder next time. In-song felt disgusted, thinking to himself, none of these dream runners are normal. Progress report. Time remaining, 0 hours, 1 minute, 1 second. Synchronization rate, 49%. In-song scratched his head. Damn it. I've tried so hard, but I'm still 1% short. I need to drink another 2,000 bottles of that stuff to reach 50%. I don't have any time left. Suddenly, he thought, wait, hit harder. He looked up at the trees in front of him. Without another word, he instantly grabbed his sword and shot forward. The silent nightmare announced, trembling with glee. Insu laughed joyously. Well, let's see, and furiously slashed forward. His expression was incredibly eager, to show how much stronger he'd become. Just a few basic moves were enough to defeat the carnivorous plants. They cried out in agony and despair. The system announced, the silent nightmare is overjoyed because you did it so powerfully. Really, it feels a little perverted somehow. Insu, holding his sword, looked at the writhing carnivorous plants. He yelled angrily. Stop being happy and give me the remaining percentage now. The system updated the progress. Time remaining, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Insu was stunned. The system screen displays a synchronization rate of 49.9%. Damn it, a loud shout. Then a furious scream. Damn it, I'm going crazy. Just then, a bleeding and dying tree spoke from behind. Time to kick the bucket. The sound of the tree falling startles Inseon. He turns his head to look. Nightmare announcement. A voiceless, joyful voice says, the Kionma Shingeometry, Chama Shingum, is the best. Synchronization rate has reached 50%. From now on, You may be directly involved with Nchia. Inseong doesn't seem satisfied. Directly involved? Is that it? You said you'd bring me a miracle. A small but surprising one. He angrily clenches his fist. I've been tricked again. System announcement. The mental state and endurance of an A-grade believer will increase under the effect of synchronization. Inji noticed? It must mean the sword demon and Miri. Is this a small but unexpected miracle? If they make it to S rank, that would make sense. Suddenly, the system turned red and warning alarms blared continuously. Warning, warning. The Royal Army's first attack wave has begun. This marks the beginning of the Holy War, threatening the fate of Ju Insong frantically exclaimed, Damn it, I have to get to Anxia now. First, I need to get to the school rooftop. There should be transportation for me there. At Anxia, at this moment, it was defended by a solid stone wall. The enemy was not far from Anxia City. The army, the vanguard of the Black Ant Army, was completely annihilated. The woman calling herself Arachne sat majestically on the throne. Behind her, loyal followers protected her. To say it proudly, that is a castle built with the power of a demon god. They say that castle is invincible because it's too solid. Arak commanded Beelzebub's fly unit to move to the vanguard position. Fly leader Beelzebub stepped forward and respectfully replied, Yes, my lord. We will not let you down. Having said that, they swarmed and flew towards the city walls. Beelzebub said with amusement, Hee, those pitiful little creatures. The Black Ant Saintess stood high on the wall, full of worries. There are too many of them. My holy power won't be able to stop them. Saying that, she still trembled and tried to pray. I will obey your holy command. Ensign will never abandon the castle. Please come here quickly. The Black Ant subordinates also couldn't hide their fear. Apparently, it's rumored that the Trash Legion, Bilsbap's cursed Trash Legion, can melt even stone. If they attack from the vacuum, we're all going to die. We have to run quickly. Bildabap had approached very close to the citadel at this moment. Looking down at the small citadel, he spoke. Oh, god of trash and disgusting contagious diseases, please curse these inferior creatures. Several eyes appeared on his hand. His entire body swelled incessantly, preparing to spew out a disgusting poison. Die you inferior creatures. After saying that, he commanded his subordinates, all soldiers, spew out filth under the power of the god of trash, and contagious diseases go. They inadvertently looked up at the sky in astonishment. A pair of giant feet descended. The sky itself seemed to tear apart. Arak was utterly terrified. Even the devoted followers were sweating with fear. That foot slowly descended. The flies now seemed like harmless bugs, solved with just one stomp. Almost the entire army of fly Beelzebub. Dirt and dust sprayed everywhere. The blood of the fly splattered under the giant's foot. It was Inshin. He appeared like a god of light, with wings made of insecticide, symbolizing the wings of justice. He thought smugly, See that? That's my insecticide army. They arrived just in time. Inshin was even admiring how cool he looked, seeing the insecticide brand name. Beelzebub was terrified. What does that writing mean? It's the language of the demon gods? And what's wriggling under that writing? Suddenly, Inshin stared intensely at it. Beelzebub, fearing the divine wrath, dared not move. He trembled, thinking, We can't win this battle. I'm going to die. I'll die if this keeps up. God is telling me so. He ordered the flies to flee quickly. Inshin, also fed up with these filthy things, thought to himself, Look at these flies, you disgusting bastards, deciding to use the divine finger of power. The bug spray bottles were activated simultaneously. Inshin thought smugly, The on-off power of the divine finger of power, combined with the telekinetic skill I received from a believer, Johann. You're all dead. The vials instantly released toxic fumes, firing directly into the swarm of insects. Bilsbap was hit by a heavy blast of toxic gas. His body rapidly weakened. He coughed up pools of blood and exclaimed, How could this be? This poison, it's deadly. This is the most lethal thing we've ever faced. Everyone retreat. Bayal Bap weakly covered his nose, but he didn't have to wait long. Another blast of toxic gas was released. He could feel the toxic fumes tearing his body apart. After a while, the battlefield was clear of flies. The red ants saw this, reminding each other, Don't let the toxic gas touch you, oh my. Oh gods, that's the legendary demon god that people rumored crazy people worship. They whispered amongst themselves, Run, we're going to die. Erich still tried to shout, Don't be afraid, he's just one guy. When shouts don't work, he resorts to threats. If you run, you will all die by my hand. Insean is overwhelmed by the number of enemies. It's so crowded. The red ants lie scattered on the ground. There's a scream that the poison touched someone. It's death. Run. This infuriates Araji. I grit my teeth in fury and stand up straight, yelling, "You think those tricks will work on us?" I turn and raise both hands, calling out, "Oh, mighty and cunning monster, lend me your strength." The giant beast roars in response. Very well. Then it flaps its wings and flies into battle. Insean is bewildered to see his insecticide backfire. He's confused. At this moment, the giant beast flies close to Insean. It greeted everyone with an impressive landing. Seeing his pile of bug spray flying towards him, Insean stared in horror, cursing that bastard. He's fanning the bug spray this way. He looked back worriedly. Damn it. This stuff will kill my ants. Insean calculated what he could do now. He raised his hand high, shouting, "The almighty index finger, a mind control skill." The bottles flew up accordingly, but it wasn't working. Insean grumbled, "Damn it. All my bug spray is blown away." In a flash, all the biological weapons flew up high. He looked after them regretfully, saying, "My money." Arak gritted his teeth in anger. That demon, that damn Grim Reaper, is using tricks again. Insean was so angry he wanted to curse the Colossus's whole family. "Damn it, my ants are almost dead. Damn it, there's a new development on the Colossus's side." He squinted and looked, then wondered, "What in the world is that cat doing?" The beast roared, revealing razor-sharp fangs. It chomped and devoured the red ant swarm. The offering has been collected. Insong silently seethed with rage. It craved strength, consuming them as sacrifices. Those brutal bastards. Arak, seated on his throne, gritted his teeth, thinking, "We have to endure this level of sacrifice. Hundreds of thousands, millions. As long as we gain the power to defeat you all, we can't afford to waste strength. Nor this sacrifice either. Order the next troop. Send in the blind dragonflies." Insong picked his nose, pondering. Now that I think about it, because of that fanged feline, all those pesticide boxes cost a lot of my money, which just vanished. He swore that. "Fongtooth Cat, I'm definitely sending you to your doom." Then he pointed his finger and commanded, "Crush them." As soon as he said it, his attitude changed to astonishment. He looked up at the sky, peering around. Above Insong's head, there was now a swarm of dragonflies. He wondered, what the heck is this now? Red ants were riding on the backs of blind dragonflies, flying to attack Insong. Every single one of them looked smug. Arak the spider seemed very proud of his army. The mandibles of this unit can even crush rocks. If they can't kill him, they can at least inflict a wound, fatal to him. The believers can take care of the rest. From the backs of the blind dragonflies, the red ant soldiers commanded the blind dragonfly unit to land. Then they all jumped down, charging like arrows towards Insong. He calmly activated his skill. Instantly, his entire body surged with muscles. The clothes on Insean's body were torn apart. The red ants still zoomed towards him. They crashed into his biceps as hard as stone. They desperately stung Insean. But compared to this giant physique, they were pathetic. The seeker of eternal truth, Yonggu, commented, saying he liked how the body turned to iron, stone when using stored power, just as he thought it would. The red ant ringleader shouted not to panic. Penetrate him using numbers. The opponent's defense is only on par with a demon god. Insean writhed against the attacks like 1,000 needles. After a while, his entire body was covered in ants. His movements became staggered and shaky. Insean struggled to extend his finger and commanded, "Middle finger, divine judgment." The moment the middle finger was raised, a blaze erupted. The ants on the hand were easily annihilated. He raised his thumb, continuing the prosperity gesture. Above, the swarm of blind dragonflies couldn't escape their fate either, becoming a delicious grilled insect dish. One by one, the ants on Insean were completely destroyed. He stood tall amidst the flames, his entire body radiating fighting spirit. Insean slowly stepped out of the flames, readying his inner energy. Then, skillfully flicking a fireball towards the enemy, followed by 3 or 4 more fireballs flying forward. The reinforcing ants cried out in horror, calling it a hellish trial ground. "Run! It's too late. The fire's already here, wiping us all out." They cried and screamed, "Save us, sisters!" The scene near the red ants was very chaotic. They pushed and shoved each other to survive. Curses rang out. "Why are you pushing me? I don't want to die." Insean Panting, mused himself. My divine power is almost depleted. The system notified me about a level-up quest. Low-level deity advancement in progress. Common deity material, 52,023,002 out of 1 billion. Ensign calculates that the royal army is about 100 billion strong. I thought killing 1 billion would be enough to level up, but it's pretty difficult. Right now, I'm only lucky to get a 50% assimilation rate, but it's still not enough. Suddenly, he felt his whole body swing. I feel a little dizzy. Is it because I've used up all my divine power? Anyway, the next opponent is the god of fire. Ensign wonders why that trash is staring at me like that. The system says, believer of the flame shining high in the sky. It is fierce and has been in use for 2,200 years. Note, in particular, it has been Ensign. Enraged for daring to wield flames like its master, he stared helplessly at the strange being before him. Another unique character emerges. Nyx Arak raises her hand, pleading to the followers of the great god. Can you deal with this demonic entity? The god of fire answers me. Ho'alan will answer your call. In exchange, I will take 100 million sacrifices. She agrees to his terms. The soldiers below fearfully plead with the nun. Please spare us. Another sacrifice? But she angrily shouts, silence. Consider it an honor for the Empire's victory. Ho'alan, without a word, unleashes fire upon the red ants, so they, too, cannot escape their fate, to offer themselves as sacrifices. The offering is complete. Ho'alan, withdraws the divine fire, confirming the sacrifice has been collected. His body gradually grows larger. Its body darkened, transforming into a mighty, towering beast. It glared furiously at Ensign, stunning him into silence. It got bigger. This is a bit troublesome. He scratched his head, feigning a goofy demeanor. The fire wheel's eyes blazed with furious light. It curled into a ball, spewing flames as it charged toward Ensign. He was surprised, watching the torrent of power, the ultimate force hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. No choice. He reluctantly raised his index finger to defend with the divine family's power. But the system chimed in. Family skill 7 failed because you don't have enough divine power. Ensign exclaimed in horror. My divine power! He didn't have to wait long. The fire wheel slammed into him, sending him tumbling backward. Power! This giant's attack caused Inshin to cough up blood from internal injuries. His body slid across the ground for a long way before finally stopping. Inshin crashed into the city wall, sending rocks and debris flying. He lay on the ground, looking battered and exhausted. Arak, pleased, muttered to himself. Nava, do you see? That demon god has met a painful end. Finally, I can avenge you. Inshin, motionless, thought to himself, have I lost? Even though they revere me as their god so much, wasn't I too arrogant? Born as a weakling, how could I even think about protecting the citizens of the Gazami kingdom? Just as he closed his eyes, he heard a tragic scream in his ear. Lord Inshin, don't close your eyes. Seeing his battered state, the Black Ant Saintess couldn't help but weep with sorrow. Inshin asked the Saintess, why are you here? I told you to stay away from the fortress. But the Saintess didn't care, pointing a finger forward, casting Inshin's healing ring finger. But the system announced, completely heals the 7 blasphemous flames of the high heavens blazing flame, preventing your recovery. The Saintess still desperately pleaded, please, Inshin's healing ring finger, but was once again denied. Completely heals the 7 blasphemous flames of the high heavens blazing flame, preventing your recovery. Ho'alan, Waraon, looking at the tragic scene, disdainfully said, so, you're still stubbornly clinging on, trash. You still, how dare a barbaric demon god use such filthy flames? Prepare tout dit. I will definitely kill you and sacrifice you to my master. Saying this, he angrily roared and charged in. The scene shifts to another location. Inho is desperately pleading, oh, great savior. Inho begs, please allow number 1 to descend into this slumber. Inho, remember number 1, that's right. There's still him. Immediately order number 1 to descend, silently praying, please, at least grant me enough holy power to bring number 1 out of the tower. Please. Suddenly, a small blue light appears in the sky. Then it grows larger, Streaking across Warian's face, it lands on the ground. In-Ho reports, Number 1 has received In-Sin's command. Announcement, Number 1 has descended. Descent time, 60 minutes. In-Ho reassures, for now, please don't worry. I've killed many monsters like it inside the tower. In-Sin regains his cheerfulness. Is that so? My Number 1. How admirable. Since when have you become so strong? Suddenly, a giant set of jaws appears in front of In-Ho. The giant beast just casually took a bite. And suddenly, Kim In-Ho was nowhere to be seen. It turned back mockingly. A bug like you isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The Saintess let out a startled yell. Kim In-Ho thought in a panic. It ate Number 1. This is really bad. I don't even have the strength to lift a finger. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The ultimate sword said, the repair of the kitchen knife you entrusted to him has finally been completed. He also said that shipping will be free, and there are a few extras for you. Heavenly Severing Blade. Cut a rift for express delivery to where? Kim In-Ho is lying. Instinctively, he also felt the power resonating from a sword. Bring the sword along the spatial rift that appeared. Kim In-Ho struggled to catch the sword after grabbing it. The sword began to unleash its power. In-Sin was also astonished by his increasing power. Replaced In-Sin with In-Sin, assuming this is a character name based on context. He slowly stood up to face his enemy. Hoel-Wan gritted his teeth in anger. Something was disappearing. Kept Hoel-Wan, as it appears to be a name. Based on your instructions, I'm not changing this to a Ramaja form. Assuming Prupenon. In-Sin coldly looked at his enemy and said, share skill. Demon Swat Ba. The believers gasped in astonishment. Presume BA is part of the demon's sword name and not a separate word. This is no joke. Too dangerous. The Heavenly Demon King skill is activated. In-Sin's entire body levitated in the air. The scared cat demon scurried away first. Hoel-Wan also felt the danger. In-Sin chuckled. Want to run? Hoel-Wan looked at the human before him in fear. Suddenly, his body was split in two. He writhed in pain as blood gushed out. After coughing a few times, Hoel-Wan fell freely to the ground like a shooting star. Even in death, he was filled with resentment. This precious body that my master created and bestowed upon me. The first-year monster just blinked, watching its comrade fall. Of course, it couldn't escape its fate either. One swing of the sword, and 5 faces were gone. In-Sin's weak body had to stop to catch its breath. He looked at the bat flying in the sky and cursed angrily. You lowlife. Right now, I just want to take you out. How dare you eat my Number 1? I'm going to kill you. In-Sin hesitated. However, the problem is my divine power. I'm really not sure if I have enough divine power to unleash another strike. Heavenly Demon Demise. In-Sin's body faltered again. He tried to stand firm, then cursed under his breath. Damn it, I feel disoriented again. The giant beast recognized this scoundrel. I understand. The previous attack consumed a lot of his power. It immediately roared, preparing for a new attack, then directly charged towards In-Sin to ambush him. This is my chance to die. Suddenly, the monster stopped. Its eyes showed utter terror. It urgently stopped, thinking, what is this? Why do I suddenly feel so much power pouring out from this bastard's body? Around In-Sin is enveloped by a mysterious blue energy. He stared blankly at his hands. System announcement. The disciple's seal on Earth. Miri has been successfully unsealed. Miri now possesses transcendent abilities. In-Sin smiled in satisfaction. Ko Miri, it's finally happening. A small but incredible miracle is about to occur. Announcement. Low-level deity promotion quest in progress. S-class believer with transcendent abilities. Jiwoo clenched his fist, lost in thought. Thanks to Ms. Miri, my divine power has been replenished. Demon Sword. You have to do your best too. In-Shil returned to a state of excitement, like he could take on 100 goblins at once. I will use the Heavenly Demon King's descent one more time, but this time I'll aim for that Fang Cat. The giant beast trembled in fear. Damn it, I need to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. He turned his head, unsure of what the sound was. His eyes widened in shock. So it's the Pro Max version. Even scarier than that 5-headed one from before. It loomed, appearing right next to In-Shil. Since when? It sneered. How unexpected, you nameless, barbaric, evil, ordinary demon god. My body has been blessed with immortality, a sword or something similar. Can't easily kill me. From those fresh wounds, The first signs of regeneration began to appear. Then gradually, they fully reformed into original snake heads. In a flash, 5 new faces were completely regenerated. Ixin felt a bit uneasy, so Rady wondered, is this its meaning? Announcement: Apostle of the ruler of the Abyss Swamp. Special note: can regenerate infinitely. So, smashing it is completely pointless? It haughtily said, what's there to fear? From a start, such pathetic sword energy couldn't kill us. Die, it said, and all 5 heads simultaneously lunged to attack. Its mouths still relentlessly mocked the pathetic one. The sword in Ixin's hand couldn't take it anymore. Furiously, it roared. You say my sword energy is pathetic? He secretly exclaimed. This bloodthirsty sword is terrifying. Even the 5-headed snake was surprised. Then it switched to an interested tone. Look there. A talking sword, truly a fascinating weapon. Very well, I'll take you as my trophy. The hot-tempered sword spat the serpent head's name. Don't spout nonsense. Repeat what you just said. You dare say this great hero's sword energy is pathetic? The serpent still taunts. The sword will become worthless when faced with endless regenerative power. Lunge at me, try it. I will use your demon sword as a decoration and display it at the entrance of my lair in Zion. And Zion also sensed something different from the sword. It seems this sword is possessed by another entity. Is it the founder of the Wasan sect, Hyan Chiol? The voice is completely different. The sword vibrated, laughing maniacally in Zion. It's hard to hold on to it. He silently judged. This voice can only belong to a madman, like a true lunatic. The 5-headed serpent was also surprised. Is it laughing? Besides laughing, what else can this sword do? Because you're already dead. Only then did it look down at its body. Noticing it was surrounded by a mysterious power, it screamed in pain. That demon sword. It's cursing me, the serpent head confidently stated, while using regeneration magic. However, as long as I use the blessing of rebirth that my master has bestowed upon me. However, the serpent heads kept growing back only to vanish into nothingness. It exclaimed in shock. Impossible. How can a normal sword kill me? The sword glared, questioning. Did you really think you could survive? After being struck by the heavenly demon royal family, the moment you were cut by my blade, you were already dead. The serpent whimpered, calling out to its master before its body dissolved. The sword laughed scornfully. A mere serpent like you dares to. System notification. You have slain the apostle of the abyssal swamp ruler. Absorbing tribute. Dark, thread-like energies gradually envelop. System notification. Congratulations. Tribute. Apostle of the abyssal swamp ruler. Value, rank 2S. Low-level demon god ascension, quest in progress. S-rank offering has an 82.3 plus 5/10 chance of transcendence. Ensign was surprised, watching the power surging into himself and the sword. He smiled confidently, thinking he could feel himself becoming stronger. What will happen when the progress bar reaches 10? Suddenly, massive eyes appeared in the sky. That same damn monster appeared again. Ensign could feel this immense pressure too. He turned and squinted upwards, silently assessing the terrible bloodlust. The demonic beast descended from the sky. It growled menacingly. You only realize it now? The wind wings will tear you to shreds. It then opened its massive maw, unleashing torrents of blade energy towards Ensign. Caught off guard, he stared wide-eyed at it. The demonic beast's blade energy surged faster and faster. Ensign swiftly brandished his sword, parrying its attack. The sword praised. Excellent situational reflexes. At least you're not a complete fool. He snapped. Shut up. Ensign glared at the cowardly beast, saying, a sneaky sneak attack, fangtooth cat? A demonic beast. It widened its eyes in fear, looking at Ensign and stuttered, wait. Ensign questioned, what? You said wait? Now you're resorting to such tactics? Suddenly, the Moonlicker's entire body seemed to be under attack. It writhed and cried out in pain, so painful. Ensign still couldn't figure out what was happening. The Moonlicker burned to ashes and fell straight to the ground, creating a loud explosion. Its desperate cries echoed everywhere. My stomach is going to explode. It screamed in agony, its eyes wide, my stomach. Suddenly, something shot out from inside the Moonlicker's belly. At the same time, its body exploded. Ensign squinted, looking towards it. It was Inho. He had escaped from the Moonlicker's grasp. Flying high, he yelled, you big lug. Ensign couldn't hide his joy. I knew it. Number 1 is alive. Inho flashed a victorious smile, replying, "Of course, a giant monster. Just because it's big doesn't mean it can't be taken down from the inside." Ensign gave him a thumbs up, praising, "You're the best, number one. You truly are number one." Inho didn't realize he was suspended in midair. He immediately fell headfirst to the ground. The sword in Inho's hand chuckled. "I find this troublesome servant a little hard to manage," it said. He held the sword up to his face, questioning. "Hey, who are you?" The sword laughed scornfully. "Haha, you don't know who I am? What a fool. Listen carefully, you're looking at." Inho stared at it tensely, but it fell silent, saying nothing. Unable to contain his curiosity, he yelled, "What? It's not like it's some huge secret. Why stop at the climax?" The sword replied playfully, "Oh, should I repeat the who I am part?" Inho was very displeased, thinking to himself, "Why is it so crazy? I'm sure this is the sword saint's kitchen knife." But no, the voice is completely different. "Then who are you, Master Chongyam? Could you please explain what's going on here? This Warney service is a bit strange, isn't it? Kyondo Communication System. Gialciel is dodging your question. Why are you answering like that when you're angry? Insane. I have no other choice but to demand a refund." Suddenly, a blazing inferno erupts. Ensign looks towards it, surprised. Warian regains some strength, growling furiously. "How dare a bug like you destroy the body my master bestowed upon me?" It rises up, roaring, "Unforgivable! I will never forgive you." Ensign picks his nose, wondering, is that guy still alive? Warian commands, "Priests, offer me sacrifices. I need more offerings to finish off that demon god." Arash responds, "Receive the sacrifice. 100 million, no, 1 billion soldiers." But Warian states, this number is still too small. He orders all of them. "Sacrifice all 100 billion troops to me." Arash stutters. What do you mean?" Warian urges loudly. "Sacrifice them for the glory of our God. Sacrifice all of your lives." The ant soldiers looked around in droves. The flames of Ho'olwan, Ryong, gradually grew larger. In an instant, it engulfed all 100 billion soldiers. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the area. High Priestess, save us." Iraq, now knowing fear, issued a warning. "Please stop. This was not part of our pact. The great emperor will not forgive you." But Ho'olwan, Ryong, stubbornly replied, "Oh, you woman, you're too noisy. Sacrifice. Let me absorb the offerings." In Xin, Ensign looked at the tragic scene before her, biting her lip in shock. Ho'olwan's, Warang's entire body gradually swelled to a massive size. In Xin, Ensign exclaimed, "This is insane. It's getting bigger and bigger." The battlefield scene became desolate. Nothing but fire remained, and the scattered corpses of creatures brought as sacrifices. A body lifts a giant rock, cursing. The biggest guy, Rayo, steps up to fight. He shouts loudly, "Just let me fight this guy who's only big." The weight makes the ground beneath his feet crack. He uses all his strength to throw a high. "You oversized monster, I'll cut you into pieces." The rock flies high and collides with the flames. It immediately disintegrates into countless pieces. The fiery wheel is unharmed. Inho is shocked. The rock melted? He laughs loudly. "Watch this. This is the power of the master." The flame shines in the high sky. Then the head of the fiery wheel grows bigger and bigger. The flame heads towards Inho. Inho looks terrified. "Mr. Ensign, what should I do now?" The sword in Ensign's hand suddenly laughs crazily. "You foolish idiot. Do you really have to ask?" "Young master, do you have a plan?" he asked worriedly. The Chao-Lan sword responded, "Just slash at him for a big guy like that. Using such mediocre flames. Just slash him straight on." Ensign, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "You call those flames mediocre? Are they really mediocre? I don't know who you are, but indeed, you're not normal either." Amidst the fire wheel raging in the sky, each of his steps turned everything to magma. The sword, instructed, "Just trust me. There's nothing in this world I can't cut." Reluctantly, Ensign had no choice but to comply. "It seems crazy, but honestly, I can't do much else right now." "All right, let's give it a try." He mustered all his strength and gripped the sword, starting to raise it high, shouting, "Skill share. Demon God, sword of the ghost sword. 1 second heavenly demon king strike." Insu strained, swinging his sword with brute force. Warian widened his eyes in fear, then closed them, ready to receive the blade. That deadly aura from before. But nothing happened. Warian mocked Insu. "Is that all you've got?" He thought angrily, "Damn it. I knew it. If the stingy heavenly sword fixed it, then it seems this is the limit. I should have looked more closely. When they said they give free shipping, will Chia be destroyed? Watching Orion wreak havoc, he fretted. How can I take down a mad monster like that? He was gloating. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared before his eyes. Orion roared in fury again. Not my body, this precious body bestowed upon me by Master. It finished speaking, only to be cleaved in two and fall heavily to the ground. The sword laughed triumphantly. Ha, it's been slashed. See, this is the power of this honorable one. Ishin, seeing its self-obsession, felt helpless. But I am the one wielding the sword. But this time I didn't lose. During the fight with Gustav, I fainted right after. Maybe I've become stronger? Ishin noticed something. Ishin thought to himself, what did you say, dear Tagalong? Could you repeat that? The system repeated. Infinite abundance. Sun Wook was gazing at the fiery sky with worried eyes. A nightmare silently creeping in. Once again it said, it's still too early to be complacent. Ishin looked up in surprise. Fiery sky? Then his eyes widened. What is that? The moonlight gradually revealed itself from behind the dark clouds, while Juan frowned, angrily glaring at Yi-Sin. System announcement. Believers of the light illuminate the deepest realm. In Chia, there exist two brothers, sun gods. But these two gods have been fighting each other for thousands of years, and the loser was sealed within a fiery chariot. Yi-Sin, after hearing this, hissed. I finally managed to take it down. Turns out, I just broke the seal. So, the guy with the fiery red hair is actually a sun god. The Thien Dao Tuet Thiet notification said it's just a remnant of a sun god. But because it was once a high-level god, it's best if you just give up and die. Yi-Sin couldn't believe his ears. Nonsense. I've spent so much money on this. Either way, the current situation is really bad. I used up all of my holy power in that last attack. He looked at the fiery sky and sighed. Like a famous figure once said, even if the sky falls, there's always a hole for someone to escape through. Don't ask who said that. The entire battlefield is now engulfed in molten lava. Hua Lun, Zhao. How dare you destroy the fire chariot that my master bestowed upon me? I will bury you alive, along with this whole world, in a sea of fire. Shin, with a serious face, looked at the enemy, looked at Ho, standing on the back of the monorail. He realized, that's it, the hole in the sky. Ho looked at Walun, Wan, and felt bewildered. This monster is so strong that it's hard for me to even move. At this rate, I'm going to be burned alive. Inshin Urjid Ino. What are you standing there for? Sacrifice something. Don't be afraid. Ho realized something and suddenly woke up. Ho grabbed the tail of the mullah and called out loudly. Do, Ijin said. Then he grabbed the tail of the behemoth and spun it around 7,749 times. I will sacrifice this monster to you. Ijin excitedly praised. Well done. Warian still smiled contemptuously. You won't win, you parasite. Ijin gradually absorbed the power of the mullah. Each surge of energy resonated into his body, making him feel invigorated. He pointed and praised. Number 1. Well done, Ho. Ijin used his hand to absorb the energy bit by bit until his whole body was covered in a mysterious black aura. The system announced the sacrifice that Ho offered is a devotee of a powerful and cunning monster. Evaluation, 2 S ranks. Ijin smiled. I knew. Announcement. Low-grade demon god promotion quest. S rank. Possesses transcendent potential. Sacrifice count, 10 out of 10. From above, a beam of light shone directly down on Ijin. He looked as radiant as a god. The system continued. You have completed the quest. Insong will be promoted to a lesser evil god. He is enveloped by an extraordinary power. Insong grinned triumphantly. Looking down at his energy-filled hand, he wondered, is this the divine power of a lesser evil god? Ho joyfully cheered. I trust in you, Lord Insong. Meanwhile, the saintess still stood trembling, praying frantically. Damn it, Lord Insong. Pleased, though exhausted, he smiled to himself, thinking, yes, I am your god. The god of fire raged too loudly. Resistance is futile. We will all burn with this world. He pointed to the sky, coldly replying, shut your mouth, flamehead. The middle finger, God's judgment. Insong's finger unleashed mystical energy, attacking the fire wheel. He casually cursed. Too hot, now get lost. The mystical energy shot straight towards the fire wheel. But compared to him, this power is just a tickle. He furiously roared, you bastard. You think that's enough to take me down? And Xin silently acknowledged. Yeah, I won't be able to hold on for long. This guy's strong. I'm much more certain now. Is it because of the 100 billion sacrifice? Or is it because before he was sealed, he was originally a high-grade deity? He silently blamed himself. I was promoted to a low-grade demon god, but still no match for him. Damn it. Ho'olwan still stood tall, arrogantly mocking. You think that move will make me surrender? The terrifying heat from the lava made matter unable to exist. The Black Ant Legion frantically urged each other. The castle is melting, run. Ho'olwan's body emitted an increasingly terrifying heat. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. The Heavenly Demon King's aura had no effect. Insu desperately tried to resist with his mystic energy. He thought he might have to use the treasure of the Heavenly Blade, but the great sword warned him loudly. Stop! The treasure of the immortal sword can't cut fire. Insu stammered. What? What am I supposed to do? Suddenly, several mystic energies fell from the sky. Insu was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The sword was the same, its eyes wide with confusion. Meanwhile, at the academy on the rooftop, a place cluttered with empty boxes, like someone's sleeping quarters. The demon sword was still diligently trained. He stopped. Looking exhausted, he said, Heavenly Demon Divine Sword, second form. Finally, I've learned the essence of the second form of the Heavenly Demon. Divine Sword. The sword was decisively swung from the demon sword's hand. A powerful energy erupts from the released sword. It flies and synchronizes with Yishin's body. He notices the change in his body and says, it seems the sword demon has done something. The sword in Yishin's hand also senses the change. Its eyes widen and it murmurs. The second form of the demonic heavenly sword. It reminds me of my true identity. Yishin doesn't yet understand what's happening. The eyes on the sword flash. An illusion of an old man with white hair and beard appears, floating. Kianma, with a bright smile, crosses his arms. His whole body exudes an arrogant aura. Then he introduces himself. I am Kianma. Yishin asks doubtfully, huh? Kianma. System, activating the eyes of the blind god. Existing authority is rapidly scanning the history of Kianma. The body of a man appears behind him, covered in cuts. Kianma holds a sword dripping with blood. His face contorted in agony, tears welling up. He bowed his head, gazing at his daughter's body collapsed on the ground. The Kianma, Chunma, had killed his daughter. He had become an apostle of the god of destruction, and he went on to slaughter millions, his daughter's followers, before taking his own life. Ilnink was moved by the story. Such a thing happened to the Kianma, Chunma, of course. How could he stay sane after experiencing something like that? The Kianma, Chama, clutched his head in anguish, roaring, "Ah, my daughter!" Special note, he spent thousands of years searching for someone to replace him, to avenge the god of destruction. Even though he was tricked into losing his memories, he remembered thanks to the demon sword. Ilnink cursed inwardly, "Damn, what a scam. Explain it more clearly. There's someone I find very suspicious." Notice, Cheondu Jeol Hyok used revenge as bait to lure Kianma to become his apostle. In the past, Cheondu Jeol Hyok appeared to seduce Kianma. However, Kianma refused and said he didn't like the cheating bastard. So Cheondu Jeol Hyok erased his memories and sealed him in his sword for thousands of years, leaving him penniless. In Shin, that damn Mato Chongyam, you fraudulent, swindling merchant. Kianma floated, looking at him, hesitating, speechless. He suddenly spoke. Demon sword, what did you say? His enlightenment has restored my lost memories. You have a good disciple. Kianma angrily clenched his trembling fist. If it's you, can you avenge me? Inshin decisively answered. I can. Definitely. I'll take down that destroyer with a single blow. Cheonma is pleased, stroking his beard and laughing heartily, making Li Shin bewildered. What is it, sir? He reaches out his hand and proposes, all right, use your power. You are worthy of that, my master. You deserve to be my master. Insian reached out, trying to grasp the heavenly demon's hand. When his fingers and the heavenly demon's touched, energy from Insian's fingers transferred to his fingers. System announcement. The heavenly demon has acknowledged you as his god. The heavenly demon has become a believer of Insian. Ho'olwan, Warian, who didn't understand anything, was suddenly attacked by a giant mystical artifact. What is this? Announcement. S-Class offering with transcendence potential. 10 out of 10. You have completed the mission. Congratulations, Insian, on ascending to a low-rank god. Insian is overjoyed, thinking that's a small but incredible miracle, ending with the enlightenment of the demon's sword. His face changed again. It turned out Warayan hadn't been defeated, and he sneered. You only received a little power from that crazy old man, and you think you can fight me now? A bug will always be a bug. Die all of you, he said, and then spat out an enormous breath of fire. Li Shin's aura was holding strong. He was still struggling to stand his ground, but he didn't seem able to break through. The Qianma suggested that to extinguish the flames, you must use a greater fire. Li Shin heard this, lowered his hand, and slowly swung his sword back to gain momentum. Then he yelled, I think I've got it. The Qianma charged fiercely, responding, This is my understanding of the Great Scorching Hell, one of the most brutal of the 8 great hells. Qianma's sacred sword, Form 2. The fire wheel was still very stubborn. There's no need to struggle in vain, you insignificant human. No matter how hard you try, your fate of destruction will not change. The two energies clashed intensely. Warayan's power was almost completely nullified. He exclaimed in astonishment, He severed my flames? And Shin, drenched in sweat, said, I told you to get lost. It's freaking hot. The next slash cut right through Warayan. It was terrified, watching the enemy's power raging through its body. A wound like this would heal instantly with my power. But what is the nature of this flame? It's burning. Help me. Warayan was surrounded by a sphere of blue energy, screaming in pain. A weary Shin held his sword, looked up at the sky, and sighed in relief. The sky had been restored to its original blue. He slowly said, It's a success. I protected Inchia. The saintess and the people cheered joyfully. Sir Insean has won. He has performed a miracle and protected us. Praise Ka, our great God. Number 1 is also so enthusiastic. It really is Sir Insean. I always believed you would win. Insean smiled, as if a burden had been lifted. He instructed, Now, I need a rest for a bit. Leave the rest to you all. Antai and Inho bowed respectfully, obeying the command. Notification, you have won the Holy War. Insean's reputation has spread throughout the 6 realms. A dimensional gate opens. New message. Sir Insean, you may now attempt the Intermediate God Promotion Quest for Benefactor Gods and Demon Gods. Afterwards, he went to another room. Insean sat on the chair and groaned a few times with difficulty. The sword, filled with the marks of battle, was placed beside the window. Insean was trying to hold back his laughter so it wouldn't burst out, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. He still burst into mischievous laughter. System, the heavenly blade, absolute steel, is glaring at you and shouting that you are a thief. Insean pleaded with him. A thief? Me? I'm speechless, Mr. Heavenly Sword. Aren't you the one playing the thieving game? System, Heavenly Sword, is shouting that he can't believe that rude demon sword could awaken the memories of the heavenly demon. Insean laughed even louder. Oh my goodness, what unfair accusations. Anyway, this stingy heavenly sword, please fix this. System, Heavenly Blade, Absolute Steel, says that you have caused too much damage. So the repair will cost 50 million divine coins. Insean exclaimed, Sir, are you crazy? That's quite a hefty price, my dear stalker sir. Don't you think so? Just 10 million. The nightmare silently creeping in announces, They know a blacksmith. He smirked slyly. I knew it, these foolish stalkers. These lovely customers. The system states, Truth Seeker Yongu has waited long for this day and says 5 million coins is fine. Insean's smile becomes even more villainous. These fools. Hey, this wonderful customer. Whether it's capitalism or stalkers, commercial competition is the best. Don't you think so, Heavenly Sword? Kyondo Jueshua says it'll take a year if you give it to Truth Seeker Yongu, so he will accept the price of 10 million coins. He bargains, how about 3 million, and you've got yourself a deal. Kyondo Jueshua, furious, says, that's an excessive discount. Insean nonchalantly mutters, discount. Think of all I've been through before, oh my. I think I'll give it to you, sir. The ancient transmission system relays his rage. Cheon Du Geol Seol trembled, saying 3 million is fine. The desired price is met. Insong points his finger to the sky, sealing the deal. Suddenly, there's a call from the homeless boss, Kong Sen. As soon as he answers, the voice on the other end says urgently, Hello, where are you? Hurry to the Hunters Association. The association? Why so suddenly? Gangsang Deep Li. They've discovered about 100 crocodile eggs. Gustav. Insong's expression changes drastically. Gustav's SS rank eggs at the Hunters Association building. There's a product advertisement on it. A mist spray loved by hunters. Seong Mina. Insong and the demon sword step out of a taxi. They are both drawn to the advertisement. Oh, it's an advertisement featuring Mina. She's quite beautiful, isn't she? Suddenly, In-sin, looking at the demonic sword, notices something. Turns out it's the beautiful woman on the Mina billboard. She tilts her head, looking at In-sin. Miri and the headmaster are with her. Miri happily greets him. Oh, principal, you're here. He awkwardly greets, hi Miri, and hello. The headmaster interrupts, okay, that's enough. Let's go inside quickly. We need to see that alligator egg with our own eyes. They head towards the meeting room door. In-sin suddenly looks at the demonic sword and whispers, you'll have to wait here, since you're not part of the Hunter Association. He stands straight and salutes. Yes, sir. They step into the meeting room. All the hunters, S-class hunters from various countries, are gathered here to see the egg. That alligator egg. Hyun waves and calls out, In-sin, how have you been? You responded, it's you too, Do-hyun. He cheerfully gestured towards the opposite chair, signaling In-sin. Come sit here, and Mina can sit next to me. Before Hyun could even finish, Mina had grabbed In-sin's arm, exclaiming loudly, no, I'm sitting next to you, In-sin. Hyun gasped in surprise. What? The meeting's host, CEO JT, commanded, everyone, please take your seats. Gustav's eggs will be brought here soon. Mina exclaimed excitedly, alligator eggs. Wow, they must be delicious. In-sin said shyly, please sit down first, Ms. Mina. Seeing Mina gazing at In-sin with love-struck eyes, Choi Hyun clenched his fist, his heart burning with resentment. Suddenly, something strange caught his attention. His eyes glanced over at the unfamiliar girl across from him, silently assessing the penguin-shaped mass. So, that's her preferred style? The blonde girl is quite pretty, but there is no interaction. With which character in this meeting room? System notification. Assessment failed 7. In-song frowned, wondering something. Unable to assess? Who is she? At this moment, Mina excitedly looked forward and exclaimed, an egg. Hey, it's an egg. Jite looked towards the door, seeing an object being brought in solemnly. It's a crocodile egg placed on a soft layer of fluff. Several brightly shining stones are attached to the egg. Introducing, this is the egg of a SS-class monster, Gustav. It's a monster that attacked the academy. We were able to bring one from Africa. Among hundreds of eggs, this is the only egg that hasn't hatched yet. We are still investigating the remaining ones. In-sung looked at the egg suspiciously. Gustav's egg? I thought it died that time. And there's still 99 more of these things, still lying dormant somewhere. Suddenly, the egg experiences a massive surge. In-sun's heart pounds with anxiety. It moved. The egg slowly cracks open. Jite and his assistant exclaim, what is that? Gustav's egg is moving. The eggshell slowly starts to break. A crocodile bursts out of the shell. People shout in surprise. A crocodile. It's so cute. I want to take it home. It's making little noises. The mushroom-haired guy nearby wonders. What is it trying to say? Only In-sun understands what it's saying. Found Mom's killer. Mom's killer. The others think in disbelief. Am I the only one who understands what it's saying? The crocodile immediately leaps out of its egg, dashing straight towards In-sun. He was so tense he held his breath, watching it. The creature charged, then screeched to a halt in front of In-sun. Then it growled, basically saying, I'm going to kill you. With that, the crocodile leaped to attack. Amidst the panic of those in the meeting room, In-sun realized something wasn't right. Why does its movement look so slow? I guess it's because I've gotten a lot stronger. He activated power at his fingertip and pointed it straight at the face. He thought, I'm a lower god now, after all. No match for these crocodile things. Power, finger. The little crocodile's eyes widened, staring at the one before it. In-sun's face now looked as fierce as a lone shark or a boogeyman. It thought, am I going to die here? I'm so scared. Suddenly, a large hand punched the crocodile in the face, roaring, what do you think you are? It turned out the guy sitting next to In-sun had punched the creature away. My name is John Hyuk, an S-rank hunter. Enraged, Kim Jong-hyuk punched the baby alligator, sending it flying. It was terrified to its core. I have to get out of here, it thought. Not before it lays eggs. Another person charged forward, adding another blow to the poor alligator. It was Shinzo. He coolly remarked, that cute face almost fooled me. The alligator, looking pathetic, sobbed. thinking, am I going to die? Shinzo turned back to ask if everyone was all right. Insin, pale-faced, thought, not all right at all. That was so embarrassing. They handled it before I could even attack. He then glanced over at Kim Jong-hyuk, assessing him. But an S rank really is on another level, huh? Mina, on the other side, was wailing, utterly terrified of the crocodiles. Miri helplessly comforted her. It's okay now. The headmaster and Hyen were burning with anger, glaring at the alligator and roaring. How dare a crocodile? Insein gazed at the crocodile child with a heavy heart. Its body was bruised, trembling all over. It cried out, begging, "Please save me, Mom and Dad. Gods of the heavens and earth, if anyone can hear me, please save me." A man approached, saying, "You're still alive?" The crocodile child trembled, cowering against the wall. Jong-hyuk coldly raised his foot, ready to crush it. The crocodile child was terrified, shrinking in fear, unable to resist, just as Jong-hyuk's foot was about to make contact. Thankfully, an old man intervened in time, stopping the attack. "Hold it." It was Sa-duk, the guild master of the Undying, an S-rank hunter, also known as the one-man army. Seeing this, Jong-hyuk grumbled, "Why are you interfering?" Sa-duk replied, "Because I can't let you keep beating it. I'll kill it and take it back to the guild." But Jong-hyuk refused. "I have to kill this monster with my own hands. Otherwise, my hands will be itching." Suddenly, the old man chuckled, stroking his long beard as he spoke. "Why, you youngsters are so impolite, aren't you?" The meeting room suddenly began to shake violently. The wall behind the old man crumbled, revealing a strange light. The old man hinted, "Maybe a beating is what you need to wake up at." GWI Geometry, standing outside in the hallway, was also astonished by the intense tremors, the violent shaking. Kiang-san, inside the meeting room, exclaimed in fear. Is he really trying to summon a spirit warrior? This crazy old man. He pointed at the old man and shouted, "Hey, you old geezer, stop right now." But Sa-duk bowed his head and replied, "I can't do that now. Yang hai wok angri li kuruset. Then die, you old spirit armor." His body was enveloped in iron armor. Seo felt something. He glared as Sa-duk stepped in front of him. Since when? His face went blank, and the room filled with murderous intent. Kongson had no choice but to step in and mediate. "That's enough. Hunters shouldn't fight like this." Insein watched the drama unfold, thinking to himself, it's about to turn into a full-blown fight. Too bad there's no popcorn here. Watching fights is always fun. He casually leaned back, eager to watch. Only the poor little croc was being ignored. It was now crying for help. Insein understood it immediately and abruptly sat up to look at it. The creature miserably clutched its head and cried, "Oh God, save me." Announcement. The believer Gustav's baby crocodile is a male crocodile and has been active for 5 minutes. Note, it is terrified. If you save it, a small miracle will happen. Insong chuckled, "A small miracle? Then I'll save it. But how?" He looked at the two people fighting fiercely in front. "I'm really going to hit you." Sa-duk won't stand a chance against that snot-nosed brat either. System notification. Low-level angel. Insong. Do you want to save a small, helpless monster? You can save it discreetly. Insong didn't hesitate to press the Z button. "Of course I do." Suddenly, the little monster was enveloped in a blue energy. The headmaster noticed this. It was transported somewhere else by that blue energy. Kong-san could do nothing but stop the two from colliding. As they clashed, In-song trembled with anger. It disappeared. Was I tricked again? Suddenly, In-seong's phone rang. Who's calling at this hour? Seriously? Glancing at the phone screen, In-seong's expression couldn't hide his unease. The blonde girl, wearing a penguin mask, also sensed something was up. She couldn't help but be curious. The screen showed an image of Sao, playing with the Saintess. He thought to himself, wow, how did it get in there? Wait, but why does it look so cute? But In-seong was worried. The crocodile suddenly disappeared, and no one noticed. Sa-duk, infuriated, pointed at his young opponent and snapped. Don't you know you should respect your elders? Well, today I'll make sure you breathe your last. Kongson struggled to intervene. That's enough. Enough. Don't be so stubborn. But Dongwu wouldn't back down either. He raised his voice in response. I'm going to kill that crocodile and grind it into powder, Aijin. Oh shoot. It's going to be a problem if those two find out. Damn it. Let's see. There's got to be a way to deal with this. He doesn't realize that the penguin mask girl has been standing behind him. He only notices when he's startled and hangs up. Turns around. Hey, don't tell me you saw everything. She shakes her head, acting like she doesn't know. Afraid she might realize the disappearance of the crocodile, Aijin, he clears his throat and speaks proactively. Hey, wait, let's talk for a second. But she raises her hand, about to do something. Making him panic, his heart drops. Oh no, did she see it? Aijin asks again. Hey, Miss Penguin? Bang. Turns out she was just waving hello. In-ho couldn't help but wonder as he watched the penguin girl leave. Are all the S-Class agents crazy? Luckily, she didn't notice that the crocodile had disappeared yet. Suddenly, the door to the conference room exploded. Everyone wondered what was happening now. The demon sword suddenly jumped onto the conference table, to everyone's astonishment. In-ho asked the demon sword sternly. What's going on, demon sword? I'm here. In-ho was delighted. He felt like he'd found a treasure, thinking the demon sword's arrival was perfect timing. I can use him to get out of here. Suhu recognized him. You are? He excitedly pointed at the demon sword, asking, Are you Kong Jom? Kong Jom, right? But the demon sword denied it. You mistaken me. Suhu insisted, Don't lie. It's me, Suhu, your best friend. The demon sword stubbornly refuses. I told you, you've got the wrong person. Inson looks at the two of them, wondering, do they know each other? Never mind. It's not my business. I have other things to do. He walks up to Kong Jong and shouts, Hey, demon sword. Inson grabs his hair and questions him. How dare you cause trouble here? How about we go outside and talk? The demon sword stammers. I apologize, Sword Saint. The three people who are arguing are stunned. Inson drags the demon's sword out into the hallway, ignoring being dragged away. Kong Jong still says sadly, I will punish myself. I deserve to die for not following your orders. But Inson smiles and replies, It's not like that. Just be quiet. You're feeling guilty. You have no idea how grateful I am. A loud shout echoes in the room. Oh my God, where's the little crocodile? I swear on my old life, I'm going to kill you. You bastard. Dong Hui said to let Shun in. What are you talking about? Weren't you the one who took him away? The penguin girl next to him chimed in. Bang, bang. Insean thought, I should get out of here quickly. In the Hunter Academy's medical room, Insean comfortably lay on the bed, looking at his phone, happily thinking about being alone. This is so relaxing. On the phone screen was an image of a saintess holding a chain. The other end was tied to, We'll raise the ugly one. This ugly one that the god Insean gave us is so good. He looked at the American alligator. So the alligator's name is Ugly. I put a very strong seal on it. It looked just like a dog chain around its neck. Well, I've done my best. The saintess said she'd take good care of him, too. But I wonder what his little magical ability is. It's probably not a magical ability in his phone, right? Shinzo's entrance startled him. You having fun with that game? He asked. And Shin jumped up, surprised. Mr. Shinzo, what are you doing here? He replied, I have something I want to ask you. Finishing his sentence, he gathered energy into his arm, and Shin was horrified, thinking, these S-rank hunters are something else. Don't they know how to talk? Just ask what you want to ask. Shinzo cut straight to the point. I have a question for you. Answer me properly. And Shin muttered to himself in annoyance. These darn S-rank hunters don't know how to talk. What does properly even mean? Can't even ask what they want. Even so, he put on a friendly face and replied, Why didn't you ask first? I assure you, I'm a very open person. I also love peace. Shinzo calmly said, First, about Kong Jong, shouldn't he be called the Demon Sword? What's your relationship with him? Inson wondered, if I talk about my relationship with him, should I say it's the relationship between a god and a believer? I can't tell him that. So, I'll lie and say we're colleagues. And Shin thought, Anyway, I'm a grandmaster, and the Demon Sword is my assistant. There's nothing wrong with that. But why does he have to threaten me to ask these questions? Shinzo coldly stared at Shin. He suddenly asked, So, you're also a member of the Three Power Society, right? He was bewildered. What's the Three Power Society? This strange name made him feel confused. Is the Three Power Society imitating China's Three Sovereign Society or something? How would I even know? Shizu seems to think I'm mocking him. Looks like I can't talk nicely to him. Huh? He charged straight at him. A table and the training ground were inches away from Inson's cheek. Despite the opponent's attack, he remained as calm as ever, gently leaning to the side. Inson thought, too slow, but I could still get hurt if I'm hit. In the midst of battle, with this body, sharing top-notch skills. Just then, the demon's sword returned. He angrily swung his sword, intending to punish anyone who dared harm his faith. His eyes blazing, he cursed, You bastard! What are you doing, Sword Saint? Shizu was frightened by this unexpected situation. He barely escaped a sword strike. Try to stay grounded, Shinzo uttered to himself. A cryptic smile played on his lips. Then, Shinzo's entire face lit up with joy. Kong Jong-il, you've finally come to see me. The demon sword's rage is far from subsided. Kong Jong-il yelled, stop with the nonsense. Kong Jong-il somersaulted away, dodging the demon sword strike. Shinzo casually inquired, are you doing well? Why aren't you answering my calls? The demon sword doesn't have time for your chit-chat. Shut your mouth. Kong Jong-il snapped. Seeing AI Kia's sword slash towards him, Shinzo calmly remarked. But Shinzo heavily slammed into Kia's sword. You still haven't answered me. Shinzo landed on the ground. The demon sword, annoyed, said, I blocked your number because you keep bothering me like some kind of creep. Shinzo finally understood. So you blocked my number? No wonder. Watching the two of them sparring, an XIN wondered curiously, what are these two guys to each other? The demon sword is raging again. How dare you disturb my master again? So, you've chosen death. Shinzo could hardly believe what he was hearing. Master? That guy? The demon sword corrected him. How dare you be so rude? Don't you know who he is? If you still consider yourself a swordsman, then kneel and apologize to him now. Shinzo angrily questioned, apologize? Kneel. He couldn't stand this humiliation. Even though the Samdung Society is just a sect, you're too immersed in it. Kong Jiam. Inson's mind was only thinking about food again. What the heck is the Samdung Society? Is it a pork belly club or something? Shinzo coldly observed him. The sword saint? This is the one who made the demon sword like this. I'll expose his true face. He solemnly called out, Grandmaster Inson, what will you answer me now? His two divine palms, swirling with inner energy, are ready. If you truly are the sword saint, you should be able to withstand these palms, right? Two palms. The venomous serpent sword, writhing like a snake, lunges towards Inson. The demon sword watches him with expectant eyes. Show that fool the level of the sword saint. He's the type of guy who only listens after getting beaten. Hit him. Inson lazily sits up. Well, maybe that's for the best. I don't know how strong my power can be. So, I want to try it out for real. He thinks to himself, after saving the Gazami kingdom, I'll become a lot stronger. Just letting you know. Shinzo is extremely annoyed to see AI's smug look. That Inson, he's expected to be S-class, so he probably won't die easily. Indeed, a perfect subject for experimentation, showcasing a first-rate skill. Every massive muscle tearing through his clothing. I presume this is the skill of the third demonic realm. This is what he used to kill Gustav. I, too, am looking forward to seeing it. This is just a mediocre skill from the third demonic realm. For someone with my speed advantage, the speed of big guys like him is nothing. Seeing Shinzo charging in, Inson just smirked. Once, the moves my opponent prides himself on are like a slow-motion replay at 0.5x speed. Too slow, too slow. Whether your powerful fist is a snake or a worm, it will be crushed under my fist. So, Shinzo is about to rush to his death. He was stunned, not believing his eyes. The giant fist, bigger than Shinzo himself, came crashing down. Just then, as the fist was about to kiss Shinzo's face, Mina burst in, yelling, it's too loud. I told you to stop now. Inson whimpered, remembering that Mina was still asleep. Shinzo asked curiously, Lady Mina, why are you here? Mina pointed right at him, scolding, you evil one. Now, it was her turn to prepare to beat him to a pulp. The spatial illusion skill was activated. Inson, terrified, stopped her. Wait, Lady Mina, Mina said grimly. Who touches our Inson? She coldly glared at Shinzo and continued, must die. Mina's hand clenched tightly, her control ability flaring up. The pressure made Shinzo wince, squeezing his eyes shut. He collapsed to the ground. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he barely managed to say, can't breathe. He desperately called out to his acquaintance, Kong Jong. However, the demon sword remained indifferent, just watching. He lost his strength and fell face down on the ground. His entire body was paralyzed. Only then did the demon sword approach to check on him, gently touching Shinzo's pulse on his neck. He cursed under his breath. Inshin anxiously asked from behind, is he dead? The demon sword withdrew his hand and said, unfortunately not. He's still breathing, damn it. This guy is as tenacious as a leech. Inshin sighed in relief and thanked God. Oh my gosh, I thought a murder had happened. He got his vaccine shot and is already talking about becoming a sword saint. This guy has caused a lot of trouble for the master. I'll make sure to throw him somewhere that suits him. Wait, stop. If I use my ring finger to heal. But before he could finish, the other person left. He frowned, thinking he's not really going to kill him, is he? They're acquaintances, right? Demon sword. He also said that he's making a fresh start now. Mina suddenly pinched his cheek. She asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm okay." Mina said fondly, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." In blushed, thinking to himself, "You should use older sister, Nuna, though she's kind of right this time." Miri burst through the door, urgently asking, "Master, are you okay?" I suddenly felt a huge surge of energy. Saying this, she was speechless when she saw the scene in the room. Mina cheerfully asked Miri what was wrong. Insin stammered, "Miri, this." She hesitated and asked, "Why is the floor covered in blood? What happened?" Mina walked to her side, acting weak, and said, "Miri, I want to go home. I'm so scared." Inshin said, "Miri, you came at the perfect time. Could you please take her home?" Miri agreed. "Oh, sure." After that, Inshin was left alone to clean up the mess. He tried to wipe the blood off the floor, thinking to himself, "A low-level god is here cleaning the floor. But in the end, someone has to clean it up, I guess." The system reminded him with a notification. Infinite Abundance sent a heart emoticon and said, "That's a good deed." He thought with a dark face, "Just as I thought. I only have this abundance skill." Suddenly, Nijiang peeked into the room and called Teacher Inshin. His teachers and classmates were quite surprised. Myongji was shocked to see the state of the room. "Oh my gosh, teacher, what is all this?" Inshin responded, "It's nothing serious. I just fell. What's going on? Why are you here? What brings you here?" The girl hesitated. "Well, teacher," observing Myongji's demeanor. He wondered why she seemed so worried. "Is something serious going on?" Inshin immediately asked, "What happened?" "It's okay. You can tell me." The girl sincerely advised him, "Grandfather, he really wants to see you. So, I think you should run away right now." He was shocked. "What? Why does your grandfather want to see me? Why are you telling me to run?" "Myongji, I don't know how to explain it." "Well, you see." Suddenly, the necklace around the girl's neck glowed. "Hello, master," the girl replied. "Oh, how's Hades doing? I wonder." Myongji explained he saw Hades evolve, so he said that. "Somehow, you will my sister have to meet the master." Hearing a sound outside, the girl exclaimed in a panic, "Oh my gosh, that sounds like a car. Don't tell me Grandpa's here. Master, take care. I'm out of here." Watching the girl's figure disappear, Inshin blankly said, "Take care." "Myongji, are you feeling sorry?" I'm sorry, master." Looking down at the window, he wondered, what's wrong with her? A luxury car had parked right below. The assistant carefully opened the car door, and the person inside stepped out. Inshin recognized this person. "Isn't that the old man I met at the Hunter Association?" "Wait, could it be Go?" "Myongji Go. So he's the chairman of the Undying Guild. Is Saduk Myongji's grandfather?" He's curious seeing the person next to him. Who's that ghostly woman beside him, giving off some serious virgin ghost vibes? Her expression is so gloomy. Kong-san greeted him with a curse. "You old bastard. What are you doing here? Do you even know where you are?" Saduk nonchalantly asks, "What's it to you, you muscle-bound geezer?" The two glare at each other like sworn enemies. Kong-san threatens him. "If you experiment on the academy students, like last time, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." Saduk chuckles, "Don't worry. I only came to see my granddaughter's school." And to meet someone, Kong-san warily asks, "Meet someone? Meet who?" Saduk replies, "There's a guy named Inshin here." "Isn't there?" Kong-san asks suspiciously. "Inshin?" He's so intrigued he sticks his tongue out, then confirms, "Yes, I have some urgent business with that young man." Inshin upstairs is sweating buckets. "Don't tell me. Saduk found out he caught that crocodile, right? How could he?" They're meeting in the principal's office. Inshin's been called in. He glances at Saduk, thinking, how should I explain this? Should I pretend it wasn't me? He looks at him meaningfully. "All right, we've met before, haven't we? How old are you?" He replies, "I'm 23 years old." Thinking to himself, act as natural as possible. He says meaningfully, 23 years old. Huh? No need to check the marital compatibility. A 3-year age difference is absolutely perfect. The ghost beside him looks embarrassed. "Grandpa, you're embarrassing me." Inshin doesn't understand the marital compatibility Grandpa is talking about. What's he saying? Besides, isn't it a 4-year difference, not 3? Suddenly, Saduk said he was very pleased to meet his future son-in-law. He choked on a sip of tea at the son-in-law remark. Inshin was shocked. What did he just say? Is he trying to set me up with her? Saduk acted familiar, saying, "My dear grandson, Inshin." Inshin coldly cut him off. "No thanks. I have no intention of marrying. I prefer the single life. Happy alone, but not lonely." Sorry, he thought to himself. Since when did I lose faith in marriage that he's asking? Right here, right now, is when I'm starting to lose faith. Sadok, displeased, placed his teacup down sharply. So, you have the ability to evolve your summon creature, don't you? Hades, who was originally only B rank, rose all the way to S rank. Is that right? In-Song understood. Damn, now I know why. Myung acted that way then. He continued, this is the first time I've sensed energy like yours. Do you think I let you slip away? When you possess such a power, I'm not asking for something extravagant. Just give birth to my heir. I want them to inherit your power. In-Seong is furious. So, you want to exploit me? Use me as well? Grandson-in-law, you say? Don't make me laugh. Chairman Sa places a check on the table. In-Seong asks, puzzled, what's this? Seeing the number on it, In-Seong is speechless. Chairman Sa makes a serious offer. This check for 1 trillion won will be yours, if you agree to become my grandson-in-law. Even Gangson gapes and exclaims, what? 1 trillion won? Is it worth 1 trillion won? Even though that implicitly means you are being bought. But In-Shin couldn't help but tremble. 1 trillion? You really know how to entice people, don't you? If I accept, it means, for the rest of my life, the publisher won't be breathing down my neck with deadlines. But, looking at her face, I'm afraid I'll dig a hole and hide. Even if you gave her away for free, I don't know if anyone would take her. In-Shin stood up to refuse. I'm sorry for disappointing you. I'm not someone who saves up 1 trillion won. I will never agree to marry like this. Kong-sin clicked his tongue in regret. 1 trillion won. The granddaughter, Sadok, remained silent. In-Shin hurriedly left, wanting to make a quick escape. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Please wait. In-Shin frowned, looking at her. What? She gently brushed her hair back. System notification. Myung-Wi is a hybrid of a human and a nightmare. It's already been used 25 times. Special note, possesses supernatural abilities. She can charm and captivate men when they gaze into her eyes. Kong-sin worriedly exclaimed, oh no, don't look into her eyes. Myung activates her enchanting gaze. She asks, what do you think of my eyes, Abiyoji? Aboji, Pado. In-Sin replies, wow, they're really beautiful. She continues to seduce older brother, by a female. Please grant my request. Can't you be mine, Appa, older brother, by a female? Please? Kong-Sin shouts, Myung-ah, how dare you use such a dangerous skill to charm In-Sin? Love isn't like that. Sadok steps in to stop him. He threatens, I'll send you to heaven if you dare threaten my granddaughter. Kong-Sin is furious. You and your little niece are both completely insane. Do you have any idea how many men have been ruined by that mesmerizing gaze of hers? The atmosphere turns silent. In-Seon rejects, stating this isn't his style. Myung-Hui thinks she misheard. What did you say? He replies, do you want me to repeat myself? I don't want to be yours. You're not my type, seriously. With that, he turns and walks away. In-Seon is still very upset. Yours, she said. I despise the idea of possessing someone. I'm not saying anything more. I'm leaving this place. The two old men in the back are shocked, speechless. Myung-Hui mutters to herself. My mesmerizing gaze didn't work on him? What the heck is he? In-Seon safely makes it outside. He bitterly regrets losing 1,000 billion. Too bad, but still better than digging my own grave. A captivating gaze? She has some strange skills. Though to me, it's no different than four eyes meeting. Suddenly, the hallway wall behind him is pierced, while he's still busy thinking. Think about it. She's a hybrid between a human and a nightmare. Isn't that right? On her mother's side of the family, a sinister hand, an evil giant reaches out and firmly grabs In-Seong's arm. He's pulled inside, leaving only his slipper behind in the hallway. The Go family's car departs. Inside the car, Mi Hyung applies makeup to herself. Her face returns to its original form. Sadok turns and asks, what do you think of the groom? She replies, I like him very much, remembering his appearance from earlier. Sadok is curious. Oh, come on, why do you have to wear makeup like a ghost if you show your bare face? She replied, Dad, if a guy agrees to marry me only after seeing my face, do you think that person is decent? Sadok understood. Well, I didn't expect that in the end. Your enchanting gaze couldn't make him fall head over heels. Fall head over heels for you. Myung said with a cold laugh. That's the real reason why I want to marry that Oroboni. Because only the hunters at the highest level among the top 5 S-rank hunters can resist my enchanting gaze. Sadok calmly told her not to worry. He's already in the palm of my hand. She asked in surprise, huh? What do you mean? Dad, don't tell me you've already. His face twisted into a sinister sneer. Inseong, just waking up, glanced around. He guessed, is this Sod-Duck subspace? I didn't expect that old man to go this far. Looking at the monsters before him, he felt a chill down his spine. But why are these guys drooling so much? System notification. Sod-Duck's spiritual warriors detected. These are powerful warriors, enchanted by the magical necromancer. Sod-Duck collected them from his lifetime until now. Special note. Initially, their master ordered them to kidnap and imprison you here, but they are currently disobeying their master's orders and want to devour you. Inseong thought in fear, what the heck? They want to eat me. Just look at these guys. Unbelievable. One of them swung a sword, aiming to slash. He felt annoyed. How dare they even think of eating me? Its blade was about to reach him, but it was shattered by Insong's steel-like muscles, reduced to pieces. That's the ultimate skill of the first Iron Blood clan. The warrior spirit was stunned. He couldn't believe it. His next sword strike landed on Insong's back, but only a sound echoed. Clang, he coldly stated. You guys aren't even worthy to scratch. Even a piece of my skin. Even a million of you couldn't, because I've now reached the lower god level. You shrimps. His iron fist came crashing down on his face. The warrior spirit was sent flying away by this punch. The others were shocked, seeing their comrade fall in an instant. Insong sneered, you guys are big, but just lumps of flesh. Stop yapping and come at me. All of you. Insong is about to wipe the floor with them. A battle to remember. The more he fought, the fiercer he became against the myriad ant legion. You are nothing. God's judgment finger. The warrior spirits panicked. They could only stare blankly as Inson's gesture landed. The two leaders thought in fear, what kind of skill is that? The Yiksha troop, who had never been defeated, just suffer loss. To one like him, could it be that does he have the divine eye? Inson has noticed these two. They are the leaders? One of them is a woman. Being noticed by Inson, they felt uneasy. He's reading their information. Notice, Yiksha leader of Sod-Duck, formerly a disciple of the treacherous beast. Sadeukta. Notice, Yiksha leader of Sod-Duck, formerly a disciple of the tempting lust. Sod-Duck-Saduk. Yiksha. Inson is surprised. What? Disciples of two demon gods? That blow was powerful, but those five-colored eyes, they remind me of Miri's eyes. Oh my god. One of the leaders charged forward. The other leader thought in horror, no way. Inson remained calm in the face of his opponent's punch. He casually raised a gesture. You're strong too. The powerful finger of God struck down a leader. The leader tried to crawl up. His expression remained as cold as ever. The female leader, Jia, was stunned. She couldn't believe it. He's completely unaffected by my mind-controlling gaze. He must be that young god, with the powerful abilities from the rumors. So she decided, if that's the case. She approached him. Inson thought in confusion. What's this? Is she planning to surrender? He gaped as the female leader, Jia, knelt before him. Young god Inson, please forgive us. Is that Yiksha being cautious? So, Yiksha knows how to play mind games? Who exactly is she? System, activating the inheritance power. The legacy, eyes of the blind god. Scanning the history of the Yiksha leader, before becoming the Yiksha demon. Her name is Lilith. She is the daughter and disciple of the desire-inducing Kairaha. The desire-inducing Kairaha is a great female demon, but she lost to the god of destruction and barely escaped his grasp. However, she and her demon realm are nearing their end. To regain her power, she needs a pure and powerful S-class soul. That's why she granted Lilith the alluring eyes and sent her to the lower realm, then orchestrated the meeting between Sejun and Lilith. Lilith, confident that with my alluring eyes, the young Sejun, someone like you would easily fall for me, but he rejected her. What the heck? Get lost. I don't have time to mess around with you. But the charming eyes had no effect on Saduk. Instead, Lilith fell in love with him, and they became husband and wife. Then a child was born. But then, Lilith's identity was discovered by the Abyss Dragon of Destruction. She faced death. Saduk made a heartbreaking decision. Lilith, let's make a deal. With me, fulfill my wish and give my soul to her. My wish. Finally, he understood. So she was Go Myong's grandmother. Fulfilling a soul contract is an unwritten rule, passed down from ancient times. He asked, so Saduk's wish was to revive her, and she refused. So, that's why he turned her into a ghoul. I guess he wanted them to be together forever, even if it meant doing it this way. Reminder notification. The god of abundance wipes away tears and hopes you'll spare the female demon. In Song, she tried to eat me, and I didn't even know anything. System notification. The god of abundance is surprised. You continued, but that's not a bad idea either. Reminder notification. Lilith, note, married S-class, possesses transcendent abilities. Elevate her spirits. She will become your disciple here. In Song sighed in relief. Of course, I have to spare her. Potentially, she'll become my next S-class disciple. What's more, I might get a buy one get one free deal, including Saduk too. Maybe even his granddaughter. Who knows? Killing two birds with one stone. Another notification. The Sword of Annihilation praises your strategy. The God of Abundance thanks you for your compassion. You know, the most important thing is that I become stronger. I need to become stronger before the God of Destruction, or anything else invades. I hate that bastard. Looking at Lilith in front of him, Ensign said the name Benefactor God. A circle of light appeared above Ensign's head. He wondered if he had to receive this because he was a lower god. I have a good feeling. Ensign's finger touched Lilith's forehead, saying that no matter what he did, good things will happen. The healing ring finger activated the entire space, lit up by a gentle sky blue light. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Lilith felt her body gradually melting. Why, little god? Even the leader from earlier started to melt. Ensign, why are you guys melting like that? That's the Benefactor God's skill. I definitely used the healing skill. You can read the notification. The Yiksha troop has been purified. There will be pain during the transformation of good and evil. Lily is gradually purified. She understands the little god. Angel wings sprout. She thought to herself, I was wrong. This feeling. I feel like I've been reborn. Notification. The Yiksha troop has been reborn as celestial soldiers, thanks to Ensign's compassion. Ensign frowned. Celestial soldiers, I didn't expect that. But more importantly, looking at the tiny angels in front of him, he wondered, why are they so small? The group of angels happily frolic around Ensign. On the side of the demon goddess, she sensed something unusual. Her eyes slowly opened. She coldly uttered, Lilith, you've returned, you traitor. System notification. Yiksha. Coa was reborn as a Qianbing thanks to Inshik's efforts. I guess. Is the result of rebirth and evolution random? Why doesn't the appearance look anything like I imagined? A notification appears. Infinite Fortune says, because you're a low-level god. That's all I could do. So accept the reality. Inshik decides, but rebirth. Maybe I should hurry to Co Diok before that person dies at the Immortal Guild headquarters. Co Diok is quietly standing in the room. He gazes at the family picture on the table. Co Diok is still angry about that bastard Inshik from this morning. How dare he refuse my offer to become my son-in-law? So arrogant. He must have learned a good lesson by now. Anyway, my endless rift is even known as a miniature hell. Even S ranks have to crawl out of here, let alone. Perhaps it's time to let the Yiksha army release Inshin Ra. But upon checking, he was shocked. Inshin emerged from the fissure with his celestial soldiers. What is the meaning of this? He coldly asked. Were you just calling me? Saduk stammered. What the hell? How are you in Skye? Inshin complimented him. Nice office you've got there. Looking at the celestial soldiers, Saduk couldn't believe it. What are these winged creatures? Where is my Yiksha army? He replied, it's a long story, but first, let's tend to your chest. Saduk stammered. How do you know? Wait, what are you talking about? He thought to himself, something's not right. I can't sense any presence of the Yiksha army. Or Lilith. I can't sense Lilith's presence either. Saduk loses his cool and grabs the guy's neck. What have you done to Lilith? He remains calm in this situation. Ensign is only thinking about healing him quickly, but Saduk is still questioning. Lilith? How dare you? He tries to be friendly, saying, well, due to some issues, things have turned out this way. Anyway, please calm down so I can finish healing you. Hearing that, he gets even more furious. What did you say? Due to some issues? I'll make it so you can't open your mouth ever again. Ensign has to resort to force. He's out of options. Let's put him to sleep for a bit. I might finish healing him faster that way. The powerful index finger. Suddenly, Saduk's face contorts in pain. An invisible, giant fist has struck his chest. My chest. Ensign is shocked, huh? What did I even do? So it's starting already? The notification popped up. Saduk, male, 61 years old. Warning, has a connection with the succubus, Lilith. His face was drenched in sweat from within the space. Lilith rushed out in a hurry, worried and shouting, no. Saduk felt familiar with this skill. Could it be hers? Lilith appeared before him in the form of a child. Yes, it's me, Lilith. I was reborn thanks to you. Insu, thanks to that, I can now directly see you outside at any time. The endless fissure, though I still have to use spirit skills. But Saduk painfully coughed up blood. She turned back and pleaded, "Oh God, please, Insu, observe his condition." You received a notification. Lilith's untold story is gradually being revealed. The day Lilith disappeared, the female demon appeared from the rift and let out a furious scream. You dare betray me for that lowly wretch? Did you think I just sit idly by? The day you were reborn, the devil's mark has been etched onto his shoulder. The female demon continued. His soul will become my delicious prey. I will make him taste every pain and humiliation imaginable and tear his body to pieces. In the name of the great female demon, I bestow upon you this prophecy. Insean, Inshun coldly retorted, "Not while I'm here, you won't. I have to protect my precious S-rank." He used his healing finger, preparing to touch the mark on Sjup's Asadiak chest. Sjup, wake up. The powerful index. The power of a god's healing touch descends. The devil's mark is about to crumble. Insung nonchalantly blows on the smoke rising from his index finger. The power of a god has two sides to its effects, opposite effects, depending on who it's used on. Meaning, I could break the seal if I wanted to. The fallen goddess roars in anger. You dare! A blinding light flashes. Insung quickly defends, getting hit by her power head-on. He calmly observes. Oh my, it's come all the way here. The fallen goddess shouts furiously. You bastard! Just a low-ranking god. Dares to lay a hand on what's mine? Notification. Succubus of desire. Chia. Age. 690,000 years old. Note, formerly a goddess, now a fallen being. Insung thinks to himself, a fallen being, huh? So it's just like that fake sun god we took down last time. He proactively greets her, a pleasure to meet you, Temptress Chia. He knows he doesn't have the holy sword in his hands right now, and hasn't had time to share skills with the sword demon, celestial demon sword. But to defeat a fake deity like you, I don't even need those things. Insun raises his fist. He breaks through the building's window, heading towards the demonic god outside. He says with spirit, you're the one who's inferior. The celestial demon sword flies towards the demonic god. She's caught completely off guard by this attack. Master Insun suddenly appears. The people below become panicked. What is that? It's a rift. Run. He reminds them, everyone get out of here quickly. Remember, leave this to me. The demonic god asks grimly, you dare attack me? Looking at her face appearing in the rift, a demonic voice asked, do you know I was once in existence, that even low-level gods didn't dare to look at? Behold my true form. Insung nonchalantly replied, true form? What's that? You're just a fallen being now. Notification alert. Infinite Abundance said, I don't understand what Master meant. What about you? What was that? Notification alert from Infinite Abundance. Worried about you, it says that Night of Debauched Desire has reached the same level as the evil, terrifying god, god of destruction. Insung's face paled as he heard this. Same level as the god of destruction? The demon's appearance gradually changed. A wide mouth and gruesome, sharp teeth appeared. The demon goddess had returned to her most primal form. Insung stared blankly. You're dissing that form, huh? So grotesque. System alert. The silent nightmare creeps in, saying he can help you solve this. If you agree to trade him 10 million lives, you shut him down. Stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Another notification pops up. Absolute Sword Demon, Hyok Ryo-woon, asks what you're doing, when all you need to do is kill Saduk. Insung is confused. Saduk? Insung is confused. Saduk? He and Lilith stood upstairs, anxiously observing. The information panel updated. Saduk is a man who has been used for 61 years. Special note. Connected through cause and effect to the Night of Lewd Desire. He is the vessel allowing her descent to Earth. You know that's right. The method presented by the unscrupulous con man, Annihilation Sword. So accurate, if Saduk disappears, then the rest of the monster will have no way to appear. But I refuse. Let me tell you, I only write happy endings. There's no room for endings. Sad endings on par with the god of destruction, but that's from the ancient past. Now you're just leftover scum. The Ice Queen Devil said coldly. I have destroyed countless worlds for far less. Even weakened as I am, as you say, I still have more than enough power to wipe out a low-level god like you. You little whelp. The moment her dark power descends, He commanded Noah and Mina to share their skills with him. Sadok shouted worriedly, "Run away, my grandson. She is not someone you can handle. Where are the S-rank hunters? They should be here to support us." Inji didn't waver as his fist landed. His brave punch confronted the destructive power descending from a rift. Inji, the metallic voice, telekinetic spiritual destruction. The two forces were fiercely clashing. The demon goddess was starting to feel uneasy. His punch had struck the demon rift head-on, forcing her back. Damn it. Saduk gasped in astonishment, uttering an unbelievable "no way." Unbelievable. Our son-in-law possesses power like this. Ensign thought irritably. He always calls me son-in-law. I suddenly feel like writing a tragic ending to this story. But regardless, the fact that she survived that blow is annoying. He raised his hand, vowing, "I will crush." The god of grinding's index finger shattered. Struck, the demon god was speechless with rage. "You wretched," he continued to curse. "Stop being stubborn and get back to your world." The demon god's hand clung to the crack. I'm almost," a voice uttered. "A low-level god like you dares to confront me? Then let me show you the difference between us." Ensign began to feel tense. A massive force descended. The impact created a thunderous explosion. Saduk called out worriedly, "Son-in-law." Ensign is lying flat on the ground right now. The road behind him has caved in, forming a pit. He muttered, "That's powerful." The demon goddess's rage hasn't subsided. "How dare one like you resist my presence?" Ensign knows her. "I'm definitely stronger than that old fire-headed guy. However, I'm not the same as I used to be," invoking the title of demon god. A surge of lightning recoiled upon her, stunning her. What? Why suddenly? That power made it impossible for her to open her eyes. Ensign gathered momentum and leaped up, his aura erupting as he shouted, "Behold the power of the god of good and evil." That one punch slammed straight into the demon goddess's newly emerged face. She couldn't believe it. How could a low-ranking god possibly have? "No way." Ensign nonchalantly said, "Don't resist anymore. Get lost, you pathetic scum of the evil god." The demon god roared in agony. He used a crushing gesture. The god's forefinger pierced straight into the fissure. The fissure gradually disappeared, restoring peaceful night to the city. Ensign returned to the ground. System notification, night. The lewd desire was a powerful being, equivalent to 6 S-class hunters. He was extremely pleased. "I knew it. That fake flamehead only has power comparable to 4 S-class hunters. Quest progress updated. Mid-grade god ascension in progress. S-class sacrifice with transcendent abilities. 20 up to 6%, he guessed him. At this rate, could I possibly ascend to a demon god? Before 100 S-class sacrifices, I'm about to reach my quota when I see my teammate unconscious. Ensign is curious. The demon god is gone. So how is he still like this? Lilith urgently says, if this continues, he's going to die. The sign of possession might be gone, but the curse remains. Ensign, please save him. Ensign curses in annoyance. Damn it. So even if that idiotic demon god dies, the curse will remain. My S-class, you can't die. He uses the ring finger, the divine healing finger, to heal him. A moment later, Seoduck wakes up, clutching his throbbing head, then mutters in disbelief, "No way. How on earth? Not even an S-class healer couldn't have done this either." Lilith rushed to hug him tightly. "You survived. It's all thanks to Inshan." He watched them contentedly. "This is the happy ending I wanted. Even if I die, I'll only write endings. This happy." System announcement, congratulations, Angel. Lilith and Seduck have become S-class followers of Inshan. Transcendence rate, 12.2%. Inshan was quite surprised. Angel? I guess she was destined to become an angel. After reincarnation, having been the leader of the spirits, Lilith, she deserves this good fortune. A few days later, in an S-class region of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, Alpha's gloomy voice echoed. "Repeat it again, you insect. You said you could help me avenge my mother?" Iraq recalled the past. 1 billion soldiers and the 3 apostles were completely massacred. "If I return like this, the Emperor will kill me. I must use this god's power to bring back the head of." Ensign, Alpha spoke. "Speak again, insect crawling out of the dungeon. You said you could help me avenge my mother?" Iraq confirmed, "Yes, I can. I have all the skills and a plan. To help you, Lord Alpha, take the life of that demon god, Ensign." Alpha was quite excited about this plan. "All right, tell me about it." Iraq quickly revealed what he knew. "That is on Ensign's side. Inson had just woken up, wondering where he was. Looking at the massive body in front of him, he marveled. How many fierce battles and how much training must one endure to achieve such a body? Anyway, Inson sat up and asked, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself. "I am the eternal seeker of truth. I have an urgent matter to discuss. So, I have slightly altered the cause and effect. An apostle, who is also a replica of the god of destruction, has now awakened to overcome these trials. You will soon face them. Prevent the fate of annihilation. Strive to achieve the divine title of a mid-tier god, and be qualified to participate in the divine assembly." As soon as he said that, Inesio woke up from his dream. He blankly wondered, what was that? Was it a dream? The eternal seeker of truth. Huh? Why does he give me a similar feeling to the eternal seeker of truth? Is he a new dream wanderer? Of course I'll aim to become a mid-tier god, but the apostle, who is also a replica of the god of destruction and the divine assembly. Were they? Lilith, seeing him awake, cheerfully asked, "You're awake? I'll go get my husband. He's currently in a meeting with the headmaster. He said he has a few things he wants to discuss with you when you're awake." "Lane, you're going to stop her?" "Oh no, never mind. He thinks he's pretty sure. Just some more nonsense about the foster child." How boring. Right at this moment, the system announced, reporting the results of the celestial being deployment. The celestial beings are bestowing blessings in MANHWA. Therefore, the number of your followers has greatly increased. The mission to upgrade to an intermediate god is in progress. Number of followers, 130 million/10 billion. He's shocked that thanks to Lilith, he has a new automatic skill. Celestial beings have helped increase the number of his followers by 30 million already. I don't know what they're doing in MANHWA, but the fact that the number of followers is increasing, even though I'm not doing anything, it's truly miraculous. I was worried about gathering 10 billion believers myself, but if it can be done automatically like this, then it's a different story. Inson turned to ask, "Let's put that aside for now, Lilith. I'm fine now. Why don't you come and stay at Sod Duck's house?" She replied, "As an archangel, resurrected by your mercy, I am obliged to stay by your side to support you." Inson's face fell upon hearing that. "Is that so?" A shout rang out outside. "There's a fight. It's a fight between an S rank and an A rank." Inson curiously stepped to the window and looked down. What? Who's fighting who? Below, it was definitely Shinzo and the demon sword wielder facing off. Shinzo asked incredulously, "You? How could you treat me like this?" Everyone raised their phones to film. "It's an S-rank hunter. Shinzo's so handsome. Hunter. But why does he look so disheveled? Did he just get back from shooting a survival show somewhere?" Shinzo asked, exasperated. "How could you abandon someone on a deserted island? Do you know how hard it was to get off that island?" The demon sword coldly replied, "I should have finished you off myself. Those damn merchants. They should at least work for Jiahan." Shinzo couldn't hold back anymore. "Even if you're a valued friend of mine, I won't forgive you. I will defeat you, Kong Jong. The demon sword is always ready. Come at me. I will show you the heavenly demon god sword." The students with popcorn watched the fight. "That's so awesome. I can't believe we're witnessing an S-class battle." Someone in Shin silently observes from above. He's facing the demon sword, the one who mastered the demonic heavenly sword. That Shinzo guy seems pretty good. Hearing the lunch bell ring, he happily exclaimed, "It's lunchtime. My stomach knew just when to rumble. Plus, today's menu has nothing but Rin chicken soup. Expensive Rin. I can't miss it. Let's go grab a bite to eat." The two of them headed to the cafeteria. He thought happily, "I'm so glad I accepted the teaching position. I can't believe I get to eat this expensive chicken soup for free." Inson smiled and said, "Enjoy your meal." Before he could finish, the demon sword was sent flying into the cafeteria. He landed right on the table Inson was sitting at. He stared blankly at the chicken soup in front of him, now a mess. Lilith glared in frustration. The food slipped right out of her grasp. The heavy demon sword crashed to the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Shinzo, you bastard." Shinzo stepped in, onto the windowsill. He told Kong Dam to surrender. "You're no match for me." Inshin sadly lamented his Jin Sang chicken soup. Shinzo recognized him. "You're the self-proclaimed sword god of the Samdung Society, aren't you?" Inshin kept mumbling about Jin Sang chicken soup. Shinzo decided to settle the score with him too. "Meeting you here is perfect timing. I still have a debt to settle with you. You who brainwashed Kong Jong, the wicked leader of the Samdung Society." Inshin started getting annoyed. Enemy of Jin Sang chicken soup. Sang keeps rambling about some Samdung Society. What the heck? He was oblivious and kept talking. Even if I hadn't called you here today. But you still need to confess your crime to me. He clenched the spoon tightly in his hand. The Three Powers Society, or Three Chicken Society. It's none of my business. Ensign's somber voice echoed. How dare you do this to my precious Jean Sang chicken soup? I won't forgive you. I haven't even had a single spoonful yet. Shinzo was stunned by what he was yelling. He gave the order to prepare. Shinzo, Ensign activated the ultra-rare Annihilation Sword on the small spoon in his hand. His hand pointed towards the enemy. The demon's sword chuckled, saying he was too foolish to oppose the sword god. Feel the difference in levels. Shinzo was dumbfounded. What the heck? You're gonna fight me with just a spoon? He thought to himself. Besides, he's leaving way too many openings. Kong John Gil ended up like that because of this fool. Ensign declares. A single spoon is more than enough for the enemy of Jean Sang's chicken stew. Then I'll beat you until you're near death. Shinzo is even more confused. I still don't understand how he tricked Kong Bell. But no matter how foolish he is, I won't go easy on him. The serpent-toothed sword erupts with power. Ensign, with 2 spoons in hand, is ready to face his enemy. He's incredibly focused. As Ensign's eyes open, a fiery red flash. Shinzo swore, I'll expose your true identity. Ensiong nonchalantly lifted the spoon in his hand. He rushed forward and smacked him on the head. Shinzo, stunned, got a nosebleed. What was that just now, he wondered. He turned around to see Ensiong's proud back, with a small spoon in his hand. He deepened his voice, I won't let you off easy. I'll make you cry as much as the chicken soup. That spilled. Shindu staggered to his feet. You're always nagging about chicken soup. Who cares about chicken soup? These words thoroughly provoked Ensiong. What? So you really want to die? He firmly gripped the 2 swords in his hands and said, I was careless just now. I won't let you get away with it this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinzo rushed forward upon seeing him, and Shin appeared before him, the spoon in hand. He coldly uttered, let's see. Shinzo thought to himself, he's fast, but my fist will land right where I'm aiming. How foolish. And Shin gravely eyed his opponent. He casually tapped him on the head once. And Shin announced, this is chicken wing. Shinzo clutched his head in pain, cursing, damn chicken soup. He charged forward angrily. Let's see. How long will you keep talking about chicken soup? 3 more taps in quick succession. Chicken head porridge, chicken breast, chicken thigh. He collapsed, his body trembling in pain. And Shin nonchalantly walked over. Is that all you've got? I couldn't even knock you out that easily. I've only hit you enough to make up for 1 debt. But you spilled 2 debts. Shinzo decided to unleash his ultimate move. I underestimated you. I didn't intend to use this skill, for fear of hurting those around me. The dual sword of the Great Divide, skill unlocked and unleashed. A freezing gale swept outwards, making everyone nearby struggle. I can't see anything in this wind. The demonic sword scolded him. Have you lost your mind? Are you planning to hurt innocent bystanders? The innocent, Shinzo thought to himself. It's because of you, Kwang Kim. He stubbornly activated the serpent sword's special skill. Shinzo leaped high into the air. A ferocious dragon appeared before Ensign. Streams of icy power descended. He nonchalantly used a spoon to shatter them. Wasen Sek's ultimate skill, Plum Blossom Frenzy, unleashed. Rose petals fell throughout the room. The students exclaimed. The flower petals are falling inside the building. It smells so good, Shinzo declared, too late, and calmly uttered, disappear. With a casual flick of his hand, he shattered the power that Ikea boasted. He was stunned. What? Imaginary realm. It can completely nullify an opponent's skills. This skill, with just 1 move, could defeat even an SS class. At least he must be SS class, if not higher. This is the realm of the Sword Saint, Go Seonsu. Winning against someone like him. I was such a fool. Shinzo fell to the ground with a thud. And Shin then stopped. Where's the demon sword? Rushed towards the Sword Saint. He knelt down, bowing his head in apology. The demon sword is begging for mercy on behalf of that man. Shinzo deserves 10,000 deaths. But I beg you, please have mercy and spare. And Shin looked at him in surprise. The demon sword thought to himself, Shinzo, I know you still think of me as your friend. He casually said, Demon sword, don't worry, leave it to me. The demon sword tremblingly said, if you do that. His hand gripped the sword tightly, then declared, I will die with him. And Shin was shocked. You're being so dramatic. He raised the remote control with just a snap of his fingers. A force of power seized the sword in his hand. He explained, "What I meant was, I'm going to heal Shinzo. You don't need to overthink it." The demon's sword looked at and Shin moved. A cyan-colored energy radiated from his fingertips. The ring finger heals. Shinzo's whole body is being healed. After a moment, his eyes slowly opened. He's awake, but Shinzo is still dazed. The demon's sword beside him laughed loudly. "See, this is the sword saint I've been following." Shinzo agreed. "You're absolutely right." Thinking in his heart, he is. So Shinzo knelt before him, surrendering. "You are the true sword saint. I was blind." In-song muttered in frustration. "I don't like this at all." Shinzo waited for his answer, the demon's sword smiling brightly beside him. The other students cheered wildly. "Teacher In-song just beat Shinzo. That's so cool." At that moment, a mysterious figure appeared, seeing him. He thought to himself, "Found you. In-song, it's you. I have to report to the Three Heroes Association right away." In the dining hall, In-song was still shocked when he heard Shinzo say, "What?" He seriously repeated, "Please, accept me as your disciple." System notification. You have successfully fostered faith. By using overwhelming power and fear, Shinzo is now an enthusiastic member. The mission to promote him to a high-ranking member is underway. The S-Class sacrifice possesses Transcendence ability 8 out of 10. Inson only noticed it then. Wait, he's also S-Class, isn't he? I very much welcome S-Class believers. But, he said darkly, we still have things to settle. Shinzo frowned, asking, "What do you mean?" He brought up the chicken soup again, saying, "You shouldn't mess with a dog while it's eating. You need to apologize to me and that chicken." Shinzo said apologetically, "I apologize for daring to interrupt your meal. Please wait a moment while I make a call." He whispered, "How much money can you prepare on your end right now?" Hearing this, Shin's eyes lit up. Money. A moment later, 2 suitcases of money were laid out before him. He excitedly thought, "How much is all this?" I heard that. Shinzo is the youngest son of a wealthy family, the one who brings the money to the master. I am the general manager of Ocean Corporation. Please take care of our young master." Shinzo, with his head bowed, said this wasn't much, but this is compensation for your chicken soup. Shin was still in shock. This is compensation for dirtying my soup? Shinzo pleaded, "If you become my master, I will give you everything, so please." The demon sword behind him shouted fiercely, "Who do you think he is? You think you can bribe him with money to become a disciple?" Afraid the money that was about to be in his pocket would fall out, he immediately ordered, "Demon sword, this is special training. Go outside and run 100 laps." Immediately, he dashed straight out the window, clear as day. Shinzo thought desperately, who would accept someone who wants to kill them? As a disciple? He said sadly, "Someone like me probably can't become a disciple." Huh? And Shin happily agreed with a bright smile. "I completely understand. How much you regret your actions. My food sometimes gets stolen too." This made Shinjo even more ashamed of his actions. "You're so kind. No wonder. A sword as powerful as the demon sword is willing to serve you. Then, please take me as your disciple too." And Shin thought to himself, this is going to be troublesome. What am I supposed to do with someone who's already S-Class? There's no benefit to doing that. Just then, a reminder notification appeared. Cheondu Jeol Sayol said, "That's how the cold and harsh world of business works." He calculated silently, "I don't need your praise. Think of a way to stay away from him while still getting money." Suddenly, it dawned on him, that's right. A dangerous smile crept across his face. He asked, "You want to become my disciple?" Shinzo didn't realize he was about to be tricked, so he happily replied, "Yes, Sword Saint." He ordered, "Then do this." Looking at the book full of ancient text in his hand, Shinzo wondered, is he really going to give me this? He confirmed, "Of course." And Shin thought to himself, "I bought it before, knowing it was a scam by Cheondu Chendu. Amazing, but it turns out it's useful after all." The system prompted the Supreme Ultimate Sword Manual, a book left behind by Jang Sambong. Zhangchum, price 20 million divine coins. He instructed, "Learn the Supreme Ultimate Sword Manual before you come back here. Then I will accept you as a disciple." Shinzo listened and remained silent. He sternly asked, "Can't you do it?" The man vowed, "I can. I'll learn and become your disciple." Ijin secretly smirked. He's fallen for it. He added, "I'll be waiting, and don't come back until you fully understand it." Shinzo obediently replied, "Yes, I understand. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go study." Ijin agreed. "All right, off you go." Watching Shinzo leave, Eugene thought happily. Everything's going according to plan. Seeing the money on the table, excitement welled up inside him. Now, what should I do with all this money? Behind the academy building, the mysterious figure from earlier was making a report to the organization. Agent, Shadow's secret agent at the Academy branch of the Three Heroes Society, reporting. The person who stole the Wazian sword is Eugene. To retrieve it, I believe we should eliminate him. In a faraway country, different from China, a girl was diligently fighting monster. A massive monster, subdued by her in mere moments. Its entire body turned to black stone. She scoffed dismissively. An S-class monster? How disappointingly weak. Are there no stronger ones? These weaklings don't satisfy my blade. She is the strongest hunter in China, Xiao Ming. So just then, a subordinate came to report. Descendant of the great swordsman, Miss Xiao Ming. There are orders from the Three Heroes Association. You must kill a master from the Korean Academy, an SS-class Inseong, Zeng, and retrieve the stolen Wasan sword, Hasangong. Xiao Ming perks up. An SS class? That might just satisfy my blade, wouldn't it? I'll take his head. Just you wait, my soul-reaving Azura blade. I'll let you taste some delicious blood. Meanwhile, Inseong is in a cafe at the academy. He chuckles to himself, clutching 2 suitcases of money. It's a nice bonus, even though I've been promoted to a god. But money is still the best. It's fun, but I need to find out a bit more about the Three Heroes Association. Something's fishy here. The Destroyer God's follower and vessel are awakened. I have a feeling this is related. Seeing Kui Geometry tiredly return, he exclaimed, Kui Geometry, you finished your run? Kui Geometry stiffly replied, 100 laps is nothing, sir. Having just received his money, Ingin was eager to spend it, because he's doing so well. Let's go have some beer and chicken. It's on me, Kui Geometry. Kui Geometry immediately agreed. Yes, the two of them had a delicious dinner. Kui Geometry got completely drunk, and Ingin ate so much he could barely breathe. My appetite has increased. Since becoming a low-level god, I ate almost 10 chickens. I guess I need to eat that much to regain my divine power. Plus, I can afford to pay for 10 chickens. Thanks to the money from Shinzo. This building is mine now. I'm a landlord now. Besides, I'm a low-level god. I can treat myself this much. I've been saving for many lifetimes. Eating 10 chickens is okay, but cleaning up will be tiring. It would be great if the bones knew how to jump into the trash. Should I hire a maid? Or use telekinetic powers? Did it just move on its own? Shinjo was startled to see the bones moving. He wonders why it suddenly moved on its own, when I haven't even used my powers yet. System display. Connecting to the devotees goblin. Sato has been added to the skill-sharing section. Connect with the S-class goblins. SA Duck's one and only skill. The angrier you are, the easier it is to execute. Look at this notification. In Sin, connect with the goblin, the angrier you get, the easier it is to execute. What does that mean? I can use anything to try. He points to the pile of bones on the table, sharing the skill. Connect with SA Duck's goblins. Suddenly, a burst of power lit up the room. Several dark, ghostly figures appeared on the wall. Insin frowned, asking, "What is this?" Looking at them, Insin wondered, "Is this really?" A gloomy voice echoed, "Avenge us. Avenge humanity. Those who annihilated us. Avenge." He panicked, thinking, what kind of skill is this? Avenge humanity? So, he ended up negotiating with them. I understand your feelings, but revenge is a bit. The monsters just repeated like machines. Such a snitch. Total snitch. Oh, great and indifferent God, who has awakened us. Grant us the privilege to kill. Insean is tense, unsure how to handle this. It feels like they're about to kill. What should I do now? System alert. Would you like to dispatch the Yocha Corps to the Hive, a region of the Empire? Insu excitedly thought, excellent. But the Hive, is it an actual hive? Were those guys in the Empire plotting now? System hint. The Hive is a factory, a place that mass-produces bloodworms. The core force of the army. The Empire, one of King Insu's power sources. I see, he understood. I haven't properly retaliated yet, so they see me as a fool. You insects, now it's your turn. His finger pressed the Z button on the screen. The space at the Imperial Hive appeared. The gatekeeper inside wondered upon hearing the thunder. Thunder? Why is it so loud? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. What is that? The legendary figure of the night demon, Kia, stood before him. He screamed in terror, "Run! It's a monster! Help!" Insean watched gleefully through his phone. Desperate cries for help echoed. The system issued a notification. Intermediate Demon God Level Up Quest in progress. He thought happily, this is amazing. I'm not doing anything, but the numbers are still. Automatic hunting is the best. Suddenly, another message caught his attention. Reminder notification. Due to automatic hunting and the increasing number of followers, the automatic management system will be activated. Once activated, automatic management expands equipment and evolves species will be carried out automatically, even when you are not present. Cost, 20 million divine stones. Do you wish to proceed? He had a choice to make. Of course, I'm always up for this. Now, this is what I call passive income, just like a landlord. With everything settled, Insu puts his phone aside. He lies on the bed, lost in thought. The room is empty. I told WI Geometry to leave. There are still so many unanswered questions, but I did manage to gather some clues about the three factions. GWI Geometry said they're a heretical group. Back at the bar, GWI Geometry revealed that the three factions are a heretical group. Their information network is truly top-notch. On the surface, they're a hunter guild, but in reality, they've planted a bunch of spies all over the world. They gather information on hunters who are likely to obstruct their organization and assassinate them. He said he left the organization, so they'll probably be hunting both of us. Are there any other spies in the academy? The Devil Sword addressed that matter. Spies aren't allowed to know each other's identities. So, I have no way of finding out either. Insong scoffed. What a pathetic organization. The Devil's Sword continued. I'm sorry, I don't have many leads. But there's one thing I must emphasize. The MANHWA sect's swordsmanship originates from the Three Heroes Assembly, and they've already recognized that you possess it. They'll surely do something. Of course, they're no match for you. Insong was shocked to learn the sword's origin. Was it stolen? He got annoyed thinking, so, Heavenly Sword, you mean those swindlers sold me stolen goods? Just then, a notification popped up. Heavenly Blade, Geolseek, excitedly said, now this is the life. Insong wondered excited. Lying in bed, thinking, he knew, I can't let those guys get away with this. They dare lay a hand on my disciple. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He guessed it must be the spy student. There was indeed someone outside the door, just as he predicted. Earlier, in Hazu's room, the stranger gave her a talisman. He said it was a talisman that could help her teleport. Use it to bring in Sin here. The master martial artists of the Three Hero Society will take care of the rest. Hazu had no choice but to agree. Yes, sir. She was very panicked. What should she do? I can't go against the orders from above. But the teacher is truly a good person. Looking at the person outside the door, Inson still seemed quite sad. I was very surprised. When I found out she was the mole, I guess discovering it early was thanks to the eyes of the all-seeing eye. That's a good thing, too. Full profile displayed. Hazu, 19-year-old female, naive but kind, notes. She's a spy for the Three Hero Society. The girl has to take care of her sick mother. Inshik said the sword demon had taken her mother to a safe place. Hazu replied, yes, I've already called him. Thank you, teacher. He was furious. How dare they take her sick mother hostage? To force her to be an informant? You bastards, I'll kill you all. She bowed her head, thanking her teacher, even paying for her hospital bills. So much trouble. Thank you so much, teacher. Inshik said casually. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Let's go to where they're waiting. She started to act. Yes, then I'll use this charm. Hazu's heart was filled with faith. Teacher single-handedly defeated all the SS-class Gustavs. And those monsters, I'm sure of it. The charm worked. A small vortex enveloped them before they vanished. Hazu still holds onto that belief, that the master can save him from the Three Heroes Association. I believe the charm transported them to the rendezvous point. Inson realizes they're on a mountain behind the academy, when a monk steps out and says, good, leave the rest to us. He silently observes the two figures before him. The monk's name is Degas, a 50-year-old man, a Shaolin master who has defeated countless S-rank hunters. The second person is Peng Mulan, a 40-year-old man, a successor who has defeated so many S-rank hunters. Inson assesses them. I don't even feel like introducing myself to them. They look like they stepped right out of a martial arts novel. Degas speaks up. You dare to steal the sword techniques of the Wasan sect? You even mimic the Three Heroes Assembly? I will surely shut you up for good, once and for all. He rushed towards Insian with lightning speed. But Insian remained calm, facing his enemies fist head-on. A sinister Mala fist was about to descend. Insian knew it. Shaolin fist. rumored to be capable of destroying even sturdy buildings. He was using such a powerful skill right from the start. So, Insean activated his defensive skill. The Gak's fist struck straight into Insean's body as hard as steel. Due to using so much force, his arm broke. The Gak cried out in pain, "My arm." This is the legendary iron body technique. What's this? The boastful master is now rolling on the ground, whining, my arm is broken." Insean coldly told him to shut up. "You were the one who struck first, weren't you? How hypocritical." Just then, Lin swung his sword from behind, trying to land a sneak attack. As his blade was about to touch Yishin's broad back, Hezu gasped in astonishment. Realizing it was the Hebei Peng family saber technique, it's over. That one strike smoothly cut down Lin, shocking him. "My saber technique." He calmly raised his giant sword, unleashing lightning skills. Combining saber techniques with those lightning skills is quite formidable. You know lightning skills too? Skill inheritance, Miri? Lin was stunned. What is that? A thunderclap descended, carrying a roaring surge of lightning. The entire mountain lit up as Yishin summoned thunderclap. In an instant, these two had the honor of being tied to the trees next to them by Yishin. Hezu looked at him with worship in his eyes. They may not be registered hunters yet, but they're still above S rank. Just like my master, giving those two a taste of their own medicine. Yishin sighed in relief. "I almost killed them, because I couldn't control my power properly." You start interrogating. "Tell me where the Three Heroes Association is." The GAC glared at him. "You thief, do you even know who we are? Don't think you've won too soon. The strongest hunter from the Three Heroes Association will come to kill you." The third factor has appeared. Xiao Ming said disdainfully. "You fools, I'm only a little late." They both looked at her like she was their savior. "Miss Xiao Ming, you're here. This is why Shin, you trash." Xiao Ming coldly interrupted him. "Shut up, you piece of garbage." The GAC was silenced. Instantly, yes. Her sword flew out, sending these two to meet their ancestors. In the last moment of his life, the GAC couldn't believe it. "Why, miss?" Xiao Ming said disdainfully. "Because you're useless. Why else? This person makes Insen wary. She's too fast. I can barely see her move. All other S-rank hunters move so slowly in my eyes. But she, Hyoju, is behind, just as Jinwoo predicted. Her next target is her. Next is the traitorous bastard." Hyoju realized it was too late. But fortunately, Jinwoo managed to save her from the scythe of death. He told Hyoju to run. Sung Jinwoo felt intrigued. "He blocked my attack with just his body? How interesting. Just as expected." But his punch was met with her disdainful remark. "Too slow." Jinwoo angrily looked around. "I missed again? Where did this cowardly rat go?" Suddenly, a bizarre red aura rushed towards him. He was stunned. Did she get me? No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Then, Hezu, who was behind him, used his body to block the sword. Insong shouted in horror. "Hezu!" Examining Hezu, he felt a burning hatred. Damn it! Hezu was no longer breathing. In desperation, Insong used the ring finger heel. Seeing this from behind, Xiao Ming exclaimed with interest. "You even have healing skills?" Insong ignored him, desperately praying. "Please, please, please." Streams of healing energy enveloped Hezu's body. Xiao Ming coldly sneered. "It's no use." The bitch stabbed him in the back. Insong froze for a moment upon reading the notification. His hand couldn't help but tremble. A red notification appears. "You have failed to heal. You cannot bring the dead back to life with the power of a low-level god. This is only possible if you're a high-level god." Xiao Ming added fuel to the fire from behind. "She's been dead since my blade pierced her." In-shun decided. "I will send you to Lilith. Wait for me." In-shun dash Inshan. "Haiju, I will become a high-level god and save you." Hezu dash. "Haiju." She stepped closer. "Just leave that little thing here. Come play with me. Weaklings like her deserve to die." He angrily yelled. "Shut your mouth." Xiao Ming still mocked. "Oh my, so scary. You're totally my type." Information about her appears. Xiao Ming, female, 26 years old. Notably, the blessing of the war god Azura. "You have a deranged mind." Inzhun coldly spoke. "I've learned something. That fighting is the only thing that works on psychos." So he activates his skill sharing. With a strong body, Insong fiercely advances towards her. "And it seems like you need a beating too." Xiao Ming is not afraid. So charming, so excited. So excited that her cheeks are flushed red. "Come on, let's fight." As soon as she finished speaking, his punch landed. With all the hatred of today, That punch sends Xiao Ming flying backward. However, she's still okay. He's faster and stronger now. If I don't stop him in time, this could become a big problem. Coming to Korea was the right choice. Without giving Xiao Ming a chance to counterattack, the next punch lands. In Sung's voice is filled with hatred. You dare to smile like that after killing my student? I'll make sure you don't die peacefully. This next punch carries lightning. It'll make the very air explode. The ground beneath Inson's fist sinks into a massive crater. Xiao Ming leisurely sits on a treetop above. You're better than I thought, Inson. But suddenly blood drips. Blood. I'm bleeding. Looking at the blood on my fingers. I'm starting to get excited. This is fun. You're the first person to land a hit on me. Inson is unimpressed. Are you crazy? Stop talking nonsense and tell me where the Three Heroes Association is. Xiao Ming replies, and you'll let me go? Inson responds, never, but I'll let you die a slightly more peaceful death. Xiao Ming laughs. Let you? You think I'm using all my strength. I was just playing with you because it seemed pretty fun, but now I'm bored. No sooner said than done, Xiao Ming's figure vanished. He warily looked around. Damn it, I lost her again. I've never seen an AI this strong. Her voice echoed from behind. Where do you think you're looking? Inson was shocked, never expecting Xiaomin to be so fast. Beneath her feet, a magic circle appeared and descended upon Inson. 1,000-pound hammer, 8 trigrams. He blocked while thinking, how? How is she so overwhelmingly powerful? The 8 trigrams of Xiao Ming are so strong that Inson's legs are about to buckle. Are you still curious about this nonsense? Proudly showing off the 8 trigram seal? Even an SS class can't escape it. Now, quickly return what you've stolen. Inson begins to pull out his trump card, combining the title, Chief God and Demon. Xiao Ming couldn't understand what he was saying. Combining what title now? He lifts his middle finger, dripping with demonic energy. Judgment of God, Xiao Ming. Damn you, you son of a... Before he could finish his curse, her formation exploded. Knocked backward, Xiao Ming asked in a strained voice, You broke my barrier? Inson asked disdainfully, You think you're the only one who hasn't gone all out? You're dead meat. She gripped her sword tightly, on guard. In-Song continued to taunt. Or are you just going to keep scurrying around like a rat? You can't beat me. Xiao Ming's heart thrilled at the arrogant insults. These arrogant insults. She gazed at him, fascinated. This is the first time I've met a man like you. Let's have some more fun. As she spoke, Xiao Ming's figure blurred, a swift afterimage, charging towards her doppelganger, unleashing the twin blades, 4 swords, striking a devastating blow. In-Song looked worriedly at the move. This little squabble shouldn't affect the area too much, right? Xiao Ming sensed something was wrong. The whole sky exploded. Brilliant light flashed in the dark night. Xiao Ming murmured in awe. He really is good. The entire academy behind them lit up. The guards were bewildered as the sky suddenly lit up. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming had collapsed to his knees before Inson. You flicked my forehead. He then questioned, Now, where's the Three Heroes Society leader of yours? Xiao Ming weakly uttered, My lord, what do you desire of me? Her face became adoring as she confessed her feelings. I love you, my lord. Inson thought in shock. What the heck? Why is this girl calling me that? Could it be? The system quickly updated. Congratulations. You have demonstrated the power and terrifying dread of a god and created an obsessive faith. Xiao Ming has become a fanatic devotee of yours. He helplessly face-bombed. Another weirdo has become a believer. She admired him. You're already this strong without a weapon. How much stronger would you be with a sword? The system alerted him about the fanatic Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming is a devotee worth 5 S ranks. They say she's madly in love with you. Insu, annoyed, scolds, Just ignore that comment. A rank S? So she's as strong as a rack, though I still don't quite trust her. Insu orders, Xiao Ming, take me to your superior. Xiao Ming gladly agrees. I would be delighted, as you can see. Right now, I don't have the strength to... You use the ring finger heel to treat the injury. For Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming feels a different energy surging into his body. What incredible healing power. Until he is healthy enough to stand up. Xiao Ming exclaims, You are amazing. You deserve to be my master. Insu reiterates the main issue. Lead the way, Xiao Ming. At the Three Heroes Society headquarters, Three Ket's Palace, Zun Ren reads the secret report to his comrades. Xiao Ming has betrayed us and sided with Insu, and Insin is targeting us. The swordsman asked, If what you say is true, does Insin have divine power? The Fist Master replied, He's just a lower god. Just kill him, along with that Xiao Ming bitch. They're the three KSBA, the supreme leaders at the head of the three heroes for 500 years. The person they were talking about. Xiao Ming walked into the hall, asking with a cold laugh, "Looking for me? Someone is also looking for you. So I brought him here." The three BA were stunned by this sudden appearance. Ensign barged in and loudly proclaimed, "You're the leaders of this three heroes thing, or whatever." Looking at the notification display, he seemed puzzled. Notification display, unable to read target information. They're using a skill to block detection. He didn't care at all. "This is the first time I've encountered something like this. Whatever, it doesn't matter anyway. Just beat all these bastards." Swordmaster speaks, "I can feel it now. You are strong. I didn't expect there to be someone this strong on this planet. I'm getting excited. His strength is so alluring, Swordmaster. Can I eat his heart?" "He'll readily agree, Swordmaster. But his head is mine." Fistmaster chimes in, "Then let me test him first." His figure moved as fast as smoke, dashing straight out of the hall. Inseong was stunned by the speed. Before he knew it, Fistmaster's fist was already coming at him. He unleashed the Bekbo Divine Fist. A giant fist smashed straight into his chest. Inseong was blown out into the courtyard. Xiao Ming worriedly called out to his master, "Did he just get blown away? Let's pause for a sec, then talk. And you guys, looks like I've made quite a few enemies here, haven't I? Today's gonna be fun. My sword is gonna love this." Outside Fist. Fist of Authority left the front yard dented into a long pit. Insong struggled to sit up. Fist of Authority scoffed, "You got blown away by that? I overestimated you, it seems. If you're this weak, I'll devour you whole." Insong had to admit that last hit. The gap between me and him isn't small. These guys are strong. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared. Insong, that's the Bekbo Shin Quan. He still couldn't quite grasp what was happening. What the heck? The light was so blinding Insong had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. Too bright again. Shocked by what he clearly saw before him. A cleaver? No, a demon sword is more like it. A notification reminds him that Cheon Du Jiol Suk said finish the repairs. He said he'd take care of the delivery fee. He dazedly holds the knife. Perfect timing. But why a cleaver? What good is this? Another reminder pops up. Cheon Du Jiol Suk says not to underestimate it, just because it looks like a cleaver. Insong thinks to himself, his repair service is always so weird. But I'm busy, so I'll put it aside for now. He excitedly shouts, "It's so good to see you again, Heavenly Demon." The Heavenly Demon, in cleaver form, interrupts him. "Save the greetings for later. You need to be alert. These guys are gods." Insong is shocked. Part 2. These guys are gods. Quan Nan looked at the cleaver in his hand with interest. He immediately recognized this evil energy. "Is that you, Kianma?" Kianma proudly replied, "That's right, it's me. You damned traitors. These insects. The moment the god of destruction appeared, you ran away." Quan Nan chuckled at this. "We need to prepare for the future. To prepare for disaster, not to run away." The person holding the cleaver began to understand the situation. "So, these guys are afraid of the god of destruction and ran to Earth." Kiyama confirmed, "That's right, they're worse than garbage. They even massacred all the people under their rule." Quan Nin angrily asked, "You dare to slander us while you're trapped inside a knife like this?" Kiyama remained steadfast in his belief. The god of destruction will be here soon. The Kiyama continued to taunt him. "Are you just going to run away again?" Enraged, he shouted, "Of course not. That's why we've taught these useless insects. Our martial arts for the past 500 years have been to increase our divine power, and they have offered millions as sacrifices to us. Sacrifices for us. Isn't that wonderful?" Insean was furious. "What? Taking people as sacrifices is going too far. You're just cowards. Because of you guys, Heiju lost his life. I will never forgive you." A Quanin mouthing off to us? "What? How dare you insult us? When you're just a lower god?" He activates skill combination, skill sharing, sword demon, second form of Kiyama. Kiyama hurriedly stopped him. "Hold on, you can't do that." Inshik was confused. Why? He explained, "You can't win against Guanzun's 100-step divine fist with that. If you're unlucky, it'll turn against you. You need to use your fists. Quickly recall everything I wrote." He understood. He was referring to the saying, "Actually, my fists are stronger than my sword." Inshik remembered reading the contents of that sword manual. The ultimate swordsmanship is abandoning the sword itself, surpassing humanity, cleaving the sky, and finally severing mountains. Actually, my fists are stronger than my sword. He was shocked. I thought those were just empty words. Let's give it a try and see. Let's see what it's like when a fist is stronger than a sword. He's using Inho's skill sharing. A body as strong as steel is activated and quietly advanced towards the brawler, saying nonchalantly, "What, this guy too?" Then, Vajra unbreakable. I'll show you what my power is. Each of his movements is enough to crack the ground. He fiercely charged towards him with a 100-step divine fist. How dare a little brat like you? He calmly shouted, "Demonic Celestial Sacred Sword, third form. Demonic Celestial Destruction." He threw a punch, blocking his opponent. The brawler recognized this as that heavenly demon bastard's technique. This punch sent him flying backward. The other two leaders of the three evils were stunned. The Venerable One said triumphantly, "Impressive." The swordsman was still in shock. Don't tell me that guy took down the brawler. The Venerable One excitedly grabbed his sword, preparing to enter the fray. My Iron Dragon Spear hasn't tasted the blood of a god in ages. The sword saint followed up. I never thought I'd have to wield this azure weapon again. Inson believes there are 2 more gods heading to this country. I think we can win. But what's going on? Why isn't the notification window appearing? Is it a target elimination confirmation? I'm sure that bastard Quan Nan. The sword master reminded the guy sprawled on the ground. How long are you going to play dead, Quan Nan? Inson was shocked to hear that. He said shamefully, "I'm just ashamed of being blown away by that kid's one blow." That little god has perfectly inherited the martial arts of the heavenly demon, the Venerable suggested. Then the 3 of us should attack at the same time. In return, I'll take that brat's head. Sword Master roared. Excitedly said, "It's been a long time since I've absorbed holy power. Then we have to kill him quickly." Insong is a little tense. 1 against 3 is a bit scary. But I have the demonic divine art. I'll be able to handle them somehow. But Kianma is hurrying you to run away. What are you shocked about? He said you have no chance against all 3 at once. They have absorbed so many sacrifices, and now their power has increased greatly. Run away now. Insong firmly replied, "I can't do that. I won't run away like they do." Kianma didn't expect him to be so determined. He calmly reassured, "I still have some skills, don't worry." All 3 rush up at the same time. What kind of petty skills are those? You're going to die anyway. The Venerable One uses the ultimate Dragon Slayer technique. Just that one move, a dragon coils. Demonic energy roared. Insong thought to himself, "It's here. Use your cleaver to slice up Dragon Slayer, or whatever, just slash away." The fist fighter seized the opportunity and rushed to his side. "You've left your flank wide open." Insong didn't care about being punched. He used the Buddha palm stance. This punch caused him internal injuries, and he coughed up blood, not giving Insong a chance to recover. The swordsman rushed forward. He brandished his sword and charged. Azure Sky, Flying Swallow Sword. Master Rin wielded his long saber, intervening. "Where do you think you're going?" "He's mine, fist fighter." Both of them charged at the same time. They saw Insong as a delicious treat. Insong chuckled to himself. He used middle finger, judgment of God. The swordsman was stunned, exclaiming, "What is that?" Master Rin sensed a surge of demonic energy. In the air, a terrifying explosion occurred. Insong coldly landed on the ground. He angrily thought to himself that he was strong too. But goddamn it, Sonyeon landed, following behind. "I understand why you were defeated, Quan Yin. This is the first time someone has removed all 3 of our masks, since I killed the loyalist of the previous life." Inson didn't understand what they were talking about. All 3 revealed their true faces. They are fallen god hands, fallen sword god, fallen spear god. They were once great gods in a realm called Nirvana, a place that was destroyed by the gods. Destroyed. Note they have regained the title of lower god. He was shocked. Was it because their masks were destroyed that they became like this? So, the notification window is back. Wait, are all 3 of them lower gods like me? And they used to be great heavenly demons. Gasp, that's why I told you to run. The swordsman's voice echoed from behind. What are you spacing out for? The fist fighter charged forward. Die, you little brat. From above, the revered one swung his long blade down. He was eagerly anticipating, that head is mine. The single slash exploded the ground. Rocks and debris soared high. Thick smoke obscured the view. Insong lay in the crater. His body was motionless. The swordsman thought, "Looks like he's dead." The revered one replied, "All right, let's carve him up then." Insong still didn't move. A notification popped up. You have met the conditions to activate the power received from the creeping nightmare and the rose blooming in the night. Then In-sung's eyes blazed. Were the other three just standing there for? A gigantic monster has appeared before them. The three of them feel an awful power emanating from the strange thing before them. While the power user is just standing there, stunned, the swordsman behind him yells, "Get out of the way, power user!" but seems too late. A tentacle of the rose has struck him. The power user clutches his injured arm, wondering, what is that flower monster? The master behind him warns, "You were careless, letting your guard down." The power user and swordsman retort, "This is more than I imagined." The power user is still shocked. "I thought he only had those petty tricks. But he can summon monsters?" Looking at the bizarre rose creatures in front of them, Kim Sung exclaims, "If they're this strong, they're mythical beasts. But once we kill the summoner, then we'll just die." In-ho is safely protected within those bizarre rose bushes. He's even snoring away. Kim Sung-tae suggests Kwon In-ho, "Son In-ho, I'll kill In-ho. You two distract the monster." The three split up and act. Meanwhile, In-ho, you're in a very empty, dark place. When you wake up, you're a little dazed. Huh? This place is... In-ho's eyes widen in surprise. Huh? The person in front of him is incredibly moved to see him. It's In-ho. He tremblingly calls, "Brother In-ho." In-ho jolts up from the chair. In-ho. System notification. In-ho has offered the dark water as a sacrifice. Dark water, equivalent to 11 S-rank hunters. You're shocked, huh? Even a low-level god is about this powerful. But In-ho offered up a god to me? System update. Promotion quest. The mid-tier demon god is proceeding with a normal sacrifice. 231 million out of 10 billion S-grade sacrifices. Potential for transcendence. 34 out of 100. Seeing In-ho injured, Insin said, "I'm proud of you. You've overcome another challenge and offered me another sacrifice. I will heal you now." In-ho's daughter pleaded, "Father, please save father." Insin was stunned and said, "What? Father? Who is this?" Notification alert. The subsequent incarnation of an angel appears. The winged protector of the world. Possesses transcendent power. Note, In-ho saved her life when she was near death. Naming her brought about a miracle. Insin sensed something, not knowing what had happened. But it seems he is in critical condition. I should quickly heal him. Ring finger healing of the god. In-ho's whole body. Bathed in healing magic. He knew this was In-sung's magic. He directed NPC. "I'll leave him to you. Wait, not yet." System notification. Name her quick. A miracle might happen. He cheered inwardly. How strange. I almost forgot. I can't lose a miracle. So, In-sung asked the little girl, "I want to give you a name. Is that okay?" The little girl obediently replied, "Yes." In-sung finalized the name. "Let's go with Anna. I can't think of a good name right now. So let's just pick one. The name of a character from a novel I wrote a very long time ago. Cho." Then the little girl happily exclaimed, "Anna." The system displays, "Congratulations," after naming her. "So, you've gained the queen's trust. The queen is as powerful as 10 S-rank hunters." In-sung's delighted. "Oh, is this a miracle? I feel an extraordinary power. I never thought Anna was as strong as 10 S-rank hunters. I just noticed it now. I've been fighting 3 ghouls this whole time. Those bastards killed Hazu and ate millions of sacrifices. I need to get back quickly." So In-sung woke up. Just sitting up, he rubbed his aching head, wondering if he was back. Suddenly, a flash of light. Sword of Judgment die. His sword was just barely stopped by a rose bramble. The swordsman exclaimed irritably, "If it weren't for this flower monster." Suddenly, he froze. "What's this?" The rose's wide mouth opened as if to devour them. A small rose petal fell into Insian's palm. He received a notification. "Silent Nightmare, sadly, says you shouldn't wake up yet." He replied, "It's okay. I become stronger while sleeping. Thanks for protecting me." System notification. Silent Nightmare blushed shyly. Sword Avatar and Fist Avatar said simultaneously, "That pesky ego manifestation of that evil god is gone. Fool, do you think, just by yourself, you can defeat us?" Insian coldly chuckled. He warily sensed danger from behind. Sword Avatar swung his blade, stabbing at him stealthily. How did such a fool survive until now? Just as the blade was about to strike, he calmly blocked it with a cleaver, shocking him. "How can you so easily?" He replied, "Right? I blocked your attack so easily. Not like before." Then, Shin teleported to the side. The swordsman noticed that he had suddenly become stronger. The fist fighter guessed. He must have eaten more sacrifices while he was hiding. Shin pointed his index finger at his forehead. The thumb of God. Just then, Assassin was summoned. Along with his appearance, the system displayed remaining time for the thumb of God, 6,666 seconds. Shin greeted him cheerfully, long time no see. Before anything else, Assassin cursed. You weak bastard. You call me out here just because you can't do it yourself? Shin's face darkened as he thought. This jerk. I'm the older one here. But outwardly, Shin politely asked, can you take the down one by one? Assassin snapped. Don't give me orders. Shin chuckled nervously. It's not an order, it's a request. Besides, I'm the original. The killer adds, compared to an original, you're a bit dense. Compared to an original, that is, you're not just dumb and weak, but ugly too. Shin gets angry hearing these words. He shouts, I can't take it anymore, you jerk. He's praising you sarcastically. But you're a little stronger than before. Where's NDT0? Even so, you're still just a low-level demigod. Shin blushes at the praise. What's this? A backhanded compliment. The killer reaches out his hand. You're stunned? Is this an apologetic handshake? Why so surprised? Shin smiles, touching his palm. All right, let's fight. Go for it. The killer asks sternly, you want to die? I'm telling you to hand over the Kianma. You said you wanted me to fight. Shin understands, right? He hands the Kianma to the killer. He gets it right away. I can already see the guy I'm going to beat. Ensign chimes in, yeah, that guy's the weakest. The other three just silently observe the scene. Ensign activates skill share. Ensign physique enhancement. A demonic aura emanates from the assassin's body. Equipped title, brutal assassin. The fighter and swordsman are stunned, exclaiming, first summons, now clones? How annoying. Even if he has clones, it's still 3 against 2. Let's go. The swordsman's still smiling? Not since fighting Chi Tian Dasham. Have I felt this excited? Hey, when is Ensign's crew going to be ready to fight? The assassin looks down on them. These useless leeches. They really don't know their place. Ensign replies, they're just cowardly bastards who ran away from their own world. That's all. How could I have known? Did those words infuriate Gwonjin? How dare you? Gwonjin snarled darkly, sounding so arrogant. Gwonjin is still obsessed with Ensign's head. You arrogant brat, I will sever your head. With those words, he charged toward him, a strike that screamed in pain, going for his carotid artery. Falling down, he swore, I will tear you to shreds. As the blade was about to touch Ensign's sturdy back, he instructed, I'll leave this to you, doppelganger. The assassin clone acknowledged and immediately acted. He leaped up high. His figure quickly appeared behind Gwonjin. He scornfully sneered. A clone? What can you do against me? He said to Ensign, I told you, a loser like you. Don't give me orders anymore. Gwonjin was shocked. When did he get there? A killer's blade had cleaved him in two. The remaining part of Jonan's body fell to the corner of his mouth. He smirked. His lower half burst into flames, like a pair of nimble legs. The killer didn't expect him to have this trick up his sleeve. Jonan spoke up. Got any better tricks? I'm the embodiment of crimson fire. You can't cut fire with a sword. I'll kill you first. The killer coldly replied. Then, below, Shin confidently held the upper hand. Indeed, my division. A blade as cold as ice swept across Jonan. He was stunned, crying out, how could you? I can't regenerate. Could it be? This sword is a Kianma weapon. Don't think of it as a regular sword. This is the Kianma's sword. He continued, Kianma Divine Sword Style, Second Form. Celestial Demon, Great Hell. I have slain a flame before, far greater than yours. The Honored One cried out before his death. Depart by the Celestial Demon Sword. How delightfully intriguing. System announcement. Congratulations. The Honored One is an offering equivalent to 20 Class S sacrifices. Mid-level Demon God Ascension, Quest in Progress. Class S sacrifice capable of transcendence. Progress 58 out of 100. Gwonhyuk worriedly glances at the Honored One. Kim Shinjae scoffs. Reproachful. He acted on his own volition and brought about his own end. The place where they stood is blown up by a palm strike. Somin has returned. She gazes adoringly at them. My two gods are here. So incredibly alluring. She emphasizes, I will also try my best so you will praise me. Now, it's a 2-on-2 fight, the assassin exclaimed. You're worth about 20 sacrifices, he retorted. Sounds good. Isao replied. The Power Master furiously yelled, You son of a bitch! The Sword Master remained calm. We underestimated him, he stated. God is Power Master. Let's use that, he urged. Okay, he acknowledged. It'll hurt us too, he cautioned. But I think it's the best option right now, he concluded. His hand landed on the Sword Master's back. A surge of dark energy flowed into his body. The Sword Master was accepting the Power Master's strength. He roared, I will borrow the Power Master's strength and tear you to pieces to share your sorrow with the Honored One. A sword strike unleashed a torrent of power. Both remained as calm as before. And Shin thought to himself, that's a powerful energy. So powerful that perhaps even those two gods would have difficulty dealing with it. Before that blow, Shin used his index finger just as it landed. He commanded, turning the blow around. And just like that, it was deflected back. The swordsman was stunned, wondering if this was the Plum Blossom sword style. The fist fighter cursed. You thief. He's using a sword style he learned somewhere along the way. The swordsman raised his sword to block. Is that all you've got? Suddenly, he was shocked to see both of them had appeared right in front of the swordsman. The assassin teleported behind, using the second form of the demonic saint sword. The second form, while Shin coordinated an attack from the front, sharing skills with Miri's lightning thrust. One from the front, one from the back, critically wounding the swordsman. What? The fist fighter worriedly called out. Swordsman. Half of his body was severed just like that. Shin rushed in to finish off the remaining one. The guy panicked, desperately begging for mercy. In-Song coldly swung his fist. Sorry, but the heavenly demon advises me not to spare your life. Demonic celestial holy sword art. Third form. Demonic celestial destruction. A demonic punch straight into his gut. This one punch carries with it raging power, surging through the pugilist's body. He's as good as gone in an instant. System announcement. Congratulations. The fallen pugilist and swordsman are worthy offerings. Excellent. Each offering is equivalent to 20 S-Class sacrifices. The intermediate Devil God promotion quest is in progress. S-Class sacrifices have exceeded the progression by 100%. Congratulations. You have completed the intermediate Devil God quest. Insian's entire body surged with demonic energy. He exclaimed triumphantly. Finally, it's done. Even though it's a Devil God quest, growing stronger is always a good thing. Notification. A message appears. God of Abundance is concerned. You are leaning too much towards the Devil God side. Heavenly Blade Absolute Cut says this is the best path, and you should continue your efforts on this path. Insian was dumbfounded seeing Xiao Ming worship a murderer. He stood alone amidst countless fallen bodies. She thought to herself, he killed the two strongest members of the Three Heroes Guild with a single strike. Truly, he is my god. Choi, execute the order. Deal with the remaining trash. And bring the S-rank hunters to me. Kill anyone who resists. And once this is over, Xiao Min obey. Yes, sir, I will make your words a reality. And Xian asked, confused, what are you two talking about? He replied, it's nothing. Don't you dare die, you loser. If you die, I die too. So, you better get stronger. And Xian said casually, I was going to do that anyway. System notification. The doppelganger's lifespan of 6.666 seconds has expired. Recalling now. Finally, the assassin has vanished. He walks over to Xiao Min, then says to her, Xiao Min, we need to go to a place. To the China Central Hospital. A warm voice rings out. Oh my, I didn't expect head teacher Hizu to personally visit me at the hospital and even pay for my medical bills. Thank you so much. And Xian politely says, you're welcome, ma'am. I'll be happy if you just rest and get well soon. He thinks to himself, I didn't expect reaching intermediate evil god to make me speak Chinese, like a native who even plays evil god too. As long as I get stronger, I don't care. She spoke up. Oh, by the way, that girl. Insian understood what she meant about the girl over there. Standing is tiring. Sitting is tiring for the back, so she's kneeling to be comfortable. She's shocked. What? Yes. Xiao Ming chimed in. Kneeling is good for the knees, you know. Insian thought to himself, comfortable? What nonsense. I was the one who ordered her to kneel. For a psychopath who kills without batting, and I like her. Kneeling to apologize like this is still too light a punishment. She brought up another matter. Teacher, can I ask you this? What did you answer? She asked, is my Hizu well-behaved at school, teacher? She's an understanding child. I haven't heard from her lately. She must be busy studying, right? Hearing this, Insian clenched his fist. He exclaimed, yes, he felt very remorseful and guilty. I don't know how to tell her the truth. So, I'm forced to answer that way. That's right. I should tell Hizu's mom. the truth and apologized to her. No matter what, there's no denying that. I couldn't protect Azu. It was me who led her to her death. If I can't even protect one person, what kind of benevolent God am I? That's right, what kind of benevolent God? What kind of benevolent God am I? Maybe I'm better suited to be a wicked God. While he was blaming himself, a notification popped up. Boundless abundance prompted the resurrection potion quest. At the same time, it advised him not to give up being a benevolent God. He was shocked. Resurrection potion, not to mention a reminder display, even though doing so would entail terrible consequences for breaking the cycle of reincarnation. He was willing to help Ensign. You can continue doing good deeds as an angel. The mission is simply for each person to do 10 million good deeds. Then the universe will become beautiful. The reward is a revival potion. Its effect is to revive those whose good deeds don't exceed 10 million. Note that if you see someone die, you must save them. Ensign is so refreshed. Revive the dead. So, there's a way to save Hazu, but you have to do 10 million good deeds to accumulate merit. Who knows when that will be finished? Wait, this place is a hospital, right? Saving people accumulates merit. What better place than a hospital? All right, let's do it right away while it's hot. Ring finger heal. He uses his healing energy, moving up each floor to save people. Voices of surprise mixed with emotion rang out. My hand can move on its own now. My headache is gone. My son is awake. It's a real miracle in Jinan City, Shandong Province, China. A Class A monster has appeared. Hunters will arrive quickly. Civilians are required to evacuate to safety. The whole city is filled with cries for help. Desperate voices of people. Save me. At the critical moment, the monster is annihilated by Ensign. He's calculating 3 minus 1 leaves 2. The monster beside him gets a beating. Seeing Ensign's figure full of spirit in his stride, the people exclaim in admiration. Who is that? Is he a hunter? Wow, is that SS rank hunter Xiao Mingjia? Human Kia dash Xiao Mingjia. Your merit points have reached 2,501 out of 10 million. He isn't very satisfied, worked so hard and only got this much. Suddenly, Xiao Mingjia arrives to report. Lord Ensign. He asks, what is it? She reports, under the command of Lord Ensign. Then I must eliminate the remnants of the 3 heroes' assembly. Ensign was surprised. So that doppelganger was ordered by him. All right. I'll respond right away, I understand. You go now. Chumin let out a wicked smile. Yes, please take care of yourself. A few days later, at In Song's apartment in Korea. Finally, some time to relax after so long. It feels so good. I've been so busy the past few days. Just got back to Korea and immediately visited the hospital to help people accumulating good deeds. Miri happily said, the top floor is so much more spacious and airy. Ah, you're the landlord now, huh? In-song thought to himself, landlord? What's that? Being called Mr. Landlord definitely sounds better than Mr. In-song, seeing her holding a shirt, he asked, what's that pink shirt? Miri replied, it's a gift from Master. When you and I went shopping, I thought it was so pretty, so I bought it from Master, wearing such peculiar clothes. Mina chimed in. That's why we bought a whole batch of 10 outfits. Try one on. I think it'll fit you perfectly, In-shun. In-shun wasn't afraid of pink. If you insist, I'll try it. Real men these days wear pink all the time anyway. Suddenly, Miri received a call. The association called. It seems urgent. Excuse me. I have to go, she said. Please stay here with my sister for a while. Goodbye, Master. I'm leaving. In-shun politely replied, okay, good luck. Seeing him change into the new outfit, Mina clapped her hands and praised. So cute. You should wear this all the time. He asked curiously. Can I ask you something? Mina readily agreed. What do you want to ask? In-shun wondered. Why do you keep pretending that your memories haven't returned? Mina is shocked. How did you know I could read the side information system? She's faking amnesia to stay with her sister. She presses him. When did you find out? I've known for a while. But you did it because you wanted to be with Miri, right? Mina confirms, yes, that's right. Then a sharp aura flares up. She threatens him. If you breathe a word to Miri, I'll kill you. Well, you know now anyway. So sooner or later, I'll tell her myself. Insean thinks to himself. She flips her stance faster than a pancake. Mina brings up another matter. Let's put that aside for now. I have a favor to ask you. I need you to protect someone. Insean wonders. You want me to protect someone? Mina reveals. Recently, many hunters, creative hunters all over the world have disappeared without a trace. And the association for some reason, hasn't announced this. In Song is surprised. Creative Hunter, this is getting complicated. Mina replies, that's why Creative Hunter Kong-gu requested through the association for you to be his bodyguard. In Song thinks, I guess that makes sense. Creative hunters have the ability to open item shops with random powerful equipment. But in return, their combat abilities are very weak. He still wonders, but every creative hunter already has a bodyguard who's an S-rank hunter from start. Mina says seriously, that's true, but the 2 S-rank bodyguards of an American creative hunter were just killed. At the same time, that hunter disappeared as well. Just now, 3 bodyguards of an Italian hunter were torn to shreds. Then that hunter went missing too. In Seong knows this is serious. That's so creepy. Who knows who it is? Mina, keep telling us. That's why the association is trying to find another S-class bodyguard, or higher, like SA class. The principal and Shinwoo both recommended you. Of course, Miri. And I immediately agreed with them. I see. How could I refuse when a national treasure is about to be kidnapped? He secretly thought this was the perfect chance to do some good. Plus, I think this will be somewhat related to that story. Soon you'll have to overcome the challenge to prevent destiny from taking hold and become the destroyer of everything. What you need to do is become a mid-level god to participate in the Gods Festival. I wonder what's at the Gods Festival that they want me to join. First things first, I need to reach intermediate god status. We'll figure that out later. Let's decide on that for now. A reminder notification pops up. Endless abundance. Approved. And don't forget to do your daily good deeds. Insin. So, where's the Hunter Kong-gu now? Let's head over to where he is. At Kong-gu's hilltop villa. Insin is led inside. The one sitting in the main chair is Kong-gu. Gender, male, 52 years old. Special note. Under the protection of the Fire Guardian God and the Smith God. And also, further information is not displayed. Insin is surprised to see Kong-gu looking so youthful. Huh, he looks like 60? Age is really just a number these days. Why are there question marks all of a sudden? Kong-gu glances at the demon sword beside him. I thought it was just you In Song coming. Explain yourself. Because I can't protect Juin 24/7. So, I brought one of my trusted men. He casually said, yeah, that makes sense. Bodyguards are human too. They need to rest and sleep to be able to work, right? Anyway, I'm counting on you. In Song replied, yes. We will do our best to keep Juin safe. He thought to himself, living so leisurely, already sipping wine. Doesn't he realize that creative hunters around the world are disappearing? Kong-gu slammed his glass on the table. He left. I'm going to the restroom, then we'll talk further. GWI Geometry frowned. Talking to the Holy Sword. How dare you go to the restroom? Leave that guy to me. In Shin, I told you to be quiet, you demon swordsman. Kango entered the restroom. He thought to himself, finally, a variable has appeared. Why don't I have any memories of him in the past? Before he knew it, a dark aura appeared behind him. Huh? What is that? Kango slowly turned his head. A monster with fangs. Sharp fangs right behind him. Kango froze, staring at it. A terrifying voice echoed. There you are, Creator Hunter. An evil hand slowly reached out towards him. Kango immediately summoned the Aegis shield. It scoffed. That stupid shield is useless. In Shin, outside, was curious upon seeing the creature. Why is there a crocodile in the bathroom? It was so angry he couldn't speak. You. In Shin straight-armed and punched the monster. Then he turned to Kong-gu and asked, are you hurt? He replied, I'm okay, but look at the sword in that monster's hand. Kong-gu continued, that equipment can only be bought at a hunter's shop, right? How can a monster have it? It roared in resentment. You bastard, you killed my mother. In Song wondered, could you be related to Seo Soul or something? It vowed, I will kill you, then skin you alive. Are you still calm? This is crazy, he thought. The ogre's footsteps created sunken imprints on the floor. It swung its arm, shouting, die. I'll avenge my mother. In Song asked, Demon Sword, can you handle it? He responded with action instead of words, immediately brandishing his sword and charging. A sword slashed straight at the crocodile. The demon sword finally spoke. Just leave the sword to me. I'll show you my progress. Inson must be pleased, right? I wonder how strong he's become. The crocodile, feeling insulted, how dare you? I'll kill you too. The demon's sword calmly moved. He appeared behind the crocodile. It noticed and exclaimed, you little punk. You must be fast, but you're just an ordinary human. Let's see how far you can run. The other two hid behind a shield, watching the fight. Kong-gu doubtfully asked, are you sure he can handle this on his own? And Shin confidently replied, yeah, he might look weak, but I'm sure he can handle it. You have to admit, he's gotten a lot stronger. The crocodile swung his sword wildly, missing every time. Damn it, why can't I hit him? Suddenly, it froze, completely still. When a sword struck it squarely from behind. Such a careless defense. The monster was humiliated. The demon's sword confidently declared, "If it weren't for that helmet, I would have split its head in two." Insane yawned. "I'm getting bored here. Sword, hurry up." Kong Yu thought to himself. He can yawn in this situation, and he's telling the sword to finish it. That monster looks like an SS class. The demon's sword obeyed. "Yes, I understand." The crocodile in front was getting seriously annoyed. "The enemy is right in front of me, and I can't do anything. There's no other way." It opened its jaws and charged. The two onlookers, curious, asked, "What's it suddenly doing? Is something stuck in its throat?" Shun was stunned. "What is that?" Something emerged from the crocodile's mouth. It pulled out a vial. "Then let's go to the grave together." Kong Yu recognized it as a magic bomb. "Everyone run. The entire hotel is about to explode." The crocodile gloated. Too late. It pressed the control button. Light flared across the crocodile's face. "Revenge for my mother." Suddenly, it couldn't believe it. How? Its head was severed. The massive body crashed to the ground. Behind it, an arm also lay severed. Since when did Shun retrieve the magic bomb? Kong Yu was shocked. He just defeated an SS-class crocodile monster with a single blow. The sword-worshipping devotees exclaimed, as expected of the sword saint. He knelt down and said, "You have defeated the monster in just one move. You are indeed getting stronger and stronger. Congratulations, Sword Saint." Insane, "I only took down one crocodile, you know?" He flashes back to when they brought the egg. "We successfully brought it back from Africa. Out of hundreds, it was the only one that hadn't hatched. We're currently searching for the others." He thinks to himself, "So, there are about 100 like that thing. If we leave them alone, it'll be dangerous." Kong Yu curiously asks him, "What are you doing?" Insane coldly turns his head. He takes steps towards Kong Yu, then stands face to face with him. Insane is still pondering. Could it be because I killed that crocodile? I know what the problem is. So he speaks up. "I have a question I want to ask you." "What are you?" Kong Yu doesn't understand. "What are you saying?" He replies, "A regressor, Kong Yu from the future." He's shocked. "How did you know?" The information panel fully displays Kong Yu, male, 52 years old. A trait blessed by the god of fire and blacksmithing. Activating the special skill, Eyes of the Blind God. Scanning the history of the craftsman hunter, Kong Yu, deep within the Amazon rainforest. Inside a cave, the lair of crocodiles. Arak guesses perhaps they are descendants of Gustav, and, conveniently, as soon as revenge is mentioned, they show up. She orders, "Open the hunter shop immediately." Slaves and hunters are tied up like puppets inside. One person exclaims, "The hunter shop is open." Arak has seen countless items displayed through the screen. She reaches out, choosing something that catches her eye. What she has her eyes on is a high-grade potion worth 7,000 gold. Chulan spear, worth 5 million gold. Arak excitedly asks, "What do you think of this weapon, Alphanim?" He strides heavily toward her. Arak calls out with suspicion, "Alphanim." He speaks up, "My brothers are dead? That bastard Ensign dare to do this? First, he killed my mother, and now he's killed them. I will not forgive him." His hatred surged so intensely that his hands trembled. He said, "Araki, we're going to need a lot more weapons to kill him." She assured, "I can get you as many weapons as you want, and I also have a perfect plan." Alpha skeptically repeated, "A perfect plan?" She replied, "Yes, I know Ensign's fatal weakness." On Ensign's side, "You're questioning Kong Yu. Who are you, really?" Kong Yu, a regressor from the future, system displaying special abilities. The blind god's eyes have been activated. You'll be able to glimpse into the life of the hunter Kong Yu. Kong Yu's past self appears. He's working diligently in his first life. Kong Yu is blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. The fire guardian spoke. "Your world will soon be destroyed by the destroyer god. I will grant you my power. Go and stop him, even if it seems impossible." Kong Yu was blessed with the ability to open the hunter shop and the power to change fate. Upon regression, he cooperated with S-class hunters to protect Earth from Johann and Gustav. At first, it seemed like they could keep the world safe, but they were soon brutally murdered by 3 guilds. And then, when Kong Yu regressed for the second and third time, he overcame every adversity, but couldn't prevent the annihilation of Earth, due to the Abyss Dragon's second coming. When he opened his eyes again, it was his 4th regression. Successful fate changes. 0 fate changes remain. So, this is Kong Yu's 4th time. He feels powerless no matter what he does. He can't stop it. Maybe you should just accept it. The destruction of this world. Reading Kongu Inshi's past seems haunting. You think, it means he's gone through everything before? Even before I woke up? Then he continues. So, he kept regressing to try and save the world, but ultimately gave up. Kongu was shocked. How did you know? You replied, I have observation skills. He realized that you are someone who's never appeared in any of his previous lives. You're the one who stopped the demon god Yoan from descending and defeated Gustav and caused 3 guilds to collapse. And this power, like the divine power when I met the guardian of fire and the forge, something I can't do. Surely you can. So Kongu thinks you're a god, huh? Inshun was shocked. What? He knew what he said was right, but system, initiating believer quest, fulfill Kongu's desires, and show him the overwhelming power of God. Quest reward, Kongu's faith. Inshun's eyes lit up. The faith of an S-class hunter. Yes, of course. So he turned to Kongu and asked, do you have any desires, Kongu? Kongu was stunned. How did you? His hand tightened around the shield. Then he spoke. I have only one wish, to prevent the world from being destroyed. Can you grant it for me? Inshun felt like he'd struck gold. Even if he didn't wish for it, I would still need to do this. This is like hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. So he readily agreed. Okay. I'll try, though I don't know if I'll do a good job, you know? Kongu was moved to tears. You really are. System notification. Kongu has become a temporary believer. Kongu is worth 10 S-class believers. Insong is secretly rejoicing. 10 S-class believers, huh? So the regression players are all superior to him. What's the deal with temporary? Information updated. If you prevent the world's destruction as Kongu desires, you'll gain his true faith. As a temporary believer, the value is half. Quest to become a staunch follower in progress. S-class believer has a transcendence potential of 43 out of 100. Insong is regretful, truly regretful, but there's no other way. Let's just deal with the current situation for now. You're asking if I've dealt with the demon god Yohan, Gustav, and the 3 societies? So the next one who could destroy the earth is Kongu, revealed as Gustav Alpha's son and his subordinate. Right at this moment, a series of red alerts appear. Insong has a bad feeling. Why all of a sudden? You're receiving information. A great demon is seeking revenge against you. If he isn't stopped, the world will be destroyed. Insong is surprised. A great demon? Really? Then it's not Crocodile's kid. According to Kongu's memories, it must be the Demon King. Hey, Kongu, please show me where his kid is. I have some things to take care of. He agrees immediately. Understood. Insong advises, just relax. You're much older than me. Kongu replies, I can't do that. You're my last hope. His eyes shine with belief and hope. Insong sighs helplessly. Well, it's a miracle he hasn't become a fanatic. Now, I need to focus on increasing my S-class believers first. Insong praises Ikiae, the sword demon. You've improved a lot, haven't you? He humbly replies, it's all thanks to the sword saint, sir. He brings up Kiyama. Here, take this to practice with for now. Demon Sword Suk, isn't this the sword you always use? You discarded your old sword on the ground like a piece of scrap metal, then revered and raised the Kiyama sword into your hands. Yet you bestow this upon someone as lowly as me. I'm so moved. Demon Sword Suk slumped down. What an honor. Insong thought to himself. You watch too many historical dramas, Demon Sword. I'm entrusting this guy to you. Sensing something, he exclaimed, he's here. Demon Sword Suk? Who? A person slowly walked out. He gasped, it's him. Demon Sword Suk's jaw dropped at the sight of the person. The person who returned was Shino. He excitedly shouted, Sword Saint, I've come. Kong Geometry, you're here too? Demon Sword wondered, why are you here? Insong explained, I called him. From now on, the 2 of you will be Kong Gu's bodyguards. Shido reached out his hand and said, do your best, Kong Jom. The sword demon irritably brushed his hand away. He angrily said, I'm enough on my own. I don't need someone like you. Sword Saint, please reconsider. A pampered young master like him will only be a hindrance to me. Shido was furious. What did you say, you bastard? How dare you talk to me like that? After abandoning me like that? The 2 of them started arguing fiercely as soon as they met. And what about you? If it wasn't for the Sword Saint, I would have died. Fine, let's settle this now. The result will definitely be different than before. Insian. Insean helplessly watched the two of them glare at each other. He asked annoyedly, "Are you two not listening to what I'm saying? Then how about a 2-on-1 fight against me right now?" Both of them were frightened by Insean's aura. They immediately bowed their heads, begging, "We're sorry." He ordered from now on, "When you're standing in front of me, teammates don't get to bicker. If you two argue again, I'm taking back the item I gave you." "Got it." Both of them shouted, "Yes, sir." At the 41st floor of the Warrior Tower, Inho eagerly fights the monster. He unleashes an iron fist, making the monster's face contort. Its whole body flies away. Inho jumps down next to the monster. He dusts off his hands and happily says, "I have to sacrifice this to the god in Shin." The system then displays, "Congratulations. You have completed the challenge of the 41st floor. You will receive a sword, once belonging to the pursuer of eternal truth." Inho is surprised. A sword. A large sword appears before its new master. Inho tightly grips it in his hand. The system reminds him the challenge of the 42nd floor will begin soon. As he reached the 42nd floor, a wave of heat washed over him, sparking his curiosity. "So hot. Where is this?" Inho stood in the middle of a desert. Giant fireballs blazed in the sky. System notification: Warriors Tower 42nd floor challenge. Space and time. Completion condition: the former water goddess has weakened from being scorched by the sun. Back at Inho's house in Seoul, he lay in bed, steeling himself. Time to train in my dreams. His eyes slowly closed. Time for some shut-eye. Suddenly, the phone rings, breaking the silence. Irritated, Inxin sits up. "Who's bothering me at this hour?" "Anai?" Inxin grabs his phone to check. He's shocked by the notification on the screen. Notification: Number 1 is calling for your help. Inxin is curious. Number 1? Why would he ask a kid next to him for help? An AI. Information about the kid instantly pops up. Dancer, female, active since an unknown year. Note: apostle of the weakened water goddess. Inxin wonders, an apostle of the water goddess? Why is Number 1 standing next to her? He asks Number 1, "What's wrong?" Number 1 points at the fireball in the sky and says that, "I don't know how to make it disappear. My attacks have no effect." The dancer cries out to Inxin, "Oh God, Inxin, please make that wicked sun disappear and save my world from turning into a desert." Inho shocked, "You want me to make the sun disappear? What nonsense are they spouting?" Wait, system notification: the sun of Ansha is limitless. Power has been active for 4 billion years. Next note not displayed. System notification: cannot assess it with your current power. Inho, I can't assess it? If I can't assess it, then it means it's stronger than me, and at least a god-level chum. Don't tell me this is related to the warning? Speaking of the sun, it reminds me of someone. The fire phoenixes flying around the sphere. Dancer recognizes something approaching. Inho orders, "Hide behind me." Information display: Phoenix, the sacred beast of flames, shining in the high heavens, SS class. Insu thinks, the flames shining in the high heavens. I knew it right away. The fire I know mentioned having siblings. So, it turns out, we'll meet like this. Note appears. They will offer Number 1 as a sacrifice. Insu tenses up. Sacrifice Number 1? No way. There's no way Number 1 could defeat this phoenix. I shouldn't interfere in the warrior's affairs. But Number 1 will die. You used the deadly middle finger to save Inho. That's why the red warning appears. If you violate the law of causality, you will face corresponding punishment. Insu urgently says, "I don't care. If I don't do anything, Number 1 is definitely going to die." God's deadly middle finger. Just as the phoenixes descend, they were decimated by Insin's power. Inho immediately recognized it as the power of the god Insin. System notification: the flame that shines in the high sky. And you're linked by karma. You know it's too early, but there is no other way. System announcement: you will be transported to the flame that shines in the high sky. Insin's figure vanishes. He's summoned to the burning fire temple. Looking at the monster before him, Insin wondered, "A bird head, are you the flame that shines in the high sky? But thanks to you, I can now take my revenge." It replied, "Indeed, you young god, the one who dared to kill my apostle brothers, and even my divine beast." Insin couldn't help but be shocked when I saw Kong Gu's memories. What is this? Did I mess something up? But at this point, I just need to fight and destroy it. Its voice echoed, "Therefore, I shall be generous." You still don't get what he's saying? Ishin hasn't understood a word he's said this whole time. Do you feel insulted or something? Me under his wing? What's he plotting? Notification. Heaven severing sword god. Says there's a god under his wing. That will make someone stronger than absorbing that god. You thought there was a reason, didn't you? But I'd rather die than be under his thumb. Because that bird brain said something he shouldn't have. Ishin is furious. Pointing right at him, he yells, "I'll turn you into buttered toast." Now the sun god's angry. "How dare you?" The walls around them shake violently. He shouts, "You dare to use such words to mock a great sun god like myself, while you're just a nameless, insignificant spirit. You'll die for this." The ground beneath Shin's feet began to tremble. He was terrified. He's so strong. Just his shout alone carries this much power. A wave of force surged toward Shin where he stood. An explosion erupted. The sun god lamented with regret. "It's a pity I can't bring him under my command. But he must pay the price for tarnishing my name." Suddenly, he realized something. A tall shadow was reflected on the wall. He activated the skill direction diversion. Sturdy body. Shin thought tensely. I used sturdy body, and I'm still injured this badly? That bird-headed guy is seriously strong. He chuckled with interest. You're certainly different from other intermediate evil gods, as the rumors implied. Now, I want you even more. This is your last chance. Offer your artifacts and come under my command. Inho annoyedly says, seriously, this bird is chirping way too much. I will never betray my artifacts. He replied, is that so? Then there's no better option. If I can't have it, I'll destroy it all. Seeing its action, what are you shocked about? A notification appears on the screen. Warning, your artifacts are in danger. At the trial of the 42nd floor, Inho wanders through the desert with a dancer. He wonders, where did the water goddess go? Suddenly, something dangerous appears before them. The dust on the ground rises high into the air. The dancer asks in fear, what is that? Inho tells her, hide behind me. She asks, who is the monster in front of you? The serpent yokai replied, I'm the first servant of the ruler of the deep swamp, and the one whose sibling died by your hands. Inho recalled the past. The ruler of the deep swamp, huh? She must be his sister. She spoke following the covenant. My blood and my masters are the light that shines, the deepest layer of the sky. I'm here to take your mutt life. He understood her purpose. So, you're trying to weaken his power. Inho, by killing me. I won't let you have your way. Dung Tang. The Kintak anti-Quantam asked the clan member guarding the city. Is it good? He replied, it's good, while thinking inwardly. The holy maiden is so kind. What a wonderful god, he sighed. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he saw a swirling sandstorm suddenly descends. The holy woman wonders why a sandstorm would appear out of nowhere. Essie Yugon's face is filled with shock. The holy woman anxiously asks Essie Yugon what's wrong. Essie Yugon trembles, unable to suppress his fear. Why are those people here? We all need to run now. Below are Alpha's crocodile warriors. Standing in command of the monster, Aza thinks gleefully, while the sun god fights Insin. We will slaughter all of his followers. You're finished, Insin. The holy woman cries out worriedly. A monster, Essie-Yugon directs. Tell everyone to run, holy woman. She shouts loudly, announcing, everyone run. Alpha's colossal body appears on the wall. Essie-Yugon looks at Arak in fear, declaring, you're here. Traitor, I will bury you and all of them. On Insin's side, he realizes, you did this. He received a flood of notifications. Over 23,000 troops. Ansha has been killed. 4 of the dispatched celestial warriors have been killed. 6 of the dispatched Duyosa have been killed. Inho is in danger on the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. Warning, your divine power is decreasing. Alpha spoke up. This is just the beginning. But if you decide to become my soldier now, then I will stop. Teosin's face darkened. How dare you? How dare you lay a hand on my precious children? He pointed a finger at his forehead. If that's how it is, then I'll fight you to the death. The god's thumb has summoned the assassin. The sun god was shocked. What is this? Insi reminded him. I'll take care of things here. Satan, you take care of it. Satan replied. I've got the situation covered. You're the real body, so go and protect Ansha. I'll take care of that poultry. Insu was so happy that his cheeks flushed pink. Finally, he's acknowledging me as his true self? Oh my, I thought his personality was terrible. Step into the portal, will you? I'm leaving that chicken to you. Assassin irritably said, shut your mouth and get lost. Insu stepped into the portal. I'll be done quickly. Only Assassin and the sun god remained in the great hall. He coldly asked, so, shall we begin, you and I? Arrogant poultry. Is the sun god feeling offended? Arrogant poultry? You're just an avatar of a trash god. How dare you speak to me like that? I will burn you to ashes." An inexhaustible inferno descended upon the place where Assassin stood. An eerie aura gathers in his palm. Assassin activates the Shinzo Link skill. Supreme Sword Art, first form. Limitless divine power formation, like a colossal shield, blocking the raging flames. He thinks to himself, "I can't drag this fight out with him for long. You better hurry up." True body of the ant tribe. The number of fallen clansmen is increasing. The Holy Maiden worriedly calls out to the crocodile, Zaza. He anxiously urges the Holy Maiden to run quickly. Alpha looks at him arrogantly. "You can take a beating pretty well." The ensign soldiers coordinate and charge forward. "Stop the invaders." Alpha grips the sword tightly in his hand. With one slash, countless clansmen perish. Alpha says contemptuously, "These ridiculous insects." The Holy Maiden worries. "But how can we?" Alpha reveals. "That little one is one of Ensign's power sources." Alpha says with a glint of hunger, "She must taste delicious." Xie bravely confronts the beast. "I won't let you take the Saintess anywhere. If you touch even a finger of hers, I will kill you, even if you're my brother." Alpha coldly questions, "Brother?" He punches Xie, sending him crashing to the ground in agony. Alpha scoffs, "You couldn't even avenge our parents. And now you're living like a dog down here? I never had such a pathetic younger brother. Now let's see what Ensign's precious little bug tastes like. How delicious can she be? Anti can only pray. Our power isn't enough to fight against these monsters. Ensign, please help us." At Yisen's office apartment, he's incredibly taken aback. Why wouldn't I be? He tries again, attempting to descend into the Ant Kingdom, but the system alerts him. Summoning your clone has weakened you. You cannot descend into the Ant Kingdom. Ensign curses under his breath. Damn it, really? I can't recall. The clone while fighting the Sun God? And if I don't get to the Ant Kingdom, they'll all be massacred. They will be. What should I do? He hears someone's prayer. Please help us. That voice. Soyeon. Ensign, please save the Saintess, please. The system alerts him. The small miracle that Soyeon is holding is blooming. The baby crocodile can now evolve. Do you want to evolve the divine beast? Temporarily transform the baby crocodile into a divine beast? Zeno. Ensign, there's only the divine beast dragon left. That's right. Now I can only believe in you. Baby Croc desperately calls out a name. Ensign. He commands, "Baby Croc, I entrust the insect tribe to you." Then, press the Z button on the screen. Alpha is about to devour Anti-Arash, who thought it was the end. Ensign, finally I can face the Emperor. However, Anti vanished just as the mouth was gaping wide. Alpha's eyes flashed with disbelief. Before him appeared a proud figure with wings, and his hand is severed. "Who are you?" "Rescued," Anti exclaims emotionally. "Thank you for saving me. But who are you?" Under the outstretched wings, Baby Croc is in a different form. "I am the Holy Maiden." The Saintess can't believe her eyes. That ugly thing. System update. Baby Crocodile has evolved into a divine beast. Baby Crocodile is worth 20s levels. Insu is stunned. 20s levels? This isn't a small miracle. It's a huge miracle. Even Alpha is surprised. How did this weak traitor suddenly? Arak knows right away. Insu, it must be his doing. But shouldn't he be fighting right now? You're the one who betrayed the Sun God. What a pity, such handsome looks, brother. If you hadn't crossed the line, Ensign too could have recruited you. Anpa shouted in wounded pride. What nonsense are you spouting? Ensign too, do you have such a death wish? Arak reminded him. Lord Anpa, we should retreat for now. He's become much stronger. Anpa questioned incredulously. You want me to run? While that traitor is right in front of me. Anpa charged towards Soso. Then I swear I'll bring back that bastard's head. Soso reprimanded him. You dare commit the sin of killing a disciple of Ensign, as well as lay a hand on a saint. Then pay the price with your life, brother. Dragon's breath unleashed a wave of destructive energy. Anpa's followers were stunned. Even Arak cried out in despair. How did things turn out like this? Co, leaving his last words, said, Sorry, brother. The place where Alpha stood exploded in an instant. A long, deep hole appeared before Co's eyes. The ant tribe cheered joyfully. Co has defeated the monsters. We have won, Lily. Even though I'm full of wounds. At this moment, I'm very happy because we won. Co realized, unbelievably, that he had become so strong. Wait, no. It's all thanks to Ensign. So he shouted through the glasses, "Insane! Damn it, the system reminds. The evolution into a sacred beast of the baby crocodile. And its gift is restoring your divine power." Insane didn't expect to get such a great deal. Who would have thought CO could become so strong? In the end, you can't outrun your bloodline. The Holy Maiden sends a plea for help to you, Insane. There are still many wounded believers. Please save them. He responded instantly, "Of course. After all, you are all my precious citizens." Pinky Heel, from the celestial soldiers to the ant race, all were saved. They exclaimed in awe, "My injured eye can see again. I can fly now. I don't hurt anymore. This is the grace of Insun. Hail Insun." CO was touched, thinking, "This is the grace of Insun. How wonderful. If it's someone like him, I can entrust my faith and follow him." The Saintess in his palm exclaimed, "Hey, CO." He replied, "Yes, Saintess." She said cheerfully, "Thank you. Thanks to you, we can protect the ant kingdom. You were so cool today." These words made CO blush. "Thank you? Cool." The Saintess did not hold back her praise for him. "My awesome little crocodile is here to get me." Crocodile joyfully gives chase. Just you wait. System updating. The evolution form of the baby crocodile has been undone. Seeing Crocodile revert to its original form, the Saintess exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, Crocodile! Wake up, Crocodile!" Inshin sighs in relief. Now the ant kingdom is safe. I can lend Inho a hand. He's shocked as he switches over to the battle situation. His side. What the heck is going on? Seeing that state, Inshin immediately understands Inho is in danger. The assassin's side where he's standing is now a wasteland. He asks in a low voice, "Sun God, what did you just say?" The guy isn't afraid and repeats, "I will stand at the peak of the gods, including the great evil god, Mu Songmong and Cheon-du. Seol will also tremble before me. If you were even a little less stupid, I might grace you with the honor of a second chance. Become one of mine and dedicate your strength to me." The assassin angrily thought, "A chance? An honor? What nonsense! He simply desires my power." His sharp tongue started wagging. "Hey, you bird-brained idiot!" The sun god angrily asked, "What did you just call me?" "Bird-brain." The assassin started toying with him. "If you want me as your subordinate, then kill the god of destruction. Then I might consider becoming your underling." He felt like he was being mocked by the assassin. What kind of joke is that? The god of destruction is a mysterious existence from the beginning of time. Even the greatest gods are powerless. He sighed. "So you're simply scared, is that it?" He was offended again. "How dare you utter such nonsense? You seem to have forgotten something very important. Look, seeing your follower helpless and waiting to die, is it really okay to just let him die like that? Make your choice, Inson's clone. Let your follower die, or become one of mine and save him." On the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower, the serpent Yokai Kia declared, "Now die, the enemy of my brother." Inho, at this moment, despaired. "Sorry, Inson. Looks like this is as far as I can go." His eyes slowly closed. "Take care." Suddenly, Inson's voice rang out. "Inho, open your mouth." A glimmer of hope ignited in Inho. That voice, it's Inson. Just as he opened his mouth, a potion bottle shot straight in. Inho swallowed the entire potion from the bottle. The serpent yokai curiously questioned, "Huh? Where did that come from?" He knew that if he directly intervened again, they would find the connection between him and the ruler of the abyss. So the only thing he could do right now was to provide him with the highest grade potion. The screen blazed with light. System notification. Inho has escaped death. On leveled up. Inho has acquired the new skill, Gigantification. Inho's entire body became far more muscular than usual. This towering figure was even taller than the snake yokai, causing her to tremble. What the heck? Inho now stood as majestic as a god. He glanced at the potion, now tiny in his hand, thinking to himself, "He continuously helps me out of trouble. As always, his generosity is boundless." Inho coldly questioned, "You dare to stab him shin in the back?" The snake yokai responded stiffly, "Don't think you can win just because you got bigger. We haven't even shown you our true forms yet. Now I'll show you my true power." Suddenly, she froze. The snake yokai was crushed under Inho's foot like an ant. He declared disdainfully, "This is your punishment. You must pay for pointing your sword at Lord Inson." Suddenly, water splashed up from his feet. A towering column of water rose right in front of Inho. The worshipping dancer, gazing at the water, exclaimed, "Inho, through the sun orb, he knows everything. he said angrily. These useless, inferior creatures, really, a waste of precious energy. The assassin Tien sneered. I can't believe you trust those cowards. You really do have a burr brain. Why don't you come under my command instead? The sun god said arrogantly. You're complacent just because you eliminated those tumors. The life and death of those tumors makes no difference. You have now rejected my final mercy. You will receive no further leniency. Witness my power. In Inchia, a red light descends upon the kingdom. The saintess cries out in fear. Please don't tell me that's in Seoul. South Korea. A brilliant red light also shines down from the sky. On the 42nd floor of Inho's warrior tower, the same thing happens. Inho blankly calls out a name, Insean. The giant orb turns bright red. It slowly presses down on all three worlds. The sun god proclaims, I will destroy all three realms, the very source of your power. Try to stop it, Insean. The sun grows larger and larger. The dancer cries out in fear. The sun is still growing. Inho is shocked. What on earth is going on? Another voice interjects. The sun god is in a rage. Both are stunned and turn to look. The dancer exclaims, this voice. The girl's eyes glow brightly. Looking clearly at the person behind, the dancer recognizes the water goddess. Inho approached and asked if you were the water god. The dancer nestled into her embrace, acting like a spoiled child. Do you know how worried I was? She confirmed, yes, I'm the water god, the god of this world. Thanks to you for destroying the believers of the ruler of the abyss. I was able to awaken. Although I'd love to express my gratitude and reward you, it seems we have a situation to deal with first. Inho, looking at the increasingly large sun, responded, yes, but what the heck is that giant sun? She anxiously continued, obviously, we can't stop that sun-like thread on our own. However, the water flowed from the water god's hand. I have an idea. We must create a path with the least resistance. Shoot the sun god with this. Inho picked up the water bow, surprised, and asked, you want me to shoot the sun god with this bow? But I don't even have an arrow. The water god smiles, telling him not to worry about the arrow, because I have an arrow that can strike even the sun god. At the Hunter x Hunter penthouse, Shinzo and the demon sword are shocked. Kangoo realizes this is an SS class gate. This definitely didn't appear in my premonition. This life, isn't Shin behind all this? Suddenly, in the center of the penthouse, a warp gate appears. Shinzo shocked. Did he suddenly disappear at this moment? Shin appears, asking, are you all protecting each other? Are you all safe? Demon Sword. Shinzo, both of his devoted followers exclaim. Sword Saint, where did you learn instant transmission? No wonder he's the Sword Saint. You are beyond anything I could have imagined. Shin calmly interrupts them. Wait a minute. We have more pressing matters. He was stunned to receive the notification. The zealous devotee GWI Geometry, Kagum, has risen to S rank. Through the missionary work of the zealous devotee Tumin, the remnants of the Three Heroes Society have become your followers, except for O Duong Fong. Insin, Hinzun, exclaimed in surprise, Oh, GWI Geometry, you finally reached S rank. He humbly replied, it's all thanks to you and the Kianma Holy Sword. He took the Kianma from GWI Geometry's hand. Sorry, but I need this Yunghua blade for a moment. You see, I need to slash some fire. Kianma reported back to Insean. This guy has become even stronger than the sun god. Since last time, he responded, but I've become stronger too. Looking at the sun about to set, Insean decided, let's try slashing the sun horizontally again. Come on, Kianma. On the side of the assassin, the firepower from the sun god continuously poured in. The assassin realized he couldn't rely on himself anymore. He had planned to wait until facing the destroyer, but he decided to summon the treasure of Cheondu. System notification. One use has been deducted. Using the treasure of Cheondu, you will be transported to the treasure of Cheondu. Time outside will freeze for 1 minute. The assassin teleported into the space of the treasure. He was surrounded by countless unowned swords. He recalled a past memory. When the sun god fought Cheon-du himself, he said this. The treasure of Cheon-du can't extinguish the fire either, but the most unique swords from all universes converge here. There has to be a sword that can cut through fire, right? The problem is, he looked around confused. There are so many swords. There's only one way to find the sword he needs. He called out to Cheon-du. Can you hear me? That bird brain dared to say he'd surpass Master and become a god. The supreme Cheon-du quickly appeared, his anger ignited. Cheon-du Kyol-seol was infuriated by such ridiculous words. Cheon-du Kyol-seol declared, "This time, I myself will choose a sword for you. Crush that arrogance to dust." The assassin's plan had worked perfectly. I guess that statement really struck Cheon-du's pride. Free? Not bad at all. Which sword are you going to lend me? Cheon-du Kyol-seol responded, "There's a sword that's perfect for facing that guy." He frowned, thinking, I knew he had it. Looking at the sword, the assassin was surprised. This sword, it's the Hyongmo Wuljum, Hungmoagum, ice attribute, the sword used by the Knight of the Goddess of Justice. The assassin received the sword. He felt the chilling energy radiating from it. Cheon-du Kyol-seol vowed, "This sword can extinguish every flame in the universe." The assassin excitedly said, "I believe you, Cheon-du." System notification. Cheon-du's treasure vault has closed. Time stops. When the assassin returns to the hall, the sun god declares, "You despicable one, I will destroy you and your world." Then he confidently grips the sword in his hand. He recognizes that little punk. Could that be Cheon-du's sword? A freezing cold strike comes forth die. Burbrain, he spews fire to block the sword. Flames rage, threatening to burn everything. The sun god says proudly, "It's not working." Assassin 7 sighs. "I really shouldn't have trusted a con artist." In Seoul, the sight of the sun constantly falling. People scramble in chaos. Run, run. NSSI is shocked. Not even the demonic heavenly sword could wound him. He says, "I've cut through countless flames before, but the sun's fire is beyond my ability." Suddenly, the demonic heavenly axe was coated in freezing ice. NSSI doesn't understand what's happening. Suddenly, he feels an icy aura emanating from the sword. What's going on? The demonic sword asks, "Little devotee, let me ask you a question. Do you have justice?" NSSI is stunned. He wonders if he's hearing this voice through telepathy. He's also asking himself, what is justice? Notification display. The divine Sung Suk says, "If you accept him, you can stop Taha." Both Day exclaim, "Accept him." Series of notifications. Display. The inheritance of the power of the eyes of the blind. The god has activated. Scanning the history of the Moon Sword Demon at light speed. Through the system, you see the Goddess of Justice. She looks out with concern. Beck-E asks the great Goddess of Justice, "Are you sure you want to confront the God of Destruction?" The Goddess of Justice is steadfast in her ideals. Living like a turtle in its shell cannot be called justice. "You have reached the realm of Sword God. What if I am defeated? Will you fulfill my last wish?" Beck-E says loyally, "If it is the goddess's command, I am willing." His hand braces against the ground. The Goddess of Justice lifts Beck-E's face. "Yes. I know for certain that you are more than capable of destroying the God of Destruction. Destroy that which I love. You will become the master of the heavenly sword." In the beginning, there was only the Goddess of Justice. Even though she could not defeat the God of Destruction, the heavenly sword falls from her hand. The hall becomes empty, leaving only Beck-E behind. He swore that I would never forget his last wish. "Oh Goddess, I will definitely do everything I can to fulfill it." This touching story makes Inseong teary-eyed unexpectedly. That such a thing happened. Exactly, I also feel that way. I'm a bit touched. The heavenly sword speaks. "I ask you again, do you have justice?" Inseong coldly said, "Justice is, I don't know those flowery things, but if justice means protecting what's precious at all costs, then I will be justice, even if my opponent is the God of Destruction." Beck-E remembers the words he once promised. "I will definitely do everything I can to fulfill it." He said, "Actually, you are very similar to him. Choose me. I will eliminate the evil. Your ideal is exactly like the goddesses from the old days." The heavenly sword in his hand surges with power. The sun god keenly senses it. The energy suddenly shifted. Insong declared, "You cannot defeat us, for we stand for justice." They both struck the target head-on. The sun god watched in horror at the destructive power. The blazing flames around him were on the verge of being extinguished. With a flicker of his fading fire, he stubbornly said, "I can still hold on." Inho drew his bow and declared, "Evil god, I'm here too." Tears welled up in his eyes. At that moment, Inho was stunned as the water god recounted her words. Her last instruction, "I have been defeated by the sun god and will fade into mist. So, brave warrior, please use this arrow to strike the Wanyuliangdu. I want to protect this world one last time. I become the arrow. Please help us." Inho resolutely drew back the bow in his hand. I will protect my world, In-sung's world, and yours too. A torrent of water shot forth as an arrow towards the sun. A final blow. This is the finishing move to eliminate the sun god. He screamed in desperation. No, the combined power of ice and water pierced straight through the sun. He was battered and withered. Even now, he stubbornly refuses to let it end like this. I am the sun god, standing above all. I cannot die like this. A proud being like the sun god, determined not to let this happen. I can't let it be this way. He spread his wings and flew towards Earth. Inshik, I will sacrifice all of my sacred power to incinerate your world. Inshik panicked. He's gone mad. Is that bastard planning to self-destruct? The heavenly demon warned, no matter how weakened he is, if he self-destructs, he has the potential to blow up the entire Earth. After all, he was once a supreme god in the palace. The sun god. The assassin, at his wit's end, barely managed to withstand the blow. My body is exhausted. I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave it to you, Zhongshin. The fate of the Earth rests in your hands. The Earth is now melting. The demon's sword murmured in astonishment. I can't believe he withstood the Sword Saint's attack. Kongu despaired. No way. He thought with anguish. Could this life end before? When the Hell Dragon appeared, a sorrowful voice echoed in Shin. Just give up. It seems the apocalypse is inevitable. And Shin said calmly, give up? No way. Giving up without trying isn't my style. And it's not like there's absolutely no way. Kiyama doesn't trust you either. Do you really think there's a way to salvage this, even at this point? In-sung replies that even if it's futile, now isn't the time to hesitate. Kiyama seems to have guessed his intentions. In-sung, could it be? In-sung confirms, just like him. I'll pour all my divine power into this attack. Even if he's the supreme one, he's already wounded. I still have a chance. Kiyama is still concerned, but if you do that, you'll... He replies, I know. The worst case scenario is that I might lose my life. Even so, if I can protect everyone, I'm willing to sacrifice my life as many times as it takes. Kiyama, empowered, speaks with renewed vigor. I understand. You're completely different from a helpless being like me. All right, let's fight to the end. A divine voice echoes. I will grant you strength one last time. In-sung asks in surprise, the goddess of justice? Inside the sanctuary, the god of justice is focusing on channeling divine power into you. He declares firmly, my body has weakened after being defeated by the god of destruction. But I, the light of justice, who once stood above all gods, will bestow upon you my faith. System notification. The Reaper Moon Sword has become your temporary follower. Mid-level Good God Promotion Quest. S-Class follower. 100 out of 100. Congratulations! You have completed the mid-level Good God Promotion Quest. Ensign has become a mid-level Good God. Thanks to the power of God, Ensign is filled with energy. Goddess announcement. Behold the power of the Sword Saint. The most powerful in history. System simultaneously. Display the eyes of the faceless god, evolved to A rank. Time will freeze for 1 minute. As you continue to witness the history of the form, the Moonblade, a story from the past, is reenacted. The white-clad knight was human, but he fell in love with a goddess. A humble knight, surpassed the realm of ordinary gods. White-clad commanded, heavenly sword, exterminate all demons. Grant me a raging sword. Its power transcended the cosmos. White-clad stated firmly, today I will fulfill my promise to the goddess. With those words, he leaped into the air. That sword struck straight at the enemy. Die, you who have become a god, now sacrificed beneath White-clad's heavenly sword. And so, he successfully struck the god of destruction into ashes. However, the god of destruction is a being born with creation. Even a knight who has become a god cannot kill it. White-clad cursed angrily. Damn it. In the end, the White Knight was defeated by the god of destruction. The explosions also caused fragments of the god of destruction to scatter across the universe. And that knight waits for someone to inherit his sword and destroy the god of destruction. The heavenly demon speaks up. The White Knight's swordsmanship. The one who once defeated the god of destruction. With it, you could also fight the sun god. But just by looking, can you learn the Sword Saint's techniques? The boy confirms, I think I can. You mean the White Knight's swordsmanship? The heavenly demon is shocked. You can wield that divine sword with just one observation. The boy replies, I'm not entirely sure. I don't know if a mid-level god has this ability. But as soon as I saw the biography of Jang MANHWA Kim, the swordsmanship he used was deeply etched in my mind. The White Knight. I will fulfill your will. The sun god sensed it. Suddenly, his sword energy reacted to In-sung. Your intuition is sharp. It's time for you to fall into an eternal sleep, bird brain. He poured all his divine power into the celestial demon. He knows I'm sure the White Knight did this. A sword carrying destructive power. Charged straight toward the sun god. He guessed that this power came from the celestial sword. Defeated by a hair's breadth, he can only curse me now. Curse you. Right after that, the sky turned clear again. In-sung sighed in relief. It's okay now. System update. In-sung has saved the 3 realms. You have reached the level of good God and evil God level and are qualified to participate in the Festival of the Gods. In-sung shocked. The Festival of the Gods, the one who seeks eternal truth, mentioned it once. What event was it again? Sounds like it wasn't a good thing at the Sun God's palace. The assassin sensed that his time was probably up. You're stronger than I thought. In-sung cheerfully replied. I told you, just trust me before disappearing. The assassin warned him not to be arrogant. If you die, I'll vanish too. In-sung said unhappily. Even so, you could at least say it nicely. He suddenly blurted out. Oh, you look pretty cool today. In-sung was surprised, thinking to himself, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. I didn't expect him to say that. I also thought I was a bit cool today, but it feels strange. It feels like someone's watching me from behind, like you can sense it. 2 believers are looking at you with adoring eyes. Indeed, the Sword Saint. You've reached another level. Please, teach me that move. They kept shouting, Sword Saint, hooray, hooray, get lost. Kongu admired him greatly. He was sure of it. In that situation, all hope was lost. That's why he thought about giving up. But In-sung never considered giving up. And in the end, he saved this world. In-sung, at this moment, he's dodging the fervent admiration of his followers. I told you to get lost. Kongu was moved to tears. He must be the one who can stop the apocalypse. He was willing to sacrifice everything to protect the world. Then I will dedicate myself as well. He frantically shouted, In-sung, long live. He was flustered and got both Kongu too. So In-sung has to struggle, fleeing from the zealous pursuit of the BA followers. Sword Saint, all hail. In-sung, all hail. Stop them. You know, don't chase anymore. Suddenly, the screen displays a notification, and he stops running. His hands tremble uncontrollably. The BA followers behind him gape in surprise, asking the Sword Saint, Are you hungry, sir? In-sung's emotional voice finally speaks. System reminder, you have achieved the mission objective. The universe will become more beautiful when you accumulate 10 million karma. Karma, 999,000/10 million. The God of Abundance will reward you with a potion. Resurrection potion for completing the mission. A resurrection potion appears in In-sung's palm. Finally, I can save Heiju. In a small, peaceful neighborhood in China, Heiju's house. In the sky, heavenly soldiers are carefully moving Heiju back home. The crowd murmured, An angel. And who is that? Her mother recognized her. That's definitely her Kia. Her hands trembled with emotion. The celestial soldiers struggled to move the heavy body of Heizu, and she was gently lowered to the ground. Her mother rushed forward, embracing her daughter tightly. Oh, my daughter, it's been so many years since I've seen you. Heizu slowly opened her eyes, thinking, My head hurts. Where am I? Seeing the woman before her, she was shocked. In-sung, watching the scene through the phone, shed tears of blessing. This is so touching. Please live happily, Heizu. The system displayed Cheondu Jiol Seol Thien Dao Tuet Thiet, who said sarcastically, You're making me cringe. In-sung frowned and exclaimed, Are you always this cold? But I have something to ask. Are you the White Knight? Cheondu Jiol Seol Thien Dao Tuet Thiet said, Give me 100 million God coins, and I'll answer. In-sung angrily shouted, Have you been robbing people lately, or something? No way a con artist like you is the White Knight. System. Show. The goddess of justice says she has a lot to say, but will keep it to herself. She told you not to look for her. Sung In-ho asked suspiciously, Why suddenly? Is something going on between you two? From the giant ant clan, the second strongest in the ant clan, Li-ho is climbing the warrior's tower. Seeing this, Sung In-ho was secretly pleased. Finally, someone is climbing the warrior's tower. It's good to have another S rank. But when will I get my dedicated quest? Let's go for high difficulty. I've done intermediate for 2 days, so anything is fine. Because of that bird name, I couldn't sleep. I need to catch up on sleep. You enter a peaceful field. In-ho, enjoy this peaceful space. The tears of endless prosperity tell you to rest. Replenish holy power. You happily say, thank you, sister, for taking care of me. At the Warrior Tower, 42nd floor. Fresh grass and trees begin to grow throughout the desert. An entire forest becomes lush and green. The dancer happily exclaims, finally, the desert has come back to life. In-ho praises without reservation. It's so beautiful. The dancer says, touched, it's all thanks to you. Thank you. He casually replies, it's nothing. I'm the one who needs to thank you for getting the water goddess's help. All right, let's go. The dancer says regretfully, really? You could have stayed a little longer. He confided, I feel my brother is climbing the tower. I need to become stronger so he won't be ashamed. The dancer was silent for a moment. In her hand, a blue orb flashed with light. She handed to In-ho, take it. He wondered what it was. The dancer explained, it's the essence of the water goddess. It will surely be helpful for your adventure. In-ho took it and said, thanks. Suddenly, the orb shattered into tiny droplets of water, then wrapped around In-ho's arm. He exclaimed, did I absorb it? The system displayed, congratulations. You have cleared the 42nd floor of the Warrior's Tower. Temporal trial. Your reward, blessing of water attribute. You will never thirst again. In-ho happily looked at the arm that had absorbed the essence. Leo will be super helpful when climbing the tower. Thanks a bunch, kiddo. The dancer sends her regards. Then, best of luck to you. In-ho, before leaving, left a wish that we would meet again. Having said that, he disappeared from the 42nd floor. The dancer sincerely sends her prayers. I will pray for you. May all of your dreams come true. At In-ho's house, a storm raged with thunder and lightning. It made In-ho's sleep restless. He said irritably, loud thunder and wind, I can't sleep. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of lightning revealed a gloomy figure standing next to In-ho's bed. Xiaoming flashed a creepy smile. In-ho startled and screamed, a ghost. When the lights turned you just realized it's Xiaoming? She excitedly shouted a greeting to you. This is truly my honor. You asked her, annoyed, what she was doing in your house. Xiaoming reports, I have completed all the tasks you assigned. Ensign wondered, what tasks? His clone must have ordered her to do something. Xiaoming announced, by your command, I have lured all the members of the Hero Association to become your followers. But those who didn't listen to me have been quietly dealt with in sin. Now everything was clear, so that's it. It's thanks to these items that I was able to become a Chung level. You politely replied, thank you. You've helped me a lot. Xiaoming blushed, looking at you. Hearing someone as great as you say, that makes me so touched and happy that my hard work has paid off. I just wanted to see you one last time. Now that my wish has come true, I have no regrets. Please live a long and healthy life, master. Seeing So-myong pull out her hairpin, In-su wondered, why are you suddenly saying this? And what do you mean by for the last time? Seeing her making a reckless move, In-su finally understood. He used his strong body and blocked her with an arm as hard as steel. In-su asked in alarm, what are you suddenly doing? Are you crazy? So-myong. In-su was stunned, but right after the war with the heroes ended, the assassin then gave So-myong a mission. Deal with the remnants of the 3 Heroes Guild and recruit hunters. My disciple is a rank S hunter. Kill anyone who resists. After finishing self-destruct, In-su gripped So-myong's hairpin-holding hand and asked suspiciously, are you saying my clone ordered you to self-destruct? She confirmed, yes. Master In-su, I admit, back then I really want to kill her. But aside from resurrecting Hazuare, I also need to gather more devotees. So, she doesn't need to do that. He snatched the needle from Xiaoming's hand. Don't forget that order. I don't like seeing my followers die. Do you understand? She blankly responded. Yes, you may escort the guest out now. Now go home quickly. It's extremely rude to barge into someone's house like that. She sadly said, I understand, Sword Saint. Xiaoming will obey and return. Watching the dejected back, Ensign had an ominous premonition. It felt like she was about to go somewhere else to self-destruct. Well, so be it, he called out, hey, Xiaoming. She happily turned back. Yes? Is there anything you need, sir? Ensign smiled. It's nothing much. It's not dinner time yet. But would you like to go eat some jajangmyeon? He thought to himself, she came all this way. I should at least offer her a decent meal before sending her away. Xiaomin shyly asked, jajangmyeon? She secretly wondered if it was the famous line from a Korean drama. Do you want to eat noodles? It was just as she thought. Xin asked Xiaomin, do you want to eat noodles? She immediately agreed, yes. Seeing AI Gia's puzzling actions, an XIN was startled. Why are you taking off your clothes? Put them back on quickly. At the chairman's office of the Hunter Association, JT spoke up. Hunter War is only 2 months away. This time, we must bring glory back to our nation. Hunter War is an international event held every 2 years, bringing together hunters from all over the world to compete against each other. Where's the list of hunters promoted to participate in the event? The assistant handed him the documents. We have selected the hunters of rank A and above. The chairman carefully read the documents, then exclaimed, Rank B hunter. In-song is on this list too? Nice. There's no way that kid is B rank. We need to determine his abilities this time. The person being talked about is currently devouring delicious jajangmyeon, black bean noodles. Xiaoming comments. This noodle dish is a bit different from Chinese black bean noodles, but it's still very good. In-song replies, I'm glad you like it, even though I know we have an uninvited guest, so I can't relax too much. As he finishes speaking, Mina appears right beside him. Mina asks curiously, why is she here? In-song doesn't know how to answer. Well, Mina asks annoyed, what are you thinking? Wasn't she trying to kill you? He hesitates, repeating, well, yeah. You tried to kill me before too, though. Mina is speechless. She sighed, I'm sorry. He reassured, don't worry about it, just like Mina. Xiaoming has changed too. Don't hide it. Try this dumpling soup. Open your mouth, Mina replied. If you insist. Seeing them intimately feeding each other, Xiaoming misunderstood them. The chopsticks in her hand snapped. Are you dating? Mina shyly asked. What? Why are you suddenly saying that? Xiaoming reasoned. It's the middle of the night, and you're here. The Sword Saint is personally feeding you. Mina didn't know what to say. Insu thought to himself. A bit. The lingering habit from when Mina regressed to a child. But he denied it. What kind of dating is it? 00:05:5. Co Min is happy again? Okay, I get it, that's good. As Insin turned to finish talking. Right, Mina? Mina smacked him in the face. Catch this, idiot. Insin, annoyed, asked. Why are you shoving it in my face? What's wrong with you? Mina angrily said. Here's your dungeon schedule. He wondered, a dungeon? Isn't it something only A-rank hunters or higher do? Mina coldly reminded. Enough questions. Just get to the location listed there before 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you're late, you're dead meat. And you, if you show your face in front of me again, I'll kill you. Having vented her anger, Mina stormed off. She couldn't help but mutter, ugh, idiot, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Insin angrily shouted, try to break the door, or what? Does she even know how much it costs to fix a door? Suddenly, Co Min called out, Sword Saint. He asked suspiciously, huh? Co Min casually said, don't worry, sir. I could do it too. Hey, In-song, stop scolding her and eat your fill, you monkey. Looking at the documents in his hand, he thought, and now a dungeon raid. Dungeon. This is troublesome, and it seems Mina has misunderstood something. I need to find out what's going on. System announcement. Goddess of Abundance. Says she has a bad premonition about tomorrow, and advises you to prepare yourself. In-song frowned and asked, a bad premonition? Goddess of Abundance. Do you know something? The next day, at the dungeon gate, guards blocked unauthorized personnel at the gate. Getting closer is very dangerous. The A-rank dungeon is about to open. Everyone, please step back. In-song assessed. Security is pretty tight, but I have to go in. As soon as he arrived, he saw Mina. She immediately shouted, In-song, why are you so late? Are you looking for a death wish? It's my niece. Jinwoo explains to her. I'm so sorry. The traffic was crazy, and besides, I'm only 5 minutes late. Juhee chimes in. In an emergency situation, thousands of lives can be lost in just 5 minutes. What a moron. Doesn't even know the basic rules of a hunter. How do they even filter applicants to let a B rank like him in? You know this guy? He's the hot-tempered friend I met last time with Kroko. S-rank hunter, Jinwoo. Mina, introduce yourself. This is Hunter. Jinwoo. He's also the one evaluating you today. Jinwoo politely greets, hello. Mina furrows her brow. Whose kid are you carrying? Are you explaining this? She's my niece, John. My sister said she had an emergency and asked me to take care of her. Mina scolds him loudly. What were you thinking? 00:07:58:10. Hey, shush. Keep it down. I just got the little one to sleep. Dungeon raids these days are a real mess. Huh? What kind of business are you planning? Give me a call when you're ready. You notice how he's got this pent-up frustration about him? Inside the gate to hell, the air is thick with the stench of death. A chilling voice echoes in chill. You killed my apostle and dare to show your face so brazenly? Today, I will end you. Let the festival of the gods begin. Mina sighed after hearing Inshil's words. She emphasized, you know, this dungeon subjugation is a test for promotion. Rank S, right? Inshil, what S rank? Mina started to get angry. Didn't you read the documents I sent you? An A-rank dungeon is about to appear here. You could become an S-rank hunter if you pass this test, even though this dungeon is probably a piece of cake for you. Sungjin thought to himself, an S-rank hunter, I'd definitely make a lot more money and become famous. But I'm a high-level god now. This is a bit annoying. Complicated, however, I can't just ignore a dungeon. This dangerous. So I guess I have to deal with it. Sungjin asked again to be sure. I just need to go in there alone and destroy everything, right? Right. Mina denied. An S-rank hunter will go with you, just in case. He questioned, an S-rank hunter? So you're going with me? Mina regretted. Wow. S-rank hunter? Young-hoo. He's grumbling about how crowded people are these days. Suddenly, In-sung asked him, You're being too confident thinking an A-rank dungeon is easy. It'll probably be fine. Suddenly, a scent wafts by. In-sung warily asks, Hey, Miss Mina, do you smell something stinky? Mina replies, I don't smell anything. The system rings out a series of warnings. Warning, high-ranking deity. The corruptor. The corruptor of the abyss has requested the festival of the gods. In-sung frowns. The festival of the gods. The corruptor of the abyss. That deity worships snakes, right? No wonder it smells so bad. The system updates the rules of the festival of the gods as follows. When suggesting a festival of the gods with a high-ranking deity, the other party cannot refuse. However, you can refuse an offer from high-level god. So, understanding weakness also has its advantages. System notification, great demon god, slaughter and madness, the festival of the gods, has granted you the blessing of carnage. In-sung craves carnage and madness, quite the name. I've never seen them, but it seems they love slaughter. The system gives you a choice. Will you accept the festival of the gods from the high-rank god, the one who rules the abyss? Zeno, a tempting voice echoes, accept it, you little god. Fight with passion and excitement. Is In-sung trying to provoke me with this choice? It's tempting, but no, I don't want to fight. Get lost. You have rejected the festival of the gods from the ruler. An angry curse echoes. What? You dare refuse the declaration of war? Coward. In-sung remains very calm. You think I'm crazy? I almost lost to the sun god. Why would I accept a fight against someone stronger than me? Get lost. I want nothing to do with you. Feeling insulted? You dare mock me? After that sentence, the ground beneath their feet trembled. Other hunters shouted in panic, earthquake. Yoon Hyuk-woo was surprised. What's going on? Mina was also scared. I declare, then I have no choice but to kill you. System update. Authority activated. The eyes of the godless eyes. Observing the extraterrestrial swamp ruler. The enraged god's domain, abyss summons evil power. Command is given. My lovely children, rise from the abyss. A disturbance has occurred deep within the abyss. The hands of monsters emerge. Monsters are summoned. The abyss said smugly, vex him and destroy his world, for daring to refuse the god's festival and mock me. As he watched the horde of monsters rush into the dungeon, Shin, enraged, cursed. Damn it. I connected to a rank A dungeon to send her minions down. The system chimed a warning. The dungeon's rank has changed from A to S. The dungeon's rank has changed from S to SS. The dungeon's rank has changed from SS to SSS. Yang Yu is startled. What's going on? There's still a while before the dungeon is activated, and this is clearly a dungeon higher than S rank. The dungeon gate emitted an eerie aura from the deep abyss. Thousands of monsters' red eyes glinted. They swarmed out of the rift. Dong Hyuk immediately commanded, damn it, move forward. Soul armor. The armor began to activate. Dong Hyuk is ready, clad in his magnificent armor. Inshil marvels. Pretty cool, isn't it? System updating. Dong Hyuk. Outstanding male. Wearing armor and a helmet made from SS-grade metal and equipment. This thing is quite useful, so try stealing it. Inshil feels insulted. What, steal it? Is it suggesting I go rob someone? Look at John, still sleeping soundly. His voice softens. Oh well, that's my nephew, able to sleep even in this situation. He turns to the woman next to Mina. I'm leaving her with you. She's stunned, huh? What? No. Before Mina can finish, Inshil hands his niece to her. Mina asks, wait, what are you going to do? He says resolutely, "What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to resolve this, because this is my fault." 00:02:35:133. Insean, your rank isn't high enough to handle this. Stand back. Insean didn't hesitate, facing the monsters head-on. They were thrilled at the sight of Insean. Human meat. We're so hungry. We'll devour that little god. So, Insean was surrounded. Abyssal divinity, curse you to death, Insean. He raised his index finger, then activated the power of God's authority finger. A monster rushed to devour him. Before it could finish its sentence, it was struck by his power, tongue lolling, teeth falling out. They stammered, "You." Then it exploded. System notification, acquired 20 million God's gold. The other monsters were shocked. What just happened? Our comrade just 00:03:1. So, how much are all of you worth? Come to me, money. The terrified monsters cried out, running in terror from Insong's slaughter. System continuously updating. Acquired 20 million God's gold. The abyssal god trembled at the devastating sight. Impossible. They were strong enough to blow up a planet, yet he can kill them all with just one finger? Insong nonchalantly said, "Wow, that's sweet. I've lost count of how much I've earned now, but I shouldn't be too greedy. Hey, Abyss, let's end things here, okay?" Insong walked alone towards the gate within the abyss. He raised his finger and said, "God's power. Index finger, deactivate." The rift gradually closed. Why would a god with such power avoid fighting? Insong casually replies, "Maybe because I'm too lazy. Now, return to where you came from." The abyss gradually disappears. Looking at the numbers on his phone, Insong happily laughs. "Haha, so much money." Yang Hyoke in the back is so surprised she's trembling. How could he? Even Mina is surprised. "What, Insong? Do you have the ability to seal dungeons?" CEO John wakes up. "Uncle, I'm so hungry." Seeing the person holding her, the little girl curiously asks, "Who are you?" Mina gently says, "Hello, you're awake?" The little girl happily pokes Mina's cheek. "You're so pretty. You look like a doll." Insong quickly scolds the little girl. "CEO John, you shouldn't do that to adults." He stands up and apologizes on behalf of his niece. "I'm sorry. She's still very young." Mina comfortably replies, "It's okay. She's just a child." And little Jong asks, "Uncle, I'm hungry. Let's go eat." Insong fondly asks, "What does the princess want to eat?" The little girl happily exclaims, "Hamburgers. I want hamburgers." He readily replies, "Sounds great. Let's go." Insong also tells the little girl to keep it a secret from her mother. The little girl obediently replies, "Okay." Mina stops him from behind. "Wait, you can't just leave like that." Insong wonders why. The dungeon disappeared. "What am I supposed to do now?" Mina says, annoyed. "Your advancement process will become more complicated if you leave." He casually replies, "It's okay. I don't care. What's so great about becoming an S-rank hunter anyway?" He knows very well that if he becomes an S-rank hunter, they'll make him work like a dog. Seo Heian bristled at these words, anger flashing in her eyes. "What did you just say? Do you even realize the weight of the shadows behind you?" Seo Heian demanded, her voice raised. "You just look down on S-rank hunters. I know you're strong, but I cannot forgive you for belittling S-ranks." In Shun quickly interjected, "That's not what I meant. I was just too lazy." Seo Heian pressed, her tone dangerous. "What? You need to be taught a lesson. Come to the Hunter Association training grounds tomorrow at 9 a.m. Sparks flew from Seo Heian's boots. She hovered in the air, ready to leave. "I'll show you what an S rank is really like." With that, Seo Heian shot off into the distance. In Shun thought longingly, "I want that armor." A voice echoed, "If you want it, take it." Mina sighed, covering her face in exasperation. "Why does it have to be like this?" Inshun looked surprised. She recounted that Jahian acted exactly like him last time, and then got beaten to a pulp. Is Insun really that shocked? She continued to tell more. "Without him, the upgrade would be quite complicated." Are you really going to fight him?" Insun replied, "Why would I do that? I don't care much about leveling up. I'm here today just to apologize for yesterday." Mina, hearing this, happily asked, "Really?" Insun invited, "Mina, would you like to go eat with us?" Is she stunned? Eat hamburgers with him? CEO John also asked her to come along. Insun tactfully said, "You're famous, so it might be a bother. We'll go by ourselves then." Mina hurriedly replied, "No, let me come with you. Wait, let me get my mask and sunglasses." At Ansha, in the Alpha 7 forest, after returning defeated, he collapsed to the ground, remembering The fury inside him surged again. Damn it, that traitorous bastard killed all my brothers. I'll betray that damned bastard. A cold voice echoed. There's one still alive, good. Alpha immediately went on high alert. He demanded, Who are you? The person replied, How rude, but I'll let it slide this time. Where's my Era? She disappeared around here. I can't see her anymore. Alpha nonchalantly said, That spider? She's dead. I can't believe I had to humiliate myself for a buck. The mysterious person darkly stared at him. Is that so? Why did she rush off without waiting for me? Alpha rudely shouted, It doesn't matter. Return me to my world now, or I'll kill you. The mysterious person summoned dark power of his. Waves of destructive power surged toward him. Kill me. Alpha thought in fear about this immense energy source. What is he? The figure introduced himself. I am the Iron Blood Brother of the insect world. Alpha pleaded in terror. Please, don't come closer. He continued, and a great deity. In Alpha's stunned eyes, the dark power was reflected. The attack came. He screamed, No. The entire forest trembled in soul. Inside a fast food restaurant, while eating with Ensign, Mina was recognized by people around them. Is that really Mina? No way. Why would she be in a place like this? But she looked so much like her. Ensign thought, annoyed, wearing a mask and glasses. Doesn't seem to help much, does it? They're going to recognize her anyway. Min, aren't you going to eat? He replied, Of course I'm eating. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck relentlessly. The three of them turned in surprise to look outside. In-sung dazedly said, Thunder and lightning? A puff of smoke rose. Miri appeared, cheerfully exclaiming, I'm finally here, teacher. In-sung asked Miri in surprise. Long time no see. How did you know I was here? She replied briefly, Teacher In-sung's scent. He suspiciously sniffed his clothes. My scent? I shower every day, but do I smell that much? Seeing Mina leave, he hurriedly asked, Mina, where are you going? Miri came to see me. What are you doing here? Mina didn't know what to say. Then, she cheerfully hugged her younger sister, Miri. You came to see me? I'm so happy. Let's go eat. Miri replied shyly, Sister, everyone's watching. Thanks to you, we're getting more customers. Everyone in the cafe swarmed around them. They all took out their phones to take pictures of the two sisters. The Thunder Queen? I told you it's Mina. Can I have your autograph? Inshin knew it was time to go home, just as he opened the door to his house. Seeing the person in front of him, Inshin was startled. Why are you here again? Xiao Ming replied, Because I still have to receive my next mission from you, sir. So I thought instead, maybe I could help you with the housework. Mina angrily criticized, Hey, I told you I'd kill you if I saw you again. Xiao Ming replied with a smile. How pathetic, your jealousy. For a middle-aged woman in a father-son relationship with you. My dearest sword saint. Inshin has to stop the enraged Mina. Somehow, a middle-aged woman, no matter if you're SS class or not, today is definitely your end. Mina, calm down. Miri is very disappointed. How could you let a woman like that into the house, teacher? He quickly explains, Miri, it's not like that. Miri immediately leaves. I'm really disappointed in you, teacher. Meanwhile, Inshin still has to restrain the furious Mina. CEO John is curious. Hey, who's your girlfriend? I'm so confused. Inshin denies it. It's not any of them. He's extremely annoyed. This is too much. What's going on? After resolving the situation, Inshin tiredly collapses onto his bed. Home is the best. He recalls the chaotic scene from earlier. I knocked them both out and left them in the medical room because they wouldn't stop fighting. They probably won't fight anymore after they wake up. Right, Dad? It's their old problem. They probably won't fight anymore after they wake up. Right, Dad? It's their old problem. This is the first time I've been able to sleep so peacefully. It feels like just a moment ago, and it's already the next day. Sun Jin slowly wakes up to the sound of knocking. He wonders who it could be so early in the morning. Through the screen, he sees Juhyuk outside. The doorbell's gonna break at this rate. Seriously, this guy just doesn't give up. Sun Jin turns back into the house, thinking out of sight, out of mind. But what can a door do to stop him? A Gate S-rank hunter is just gonna kick it down instantly. Juhyuk says loudly, I knew you were home. I'm pretty sure I told you that you had to come to the association training hall today, right? Sun Jin cries in sympathy for his door. My door was expensive, you know. Juhyuk says, his voice getting closer. Are you even listening to me? Do I have to? I just got in. Jong-hyuk threw a punch, aiming to strike the homeowner. Insin, unable to hold back, blocked it with a gesture, with just one index finger. He effortlessly stopped Jong-hyuk's prized fist. He was stunned. He blocked my punch with just one finger? Insin emphasized. Even if you're my senior, I won't forgive you for breaking into my house. I won't be lenient, Jong-hyuk. He powered up for the next punch. You insolent brat. Suddenly, he froze, feeling a sharp pain throughout his body. Inson showed Jong-hyuk what proper manners were. He punched him, sending him flying. All I care about is the money to fix the door. Now get out of here. This is your last chance. Jong-hyuk, still dizzy. You dare mock me? Fine, I won't hold back anymore. Here I come, Spirit Fusion. The opponent unleashed their ultimate move from the start. Inson exclaimed in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. John Hyok blew up in Shill's room. He led them through the shattered glass, landing on the ground. Yang Xiao spoke coldly from above. You dared to make me use my soul armor. I admit, you're strong, but it won't be that easy. Pick up a weapon and make it fair. Inshil remembered the money he spent. I renovated the entire interior to celebrate becoming a homeowner. I was ecstatic when I finally got a house I liked, and you had the nerve to destroy it? So he decided to show no more mercy. Holding the demonic blade in his hand, Inshil declared, You've lost my respect. Terror summons demonic blade memory, Void Leap. This time, he was determined to show John Hyok what fear truly meant. He realized only those skilled in martial arts within the martial arts world could perform the Void Leap. I'm wondering, how is he so strong? So, he's from the martial arts world. Even though I blocked it, I could still feel the tremors. He was just in front of Hyo Yuk, but in an instant, Insung appeared right behind him. By the time he turned around, Insung's punch sent Hyo Yuk crashing down. The ground beneath him formed a deep crater. Insung declared that if he continued, he might actually die. I'll stop if you apologize, he said. The arrogant Hyo Yuk replied, Me? Apologize to you? Never. I wasn't planning on using this card. But this technique can take down an S-class monster in one hit. Don't blame me. Spirit Armored Dragon Fist. The attack surged towards Insung, but he remained calm. Watching the dragon fist open its mouth as if to devour him. The finger of God points downward. I'll stop holding back too. The dragon fist that Hyo Yuk was so proud of was now shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned. An explosion. It erupted, shaking the surrounding area, until only smoke remained. A deep crater, like a volcanic mouth, appeared on the ground. Insean looked like a fearsome god descending. Dong Hyo, tail between his legs, pleaded, I'm sorry. I'll pay for the repairs. Please stop. His entire body couldn't stop trembling. Insean took note of the man's equipment. I was so annoyed that I didn't hold back, but he could still withstand it. That armor must be worth a lot. Suddenly, the armor he craved flashed. A strange, six-colored light. Insean was stunned, not understanding what was happening. The armor detached itself from Dong Hyo. Armor spirit, I seek my new master. Please accept me. Insean was still in shock. Did it just speak? Wait, what? You ask if I will accept you? The soul armor glanced disdainfully at AI Kia. I can no longer serve a loser. Like this. Donyo was even more shocked. Soul armor, what's wrong with you? The soul armor scornfully exposed Donyo. You have possessed me for 623 days and 12 hours, but have only improved by 2%. In that time, you should have been able to improve by at least 6%. A human like you is not worthy to be my master, but he is different. He possesses power and talent unlike you. Compared to him, you are just a speck of dust in space. Kind Goi's face flushed red. Well, I'm also good. The soul armor introduced. I'm the heir of the omnipotent Mother AI. I have a mission to evolve into a transcendent being. So, please become my new master, Insen. He looked troubled, then exclaimed, This is going to be difficult, the soul armor replied. Well then, let me explain. Don't get me wrong. It's just that there's someone who suits you better than me. His name is Inho. He fights every day. I think it would be better for you if you served him. While scanning Inho's power, the soul armor spoke. I sense a power similar to yours. From him, he's also very close to you. Insen replied, Right. Either way, I can also use his abilities. So, it would be better if I gave it to Inho, since he has to work his back off every day. The soul armor agreed. I will do as you say. Then farewell, former master, Jong-hyuk. With those words, the armor entered the game world. The armor began to envelop its new master, Inho. Inho looked at the new equipment in amazement. God in Shin has given you this gift, Inho. It will help you overcome the trial. Inho cheered with joy. Thank you, God in Shin. I'll do my best. Meanwhile, Jong-hyuk was still rolling around in the mountains behind the city. Thanks to their fierce battle, a semicircular hole had been made in the city. Now, JT was observing the entire match on his computer. This is beyond what I imagined. He defeated the Soul Armor in the high op so easily. I know, he's not just an ordinary B rank hunter. The secretary added, the Soul Armor has decided to serve in Shin as its new master. JT was shocked. What? The world's strongest AI, the Soul Armor, did that? Clearly, she responded. His past feat of defeating an SS-class monster was no fluke. It was genuine ability. JT seemed to agree. Perhaps. Anyway, what's the damage this time? The secretary reported a figure. Over 100 billion won, sir. JT's face fell. 100 billion won. Were any civilians injured? The secretary replied, no, sir. He pressed on good. So where's Insen now? Insen is currently in the hospital. Mina took him to see Jung Hyuk. She questioned him sternly. How hard did you hit him to put him in the hospital for 3 weeks? Oh, he replied sheepishly, I was just a little upset that he wrecked my place. But you're sure I won't have to pay for the damages? If I heal him, right? Right. Mina confirmed, yeah. The Hunter Association president said, if you heal Jung Hyuk, Cho Jung Hyuk, he'll grant you an S-rank license. A waiver of responsibility for you. Insong, in Xian, sighed, almost losing 100 billion. I didn't realize S-rank hunters had the power to waive responsibility. I have to do my best to heal him. Jung Hyuk, was lying in bed, wrapped in bandages. He looked like someone who was sobbing over lost love. Why did you leave me, Armor of Souls? Do you like Insong, in Xian, that much? What's so great about a guy who wears sweaters all the time? Come back, Armor of Souls. Stop whimpering like that. Mina wondered what was wrong with him. He replied, I'm wondering too. Insong, in Xian, thought carefully. If I go in, he'll probably get even angrier. I'll just stand here and heal him. Ring finger of divine healing. A wave of healing energy enveloped his body. Donghyo. Are you surprised? My body is all settled. Let's go in, Song. Shall we, Mina? She blurted out. Okay. Suddenly, Mina stopped him. Wait, hold on. Let's go to the mall. I can't let you go out in that outfit. In-song refused. The mall? Seriously? I'm not going anywhere, though. A few days later, at the Hunter Association, standing on the podium, Jae-hoon opened the ceremony. Thank you all for being here today. Today is a very important event. A rank S hunter is seated down there. Mina complimented him. You look so handsome. The suit made Song-in a little uncomfortable. I would have been okay with a sweater. Miri, beside Sian, said, he looks great. I was also thinking of buying some clothes for Master. He looks so handsome. Mina replied cheerfully, right? I have an eye for these things. Song-in thought to himself. Mina's acting skills are improving day by day. She could become a professional actress. But why is that Choi guy staring at me? There's a strange young man staring intently at you. Miri also noticed that jerk. Insin, do you know him? Miri revealed that he's Stephen Choi. He's my S-class exam supervisor. He keeps rambling on about turning down an offer from a big association in the US to come to Korea. He keeps asking for my number and flirting, even though I've turned him down so many times. It's so annoying. Mina got fired up after hearing that. How dare he? Insin was also annoyed at the trash, then suddenly looked at the screen. He was shocked. This is Stephen Choi's status window. Stephen Choi, male, 25 years old. Note, teleportation. Difficult personality and very, very jealous. Insin thought of an idea. Interesting note. Should I go say hello? Stephen, sitting on the other side, said glumly, I was really looking forward to this meeting because I heard Lady Miri will be here, and I didn't even get to sit next to her. Seeing In-shik approach, he was surprised. Then he spoke up. How do you know me? In-shik replied with a smile. Of course, I know you're an AI. He shouted angrily, what? How dare you speak to me so rudely? In-shik thought to himself. It's written in your status window. But outwardly, he asked, Bong-shik, isn't it Choi Bong-shik? The reason In-shik said that was because he read the name information. Stephen Choi, male, 25 years old, special note, has the ability to teleport, is quite envious, hates, and is ashamed of his real name, Choi Bong-shik. He blushed with embarrassment and yelled, what? How do you know my real name? From a stage, JT announced. Now we will begin the award ceremony for the hunters. Rank S. Could everyone please take their seats? And also, could Hunter Stephen and Ensign please come up on stage? Stephen threatens. Just wait until this ceremony is over. You're still teasing him, Bong-shik. Upon arriving on stage, the inspector proceeds with the test for Ensign. This is the Rank S Hunter license, a device that can be used to measure mana points of the hunter with this. We can see if you two are worthy of becoming Rank S Hunters. He looks at the measuring device on his wrist with interest. I was just wondering how much. My mana has increased. Stephen thinks to himself, too easy. He clenches his fist, the figures display. Stephen, mana level 10,005 MP. Everyone is amazed. A rank S hunter is only supposed. But he received over 10,000. He turned down an offer from the American Guild and stayed in Korea. Out of patriotism, he smugly thought, see that, you rude Sung Jinwoo? No matter how many points you have, surely, your score can't be higher than mine. Announcement, player Sung Jinwoo's mana measurement, 5 megabytes. Other hunters who heard it scoffed. Only 5. He's an S-rank hunter, right? Shouldn't his license be revoked? Stephen thought to himself, only 5. I thought he was a big deal. Turns out he's not much different from an F-rank. How embarrassing. Sung Jinwoo, it was like this back in the academy. But I guess nothing's changed. Maybe I should try a different method. Jinwoo thought, how could sharing skill be activated? Number 1, the measurement device. Thanks to it, the figures are constantly updated. His mana surged from 5,000 MP all the way up to 26,000 MP. Stephen hasn't recovered yet. What on earth is happening? His MP is increasing again. Insane mana, 35,000 MP. The others gape in stunned silence. 35,000, that's the highest in Korea, right? Hunter Choi only had 31,000 even with full gear. GD breathes a sigh of relief. Looks like the device is working properly again now. With these points, we can now confirm that Hunter Insin qualifies to become an S-rank hunter. Insin turns to smirk at Aki. Do you remember what you just said? Just wait until the ceremony is over. Bongshik. The ceremony is over. Insin returns home, collapsing onto the couch with a sigh. I'm so tired. Just imagining Stephen having to bow his head and apologize to me. He smugly thought, starting trouble for nothing. And in the end, he still had to apologize. Just try bothering Miss Miri again, and you'll see. Looks like the devil. Jayam and Taemin must have already taken care of the ceiling repairs. Looks like those two have gotten pretty close lately. So, I assigned them to be your bodyguards. Konggu, birds of a feather flock together. Isn't that right? Suddenly, his phone got a notification, a text from Konggu. The text read, an S-grade dungeon will open within 3 days. You can get an SSS grade item. The Scales of the God of Peace. That could be quite useful. I'm curious. The Scales of the God of Peace. I don't know what that is, but if Konggu says so, I better go get it. Anyway, let's see how my kid is doing now. If he needs it, I need to know so I can help. You were shocked when you saw Inho was level 1. Now he's level 44. Inho is carefully reading the information. Currently challenging warriors, tower floor 44. Time-space challenge, stage, clear condition. Rescue the chaotic Cosmic Alliance. This concept surprises him. Cosmic Alliance, huh? What's that even? I already gave Inho spirit armor, so he should definitely be able to handle things himself. Where did the bad guy go? What is this skill? System, display more shareable skills. Awaken Dragon, Crocodori's ultimate dragon awakens. A skill that can even threaten the gods. Try sharing it. Something fun will happen. Instant shocked, what? I can share that kind of skill. So, does that mean I can transform into a dragon? Then I have to try it right away. Too eager, even at night. Insung has found a mountain behind. Even if I turn into a dragon here, it's okay. He's really looking forward to sharing the crocodile skill. Awaken Dragon, at Stephen's house. He can't stop thinking about the humiliating night. I can't believe. The great Stephen had to bow down and apologize to that, but one day, I'll make him pay the price. Suddenly, the device on his wrist gave an alert. A dangerous monster has appeared. Estimated to be S-class or higher. You need to capture it quickly. Stephen muttered, an S-class monster or higher. Good. This is my chance to show I'm better than that trash. I'll be the first one there, because I'm the only one in Korea who can teleport. Instantly, he teleported to the forest where Insung is. An S-class monster on this mountain. The sight before Stephen's eyes was shocking. What the heck? His figure looked tiny before that dragon. The dragon squinted at the newcomer. Ison, did you say Bong Shik-hyung? Stephen stammered in disbelief. What? How does it know my real name? He wondered, how does it know? So he spoke, Bong Shik is me, I'm Ison Bong Shik. Why aren't you answering me? He clenched his fist in anger. Whether you're a dragon or a dog, just keep saying Bong Shik, Bong Shik. I'm already so pissed off. It's perfect timing. I'll vent my anger on you. Ison thought he misheard. Vent my anger? This guy doesn't seem very sane. The teleportation skill helped him rush straight at Ison. He angrily asked, Bong Shik, do you have a death wish? He got even angrier. You better not call my name before you die. He looked quite surprised by the magic bombs thrown at him. Where did these come from? He angrily repeated Tao's name, Stephen. Inson chuckled disdainfully. Then, an explosion erupted. Stephen was extremely smug. Now, how are Stephen's skills? A big, hulking guy like you will surely. Inson coldly looked at him. It's too itchy, Bong's sick. He thought he was seeing things. Damn it, how are you still alive after eating all those bombs? Okay, now Tao would do his best. Inson slammed his giant hand down on the ground. I said it was itchy. Where's the opponent? He suspiciously glanced around. Where's Bong Sick? As he lifted his hand, his beloved Bong Sick, whom he was searching for, was lying crushed flat. Beneath it, he's dead. This is my first time transforming into a dragon, so I can't control my power yet. I sense danger coming from behind. He warily turns to look. Behind him is a group led by Ju Hyun-miri, with Mina leading the dragon hunt. He shouts out at that moment, "Everyone attack." Inson knows he's done for, being chased by those guys. Inson panics. He nervously thinks about how to transform back. If things keep going like this, there's no other way. He spreads his wings. Inson tries flapping his wings to fly away. He figures fleeing is the best option in this form. They'll never listen to me, even if I reveal my identity. Seeing himself hovering in the air, Inson is shocked that he can really fly. He happily shouts, "I can fly. Flying is so cool. Dragons are the best." However, before the joy could last, Inson sensed something strange. What's going on? He wondered. My head hurts. System warning. You do not have enough divine power to maintain dragon chi. And so, Inson fell to the ground. Did I overdo it? He realized. It feels like the power is being drained away. The dragon shell on the outside also disappeared. Damn it, he thought in frustration. Then, pulled by gravity, he fell straight to the ground. Inson was unconscious until he heard a voice calling him awake. Honey. He had barely woken up when he heard someone call him. Honey, he wondered. Before him were bizarre roses. At the center was a strange woman. She bore the mark of a rose on her person. Who are you? Inson asked suspiciously. Oh my, I'm offended, she said, feigning anger. How can you not recognize my voice? They call me the Nightmare Queen, the one who devours all demons. Though, I'm also known as the creeping silent nightmare. Inson wondered, what is with this woman? Am I dreaming? She lifted his chin, assessing him. You're even better looking than I expected. Honey, Inson thought in dismay. Why is she calling me honey? Terrified, she continued, honey, listen closely. There isn't much time, so I'll be brief. Inson guessed, don't tell me, is this a confession? So he said, but I'm not ready yet. The Nightmare Queen's eyes deepened. Through them, he saw his planet being eyed by monsters. The Earth being devoured by a hungry, evil force. The thing had a bizarre shape with sharp teeth. A glimmer of light in the sky. You see yourself raising a middle finger and saying, go to hell on your own. You damn god of destruction. Awakening, In-shin is bewildered, asking, what the heck? She explains, what you just saw was the future, created by my causal power. It's something that could happen. When you reach a higher position than a great god. In-shin worries, higher than a great god? I haven't even received a mission to become a great god yet. So how? The Nightmare Queen suggests, the fastest way to elevate a god status is to absorb another god. He asks incredulously, absorb another god? She reveals, when someone wins the god's festival, they can absorb the losing god. That way, you can grow beyond a great god and become a great evil. Being a god isn't about walking the path of righteousness. Does it really take so long to become a benevolent deity? In-shin hesitated. Well, the Nightmare Queen gave him a heads up. A lesser god will be looking for you soon to initiate a different kind of divine festival. One who has borrowed power from the monsters of greed and lies and the ruler of the deep swamp. And you can't refuse that invitation. Above all, that god is of a lower rank than you. In-shin wondered, who is it? She replied, the Emperor of Ankia. He was puzzled. That bastard's planning to invite me to a dragon festival. The queen tilted his chin up and said, therefore, my dear, you mustn't die. With those words, the queen placed a kiss on In-shin's lips. He was stunned. Even more worrisome, he discovered he couldn't move. I need to get out of here fast. After struggling for a moment, In-shin finally escaped the dream. He grumbled, saying he'd gotten caught on something. Trouble is brewing, and she still wants to do things her way. Mina quickly asked, what kind of trouble are you in? In-shin replied, Mina. Then Miri burst into tears. Teacher, do you know how worried I was? That attitude surprised him. Even Miri, what are you worried about? Mina scolded. If you're going after an SS rank monster, you should wait for backup and not rush in alone like that. I was so worried you were dead. Ensign was confused. What are you two talking about? Suddenly, someone walked in and said, "It's good that you can do well after becoming an SS rank hunter." Ensign wondered, those claws are in his hands. When we found you, we didn't see any dragons around here. All there is these claws in your hands. Ensign wondered to himself, did I hold on to this when I fainted? Don't tell me everyone's concluding that I caught the dragon. Did you? Miri asked curiously. How could you have taken down something that big? All by yourself? You don't know what to say, do you? Miri revealed. The association and the media are going crazy. They're all saying you saved the Earth. Ensign exclaimed. Really? He worried, thinking, I've suddenly become a fraud. An association employee announced. Hunter Ensign is Korea's. No, the world's hero. You can expect a reward from the association after the investigation is over. Ensign was delighted. A reward, he replied, thank you. When everyone left, he leisurely sprawled on the bed. Finally, silence after everyone left. They all said I should look forward to the reward. Anyway, to stop the god of destruction, I at least have to become a great god. Whether it's an evil god or a benevolent god, I have to do everything to become a great god. System notification. You have received a quest to ascend to a great god as evil or good. He jumped up, mentioning Chow Chow. It just pops up when I think about it. Is it the condition to activate the quest? Wait, is this right? In the Ankia Empire, the figure the iron-blooded emperor emerges. He calls out Ensign in a deep voice. I sacrificed everything to gain power, and you received it so easily? That power is not suitable for a child like him. I will chew him alive and swallow him. I will turn him into my power. Ensign is currently pondering. Finally, the mission to ascend to Great God. But isn't this a bit too much? System announcement, Great Benevolent God's mission. 1,000 billion ordinary believers or a great S believer with a 10,000 transcendence probability. Great Evil God's mission. 1,000 billion ordinary sacrifices or a grade S sacrifice with a 10,000 transcendence probability. Remembering what the Nightmare Queen once said, when someone wins the God's festival, they can absorb the defeated God. You know, Nightmare said, I can use the God's festival anytime to ascend to evil God faster. But the problem is becoming a great benevolent God. Then I have to increase the number of followers to that level. But I need to stop that damn God of destruction. I have to achieve it at all costs. Anyway, I need to catch Joe no matter what. The Emperor that Nightmare mentioned. He's lower level than me. But now he can borrow power from those bastards. So, I need to level up too. The first thing to do is get the item. The scale of the God of Peace that Kongu mentioned. You know what they say, a full belly makes for a happy warrior. I heard the food in this hospital is amazing. Heading to the hospital cafeteria. Oh, Sung Jin-woo runs into a familiar face. What? Even bandaged from head to toe, Steven still has the energy to flirt. I suppose Bong Shik's English name should be Steven. He dramatically says, My dear, do you really not know who I am? I am Steven, an S-rank hunter. The woman awkwardly replies, I honestly have no idea. Please, I need to visit a relative in the hospital. Sung Jin-woo thinks, I heard Bong Shik got seriously injured, and I was worried sick. But he's got the energy to flirt, so I guess he's okay. He still doesn't give the woman a break. It's okay. At least you know who I am now. Can I have your number? She stammers, Actually, he heard Sung Jin-woo call out his name, Bong Shik. So, he angrily turns around and asks, Who dares to call me by my given name? Sung Jin-woo smiles, raising a fist. Who, you ask? Do you have a death wish? Steven was surprised. Insane. What the heck are you doing here? He thought to himself. Insane. I heard he single-handedly fought a dragon, one I couldn't even get close to. Damn it, who knew I'd be in the same hospital as him? Insane chided him. Seriously, why are you bothering people in the hospital like this? Steven made excuses. It's just that she looked familiar, so... The girl rushed to his side. Teacher, Insane. He's been blocking my way for a while now. Insane was surprised. Teacher, are you also a student at the academy? Wait a minute. He flared up in anger. Are you daring to touch my student again? Faced with this intensity, Steven quickly denied it. No, it's just a misunderstanding. Insane chased him away. Misunderstanding my ass. Get lost. Steven hurried away. Damn it, I almost had her. Okay, I'm leaving now. Got it. Try threatening my students again, just you try. Even if you're a student from the Hunter Academy. How do you know me? The girl stammered in shock. Sir? Teacher? Don't tell me you don't remember me? In-shin muttered, I don't think I had you in my class. Then who are you? She introduced herself. It's me, Hazu, sir. It's Hazu, the one you saved before. In-shin was shocked. Hazu. At the same time, his unique skill, omniscient eyes, activated. Hazu, human female, 19 years old. Special note, undergone a complete transformation. Due to receiving countless blessings from the god of abundance, In-shin. Still can't believe it. You're really Hazu? She confirmed, yes, it's me. I heard you were in this hospital, so I came to visit. On the other side, Stephen was trembling with anger. He cursed, damn it. I can't believe that bastard In-sung humiliated me. I will never forgive you. Seeing someone downstairs, he widened his eyes. What's that? Don't tell me. You're stealing the prey that was about to fall in my net. He trembled with rage, swearing, I'll kill you. In-sung, my student. So, after graduating, you became a farmer? She replied, yes. Strangely, after my resurrection, I really took a liking to farm work. He thought to himself, is it because of the blessing of the god of abundance? Well, it is a blessing of the god of agriculture, after all. Hazu suddenly asked, hey, teacher. She respectfully bowed her head. Then, sincerely said, thank you so much for saving me and my mother. I will use the rest of my life to repay you. While In-sung was still stunned, he received a notification. Hazu has become a believer in the Earth Branch. Hazu's skill, the blessing of the bountiful god. It can share super probability transfer. That probability might be possible from the blessing of numerous banquets. Bountiful blessing. Hazu finished speaking and bid him farewell, saying she was leaving. There are still some procedures to complete before she re-enters the academy. He replied, okay. Looking at her departing figure, he thought to himself, I see. It's thanks to the blessing of the bountiful God. It's a little strange, but everything is still okay somehow. Stephen, at this moment, was secretly preparing to attack In-shin. From behind, he thought, no matter how much stronger you are than me, how can you possibly withstand this sneak attack? In-shin sighed. Thanks to Hazu, I gained an S-level believer point, but there's still a long way to go. I wish high-level believers would fall from the sky like rain. Suddenly, a voice roared from behind, Die In-sung. A barrage of magic bombs rained down upon him. Stephen gloated, saying, this is for daring to snatch my kill. The ground exploded as the bombs detonated. When the smoke cleared, only dust remained where In-sung had stood. Stephen was ecstatic. That's it. It proves I'm stronger than a jerk like you. Footsteps echoed. He excitedly thought, wish fulfillment really exists. Stephen couldn't believe his eyes. How is he still completely unscathed? This bastard is no longer human. This feeling is exactly like when I faced that dragon, seeing In-sung like a demon advancing towards him. He realized he couldn't move. In-sung placed a hand on his shoulder, calling out, Bong's sick. He desperately thought, I'm dead. In-sung mercifully said, I will give you only one way to live. Stephen was shocked. What? You? Obey my command and become a follower of Tao now. Then Tao will forgive all your sins. From this moment on, he still doesn't understand. What is this guy even talking about? He raises his fist. If you don't want to, then prepare to be punished for all your sins. Right now, Stephen hurriedly says, I believe in you. I believe in you, In-shik. I sincerely believe in you, In-shik. Under In-shik's threat, Bong-shik has become a follower of In-shik. The skill of mastering space-time has been shared. The mission of the Great Archangel. Ordinary followers, 1 trillion. Or S-class followers with a transcendence probability, 767 out of 10,000. In-shik is relieved. That's right, you punk. From now on, you better listen to me, got it? He replies, yes, sir. He raises his fist threateningly. I made myself clear, and you still dare to defy me? I'll cripple you, got it? He sobbed, begging for mercy. Understand now, Master In-shin. The next day, at Mount Yuri, In-shin happily strolled through the forest. With a teleportation skill, it's so convenient. I can get to such a remote place in the blink of an eye. Looking at the formation before him, he guessed. This is where the scales of the god of peace are hidden. In-shin felt a surge of anticipation. Let's go in. Just then, a call came unexpectedly. Who's calling at this hour? A series of notifications popped up. A warning. Warning! The wedding ceremony between number 1 and the god-blooded is being destroyed. In-ho, at this moment, was wearing a groom's attire. Aboard the Empress of the Great Kronos Alliance's spaceship, In-ho stood on the altar. Before him stood his bride. In-ho silently gazed at her through the screen, and he guessed, could he be charmed by that woman? Without knowing that she carries the blood of the god of destruction within her. Insen, wake up. Seo, Insen shouted anxiously. Inho, get a grip. He hurts her, Insen. Seo, hurry and wake up. This woman is... She recognized me? Oh dear, it's the god Insen? Is she Esmeralda? The queen of the great space-time alliance, who once carried the blood of the god of destruction. But she returned to being a normal human, with their help, activating the eye of the blind god. Esmeralda was made a disciple of the god of destruction from birth, and forced to inherit his blood. She tried to resist her fate and the god of destruction, but failed, and when she was desperately about to give up, Inho, he appeared, promising me he'd protect you. After a fierce battle, Inho defeated the destroyer god's clone. Thanks to Inho, Esmeralda was able to break free from the god's blood ties. Insen breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. Esmeralda spoke up. I heard you, Inho, saying there's a god you worship, and I also need to empower that person, even though I'm much weaker than Inho. If you allow it, I will also dedicate my faith to you. System low-grade S-rank holy being, Miranda has become your believer, equivalent to 10 S-rank believers. Insen's faith has been spread to the Great Temporal Alliance. Insen shocked 10 S-rank believers, and his faith spread to the Temporal Alliance. Then there will be many more believers, right? Sincerely say, thank you, Inho. Congratulations on your wedding. I'll contact you later. Both husband and wife said in unison, yes, master. Inho, please have mercy. He's certain that, with this, the mission to benefit the gods will be much easier. Or should we go find the remaining artifacts now? Entering the formation, 30 minutes later, he was still wandering in the cave. Looking around, Inho guessed. It seems like it's here. Before him were a series of statues, and there was even a statue of the scales of peace. Looking at that thing, he knew immediately it was the scales of the god of justice. Should I take it? Inho cautiously sensed danger. A statue beside him cracked. A giant monster roared. Insen said helplessly, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but it should be a piece of cake. The almighty index finger of God. But nothing's happening? You look shocked. Why are my skills activating? The middle finger of divine judgment. Skill reward, Merry Lightning. God bestows the skill, Demon Sword. System warning. A distortion in the laws of causality has been detected. 95% of skills have been sealed by a powerful entity. He thought angrily. An entity sealed my skills? Someone with that kind of power. Wait, it must be Yunsong. Kyondo Geols said, it must be the god of destruction, and cheerfully ate popcorn. The tears of prosperity cried, that power is too immense. She couldn't help but curse. Damn it, is this a trap? But I still have 5% of my power. I still have a way out of here. So he swung his fist to face the monster head-on. Inzhun, believe in Inho. Inzhun told himself, put your faith in him. Skillshare Inho. Super strength. Inshun's giant body punched the monster away. He sighed in relief. Okay, only one hand is enhanced. But this is... Another monster charged out beside him. Inzhun became even more tense. Looking at the two monsters in front of him, he exclaimed, another one? Damn it, I could handle one. The system notified. The Seeker of Eternal Truth. 9 has used his principle of causality to intervene, changing the gate. The space-time on the 45th floor into the ruins of the God of Fairness. Conditions for helping Inzhun, who has fallen into the god's trap and taken away the scales of the God of Fairness. Reading this notification, Inho was shocked. Mr. Inzhun is trapped. Esmeralda said, he must be in danger. He confirmed it. I think he desperately needs help. She knows. Even if I beg you to stay, you'll still go, right? I said helping him is more important. Everything. Esmeralda held Inho's hand tightly. She said softly, I'll wait for you. Wait until you help God Insen reach the top of the tower. Please come back soon. He promised. I can't guarantee it, but I'll definitely be back. Immediately, Inho teleported to where God Insen was. I'm here. Inho saw him and rejoiced. You're here, but you're taller than me now, huh? Inho explained. Didn't you make me taller with your divine power? System display. Seeker of Eternal Truth. 9 and the fragments of God used the principle of causality to summon. Hoi Inho. The current location has changed to the 45th floor of the Warrior Tower. Inho's body size will be automatically adjusted. He curiously thought, what is God? Inho firmly gripped the sword in his hand. First, we have to eliminate these guys, Shin suggested. But Inho, hey, can I borrow the spirit armor for a moment? My holy power is all sealed, he readily agreed. Of course. It was originally yours. He put on the spirit armor. Feeling a pang of guilt, he thought, taking back a gift is pretty bad. But this is an emergency situation. The monster began to move. It swung its fist downward. In-Shin rushed towards them. In-Ho swung his sword and slashed. Seeing them defeated, he exclaimed, I knew they weren't that strong. Both advance. Their goal is to obtain the balance of peace. Ha-Bin. In-Ho said to the Demoness, so you're the final boss? Huh? Come at me. The eyes of the Demoness flashed a bright red. A gloomy voice echoed, where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is creation, there is destruction. Everything is fair. But when creation disappears, only destruction remains, transforming it into a monster, devouring everything in the world. Her voice carried a power that In-Ho couldn't endure. While In-Sin was safe in his holy armor, she continued to speak. In-Sin, just as foretold, you inherited his bloodline and protection, but it won't change anything. Standing before someone with overwhelming power, you'll realize how useless you are. A brilliant light flashed from the palm of her hand. The four directions are over there. Alpha and the deep abyss are standing side by side. In-Sung suddenly transmigrated here. He looked down from above and hesitated, asking, where is this? In-Sung frowned, thinking, even though the appraisal window didn't appear, I can still instinctively feel their divine power. How powerful it is. Both are great demon gods, the monsters of greed and lies, and the ruler of the abyss. He wondered, could these demon gods be enemies here to destroy me? No, the deep abyss said to the iron-blooded monarch, we only desire one thing from you. That is, you must bring the apostle who killed us and devour their power right before our eyes. Come here, Alpha spoke up. We'll only be satisfied after we've devoured him raw, swallowing that bastard's flesh and blood to the very last drop. Oh, hearing that makes me want to roar. Don't you dare order me around. The Blood Iron Emperor's power suddenly erupts, causing the two of them to hold back in fear. The Emperor appears and says, I only cooperate with you out of necessity. That's all there is to it. I am not your subordinate. The system displays his information. Emperor, Blood Iron Emperor, and the God of Anchovy. Special note, despises and wants to kill In-Sin. After reading the information, he thinks to himself, why is Anchovy's emperor here? And he's allied with these guys too. What exactly is he plotting? The God of the Deep mutters, you're so brazen. How could Anchovy's new god? Hearing this, the emperor coldly shouts, shut your mouth. And after you've handed over what you promised, get lost. Burning with rage, you arrogant fool. How dare you, you maggot. Do you have a death wish, newly ascended god? The iron-blooded emperor stood his ground. Keep threatening me. If you harm me, you won't be able to kill In-Shin. I told you before, we are allies. Alpha spoke up, though annoyed. He's right. It's true that we would have difficulty eliminating In-Shin if the trust between us is broken. The abyss, though frustrated, had to stay silent. Then she said, he has the spirit to pursue his great ambition so fiercely, which is understandable. Very well, you mortal, consider yourself honored to be granted some of our divine power. Saying that, she enlarged herself and transferred power to the iron-blooded emperor. He barely had time to adjust to the surge of power and cried out in pain from the new sensation. His whole being felt like it was being violently ripped apart. System announcing, the exclusive Eyes of the Blind God has been activated. In-Si quickly scanned through the Emperor's profile. It all started one day, when a colossal dome suddenly appeared in Ansha. It called itself the Guidance Dome, and 10 chosen people were taken inside the dome by a certain god. Their bodies were shrunk down to the size of a thumb. That's when the system appeared. System, congratulations. You have been chosen as a seed of God. A boy, chosen as a seed of God. But he was reluctant to leave the world behind. His mother gently stroked his head, comforting him. It's okay, my dear, don't worry. But the boy couldn't shake his fear. His eyes, brimming with tears, looked up at the dome. The system continues to announce that the tutorial round has begun. The last survivor can become either a saint or a fiend, a god, depending on their own capabilities, until only one person remains. 239 hours. And 50 minutes have passed since the tutorial began. Currently, there are 3 survivors left in the tutorial round. A muscular guy and a mother with her child. They possess no combat abilities whatsoever. When cornered, he resorts to despicable tricks, pushing the mother and child forward. He curses, you're going to die anyway. So, You might as well distract that ant. Damn it. You were already a hindrance, dragging that useless kid around. Then the strongest man, the firefighter, pushes the child and its mother to be bait for the bug. And it was at that moment he put all his remaining strength into swinging his fist into the bug's lower jaw. The firefighter sacrificed his right arm and killed the bug. 240 hours have passed since the tutorial began. Currently, there are only 2 survivors left in the tutorial. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. What? I killed them all, so why are there still 2 people left? Then the man had an idea. Don't tell me it's the egg. That also counts as a survivor. Just as he said that, the eggshell in front of him slowly cracked. System announcement. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the parasitic lesser god authority bestowed by the great demon god. At the speed of light, you have successfully entered a parasitic state. Skill incubation activated. Devour is the skill of absorption. The target's ability has been devoured by you. What's he going to bounce back with? Devour little god parasite. What does that even mean? Don't tell me that powerless kid inside the egg, he survived until the end. The child who was supposed to be eaten with his mother has become its parasite. At the speed of light, the incredible vitality of one blessed by a demonic god. That child is the current emperor of Ankia. The terrified man stumbled backward, frantically pleading, "Please, I'm sorry. Let me compensate you somehow." Before he could finish his sentence, the iron-blooded, the emperor ignited a flame from his fingertip. System, you have used the fire of the god of destruction obtained from Devour. Then, using the power from the flame, eliminates the thug. System, inform. Only 1 survivor remains in the tutorial, and the tutorial will now end. The emperor coldly declared, "Those bastards who brought me and my mother to this state, I will never forgive them. I'll devour even that god star." Then, the emperor began absorbing the power of the gods, native to Ansha, using his nutrition and parasitism skills, and built his own empire. Until Ensign appeared. He sat on his throne, grumbling. "I can't believe I can't control the Gazami water. Just because of that damn Ensign. If only I had eaten Ansha and number 1. Then I could truly become a god. You agree, don't you, Ensign?" Ensign was startled by the sudden reveal. The emperor continued to ask, "How much longer are you going to keep peeking at me?" Clenching his fist, he said with resentment, "Don't you think this is a little unfair? The power I obtained from becoming an insect merely is being surpassed by you, who got it by messing with a..." The system notification popped up again. Loyal insect overlord. Vicious demanded a festival of the god, Ensign. He recalled the Nightmare Queen's words and thought, "What? This is exactly what the Nightmare Queen said would happen. She said he was still weaker than me. I can't avoid it. I can't choose." When requested by someone with a lower divinity, the system sent information again. A festival of the gods between the vicious insect, overlord, and Ensign has been established. Title: Wargame. Slaughter and madness were linked to the lord, to the cruel insect, and Inho. The mark between Inho and the emperor glowed simultaneously. He coldly warned, "Just wait, Inho. Once I absorb all the divine power of the great demon gods, I will take your head myself." He smirked, emphasizing, "Don't die before then." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void. "Inho, please run." Inho vaguely recognized. Isn't that number 1's voice? He clutched his throbbing head, remembering. Right, I'm currently. Inho is struggling against the scale of justice. "Justice," she smirked, revealing sharp teeth. "I was trying to kill you before you woke up. But it seems you were able to escape the dream faster." Inshin finally realized, a dream? Did he use a skill on me back then? A weary, almost exhausted, Inho turned to warn Inshin. "Please run. He's too strong." She tells them to shut up. No one will escape from here. Then they charge forward to attack. Inshin fiercely rushes into the fight, taking Inho's place. "I'll be the one to kill you." His small body doesn't hesitate. He charges into battle against the giant god, but it doesn't seem to faze him at all. After a flurry of blows, both the soul armor and Inshin have taken significant damage. He bitterly thinks, "So much power, even though I'm wearing soul armor." Inho immediately rushes forward. "Lord Inshin, I'll stop him here. You won't lay a finger on him." She smirks wickedly. "You're quite something. Most of your power has been sealed by our divine authority seal." Inshin slowly rises, proclaiming powerfully, "Listen up, number 1. No one is allowed to kill my followers in front of me. I will never run away." Inshin emphasizes again, "I won't. I'd rather die than run away." The system displays some new notifications. InSean's new exclusive. 95% of InSean's sealed power has returned. The seal class of Tandash, the trace of the god of peace, has been destroyed by the power of the exclusive. InSean repeats in surprise. Fingerpoint of God, a surge of soothing power envelopes InSean. He realizes his power is returning. Karma, transcendent divine power, and sub-hoodie have been detected. Link confirmed. User, 10 InSean have been identified. Initiating soul synchronization. Synchronization process 99.9%. The spirit armor instantly reaches the divine armor state. Ultimate embody. InSean releases an unprecedented surge of power. She wonders in shock. What is this outbreak of holy power? Answer me confidently. What's with the what? You'll die right now. Spirit armor cannon fist activate. Power aimed directly at her. She has no time to defend, just as the power is about to hit. The scale of divine merit can only scream, impossible. That bastard's power, it's certain. In an instant, she's gone without a trace. Inho also had to close his eyes, unable to watch that destructive power. He turns and excitedly says, "You really are Mr. Insone. If it weren't for your help, I'd be in big trouble. Thanks, number 1. System announcement. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared level 45 of the Warrior's Tower. Space-time challenge. Ruins of the God of Peace. The next challenge will begin soon." Inho watched as his body gradually dissolved. He quickly said his farewells to Insone. Then I'll succeed in the trial as well. Next up, safe travels until Inho disappears completely. Insone thought, I guess I should head back too. Back to reality. Insone was sitting, gazing at the spoils lying on the table. The scales of the God of Peace. It was an artifact of a deceased god. It had been used for 2,220,005. Special note. It is sealed. He rubbed his chin, puzzled. I have no idea what this is for. I'll give it to Kangwoo for now. Since he's a regressor, he might know something about this. Suddenly, the TV broadcast a news report. The next news is about today's Hunter rankings. The list has finally been released. The list of representatives from Korea includes Coach Jong Hyuk, Hunter Mina Miri, Stephen Choi, and last but not least, the demon swordsman, Isen. Furthermore, sources say that Hunter Yong Hyuk suffered a significant blow. After losing his spirit armor, he stated that he couldn't participate as a player, so he volunteered to be a coach. Isen thought to himself, just as Yong Hyuk said, they added my name to the list of representatives? That's fair. I showed them abilities only S rank or higher can possess. But I still need to prepare for the Emperor's Gods Festival. Should I bring the war crown to the Hunter War? That's a great idea. He leaned back amused. What else? If only we knew exactly when the Emperor would call. My beloved stalker. Bountiful announcement. Limitless said it would take 2 to 6 months for him to fully absorb the power of the two great gods. Shin admired him. Indeed bountiful. Silent Nightmare slyly advised giving up on leveling up slowly and going straight to the Emperor to deal with him. He turned away angrily, saying, no matter what, I'm going to face the Emperor, so don't worry, whether it's a good spirit or a bad one. I'm just going to do what I want. Just then, there was a light tapping at the door. He wondered, who could be coming at this hour? But he still went to open the door. InSean, his son, peeked her head in and asked, who is it? It was Hazu and Miri. Hazu wanted to see InSean to ask for a favor. It's about Bong Shik League, she said anxiously. He keeps showing up next to me whenever he wants. InSean muttered annoyedly. Don't tell me he's using teleportation. Yes, and he keeps asking me out on dates. But I hate him because of his arrogance. So I told Miri, and she said that Master might be able to help me. InSean exclaimed angrily. How dare he do that to my student? Bong Shik, this guy's got some nerve. He's thinking, because he's one of my followers. A good scolding should be enough. But first, I need to give him a beating, to knock some sense into him. Let's do things in that order. Suddenly, the whole room endured a violent tremor. Warning, 3 dangerous monsters have appeared. Alert, hunters of S rank or higher. Please gather at the location nearest to you. Hazu and Miri couldn't keep calm. 3 S-rank monsters? Teacher, hurry. Take a look at their location. Does anything seem off to you? This location is right in front of the teacher's house, and in the sky right now. A wind dragon is rampaging freely. Of course, the one going toe-to-toe with it is Bong-sik. He said arrogantly, "The fastest one is me." Steven, the time-space dominator, went live immediately. Breaking news. The monsters have spread all over Seoul. Even while fighting, he didn't forget to glance at the camera. Teasing his zoo, "Look how cool and strong I am." Insin, annoyed, said, "He's so punchable. Is he still a student or something?" Then he turned to Miri. "Can I borrow your helmet for a bit? I can handle all three of them myself, so you two wait here." The battle between Jiolong and Bong-sik was still raging fiercely. He, the human scum, smirked sinisterly. "You're done for." Before the monsters could do anything, Insin rushed in and punched Jiolong with a single punch, causing it to roar in pain. Bong-sik thought dazedly, "Wait, the monsters I was going to catch. Now." Then a fist came close, leaving him no time to react. Bong-sik took a direct hit from Insin's punch. His face was severely distorted. Only then did Bong-sik stammer a few words. "Oh, who are you to dare attack the ruler of space-time?" Insin wanted to question him. "How dare you disturb my student?" he said, but then, "Never mind. Let me hit you a few more times, then I'll tell you." Then he flew at him again, aiming for a few more blows. But he quickly used his teleportation skill, instantly teleporting to a towering skyscraper. Bong-sik, holding his stinging face, thought bitterly, "Where is this? Too rushed? I didn't pay attention. Let's see where I teleported to. Isn't this the Casa building? If I'm not mistaken, this place is 10 kilometers away from the previous one." He thought narcissistically, "Oh my god, I didn't expect I could teleport so far. Does that mean I broke another limit? I'm scared of my own talent." In the void, a voice echoed, "Beloved Bong-sik." "Ah, you're still thinking like a high schooler, huh?" He warily glances around. Looking up at the sky, he sees In-sung with his arms crossed. "Since when?" Bong-sik wonders if he chased him all the way here. "Who the heck are you?" In-sung slowly opens the helmet visor. "Ryu In-sung is the name." "That's me. I heard you're interested in my Hazu. Is that right? I think we need to have a little chat." But who knew a monster would suddenly appear? Bong-sik no longer has his former arrogance. He hesitates. "That." In-sung gives him a hint. "Would you like to get beat up before we talk?" Bong-sik is frightened. He immediately uses his teleportation skill and disappears. He sighs, "How annoying." In another place, Chief, observing the situation through a large screen. "They took it down easier than we thought." The secretary added, "They say Steven was the first to arrive because of his teleportation ability. And there was also a mysterious person in a helmet, sir." The chief asked, "So, those two are the ones who defeated the S-class monster?" The secretary confirmed, "Yes. And it seems they've moved on to the National Assembly building." Just then, another giant monster appeared out of nowhere. In-sung and Bong-sik were still playfully teasing. "Please stop." But In-sung had no intention of letting him go. Running was useless. "Come here, I'll beat you up until you're little." Middle school syndrome is cured. The scene of the two, happily, playing caught the monster's eye. Meanwhile, Bong-sik ran, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry. It was my fault. I won't do it again." Suddenly, he stopped, spotting something massive, moving above him. The monster was about to unleash a crushing blow upon the two humans. The instant its hand slammed into the ground, a shock wave erupted, sending rocks and dust flying. When the dust settled, the deep crater showed no sign of either of them. Bong-sik sat huddled, stunned. "I dodged it thanks to my teleportation skill." Is In-sung dead? The monster is drawn to something ahead. It's In-sung. He's gone giant too, and is taking on the monster solo. "I get it. You're hoping to die too, huh?" He activated skill share, super steel physique, to transform into a giant. "Then I'll have a heart-to-heart with the monster. I'll grant your wish first, you brute." In-sung lunged towards the monster. Seeing his small figure, it still didn't understand what he was doing here. Not letting it wait long, In-sung poured all his power into a punch with his right hand. While cursing it to die, a surge of power was released, colliding with the monster's throat. Blood gushed out of its mouth. The TV reported again. Monsters suddenly swarmed into Seoul today. However, the S-rank hunter, In-sung, successfully defeated it and attracted the attention of the World Hunter Association. In-sung is talking to his manager. "Have you received the Korean beef we sent? We are really looking forward to cooperating with you." He politely replied, thanking them for sending the gift. He glanced at the box of beef, lost in thought. "My novel is currently in the top 10 worldwide, so they treat me very differently now." The person on the other end of the line continued, "Oh my, of course, we'll send you a person. If you can reach the #1 spot, then we'll send you even more in. And excitedly replied, send more? I'll do my best. Then I'll send the manuscript right away. He happily thought, all right, the 5th draft is done. The manager smiled gleefully. Yes, yes, thank you. Looking at his phone, he thought to himself, my writing speed has increased so rapidly ever since I became a Trung then. It's on a completely different level now. CEO John asked from the side in, it seems like you've become a famous author. Can I go brag to my friends? And said, tell them I'll treat them to Takuki. Tell them I'll give them autographs. System announcement. High clone has been added, bringing the total to 3,000. S-Class Sacrifice to enhance your writing abilities. S-Class Sacrifice with overwhelming power, 3,000 out of 10,000. Writing skill increased by 850. He calculates. My sacrifice level reached 3,000 after killing the Oxer. That's it, but the increased writing skill is welcome. And I even got clones too. The system indicates 2 new clones have been added recently. They can be summoned simultaneously. Incian's eyes lit up. 2 clones at once, huh? Then I'll summon them right away. He raises his thumb, activating the thriving gesture. Countless beams of light appear in the room. CEO John is extremely excited by the sight. 2 copies of Incian appear. Incian's eyes widen. He realizes they are 2 copies. They look exactly like me when I was younger. CEO John jumps on his back and asks curiously, you've turned into 2 more people. Is this power something you have because you're a high-ranking hunter? Inshin can only answer vaguely. Huh? The clone points at the original, muttering about destruction. Before he could finish saying destruction, his stomach rumbled loudly. CEO John guessed he must be hungry. Let's go eat hamburgers. His stomach is growling so loudly. Inshin has to give in to the little girl's wishes. Then we'll go eat hamburgers. In a hamburger restaurant, 2 children are devouring their food. Inshin looks at his clones and starts naming them. Okay, then the one with the mole on his forehead will be Samshin, and the one holding the pen will be Sashin. Sashin said he was busy and returned to my body. He looks at Samshin. I wonder what their abilities are. Even though an appraisal window appeared information appeared when I named them. Samshin, a seed of the god of destruction, has been used for countless years. Special note. It only knows how to say the word destruction. Shin, a seed of the creation god, has been used for who knows how many years. Special note, always carries a fountain pen. Shin thought with suspicion. What the heck? How did the 2 excellent seeds of the gods become? My clones? The latest news grabbed everyone's attention. A monster has invaded the Gangdong district. All residents in the surrounding areas have been evacuated to the nearest shelter. The customer sitting near Shin's side. Another S-Class monster. Does this mean the world is ending? No sooner had he spoken than a giant foot crushed the hamburger shop. A monster looking like a sea monster came ashore, roaring at humanity. Threateningly, everyone panicked and scattered like a disturbed nest of ants. Only Ensign remained calmly seated, asking his niece, John Somi, do you think the monster is scary? The innocent girl replied, no, because you're here, uncle. Ensign responded, that's right. Wait for me a moment. I'll take care of it. Just as Ensign was about to use his powerful finger technique, Jaishin stood up and declared annihilation, then unleashed a formidable surge of power. The monster stumbled back, howling in pain. Even Ensign was astonished by the power from his own protege. Soon, the monster gradually dissolved into nothingness. Its rate of disintegration accelerated. It turned out that Jaishin had absorbed all of its energy. Nearby witnesses whispered, that child just defeated an S-Class monster. It's eating that monster. I wonder if it'll turn into a monster too. Why haven't the hunters arrived yet? They're gossiping again. Didn't they say he's an S-rank hunter, Inho? But what is he doing with that little monster? After digesting it, CEO Inho coldly uttered one word, annihilate. Those around him saw that sharp, cold look in his eyes and couldn't help but feel fear. So scary. Is it going to eat us too? Inho thought to himself. If I don't handle this correctly, it'll be a real problem. Then he explained to everyone, this hunter is my student. They won't hurt anyone. Everyone was too terrified by that monstrous power, and they ran away as fast as their legs could carry them. Isn't that what the kid said when he shot the laser? Let's run. In a flash, the entire store was empty. Ensign muttered to himself that they had all run away. Oh well, what was that just now? It just used the aura of annihilation to devour the monster. Chion Dujiol SSA was speaking as he swung his sword. Those little brats need to be taught manners from a young age. Musong AG. advised against raising such a terrifying creature, and suggested killing it immediately. Song-suk Buljin said, even though it's the seed of a god of destruction, it might become a useful person if properly taught. Insin wondered, Song-suk Buljin? That might be true, but it's still better to get rid of it immediately. Suddenly, Insin's body began to dissipate. He exclaimed in surprise, destruction? Insin and Song-jan were both shocked. 3xin puts his hand on the girl's head. Even though he said nothing but destruction, Song-jan could reply, okay, little one, come play with me again next time. 3xin agrees and then disappears. Insin stood to the side, not understanding what the heck was going on. How can they communicate with each other? At Insin's house, he rests his hand on his chin, thinking, Insin's skills aren't ordinary either. If I can use it wisely, then maybe I could defeat the emperor at the festival. The three gods' special notes. Seongjun's kind heart has moved the dark energy. It liked the hamburger Seongjun suggested. Try feeding it 10 more, or even more hamburgers daily. Maybe it'll be better than you expect. Remember when he put his hand on Seongjun's head? Contrary to the worried Gung Tungja's thoughts, it seems the dark energy of the three Shin is gradually being purified by Seongjun. In other words, the abilities of the four Shin are still an enigma. That fountain pen he keeps carrying around seems suspicious. New quest created. Quest. Create a blockbuster film that will make the universe explode. Attract viewers with a moving performance. He couldn't believe high. Oops, I think I misread that. What exactly did it say I had to do? System? You are now being transferred to the Galactic Empire's battlefield. Insean vanished, grumbling as he went. What a sudden turn of events. Wait, I still have to negotiate with the king during the Festival of the Gods. Insean was swiftly transported to a spaceship. The ant race recognized him. One of them excitedly raised their hand. You finally arrived, Insean. Insean politely responded. Yes, hello. The space station personnel recognized him, didn't they? The god who saved the queen, right? The queen was quite desperate, so she sent a letter to him. He's the only actor who can replace number one, who left because of the Warrior's Tower. The ant, who is supposedly the director, said, I'm very glad to meet you in person. This film was supposed to introduce a formidable rival for number one. However, he left for the Warrior's Tower. In-sung thought angrily. So, I'm just number one's replacement? How dare they? He brushed off the director's hand and flatly refused. Forget it, I'm busy now. Go find someone else. But the director kept begging. No, please. Just this once, I beg you. I promise to make you a cosmic superstar. Cosmic superstar, my foot. You think those words will fool me? He angrily ordered him. If you don't release me, don't blame me for not warning you. The system announced. Citizens of the Galactic Empire were shocked by the news. In-sung, to play the male lead in the film produced by the Empress. The number of potential followers for In-sung is increasing, rising rapidly. The potential number of In-sung's followers in the Galactic Empire is over 252 billion and still skyrocketing. In-sung asked the director, excuse me, how many people live in the Galactic Empire? The director replied, right now, about 50 million trillion people. Why do you ask? He gleefully thought, total population is over 50 million trillion. If there's just one news article about me, I could get 250 billion potential followers. So if I can get these fans to say, I believe in you, In-sung. His attitude flipped faster than a pancake. The director responded, let's do it. I'll sign the contract right here, right now. I'll put in my absolute best effort. In his heart, he was overjoyed. So, that means I might be able to get 1 trillion followers. The manager called, inquiring about the situation. Hello, I know this is a very important time, but I just wanted to ask if your writing is going okay. He replies, are you asking me this while I'm filming? No, I'm currently on a break for personal reasons. He thinks to himself, I can't believe I'm in outer space, and I'm still being reminded about deadlines. The manager is curious. What personal reasons could you have? He says, let me finish this sentence and hang up. Please just post a notice that I will be temporarily taking a short break for personal reasons. Okay, bye. The manager hurriedly advises, taking a break. Wait a moment. The director reminds actor In-shin. Now, we're going to shoot the next scene. In-shin firmly thinks, my novel is important too. But right now, the future of Earth is my priority. Camera rolling. Okay, In-shin, let's start the scene. I swing my sword down on the demonic heavenly sword. Director yells, okay, cut. Next, we'll film the fight scene. of Mr. Number 1. So In Shin, please get ready. He replies, got it. Another staff member asks In Shin in his in-home makeup, how do you like it? The director made this prop himself, so it's easy to use. He confirms, yeah, it's really easy to move. System notification. Saintis and Chia and the people of the Gaia Kingdom have created a golden idol. Do you want to accept it? Li In-shin wonders, Saintis? What's this? She explains, it's a statue made of gold. Please accept it, In-shin. In-shin knows, ever since she discovered the Iraq gold mine, she still wondered what to do with it. They all gathered, just to make that gold statue for her. But if it's real gold, its value would be... I accepted the statue purely out of sincerity, certainly not for the money. How could I refuse the Saintis' sparkling eyes? System reminder. The Greed Gold Iron Idol has crafted 9. Inseong SSI? Wait a minute. Why did the name change from Gold Iron Idol to Greed Gold Iron Idol? Of greed? System reminder. Craft 300 Greed Gold Iron Idols. An extraordinary miracle will occur. He was curious. Not just a small miracle, but an extraordinary one. I feel a bit sorry for them. But this Saintis, can she make 291 more statues? She agreed, of course. We will work hard to make them and offer them to you. Insun's face lit up with happiness. Thank you so much. I wonder what will happen after I receive 300 more statues. About 10 days later, according to Earth time, he rubbed his aching shoulders, thinking to himself, today is the last day of filming. It must have been 10 days on Earth. But time here passes 4 times slower, so it takes us 40 days. The Hunter War has already started and is currently in the round of 16. From the Korean side, Assassin Baekshin, Mina and Miri have advanced to the round of 16. Luckily, my clones can also participate in the war. Hunters. And I have to admit, if I participated myself, might not do as well. At the chairman's office of the Hunters Association, Jinwoo said, within Song, you even have the skill of duplication? That's not important. As long as your clones are on the same level as you, that's guaranteed. Please don't worry, their fighting abilities are excellent too. In-song thought to himself further. My side will probably reach 1,000 billion believers soon, because we've filmed a great movie. The system notified, the Saintis has finished crafting 300 Kim Greed's golden idols. In-song exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's already done? He continued, reading the notification. And cheese gold is an item containing the divinity of an unnamed supreme god. If you offer 300 golden idols to that unnamed god, then an extraordinary miracle will occur. Do you wish to offer 300 golden idols to the nameless god? Insu instantly agrees. Of course I do. There's no way I'd pass up such an extraordinary miracle. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. Seriously? Is this for real? System display. Grand Benevolent God Promotion Quest in progress. S-Class believers have the potential to become transcendents. 600/10,000. Offering an additional 300 golden idols of greed. Golden idols of greed to the nameless God. Turning them into S-Class believers with the potential to become transcendents. From now on, for every golden idol of greed that is created, the number of believers will increase by 1. Insu exclaims, jackpot, oh my god, I don't know. But thank you so much, sir. So I can soon defeat both the Emperor and the gods, annihilate them all. Meanwhile, in Chia, the god Kai ruling the abyss, along with Alpha, are waiting. They speak. It is time, Emperor. Quickly kill that little god and offer him up to us as a sacrifice. The Emperor's fist seems to pierce through space. The entire mountain where they stand erupts in a light of destruction until the thick smoke dissipates. The figure of Emperor Kia proudly appears. He says, finally, this moment has come. Ensign. The ensign he mentions is standing under the stage lights. The host announces, Space God is not just a film, but also a legendary masterpiece. About the main character and his guardian deity. A masterful performance and a touching portrayal. Ensign has been constantly asked about his next projects. Will Ensign become a god of cinema? Ensign grinned inwardly. As soon as the movie was released, it topped the box office charts. Looks like I got some acting talent after all. He grabbed the mic and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Ensign. First of all, thank you all for your love. For Space God. His fans screamed and cheered, woo. Ensign is so cool. Ensign felt warmed by the support. The fans who are here today aren't the only ones paying close attention to, and there are people watching the broadcast. I need to seize this opportunity right now. He says sincerely, I am pleased to announce to everyone that the Space God 2 project will soon enter the production stage, and I will still be playing the main character. Once it's released, we guarantee this film will provide an experience much more exciting than Space God 1. Everyone, do you believe the sequel will also be a success? If so, please say, I believe in Shin. The people below were stunned for a moment. Everyone's expression was frozen. The television audience was also shocked. Shin thought to himself, well, this doesn't seem to be working. After all, this isn't some kind of cult. So how could they believe? One person asked. Others echoed, I believe in you, Cian. I believe it too. The entire stadium seemed to erupt. We believe in you, Cian. I believe in you too. You got this, Cian. System summary. Total number of ordinary believers currently in the Galactic Empire, 652 billion. Total number of S-class believers with the potential to become transcendents currently in the Galactic Empire, 2,254. Cian is delighted. 652 billion. I had some expectations, but this is way better than I imagined. And there are even S-class believers. I thought I'd get 1,000 or even 10,000, but with this crowd, I might actually do it. Returning spaceship. Cian is looking forward to it. Just a few more fan signing events. And I can become a great benevolent god. And then I can go back to Earth. But ever since he entered the Voyage trial, on the 46th floor, number 1 still hasn't been seen. The 46th floor is a space shrouded in darkness. And I heard that's where people can only use the strength of their own minds to defend themselves. If it were me, I probably couldn't do it, no? Instead, I want to know if there's anything I can do to help. System notification. Number 1 is requesting to share skills. The eyes of the blind god. Do you allow it? Insone will grant it immediately, of course. Let me help you. Number 1. Through your eyes. Inho says in surprise. Mr. Insone allowed skill sharing. Finally, I can see what's in front of me. In front of him is a masked figure. Knocking the pieces off the board. Looks like they've all been defeated. How useless. But there's no need to worry. The queen piece is placed down, because there are still so many chess pieces left. Below, there's a chess piece representing Inho. Inho realizes that's Master Inshin. He thinks to himself, what kind of monster is that guy? Is he Master Inshin's enemy? Ah smiles coldly. This time, I'm really looking forward to seeing if you can entertain us. Do you feel that? The foolish apostle who borrowed the eyes of the eyeless god, Inho. He curses, you bastard. What have you done? He says disdainfully, a lowlife like you shouldn't even be standing before me. That's right. Is this the karma caused by the god of destruction? Very well. You also deserve to know my name. Witness the instinct of destruction. The eyes of the void god will look through the history of the dragon, the primordial abyss. It was simply a piece of flesh cut from the god, annihilated by the white knight. But through the ages, it's like a bird emerging from its shell. A colossal dragon wearing a crown. A colossal dragon wearing a crown. It wore a crown upon its head. Born from that flesh. That's the birth of the abyss dragon. It only followed its instincts and destroyed everything. What god or apostle could stop it? And so, it devoured countless gods and their apostles. After thousands of years, it gained its own wise intellect. The dragon, having gained reason, became bored. So it started playing on a planet with life, with those it considered capable of becoming a source of power. That would help it later. It marked the creatures with the symbol of the abyss, to devour them when they had grown. And then, it grew bored again and created another game. The God Maker right here on Earth. The abyss dragon coldly asks, do you understand now? I am the one true apostle of the god of destruction, a god that you lowly humans call the abyss, and the very one who brings you fear and despair. Inho exclaimed angrily, you're saying the apocalypse is just a game to you? The abyss dragon replied, don't you also breed and kill animals? Simply to satisfy your own mouths? These two things are no different. My offerings are ripe now. Surely my father will be very pleased with this feast. Once those who call themselves heroes have truly matured, they will be devoured by me along with the earth. And then this world will only be left with barrenness and desolation. Rage surged in Inho's heart. That's utterly ridiculous. You're certainly strong. Strong enough to swallow. But this time won't be easy because our god, Lord Ensign, is here. Ensign wasn't too surprised after hearing that. I knew it, the abyss dragon is still alive, but it can choose when it will appear. They're definitely planning something. Could it be the ceremony of the gods? Was the duel between me and the Emperor also planned? If that's really the case, never mind. If the abyss appears, Earth will be doomed. I must quickly become stronger before that happens. To do that, I have to take down the Emperor first. The director steps in to remind him. We're heading to the next autograph session, sir. Ensign replies. Ensign puts that aside for the moment. Right now, I need to quickly gain more ordinary believers. As many believers as possible. As many level S believers as possible. But before that, I have to check this out. The number of my believers on Earth has increased, thanks to the activity of my avatars. You must be surprised looking at the screen now, huh? So Royce and Sasaki met in the semifinals, huh? Then the other side will be... The other side is the assassin and the three shins. You're quite looking forward to it. Finally, my avatars are meeting. Notification displayed. Okay, so we're going to start the match between the hunter, Royce, and Sasaki. Shin is very eager. It's finally started. Seeing the dark aura infiltrate someone's head. You're surprised. What is that? The exclusive power of the Eye of the Blind God has been activated. Guamu Nyan Shun, Eye of the Blind God. You see, Alpha coldly inquired. Repeat what you just said quickly. The Emperor responded. I said, the power you give me is not enough. Deep Realm God angrily scolded. You have no manners. How dare you question Dash? Criticize the power bestowed upon you? The Emperor scoffed. This level of power is nothing. That's why Dash. Quickly hand over all your divine power to me. Alpha asked in shock. What did you say? Alpha couldn't help but curse. You bastard. He then stomped his foot down. After that, he contemptuously said, a lowly piece of trash Dash. Dares to slander a higher level god. Die, Deep Realm God. Deep Realm God advised, you can't kill him. We still need him for revenge. When everything is over, then I will devour him too. I'd rather descend to Earth myself, even if I have to bear the consequences, and pay the price with my divine power. But the god of destruction will soon arrive on Earth. I must obliterate Earth before encountering him. Suddenly, Alpha sensed that wretch is inside my body. The deep sea god suspiciously asked, what? Inside your body? He opened his mouth and roared, feeling himself being bitten. The deep sea god exclaimed, wretch, are you insane? He struggled to say, it's not my intention. A dark power surged, sharing the skill of the believer. The deep sea god was terrified, looking at the power behind him that was attacking. No, this can't be. How could a stronger god be defeated so easily? Emperor Lao rushed towards her. Now, it's your turn. The abyss domain cannot be avoided. Clutching her severed arm, she roared, you bastard! Are you planning to repay kindness with hatred? The Emperor scornfully said, kindness? Please. The law of the evil god states that the strong devour the weak. The weaklings are meant to die. With those words, a punch landed squarely in the abyss domain's stomach, sending her flying backward. Her pride wouldn't let the abyss domain suffer such humiliation. I can't die like some lowly prey. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Behind you. Before she could react, the abyss domain was ambushed. The Emperor mocked. Try to bring me down with such predictable attacks. I guess the great gods aren't so special after all, huh? The abyss domain retorted. You fell for it. Her mouth widened. Her intention is to pour all of her divine power into this move. The Emperor couldn't believe he'd been set up. From the abyss god's mouth, a burst of extraordinary energy erupted. I swear, even if I have to die, as long as you damned Emperor, die with me. The Emperor, perfectly unharmed, said, unexpected. You did your best, but that's all you could do. That pathetic little spark. The abyss god exclaimed in horror. How can he withstand my flames? Now, it's my turn to show you my power. I'll let you witness the fire from within this body. Consider this your final gift. Power like a swirling purple vortex descended. The abyss god was beaten, covered in wounds. The Emperor released a cloud of smoke. Taste your own medicine. He activates the devour skill. The Emperor's entire body is enveloped in crimson power. He gazes triumphantly at his new form. System, the ultimate display has received the title of Grandmaster. Congratulations on completing the tutorial. He sighs in relief, finally done with this tutorial. This grueling training. I've waited so long for this moment. System, notification. Having completed the training course, you are now free from it. Do you wish to return to Earth? Yes/no. He immediately replies, yes. It's time we settle the score. As Ensign finishes speaking, the Emperor departs through the rift. Ensign has grasped the full truth. He knows the situation has become dire. The Emperor can kill a great evil god, so that gate will lead the Emperor back to Earth. What's wrong, RA? That's why the Eye of the Seer was activated. A crack appears in the screen behind the referee. Look at their expressions. You guess it seems the other hunters can't see that gate. I haven't become a Grand Magus yet, but I'm going back right away. If this keeps up, everyone will die. Just then, the system notifies the Sovereign. You have successfully returned to Earth. He coldly asks the person in front of him, "Who are you?" Before him is the Abyss Dragon, the Sovereign, and she returned. The Abyss Dragon just watched the round. The semi-finals of the Hunters' War will take place right now. She exclaims happily, "You welcome me so warmly." The Sovereign asks suspiciously, The Abyss Dragon continues, "I can't believe you devoured a great evil god. I'm so moved." Finally, all the lives and divine power sacrificed to create the training have been worth it. You are my only successful and most talented child. The Emperor said in a dark voice, "What did you say? You're the bastard who created that training program?" The Abyss Dragon confirmed, "Yes, I am the Abyss. You created me and are an apostle of the god of destruction. Seeing you return safe like this." Before she could finish, she was attacked by her proud child. The Emperor's claws flashed. He questioned, "You locked us in that damn training. Were you also the one who killed my mother?" The Abyss Dragon's head maintained its usual smile. The Emperor realized, "You damn bastard. How dare you use a puppet? You bastard. I know you're hiding somewhere on Earth, and will surely find and kill you in the most agonizing way. And finally, I will avenge my mother." War God System reminder. Carnage and madness are looking down on you. The Emperor was trembling with rage. He swore that, "I must make you see this shameful appearance." War God reminder. Carnage and madness. Says he wants the blood and soul of the young god. According to the contract signed with you, the Emperor understood, just as the War God said he had received a blessing in exchange for the life of Ensign. But I also don't understand why they want a young god, so I will definitely behead Ensign and offer it to you as a sacrifice. With those final words, he vanished from sight. At the Hunter Arena, the battle unfolds. The audience is stunned. They can't believe what they've witnessed. How is this possible? Royce has been defeated. Sasaki states calmly, "This is even worse than I imagined." The referee announces, "One upset. Royce, the one believed to be the strongest warrior, has bowed before a Japanese rookie." Sasaki 3xin exclaims indignantly. The Annihilation Assassin speaks up. "Not yet, because he's an apostle of an evil god, so you can't kill him right now." He replies to Annihilation. The assassin continues, "That's Sasaki. He's very dangerous." Roy questions, "That power can only be borrowed from an evil god. I don't think someone like you could have obtained that kind of power." "Sasaki, you've gone too far," he interrupted. "Do you want to die right here?" Righteous Royce declared, "Of course not. Evil must be destroyed immediately." Sasaki raised his sword. "This time, I'll really finish you." As they clashed, the Emperor appeared. His eyes blazed blood red. The two were quickly defeated. At the Emperor's feet, the audience was stunned. "What is that? Wait, isn't that a monster?" The Emperor spoke. "I have a question for you. Where's my enemy, Insom?" He destroyed the entire arena. An announcement blared. "All spectators, please evacuate immediately. The monster has arrived. It's an SSS-class monster. The same class as the Abyss Dragon has appeared." The audience panicked and scrambled to escape. "Same class as the Abyss Dragon. Run. Run for your lives." The announcement is still playing. "I repeat, Shock Assassin. That's Emperor?" But he denied it. "That's not Emperor. I felt a different energy before. We have to stop him now. You need to get back quickly." The main body. Emperor coldly says, "I'll ask you again. Where's Ensign now?" Sasaki worriedly thinks he's looking for Ensign. He made it to the semi-finals. What does he want with that guy? "My sword." The sword in his hand cries out, slash Emperor. He thinks the sword is... The monster of greed and deceit is screaming. So Sasaki bravely swings his sword and charges. Death's Side, Kamakiri. That strike is blocked by him. Sasaki is blown backward with immense force. The Emperor mocks him. "With the power of a dark god, what can you do when you're dead?" The god of destruction unleashes flames that surge forth. Sasaki stares blankly, unable to believe what he sees with Royce. The assassin thinks tensely. How can a great god be this strong? Can I even stop him? Or just stall until my main body arrives? The assassin steps forward, asking, "Found him, have you? You annoying pest." The emperor turns back joyfully, asking, "In Song." He rushes excitedly towards him. "There you are." The assassin raises his middle finger. The god's judgment is so powerful it makes the arena explode. He remains utterly serious. The emperor scoffs. "Is that all you've got?" The assassin swings his sword, wanting to teach him some manners. However, his opponent swiftly dodges backward. Suddenly, the emperor notices something unusual. 3 requests to join the battle, unleashing a destructive torrent. His tail plunged deep into the earth. Fists carry with them surging demonic energy. Jahian shouted anxiously to Royce. "He's on par with the Abyss Dragon. Stop him now." Everyone charged forward together. The emperor looked at them disdainfully. "Insects." His figure vanished. Jahian shouted worriedly. He disappeared. Where could he have gone? Suddenly, a beam of light swept across him from the center of the room. A surge of light radiated in all directions. With deadly power, the emperor reappeared, sneering. "Who knew you'd be this weak? I guess I was worried for nothing." Insian's clone was injured in the shoulder. The emperor leaped high into the air. He charged toward the assassin. "Now you will become a sacrifice for the war god." The distance between them narrowed. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted. A giant fist slammed straight into the emperor's face. System notification. In Song has appeared. The festival of the gods is about to begin. One punch was enough to send the emperor flying. In Song exclaimed, "Damn it. I had to attend a signing event way out in the boonies. That's why I'm late." The emperor, clutching his swollen cheek, asked, "Who?" In Song exclaimed, "You're asking who I am? I am In Song, the superstar famous throughout the galaxy, the one you've been frantically searching for." He used his mystical healing ring finger, healing everyone present. Mina realized this healing ability belonged to In Song. Killer K asked, "You finally decided to come back? It's really you, but what's with that appearance?" 3 Sin frowned, looking at the angelic wings on In Song's back. Destroyer In Song cheerfully asked, "Is everyone okay?" "Don't worry, In Song is here to save you all." Killer K irritably retorted, "Why are you talking like that? Did your brain come unscrewed? Say the words destruction again." The emperor realized, this bastard can actually split himself. The assassin pressed, "Where have you been? What took you so long?" He whispered an explanation. "I had to direct the studio a bit. For the goal of becoming a mega god." He shot. "What?" The earpiece announced, "Ready when you are, In Song. The entire great celestial galaxy is watching your movie, sir. Now, adjust your expression to be compassionate and serious." "Action," he thought. "I'm filming Outer God too, and everything here is being broadcast live." The director excitedly shouted, "The costume is amazing, even though it's partly thanks to my special effects. You truly look like a god." The system announced, "Believers, 772 billion. Dongmin Great Galaxy, 11,000. S-Class believers with transcendent potential, 5.01. 5 Dongmin Galaxy, 91 out of 10,000. In Shun thought to himself, just how crazy is this director? To want me to broadcast live? But it's actually pretty effective. My follower count is skyrocketing." The emperor wondered, "So, my opponent until now was just a doppelganger?" He chuckled in disbelief. A surge of power radiated from the emperor's body. Everyone clutched their heads in pain. Royce thought to himself, his power, it's so immense that it can put pressure on even S-rank hunters. This is truly on par with a deep-sea dragon, and he could even wipe out all the hunters here. Without Inshun, who knows if there's still a chance? He excitedly said, "That's right, isn't it? It has to be. There's no way my opponent would be that weak. If he was, what was the point of accumulating power? The great war god is watching. Let the festival of the gods begin. Inshin will handle them from now on. Just leave it to me. Everyone evacuate." Emperor interrupts, saying this isn't the time to worry about others. He throws a palm strike towards him. Inshin calmly leans back to dodge. Miri worriedly says, "Master, this is too dangerous." Demon sword, summon sword god. He tensely watches the situation unfold. His clone also swings his sword to attack the emperor. Inshin praises, "Well done, do SEO number 2 Inshin." The assassin irritably shouts, "Ugh, stop praising me." The emperor trembles, looking at his severed hand. "These bastards." Another blow stuns him. 3 Inshin cries out, "Annihilation." A surge of power erupts from his mouth like a storm. The emperor is engulfed by the storm. An explosion flares, illuminating the entire room. He struggled to escape that power. The emperor swore, All this nonsense ends here. His target was In Shin down below. The assassin taunted him. "Come on, you old fool." The emperor couldn't believe it. The assassin suddenly appeared and struck him with a sword. He growled, "How dare that clone, that bastard?" The assassin ordered, "End it." The real In Shin acted immediately. The emperor didn't even realize what was happening. In Shin's endless demonic sword of assassination brought down the power of freezing ice. By the time the emperor realized it, it was too late. The entire arena seemed to explode from the aftershock. Thick smoke and dust obscured the view. In Shin thought to himself, "Damn it, I used too much holy power to keep the clone here." He turned to everyone and asked, "Is everyone all right?" Both clones replied in unison, "Annihilation is fine." In Shin called him emperor. The emperor lay at the bottom of the deep pit. "Are you curious if I'm dead?" His body twitched slightly, a flower-shaped insignia appearing. The emperor coldly laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to push me this close to death. I must admit you guys are indeed very strong, but now I will show you the truth. The blessing the god of war bestowed upon me." In Shin tensely guessed, "Damn it. So, he hasn't revealed his full power yet, Hyung. Things have gone this far already. Then we have no choice but to give it our all." Seeing all three charge at him, the emperor still smiled calmly. Three In Shin unleashed a destructive force, but before it could succeed, the emperor pierced him. The remaining two were horrified before vanishing. Three In Shin still uttered annihilation. The emperor proudly finished speaking. A killer left speechless with rage. He desperately lunged forward with his sword. The balance of peace was tilting towards evil, until the strength of the evil side grew overwhelmingly. The scale on that side tipped drastically. It was at this moment the killer coughed painfully. His stomach was pierced by the emperor's hand. Ensign shouted from behind, "You attacked him from behind." The emperor leaped high and slammed a palm down. The killer gradually vanished. He only managed to utter, "Damn it." The emperor, remaining, said with interest, "Ensign, you'll be next." Divine flame of destruction. Royce suddenly yelled, "Stop." He froze him with his magic. Ensign was shocked. "Ice magic? Isn't that SSS rank Hunter Royce? He hasn't escaped yet. You stop him. This isn't your fight. And even someone like you shouldn't interfere. Even a small mistake can lead to death," Royce replied. "Don't underestimate an SSS class Ensign. Just watch how easily I'll subdue this guy. While you can't." The surface of the ice showed signs of cracking, and the Overlord roared. All of those ice shards exploded into fragments. Royce was stunned. How could he break my ice? He's starting to settle the score with you. How dare you interrupt the god's festival? Do you know what the hell you've just done? The entire arena trembled. System notification. The carnage and madness was provoked, angered by the interruption, and has placed a curse on Royce. Royce felt something strange. What the hell? Cracks appeared in the ground beneath his feet. Dark forces wrapped around his body. System notification. The silent nightmare stealthily snuck in, raging against the sacred oath, saying it defies the war of carnage and madness. Join the festival of the gods. Insung shocked. Wait, why? A series of notifications appear. Endless bounty. They paled and yelled that they shouldn't fight, because it is the war of gods, the war of carnage. Carnage and madness grinned and said it was prevailing. A festival of the gods. Between the higher gods will begin. The Nightmare Queen spoke. "I don't care if anyone dies or not. But In Song specifically must not die, because a god has directly cursed a human. So I will break the law of causality as well. And even if I eventually die, I will not allow Du Ling to lose his life either." In Song, after hearing that, was stunned. What? A celestial blade, a tongue of steel. They think it's a rather reckless decision. However, it also says forbidden love. How intriguing, and starts munching on popcorn. The balance of peace begins to shift. The side of the scale representing evil slams down. System alert. The aura of evil is too strong to restore balance. According to the design of the Creator God and the Harmony God, the seal on the scale will be released. Ensign is surprised. The seal on the scale is broken. He reads the following message. To defeat the powerful evil, the fragments of good and evil must come together. So far, the holder of the good fragment, held by Ensign, is still too weak to restore balance. The fragment of the Creator God has been empowered with the divine power of the Creator God. Primordial Ensign thinks to himself. The fragment of the Creator God is the four-shine star. He said he had something to do. Back then, Jihan said he had something to do, so don't summon me for the time being. Looks like you won't be able to either, because you don't have enough divine power anyway. He writes a letter. System displays the additional skill writing ability SSS. Jihan tells himself, hang in there a little longer, Jihan. Once the balance of the God of Peace is restored by the divine power of the God of Creation, we will have a chance to win. The Emperor says, it's over. Jihan, raising his fist, says, about that, sorry, but it doesn't look like things will end that easily. The Emperor has a bad feeling. What? Jihan explains, because unlike you, I have many followers to protect. System notification. Due to the rapid increase in your followers, so your physical strength has recovered, and your divine power has slightly increased. The Great Benevolence God Quest is near. Conditions for success achieved. Due to the rapid increase in your followers, so your physical strength has recovered, and your divine power has slightly increased. In sin, encourage yourself just a little more. Endure just a little bit longer. Then I'll be able to resonate with my followers. So please believe in me. The Emperor feels that this bastard is getting stronger. He must be gathering followers somewhere. But it's all in vain. He jumped up high, then used all his strength to confront him. Insin falls to the ground, weakened. He feels the pain in his body. System, Great Benevolence God Quest in progress. Civilian followers, 981 billion/1000 billion. S-class followers with transcendental potential, 9,200/10,000. Thanks to that, Ensign gained more power. The Emperor still scorned it as a trivial matter. He poured his demonic energy into the sword in his hand. The Emperor's purpose was, I will simply kill you before you can gather power from your followers again. That's all it takes. Ensign could only block it with his bare hands. The heavenly demon worriedly warned, with my current strength, I can't withstand another blow right now. The Emperor charged in with unstoppable momentum. His single strike sent him staggering backward. The heavenly demon anxiously shouted, Ensign, run. Now, he has to keep himself alive. The Emperor interjected, how dare you? You think I'll let him get away? He extended his claws towards Ensign. He was so tense that sweat poured down. His claws were about to reach. System notification. Congratulations, Warrior Nim. Rank S number 1 has slain thousands of S-class monsters at speeds faster than the speed of light, surpassing all the trials of the Warrior's Tower. The Archfiend quest is in progress. S-class tribute with transcendent capabilities, 10,000 out of 10,000. Congratulations, you've completed the Archfiend quest. Ensign has been promoted to Archfiend. A surge of power flows into your body. The light from Ensign's ascension is so dazzling, even the Emperor shields his eyes. He can't believe it. How could this be? You're perfectly satisfied just in time. Number 1 has finally cleared the Warrior's Tower. System notification. Number 1 has cleared the 50th floor and will now exit the Warrior's Tower. He's appeared. I'm here, Master Ensign. He gave Inho praise. Well done, but is that plump body of yours still the same? He replied, I'm not sure why either, but it's been like this since fighting in the league. The great time on the 44th floor, then NCO, cheering, that's delicious. The Emperor roared in fury. These insignificant wretches dare to chatter before me. Just become grandmasters and think you can defeat me. How dare you believe you can kill me? In Shin, order number 1. Wipe out these bastards with a combined attack. In-Ho is ready. Understood. In Shin, the two of them charged together to attack the Emperor. He revealed a struggling expression, yelling, these bastards. System notification. The grand mission of the great god is in progress. Ordinary believers, 999 billion/1000 billion. S-class believers with transcendence potential, 9,300/10,000. In-Ho activates muscles hard as steel, accompanied by lightning and glacial energy, plunging straight towards the Emperor's position. He still doesn't accept these bastards can defeat me. Inshin appears right behind his back. Heavenly Demon command. At this moment, transfer all your power. The Heavenly Demon unleashed ultimate power in a sweeping attack. The Emperor could only watch in a blink as he was struck. System notification. Viewers and disciples are going wild because Insean's performance has met the requirements. Insean happily exclaims, it's all done. The main quest progress is updated. Great Benevolent God is in progress. Ordinary believers 1,000 billion. Over 1,000 billion. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. The great benevolent god, Insean, has ascended to the great benevolent god. Insean's entire body is enveloped in a dazzling golden aura. I've advised you enough. Just give up, Emperor. He refuses to accept it. Damn it. It can't end like this. I haven't even gotten my revenge on that abyss bastard yet. So he summons the god of war. If you lend me a quarter of your power, for just 25 minutes. So, please help me. Upon that request, a rift appeared in the sky, 2 figures. They sensed something terrifying was coming. System notification, God of War. Berserker War bestowed a wish upon the Emperor. The force surged straight down from the rift. The Emperor is reborn. He had to endure the pain of power exchange. The Emperor's claws emerged, the Emperor's mark, the feet as well. He has appeared in a completely new form. The Emperor coldly said, 25 minutes is enough. After slaughtering all of you here, I'll go to the abyss and send him on his way too. Einho scolded. Shut your mouth in front of Lord Incen. How dare you? The Emperor looked down on him. You lowly creature. The sword in Einho's hand was sliced by a ray of light. It's just the hilt left. Einho felt this guy is really much stronger. He used lightning speed to appear right beside him. Inho immediately activated Infinite Iron Body. However, his punch still pierced through Inho's hand. Hold tight to the opponent's hand. Inho descended from above on that damn insect. He used Heavenly Demon to sever his hand, then used the healing power of the Ring Finger of God to heal Inho. He said gratefully, Thank you, Inho. The Emperor licked the blood on his hand, praising formidable skill. Inho cautiously realized that it was that skill he had absorbed. So, this is the infinite iron body that Incen uses. Incen realized it was an absorption skill. The skill of the target focused on number 1. Now that Emperor is a supreme god, the battle situation on Incen's side is extremely tense. Inho is thinking about how he must help Incen. The Emperor continuously unleashed dangerous attacks. The more I hit, the more excited I get. I'll tear you to piece. Incen thought to himself, so he really is a true evil god. I can't defeat him alone. It seems I have no other choice but to use this. I was planning to save it for the fight with the god of destruction. Summon the treasure of the heavenly blade. System display. System, the treasure of the heavenly blade has been summoned to earth. System, the holy power of the holy sword has condensed. System, time within a minute. Command the holy sword. Quickly strike a blow. Maybe it can cut down that emperor. What? He's breaking the seal step by step. Whatever. No one, no matter who they are, will interrupt my battle, even if someone is a supreme god. The frozen space has been cracked by him. System display. The Emperor has absorbed a great deal of karma. Summon the treasure of the heavenly blade. 7 defeats. In shock. What the heck? Your cheap tricks are useless now. System notification. The skill mass authoring has been activated. Subskill, literary power. Subskill, literary power. Literary power, 1 million. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the creator's skill. Share that skill with me. Incen. System notification reminder. Su Xian's literary power has reached 1 million. You can now use the universe of all skills. Incen's situation is like a parched land meeting rain. He glanced smugly at the pen in his hand. Just in time, Su Xian. The Emperor watched with interest. What's with that pen now? You have never failed to make me laugh. Incen's eyes lit up. The blinding light made him close his eyes. You think you can fool me with such an obvious trick? He sensed something was wrong. He stared in shock at the room before him. The Emperor was astonished. Where am I? Were we just fighting that Insu jerk? How'd I end up here? From behind, Insu called out a greeting. He introduced himself. I'm Insu. What's your name? The Emperor growled. I'm the Emperor. What's your name? Insu was taken aback. Huh? Wait, what is my name? It's been too long for me to even remember my name. Insu wondered. The Emperor? That's a strange name. The Emperor knew this kid was an Insu clone. Then I should kill him now. Insu shared something with him. You know, one day I'm going to be a writer, and I'm going to write something really amazing. The Emperor started to get annoyed. What is he even saying at a time like this? What's he up to this time? Insu suddenly asked the Emperor, what do you want to do? This question made his evil hand pause. What is it? He replied. Of course it's to kill you, you jerk. 00:04:5. That is to swallow the entire sacred power and subjugate all worlds beneath my feet. See, Wu, you're wrong. Actually, I know what you truly desire, because in the end, you could have been me, or I could have been you. The Emperor laughed. Your mouth runs faster than your brain, daring to speak so confidently. I am the emperor of an empire. He simply gestured to one side, calmly. Look over there. That's what you truly crave, isn't it? A figure appears. The emperor was filled with emotion. It can't be. Mother? Oh, mother, why are you here? Siwu asked before. You wanted to see her one last time, didn't you? The emperor tried to suppress his emotions, clenching his fists. He said that after completing the trials, I was so focused on pursuing power that I completely forgot what I truly craved. I guess this is the end. I've lived a disgusting life. I've fallen to the bottom of society. But now it's enough. The emperor has returned. In Song exclaimed, You have chosen the path to end your own life. Is this the universe of the creator God? He replied, I have no regrets in this life, but I have one last request to ask of you. The enemy of my mother and I find the abyss dragon and kill him. In Song resolutely said, You don't need to worry about that, because I will definitely end that abyss dragon with my own 2 hands. Receiving this answer, the emperor vanished in satisfaction. Eont, I trust you. System notification. The winner of the Gods Festival is In Song. At Kongu's house, the balance of peace is slowly disappearing. At a certain house in Seoul, images of In Song's battle are widely broadcast. A pregnant woman exclaims, Wow, In Song's skills killed that terrifying emperor. Must be luck, right? The sound of a door unlocking from the outside. The wife happily asks, Honey, you're home. The husband, seeing his wife greeting him, says with concern, You didn't need to come out here. Someone who's about to give birth like you should stay put. The wife replies, A pregnant woman like me, staying put, gets bored doing nothing. But honey, I've already cooked dinner. Eat it before it gets cold. The husband said, deeply moved, Wow, there's so much food. Thank you for cooking all of this. They began to eat. A news page was displayed on the phone. The husband asked curiously, Are you reading that novel again? The one with the loser as the main character? Is it fun? I've noticed you've been reading it every day lately. The wife replied, Not really. Actually, the author is a huge procrastinator. The husband then wondered, Then why are you still reading it? She hesitated. It's just... Her whole face turned ominous and eerie. I'm just a little curious about it. Images of the abyssal dragon appeared at the Kim In-sung's apartment. Kim In-sung mischievously snatched CEO John's cake. He shouted, Destruction. 00:07:23:433. Demons soared immutability in this noisy room. To reach the realm of the Sword Saint, one must attain a new enlightenment. Meanwhile, the assassin is arm wrestling with In-ho. He's praising NDT-0. Huh? In-ho replies, It's an honor to hear that from the Lord's clone. In-sin, running on a deadline, cursing like a battlefield. Sitting in the middle of the noisy room, he thought, After becoming a greater god, the duration of the clone has increased. But who would have thought it would turn into such a mess? Luckily, Sa-sin doesn't like to get involved in this den, so he returned to his own space. Sa-sin threatened him before leaving. Don't you dare call me while these idiots are here. In-sin got more and more annoyed. But what can I write? Suddenly, a phone rings. The manager. What's going on? He answers the phone. Hello. The manager on the other end reports that the guys are calling with some good news. In-su, repeat that. Sorry, I didn't catch that. Next to you, CEO John is whining about returning the cake, and Min-su tripped, carelessly dropping the cake. He dazedly mutters, Destruction. The cake landed right on his head. All 3 of them are stunned. In-su can't take it anymore. Seriously, these idiots. He erupts in anger. Get out, all of you. Can't even have a peaceful phone call. It's murderous In-ho. Yeah, let's go to the practice room. Min-su is still muttering destruction. After kicking them all out, In-su continues the call. He says, All right, manager. He said, I just wanted to share some good news. Your novel has finally hit the top. #1 on the charts. In popularity. So a print version has been confirmed, as well as a fan signing event. In-sung was stunned. Printed in a book and a fan signing? The manager said, We've already prepared some materials for it, so I'll call you back later. Just get ready, okay? In-sung replied, Okay, thank you. The call ended abruptly. He still couldn't believe it. My novel is being printed as a book. Am I dreaming? Suddenly, flower petals began to fall into the room, along with a fragrance. Huh? Where's this scent coming from? In-sung gradually lost consciousness. He slowly drifted off to sleep, until that familiar voice echoed. Hello, my love. Seeing the woman before him, Insin was shocked. Nightmare, you're safe. The Nightmare Queen responded flirtatiously. You were so worried about me, my love. Insin replied, sounding smug. You're sure to win. So I just need to wait patiently. And she was right. She exclaimed, oh my dear Sung Suk said that. How touching. Insin pleaded, anyway, Nightmare. Can you untie me? Ignoring him bound by the rose dust. The Nightmare Queen refused. Not yet. She started to stand up. Her hand gently touched Insin's chin. Then a soft kiss touched his lips. Insin, blushing, exclaimed, what are you? She replies, this is my last gift. From my shy sister. Insong, haven't you figured it out? The Nightmare Queen reveals her last. From now on, you'll forget I ever existed. Isn't that the domain of the god of creation? You possess the inspiration. The Nightmare Queen reveals her last. From now on, you'll forget I ever existed. Don't even think about avenging the god of war, you guys. Just keep living a peaceful life, okay? System notification. The power of the night, blooming rose, has disappeared. The power of abundance has vanished. Insin jolts awake from his dream. He shouts, no, forget what? That's unacceptable. He uses the Skillshare blink. Insin is now standing before a palace gate. He thinks to himself, I don't know what the hell is really going on, but something definitely happened to Nightmare and Ms. Abundance. Next, he summons the murderous destruction clone. After observing for a moment, he asks, so it's come to this, huh? Insin replies, anyway, I need your help. The power of Nightmare and Ms. Abundance has disappeared. He answers, we see it too. But why didn't you call number one? He would definitely be the best support. You have your reasons. Number one will guard Earth while I'm away. Of course, I'll order him as soon as needed. The assassin said to understood before disappearing. Then summon me right away. 3. Shin also said destruction. Inshin walks inside alone. He summons the skill for Shin universe creation. A pen appears in his hand. Inshin shouts out with enthusiasm, let's go. The large door is pushed open by him. Inside, someone has been waiting for him for a long time. He speaks, I've been waiting for you, Inshin. Information display. War Maniac, special note, undetermined. Inshin is surprised to see him. Huh, you're younger than I thought. The god of war laughs. Young? Is that a compliment? This appearance is all thanks to their power. Seeing the two of them hanging beside him, Insong was stunned. He shouted, Nuna Seongsu, you nightmare, you bastard. How dare you? The god of war interrupted. Whoa, calm down. I'm sure you know the fate of losers, right? Anyway, it seems you possess an interesting item, changing the fate of all creations with cause and effect. How fascinating, truly the power of God. Even so, it won't work on me. Insong was incredulous. Tisich, just you wait. Go play somewhere else. I can't let them get involved. Seong Sanuna advised Insong not to fight the god of war. He's already surpassed the level of supreme god. The god of war angrily scolded. The reward, why are you talking so much? After that statement, Seong Sanuna was punished by him. Insong worriedly called out, Seong Sanuna. He pinned, God of War, how dare you lay a hand on Seong Sanuna? I'll cripple you, so you can never do that again. The God of War casually brushed away the power. You just unleashed. I told you, that pin doesn't work on me. Insian stood frozen in shock for a moment. The two of them have entered another dimension. That's Insian's purpose. They'll be safe if we fight here now. Shall we begin? Insian challenges the god of war. War frenzy comes to the festival of the gods. The god of war feels like he's heard a joke. Insian, you've finally gone mad. Huh? You could have lived if you refused to join the festival of the gods. Instead, you invited me yourself. I accept, oh, you sniveling little god. System, the god of war has accepted the festival of the gods. God of war and Insian, the festival of the gods, where the supreme gods will put their lives on the line. Will now begin. He raised his sword high. I'm eager to assess. See what makes you different from those other two. Insong, I swear I won't forgive what you've done to the gods of nightmare and plenty. He used his pen to block the war god's devastating strike. His own sword was knocked back. The war god didn't hesitate to praise him, did he? Insong. In this face-off, he had to admit the guy was strong. The force made his legs sink. The war god gave Insong no chance to recover. Let's see if he can withstand this. He continued to fight. Then let's just fight strength with strength. Skill sharing. The mountain-breaking giant supports him in this battle. As the next sword came down, Insong blocked it with the pen in his hand. The god of war couldn't believe his eyes. You just blocked my attack with a pen? How is Shin still smiling? Oh, it's nothing much. But anyway, there's still more surprises waiting for you ahead. Skillshare number 1, Divine Power Armor. Soul Armored Cannon, Summon. His entire body was equipped in the armor that can help him withstand damage. A surge of power from Shin erupted like a storm. Where it passed, the ground deepened into a long pit. He calmly said, "Well, I didn't think that move could take him down anyway. But it still stings, huh? That one blow stripped away the god of war's outer armor." He chuckled, praising, then tossed his sword aside. "I don't need to use this weapon anymore, or this useless armor." He threw the armor to the ground. The god of war declared, "Now let's fight like men, shall we?" Ensign raised his powerful fist. "Let's begin." Ensign knew this was a bit premature, but there was no other way. He pointed a finger to his forehead. "Oh, clones, lend me your strength." Prosperity, murderous intent, and 3 Sin appeared. They said simultaneously, "So, it's finally our time to shine. Annihilation and perfection shall appear here." Ensign thought to himself, "Looks like that runt 4 Sin isn't showing up today, huh? Keep going, keep leveling up your writing skills." The god of war didn't even look at him. Cheap tricks from a naive minor god. "If I devour you on those 2 supreme gods, then I might just destroy that goddamn name. That damn annihilation. After that, only I will rule over all the gods. Insu objects. I will be the one to kill the god of destruction. So you can stop worrying about it and just get lost." Insulted, the proud god of war retorted, "What? How dare you, you little brat whose blood hasn't even dried yet?" The assassin interrupted him. "Let me tell you, if the blood on your head dries up, it means you're already dead." Insu suggests, "Let's just destroy that old man, okay?" The god of war took a step towards them. "Go ahead, do as you please, because you won't be able to do anything more when your head flies off your neck." They all seriously waited for the assassin's first move. He charged towards the god of war, raising his sword of endless demons high. Insu also unleashed destruction. 2 streams of power coordinate to attack the opponent. The god of war laughs. Inside, Nightmare and Chisung Tuc are very worried. Nightmare speaks, "No. If this continues, it's going to be too dangerous. Fighting the god of war. There's no way we can win. Please, I beg you, run away." The battle outside is raging fiercely. Smoke rises high at dusty haze. The god of war thunders forward. Each step he takes cracks the ground beneath him. Sam Shin is pushed back by the force. He continues to open his mouth, unleashing a devastating power. The god of war looks at the oncoming power with disdain. It's useless. He casually cleaves the power in 2. "I've already shown you, haven't I?" Assassin swings his sword, attempting a sneak attack. He yells, "I'll chop you down this time, Kianma." His fist came crashing down. The assassin was sent flying. He's critically injured and fading fast. Damn it. 3xin is about to be crushed under his giant foot. He cried out in alarm. Destruction. The war god's foot slammed into the ground. Before vanishing, 3xin left behind the word destruction, and xin began to strategize. Before disappearing, the assassin warned, "That bastard is strong. Far stronger than anyone we've fought before. So be careful." He replied, "I know. Thank you for fighting bravely." And xin raised a finger, asking xin, "How's the literary ability?" He answered, "Currently, it's in a pretty stable condition." He seemed satisfied. "All right," the arrogant war god proclaimed. "Even if there are 3 minor gods, they're still just minor gods. Is it over?" Ensign coldly reiterated, "That's right, it's over." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, a single slash cut across his opponent. He smirked coldly, asking, "Like you said, the god of war Mark II couldn't win a war of words against Ensign. How dare you, you scoundrel. Don't think you've won just because you managed to inflict damage on me." He calmly raised his pen, returning those words to him. "Just because you defeated my clone. For the pen is mightier than the fist." A rain of fists descended, but Ensign blocked them all. Cuts began to appear on the god of war's skin. He showed signs of struggle. His pen relentlessly assaulted his opponent. Ensign nonchalantly said, "How's this? Nothing can surpass the power of the pen." He was unconvinced. "I'm a god of war. A god of war can fight continuously without tiring." The god of war clenched his fist. He continued, "These wounds are nothing. Watch this. This is why I am the god of war." Insung was stunned. Is he some kind of undead? The god of war was completely unharmed and asked, "If you have any more tricks, use them quickly." Then a fist aimed downwards. Insung stared blankly at his threat. You will die here right now. The intense power from him crashed directly into In-sung. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and pain. The god of war didn't stop and threw down his fist. How is this? This is my power. In-sung deflected the blow with his brush. He provoked, like that's anything. Sacred middle finger, activate, combined with the sacred pinky finger. The combined power creates a vortex in space. He commanded, burn that bastard to ashes. Then he unleashed a devastating torrent of fire magic towards his opponent. The god of war struggled to defend. The entire sky exploded violently from In-sung's attack. All space was engulfed in blazing heat. He landed on the ground, anxiously looking into the distance. Is it over? The god of war's voice echoed. End? What end? His fist suddenly came crashing down. In-sung, caught off guard, was sent flying backwards. He used his entire body to try and stop himself. The entire desert was consumed by a fierce storm and sandstorm. In-sung wearily landed, the hand holding his pen trembling. The god of war arrogantly advised, why don't you stop and accept the difference in power between us? In-sung retorted, don't underestimate me. I can still go on. The god of war angrily raised his foot to stomp down on the kid. You still have the strength to talk nonsense. You have no chance of defeating me. Just as the god of war lifted his foot, In-sung lay flattened in the pit. He lifted Luca high before the god of war. You're like a tiny ant. It's good that you dare to face me. But now it's over. Your body is nothing more than an offering to me. He drew power from Luca, still wearing that arrogant look. The god of war declared, now I've finally attained the power to rival the god of destruction. In-sung woke up, noticing the anomaly from Luca. He asked, what are you muttering again? In-sung summoned a doppelganger. The god of war still didn't understand. How pathetic are those your last words? You will become a part of my power. From In-sung's mouth, a surge of power was released. It grew so large that it could engulf the god of war's entire body. The god of war excitedly yelled, this is it. There's hope. With this power, I can tear that god of destruction to shreds. A cold voice echoed, cutting through his excitement. You fool, haven't you realized it yet? What's he in shock about? The god of war's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Beneath his feet was molten lava. He was stunned. Could everything just now have been my imagination? He replied, you're so dumb. You're only realizing it now. The god of war still didn't want to believe it. No way. This can't be happening. In-sung, how dare you deceive me? He thought back from what moment? From the moment I thought I had killed In-sung, or when I destroyed his clone. Or was In-sung's hand never ceasing to write from the very beginning, until this very moment. The god of war still refused to believe it. No way. He was stunned, not knowing what awaited him next. In-sung spoke. The god of war has become foolish, to the point where he couldn't recognize that he had been deceived by the virtual world. God of war gasped, a virtual world? Isn't that the domain of the god of creation? You possess the inspiration. Sigh, the end for the war god, he breathed out. The war god stood silently, awaiting his fate. How should I write the ending? He wondered. I can't think of anything. The assassin scoffed. That's why you make so many mistakes. You're overthinking it. Shin, just say, kill him already. But Sa-shin thought, I think you should write an ending that's gentle, peaceful, and comforting. This idea resonated with him. Gentle, peaceful, and comforting. Sounds good. That's the kind of ending readers want. So are you ready, war god? In-sung's face twisted into an evil grin. And the ending I'll write is a death. That's fresh and unique. Under his pen, the god of war is cornered. Is he so powerful that I can't even move? Does he truly wield the power of the creation god? In-sung continues to write. God of war, the one who always believed he would triumph in every battle, was deceived by the virtual world and fell asleep along with the destruction of that world. The god of war desperately screams, no. The ground beneath him crumbles. He falls desperately into the molten lava. The god of war wonders in disbelief. What is this nonsense? His face reflects disbelief. All explodes into fragments. System notification. The winner of the god's event is In-sung. The power of the nightmare god, Muium, and the tears of prosperity have been restored. A surge of power roils within In-sung's chest. He initiates the system upgrade. Notification. Congratulations. You've reached the level of high god. By absorbing the power of the war god, In-sung sighed in relief. Finally, with this power, I can defeat the abyss dragon and the god of destruction. No, not that far yet. For now, defeating the Abyss Dragon is my goal. Even high gods fear the Abyss Dragon. A reminder echoed. Hurry to the Nightmare Realm. The temple is about to collapse. He remembered, that's right. Skillshare, blink teleportation. The seal-suppressing nightmare, and also Sung Suk, is lifted. Footsteps echoed. Sung Suk recognized him. You're back, Insin. Sung Suk Binshin Insin. He replied, I told you I'd save you both. Sung Suk looked at him with admiration. The true nightmare creator has awakened. She called him my love. Insin exclaimed joyfully, Nightmare, you're awake? Angmong Nidam. System display. The eyes of the eyeless god are seeing through the history of nightmare. Votan. An era landed on and shaped an unstable world. Countless seeds and the origins of gods were born from the tree of life, which was planted by the creator god. The god of beauty and the god of wealth were also gods born from this tree. Nightmare awoke first. She happily exclaimed, I, the god of beauty, am here. Suddenly, a figure bent down, and Nightmare was bewildered. Looking up, she saw the woman before her and asked, Who are you? The woman prepared to dispose of Nightmare with a swift hand. You are a waste product. The Nightmare stared blankly at the evil finger, about to take her life. Behind her, the creator god rushed to stop the woman. Not a god of destruction. The child isn't a failure. That child is a god of beauty. It will make our world more beautiful. The tree of life is managed by the god of creation and the god of destruction. Initially, the ancestors of the gods were just a solitary form, but then they split into two for efficiency and progress. The god of creation uses chaotic energy to breathe life into his creations. Meanwhile, the god of destruction destroys and returns those who disrupt the balance of the world to the place they were born. The god of creation speaks. I only have one wish. To make this world more beautiful than this mess. Initially, everything went smoothly, but the god of creation unexpectedly fell and couldn't complete his wish. The god of destruction, to see everything as worthless and become a monster, to destroy the world. The god of beauty, recognized by the god of creation, has fallen and become the god of nightmares. This was so she could find the creator god, who had suddenly fallen without leaving any final words. She always firmly believed that father had been reborn somewhere. I believe it so. The god of beauty follows the path of evil to enhance her power and search for the creator god. After some time, she finally found father. He looks a little different, but the divine power surrounding him is definitely the creator god. Inho is speculating. So, am I the reincarnation of the creator god? That's why the 4 sins and the 3 sins of my avatars. But is it possible to possess the power of the creator god and the god of destruction? Thinking about the time I talked to Inho, you're as tall as Chao Bang now, huh? He replied, I thought you made me this tall. He summoned Inho. Number O. Insung thought to himself, so it's related to the creator god? Suddenly, his vision blurred. Why is everything getting so hazy? I feel so weak. Insung's eyes slowly closed. He exclaimed, Nightmare. Nightmare cradled Insung in her arms. She said, Honey, looks like you couldn't handle the creator god's power yet. Let's go home. At Insung's apartment. He's sleeping in bed, just waking up. Insung is still dazed. Miri's voice rang in his ear. You're awake, master? He asked EO, John and Miri, how long was I unconscious? Miri sadly replied, 3 days. Insung sat up. That long? He guessed, I think Nightmare brought me here. Creating a virtual world consumes a lot of divine power, even after becoming a high-grade god. The system warned, tears of prosperity. That is the enemy you will face from now on. Much stronger than the god of war. The advice is to consider it only as a last resort. Inshun's face darkened, speechless. That would be the end of both me and Earth. If I faint during the battle. Footsteps echoed up the stairs. Mina walked in, saying, You're awake. I just cooked something, let's eat. Inshun questioned if she really cooked. Mina explained, embarrassed. Don't get me wrong, I only cooked because I was hungry, but there's too much food, so I need you to eat it all. She thought to herself, I knew it. Looking at the table full of food, Inshun exclaimed, It looks delicious. Mina proudly showed off. I don't cook often, but I'm actually a great cook. CEO John obediently said, Thank you for the meal. Miri started eating. After taking the first bite, they both spat it out. Mina worriedly asked, What's wrong? CEO John bluntly said, It's awful. Mina didn't believe it. She tasted a spoonful. It's strange, this can't be. Immediately, her face turned pale. She spat out all the food she had just tasted. Inshin knew it was time for him to make a smooth escape. Haha, I'm just going to go get some fresh air. He went to a park near his apartment to work on his deadline. Enjoying the fresh air, Inshin thought comfortably, it's been so long since I've felt this peaceful. I never dreamed of being at the top. And now I'm publishing and organizing fan meetings. I should prepare the files for the director. Suddenly, a strange woman approached him, saying hello. Inshin turned in suspicion and asked, Huh? Hello. She asked him, You're Inshin, right? I love your work. I'm a big fan. Inshin politely replied, Thank you. She asked, Could I get your autograph? Looking at the notebook held out in front of him, a strange feeling welled up inside Inshin. He took the notebook and said, Of course, let me sign it. She replied, I'm a FA. Can I ask you a few questions? Insu, feeling generous, replied, Sure, ask me anything you want. The interrogation begins. Her first question was, at the beginning of the novel, the protagonist eliminated goblins and received gold, right? She looked at Insu for confirmation. Correct. He frowned, thinking, Back then, I didn't realize those goblins were actually alive. I just thought it was a simple game. She brought up the issue and even made some comments. Poor goblins, how cruel, and so on. But then, he saved a goblin called Somnio. Since then, he's always helped the goblin race. Why did he do that? Can you explain it to me? Insu burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. She seemed displeased. Then she spoke again, asking, Do you find my question amusing? Inshin admitted, Just talk. Stop acting, will you? I'm a supreme god now. I know everything. You're the Abyss Dragon. Information display. Abyss has used 35 special notes. Can transform into a dragon, like Joker's mask. With a flick of his wrist, he sends her flying. Only dust and smoke remain before Inshin. He calmly looks at the person before him. I knew it, but it's still not enough. The figure of the other person faintly appears in the thick smoke. Her chilling voice rises, So, you become this strong? But it's only temporary. It will all end when my child is born. Until then, I'll leave you and Earth in peace. Inshin calmly raises a finger. You think you can run? He activates the search. The Earth becomes a small globe in his hand. Through the eye of insight, every place on Earth is scanned. Where are you hiding? From forests to cities, to snowy mountains. Inshin is still searching. Where did you run off to? Abyss Dragon. He angrily exclaims, Damn it. It's like he's completely vanished. If that's the case, then pay attention to Inshin's words. Protect the Earth from the god of destruction and the Abyss Dragon. He holds the key to victory in his hand. As a minor god governs a planet, a major god governs the multiverse, and a supreme god will be above all. Once I become a supreme god, I will be granted the skill to protect the world. With this, the crystals of the god of destruction, it won't be easy to harm the Earth. This also serves as a trap for the dragon. Abyss System Notification. Endless Bounty is very pleased that you have become an absolute god. The silent nightmare creeps back in, warning you not to lower your guard, and the Abyss might be somewhere before giving birth. She also said the baby would have the ability to summon the crystals of the god of destruction. Insu, right? I know. That's why I'm using my endurance skill. Also, the Abyss Dragon will definitely appear first. Back to the young couple's apartment. The wife is cooking in the kitchen. She's doing her usual chores and waiting for her husband to come home. The husband just got home. He complimented the wonderful smell as soon as he walked in. She happily exclaimed, You're home. You worked hard today, too. The husband replied, It's not that extreme. Then, he bowed his head to his wife's belly. Is our little bunny being good today? She answered with a bright smile. Of course it is. It's just been longing to hear Papa's voice. Go take a shower first. I have something to tell you today. The husband responded, You have something to tell me? Okay, I'll be right back at the dining table. The husband asked, What did you want to tell me? She replied, Oh, that? I'm about to give birth, so I don't need to play house anymore. He was stunned. Play house? What do you mean? Seeing his wife's appearance before him, the husband was terrified. The gentle wife now appeared as a demon. The Abyss Dragon revealed its claws and placed them on the table. Its fiery red wings spread wide. The terrified husband asked, Who are you? Where's my wife? He demanded. Your wife. Don't worry. I'll help you see her right away. She flicked her finger lightly, and the husband's head went flying. The bloody footprints of the Abyss Dragon marked the floor. Wrong. I thought I'd understand. Maybe a little bit if I create something myself. But in the end, I still don't understand at all. Touching her pregnant belly, she chuckled. But I also think you wouldn't like what I create. Let's go, my love, to the ends of the earth. At Inshin's house, he suddenly felt a rush of heat. His back stiffened. Insean spoke blankly. So, you finally made your move, Abyss Dragon. The city was engulfed in flames. Everywhere the Abyss Dragon flew, it relented. The broadcast blares. An estimated SSS-class dungeon has appeared. The dungeon's boss is a disaster-class monster. The Abyss Dragon. The citizens of the city flee in panic. The Abyss Dragon has appeared. When will the hunters get here? Insong appears, wielding God's power finger. A surge of power from the Abyss Dragon descends, but it was blocked by him. The collision of two extreme powers caused. A massive explosion rocks the entire city. The cold Abyss Dragon speaks. Insong. He retorts, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Abyss Dragon. The enraged Abyss Dragon glares at Insong, gathering its power. Then, it unleashes a torrent of fire magic, as if wanting to incinerate the entire city. "I swear, you won't escape today," he vows. The whole city is engulfed in a sea of flames. Insong soars into the sky, facing the Abyss Dragon alone. The people below recognize him. Wait, it's Insong, the legendary hunter. He tells them, "I'll handle this. You guys run." The Abyss Dragon coldly says, "Run where? The earth will end soon anyway." He points his thumb at his forehead. "You don't know. The Godslayer's thumb, and 3 Insongs are summoned. Both of them don't like it." Abyss Dragon of Destruction. It opens its mouth wide and unleashes fire magic. "Even with clones, I can still kill you all." He commanded Sick to keep it there. Sick appeared. He summoned a broom from beneath the street. Then the broom's body extended like vines, wrapping around the Abyss Dragon flying high above. The Abyss Dragon couldn't believe it. This was Sick trying to maintain the formation. He began to tire. "I can't hold it for long. I'm not strong in combat. Hurry, Insu." Insu immediately acted. "Hold on a little longer." Assassin Samsic advanced. Samsic received the order and acted immediately. Annihilation. He unleashed Annihilation, surging towards the target. The Abyss Dragon couldn't evade. Her body was submerged by the power of Annihilation. The Abyss Dragon cursed, "Damn it." Assassin and Insu worked in perfect harmony. Each attacked from one side. He swung the Heavenly Demon Sword. It's not over yet. The assassin wielding the Demon Heaven Sword is poised to strike. Both of them, one before the other. They unleash their full power, slashing at the Abyss Dragon's body. The beast roars in agonizing pain. They've managed to leave a wound on the Abyss Dragon's flesh. However, the wound is quickly healing. Insean thinks in frustration. "Damn it, his regeneration is too fast." She haughtily declares, "This is nothing." Her tail, like a massive spike club, it swings. The Abyss Dragon's target this time is Sa-Sin. He cries out, "Destroy the assassin, Sa-Sin." Insean knows her intentions. She's trying to eliminate Sa-Sin first, because he is the one who can attack from a distance. Seeing her wings flapping closer, Insean shouts, "Assassin, danger!" One of the Abyss Dragon's wings slams down. The assassin angrily curses, "Son of a B***." Insean instructed him to recover first. He used his ring finger to heal the assassin's wounds. The assassin politely thanked his original self, then asked if he had any plans to deal with him. Insean replied that it sounded foolish. But if he keeps recovering, we just need to attack faster, surpass his recovery speed. The assassin accepted the plan, clearly from him. Not a good plan for the body. "Ready?" Insean stepped to face the Abyss Dragon. "When haven't I been ready?" A, relying on its massive size, stomped heavily on the ground. A voice filled with scorn echoed, "Insects, what are you buzzing about?" Just then, a streak of light flashed. Insean encouraged the assassin to keep attacking. He replied, "Got it." Each sword strike with the speed of light cut through the Abyss Dragon. That's the result of both of them working together seamlessly. Inshin knew it was time for Li Shin, Yishin's turn. Li Shin, Yishin, started focusing his power. He unleashed a devastating force to attack her. This bastard is still alive. The destructive force crashed down in response to her words. This one blow also exhausted Li Shin, Yishin. A tired voice echoed, "Destruction." The Abyss Dragon still couldn't recover. Inshin raised the Heavenly Demon Sword and said, "Let's finish this." The Abyss Dragon felt it was ridiculous. "Finish? You think this is the end?" Every vein in her body surged. Inshin vigilantly noticed the anomaly right away. A corner of the city exploded. Inshin pulled Ishin, back and asked, self-destruct. Is everyone okay? The assassin replied. I'm not dead yet, so we're okay. Ishin stared ahead in shock and said, destruction. Inshin still didn't understand what was happening. He points behind him, continuing with destruction. Inshin slowly turns his head. At this moment, he feels utter terror. A figure appears in the sky. It's still the Abyss Dragon, but in a different form. Ah, he says, intrigued. It's been a long time since I've taken this form. The Abyss Dragon emphasizes, let's. A wave of power slices across the killer's arm. He stares in shock as blood splatters. The Abyss Dragon continues. Let's have some fun, shall we? Before vanishing. The killer barely manages to exclaim, what the hell? Insane, along with 3X, worriedly shout, killer, destruction. The Abyss Dragon cheerfully looks at them. Got one down, huh? Ah, still as relaxed as if he's taking a stroll. 3XIN immediately acts, activating the power of destruction. A massive magic circle is created. 3XIN opens his mouth wide, firing destruction towards the target, with just a light wave of his hand. The Abyss Dragon has defeated 3 Inzios and nonchalantly declares that such attacks are no longer effective. Before vanishing, he angrily cries out, annihilation. Inzio tensely stares at the Abyss Dragon, who praises him. Finally, you have grown into a true, transcendent being. You look quite delicious. Inzio wonders, I wonder what you'll taste like. Inzio immediately realizes, damn it, I'm not an easy meal. Sacred Relic Universe. Everything has negative side effects if I use it, so it's best to save it just in case the god of destruction appears. He wonders, is there really no other way? System display. Abundant Infinity suggests that if you use the sacred sword of the hidden god of war, you will be able to annihilate the abyss. Inzio considers the proposition. The god of war hid a sword, capable of doing that. The star-piercing celestial blade says it recommends using it because the god of war specifically set aside this sword for the sword's sake to use in battle against the god of destruction. Insane decides to risk it all. Okay, let's see what kind of sword skills the god of war shared. Looking at the sword before him, he has his eyes open to something amazing. So, this is the sword of the god of war. Insane uses all his strength to grip the sword tightly. Divine power surges and radiates in all directions, making Insane strain just to hold on. He feels so much divine power. I can feel the divine power that the god of war has stored up for hundreds of millions of years. The Abyss Dragon suddenly remembers something. Huh? I forgot you absorbed the power of the god of war. Guess I should use a weapon too, right? Dual swords are summoned. Inexine suddenly felt fear. Were those dual swords? Inexine should be Insong, so changed to Inseong. I have a bad feeling about this. A reminder appears through the eyes of the blind god. Now, you will witness the history of the destroyer god, Inseong. Wondering not history of the Abyss Dragon, but of the destroyer god. In the destroyer god's memory, the tree of life withers. The destroyer god embraces the god of creation. He comforts, don't be sad. This is destiny. The destroyer god asks, heartbroken, why do you have to die? Is it because you were born imperfect? The god of creation denies it. No, that's not it. I want you to be immortal. But that's just my greed. To bring order back to a chaotic world, a creature of immense power, transcending even the gods, is absolutely necessary. And that being is Vin Q, eternal. It will be the power to dispel chaos and overcome everything. And it will also become the perfect sacred body that will exist forever. The god of creation exhausted his strength after pouring out all his sacred power, and hoping that when pouring out all his sacred power, and hoping that his replica, the god of destruction, will be able to perfect his divine power. However, that plan fell apart. The god of creation left a word before disappearing. And since immortality is impossible, there's only one choice left. We must create an imperfect world where life and death reincarnate. Please, watch over my last legacy. After leaving his last will, that god completely disappeared. His flesh and bones turned into stars and spread throughout the universe. And hundreds of millions of years later, the god of destruction, because it was the creator god's last wish. A universe created by using every last bit of the god's power. The gods, Krishishan. In a place like that, countless life forms were born, from high-level deities to humans and even insects. The god of destruction considered them filthy and disgusting creatures, living on the creator god's corpse. After hundreds of millions of years, The god of destruction finally made a decision. It was to destroy all the worlds created by the Creator God and put an end to life and death. She believed that, once the worlds he created were in danger, he would surely return. Insen understood the whole situation. So, countless worlds have been destroyed, just because she wants the creation god to return. The Abyss Dragon admitted. That's right, but it doesn't seem to have worked out. Because you were born, today exists. However, you are not the creation god that the god of destruction wants, so you are still a failure. And now, you will die so that the perfect creation god can be born. Having said that, he charged straight towards Insen. The Abyss Dragon proudly declared, "Let me show you the difference between a true god and a failure." Insen tried to block all of his opponent's attacks. Each swift sword flash grazed him. The Abyss Dragon's blade swung, as if to put an end to this battle. Insen agilely leaned back, dodging that fatal blow. He's pushed back. This blow starts to exhaust Insen. The Abyss Dragon continues to speak. "Do you know the difference between you and me? Enough. Now accept your death." Insen decisively interrupts. Not yet. He knows the god of war is a deity. The more you fight, the stronger you become. The more I swing my sword, the more power I gain. I'm finally starting to see it. The Abyss's weakness. Decision made. Insen acts immediately, his figure vanishing. He swings his swords, charging straight at the god of destruction, using his twin swords with agility, blocking each sword strike. The Abyss Dragon obviously knows this too. The god of war's strength increases the more he fights. Isn't that right? Demonic energy flows into the twin swords. Two streams. The sword's aura, carrying tremendous power, hurtled towards Insen, who calmly stated, "I wanted to play with you a little longer, but sadly, I don't have much time left." Insen dodged the attack, leaping high into the air. Then, with overwhelming momentum, unleashed a strike of the demonic celestial sword style. The power of ice, coupled with lightning, shattered the opponent's attack. The Abyss Dragon's expression turned serious. Time to make a tactical retreat. A little unfortunate, but let's call it a day. We'll fight again next time. Okay. With those words, the Abyss Dragon vanished. The entire city trembled from the final devastating blow, leaving Insen, who leaped onto a rooftop, silently observing the city below. Did Insen think the Abyss Dragon was dead? She seemed to say something earlier, scanning the area below. He was shocked to see the Abyss Dragon's location. What? The place had sunk into a deep pit, and there wasn't a single dragon in that pit. Insen knew she had fled again. He cursed, "Damn abyssal dragon. Next time, you won't escape, I swear." A few days later, in Insen's room, he was still pondering. The abyssal dragon fled the battle, and he trained intensely to prepare to face her and the god of destruction. Insen practiced swordsmanship with Cheondu day and night. He poured his heart into teaching him. Each sword strike landed without mercy. Cheondu was quite surprised to see Insen dodge. "You've gotten stronger. No wonder you're an upper-level god." Insen asked directly, "Do you think I'm strong enough to defeat the abyssal dragon and the god of destruction?" Cheondu replied, "That you should ask Nightmare. She misses you a lot." As he finished speaking, he vanished, and a rift of nightmares appeared. Thorny rose vines burst through the crack. They wrapped tightly around Insong. He cursed, "Damn it, not this." Insong unleashed a punch, sending the thorny vines flying. The nightmare cheered. "More, keep going. You're leveling up now. Things are getting more interesting now." Insong asked seriously, "So, are you going to answer my question or not?" The nightmare deflected the question to someone else. "I don't know. Ask the god of abundance." Insong entered the god of abundance's space. She answered, "To be honest, the chances of you and Earth dying are higher." They're that powerful, huh? An existence even deities would fear. But there's still a way. The scripture of heaven's insight holds the answer to everything. It's the transmigration of the creation god. You can do something about it. Is that the answer, Insu? He thought to himself, "Fake scripture of heaven's insight. It'll be my ultimate weapon. The problem is it'll drain my holy power completely." Just then, a giant hand, rippling with muscles, appeared. Someone grabbed his leg. Insu remembered. "I was going to ask where you were." He was dragged away by the muscles, into the space of muscles. "Muscle transcends everything, doesn't it?" he started. After that sentence, Insu supported the giant body of muscles like a mountain of rock, like lifting weights. Every muscle in his body became more defined. He knew, if his muscles grew, and Sin's swordsmanship skills reached their peak, maybe he could defeat the god of destruction. At In-Sin's Shin house, Killer was sparring with In-Ho. Killer's fists were getting stronger. He could punch In-Ho before he could react. The pain spread through his body. In-Ho complimented Killer. "You've gotten stronger. Congratulations." Killer replied, "You've gotten stronger too." Sin was also diligently training destruction. The power he unleashed could annihilate monsters in an instant. In-Ho happily praised. He can now defeat even S-class monsters. Killer coldly asked, "So what?" Sin thought to himself, "S-class monsters. Even SS-class monsters aren't a problem anymore. Everyone's gotten stronger. Seoin's writing skill has surpassed 10 million too. Hopefully, it'll be enough to keep me from fainting, from passing out after using the Universal Library. But using it twice might still be too much. It's time to finish this novel." To finish Dream Eater Hunter, the story of CO and I wrote at 50. A few days later, at the fan signing event, CO kindly signs autographs for each person. Looking at the number of fans in front of him, he happily thought more people came than he expected, thinking he told those two not to come. But Miri and Mina arrived, exclaiming, "That's so cool." "Yeah, I think so too," she said. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "It's the famous hunter and writer CON. We have to get an autograph while we can." Of course, a family heirloom is valuable. A girl approaches. She holds a piece of paper and walks up to Han Yishin. The pen in his hand spins continuously. Yishin silently assesses her. She slams the paper on the table and says, "Congratulations on your book publication. I'm a huge fan." Yishin replies, "Thank you for coming. I was waiting for you." He instantly recognizes her, the Abyss Dragon. The girl in front of Yishin freezes. Her face slowly turns sinister. "Your eyes are good, but I bet you don't know that I am the one who created the creator. This game was created to revive the creation god." "Yishin, what?" The opponent replies, "I guarantee that the person with the highest potential to become a god on Earth will become the master. Never expected it to be you. You coldly say, 'Stop tailing,' but you sure do talk a lot, huh?" Caresses belly revealing. "Ah, that was before this child was born. I can't fight at full strength for long." System display. Abyss Dragon reminds, being separated from the soul of the Abyss. NSCO shows interest and asks, "So what? Are you saying I'm being manipulated? Because you are the creator of the creator?" Abyss Dragon probes. "Aren't you afraid? As you can see, now I can unleash my full power without limit." From behind, someone reminds, "Sorry, but there are still people in line." Hearing that, the Abyss Dragon's finger flicks lightly. The person immediately loses their head. Those behind are stunned, watching the blood spray. The body heavily collapses to the ground. A young man shouts in fear, "Murder! She killed someone! Run away!" The Abyss Dragon disdainfully says, "You lowly thing." In-Song angrily throws a punch backed by years of muscle training, more than enough to knock her away. But she calmly says, "That punch barely tickles. You're not even bothered, huh? Let's see how you like this. You're not running this time." The next fist lands. The Abyss Dragon is punched far away. "Huh? Still has the mood to tease. You just killed a few bugs, and you're already this angry?" These offensive words further infuriate In-Song. "What bugs, huh?" Returns to his original form. A scornful voice echoes, "What's the difference when killing one insignificant bug and all the other bugs left? I can't comprehend. Can't you answer me?" The destroyer Shin angrily asks what nonsense you're spouting. Révélation. "I try to kill my adorable husband to test it out, but as expected, I don't feel any different at all." With that, the destroyer disappeared. In an instant, the destroyer appeared before him. She tightly gripped In-Shin's neck, pinning him to the ground. He thought to himself, "So fast, she's much stronger than before." Miri coordinated from the rooftop, attacking with lightning. She commanded, "Take your hands off my master now." A bolt of lightning struck straight down, and she laughed. "You're just an insect I created, die." Just then, In-Shin shouted, flexing his muscles. In-Ho's muscles rippled as he delivered a punch. The Abyssal Dragon staggered backward. She gritted her teeth and said, "This guy, In-Ho. So it's Lord In-Shin." While the Abyssal Dragon was still bewildered, he strikes from behind with his pen. In-Shin praises him. "Well done." Number 1 and the Limitless Demon lurk behind, stabbing her in the back. The Abyss Dragon falls. Assassin and number 3 are ambushing on the rooftop. Number 7 says, "Is that all? How boring." Annihilation. In-Shin reveals, "I knew you would." appear, so I had number one and my clone wait. It's over, the Abyss Dragon laughs. You say it's over? Cracks appear chaotically in the sky. Miri is shocked. What is that? Mina senses something extremely dangerous. She screams, "Everyone run! Something huge is coming." A giant monster appears. The Abyss Dragon orders. Too late. Destroy everything, my child. It steps out of the crack. Then jump down to where they were standing. Mina urged them to hurry. We need to run. Just as she finished speaking, a strong gust of wind blew past, making everyone struggle. The monster's fist came crashing down. Mina took the full force of the blow. Miri cried out in worry. Inho Yuni. Inho charged forward to meet the attack. If it's monsters, I've killed so many I could puke. Leo was already climbing the tower. He bravely rushed towards a monster. It began to choose its next target. The second person it targeted was Miri. Seeing this, Inho shouted loudly, "How dare you do that to Lord Shin's disciples?" But the monster's giant fist came crashing down. Inho and Shin cried out in shock. "Miri, Mina Nuna." Shin warily looked at it. What the hell is that thing? Monster information displayed. The Doomsday Giant was just born a day ago. Special note. A giant created by the Abyss for Doomsday. As powerful as a reborn creation god. The Abyss Dragon summons twin swords. Now my child is here. The earth will be destroyed without a trace. Inho angrily addresses the Lord. Lord Inshin is in danger. How could I die? The Abyss Dragon says calmly. Looks like there are still useful gods on earth. The assassin directs his alter ego to deal with the Abyss Dragon. We will join number one in using this move. Number three, continue the annihilation. Having said that, they split up and take action. The assassin wields his sword, charging towards the Doomsday Giant monster. He uses the Wa Sand Sword technique, Plum Blossom Dance. Number three coordinates to unleash annihilation. Mass destruction descends upon the opponents. The assassin had a little faith. I thought it would work. No sooner said than done, he gets smacked in the face. Monster number 0-1's damage appears. Assassin shock 0-1 scratch star. Gale force winds blow from the monster's mouth. Its roar is enough to blow them both away. The assassin gradually vanishes. He still can't believe it. Impossible. San, our comrade, is vanished and destroyed. Inho struggles to resist. No way, we're being defeated this easily? The monster's fist forcefully presses down on him. Only Ensign remains to fight. She's settling the score with you. You're the only one left. Now it's time to end this. The monster throws a punch towards Ensign Die. But a single finger from him is enough to break its hand. The Abyss Dragon can't believe it. Ensign says dismissively, "You're dumber than I thought. This is the entirety of the universe within my novel. You're the one who's going to die." The Abyss Dragon, surprised, wondered, "Is this an illusion? How? Since when?" Ensign, looking at the grotesque monster before him, replied, "Who knows? Who knows? Guess what? I actually knew you were coming today. You still want my autograph, right? You came all this way, after all." Suddenly, the Abyss Dragon smiled wickedly. "I admit, you're quite interesting. But do you think this world you created can stop me?" Ensign simply nonchalantly waved his pen in his hand. "Stop you." Then he excitedly strode towards her and loudly challenged, "Instead, I'll just eliminate you." The pen began to glow. The Abyss Dragon still doesn't know what Ensign plans to use it for. Quick as lightning, he unleashed a beautiful attack, but she was even quicker, dodging it with ease. And then, with a smug grin, she split Insong's attack in two. As he prepared his next strike, she gripped her sword tightly, ready to meet both forces head-on, creating a breathtaking spectacle unlike any other. The Abyss Dragon assessed his abilities not bad at all. Then, due to the impact, both were pushed away from each other. A cut unexpectedly appeared on Insong's face, as did the Abyss Dragon's hand, proving this battle was a close match. She licked the blood from her hand, musing. "Indeed, you possess that power. After you became a god. The supreme, right?" Insong's face darkened as he replied, "Thanks to that person." She flashed a sinister smile, saying, "Though I hate to admit it, it's crafted too exquisitely. I almost didn't recognize you. But it is you. Is that all you've got? What a failure. You are not worthy to stand alongside the Creator. Now, my son, command the monster." While Ensign was still pondering, wondering how it had recovered its arm, the monster's eyes blazed with fury. It activated its battle intent, releasing an immense surge of energy, making Ensign seem so small. That energy even caused aftershocks across the Korean peninsula. It was unleashed out into space. Inson's face grimaced, observing the monster transforming before him. His power also began to rise. The cold abyss dragon coldly ordered, "Kill him so he realizes he's truly a failure." The monster obeyed, immediately lunging to deliver a punch to Inson. The divine master still calmly challenges. "Want to turn my world into an apocalypse?" A monster's punch lands. Dust and rocks fly up in a haze, accompanied by deafening explosions. When the dust settles, Insong's figure is revealed, unharmed. The monster can't help but be surprised. Then it lands another blow on Insong. An explosion several times bigger erupts throughout the city, causing Insong to cautiously step back. His body is somewhat affected by the terrifying aftershock. He starts to feel worried, wondering why his illusion world doesn't work on it. Just then, Jisung appears and reminds Insong to focus. If you say you don't have any divine power or skills used, then the persuasiveness will be ruined. He realizes that. Lee holds up the pen, drawing a smooth, graceful curve. The abyssal dragon confusedly asks, "What in the world are you doing?" Suddenly, the rocks and stones crumble. The surroundings are enveloped in a beautiful, golden light. All the high-rise buildings, once piles of scrap, return to their original state. She starts to get annoyed, raising her voice at the little brat. "Do you think you're some kind of creator god?" She orders her son to finish him off. The monster's fist is about to collide with Inson, but he remains calm, simply pointing a finger at it. Unbelievable. The violent attack. He stops it with just one finger. The monster is incredibly surprised, because in the novel, Inson wrote that the giant doomsday monster is very strong, but it cannot cause any harm to Insong, because Insong is a supreme god and an incarnation of the god of light. So you have to nod in agreement. Acknowledge it. The plausibility in the plot, that's really important, isn't it? You feel impressed, don't you? Suddenly, in Insong's mind, the image of the abyss dragon appears, along with the command, "Stop right there." In his heart, he felt something very strange. It's a kind of mind control ability similar to MANHWA, but it's on a completely different level. He can't even move his fingers. Seeing this, the abyss dragon was very pleased and sneered. "You're shocked, aren't you? I am the one who bestowed skills to my sacrifices." Then it came even closer to confide. "How do you like my skills?" Inshun casually gave a lukewarm reply. Not bad, I guess." But he told himself he needed to stall for time. He had to find a way to move that pen. Seeing his reaction, she feigned surprise. "You're about to die, and you're still so calm? Well, I'll take that as your last words, because I'm going to kill you right now." Inshun looked stunned. Don't tell me she can use Miri's lightning powers too? He was right. A bolt of lightning struck the spot where he was standing. Another explosion erupted. Abyssal dragons. She gloated, admiring her handiwork. "This is quite a fun game, but I don't need this world anymore." Suddenly, Inshun emerged from the rubble, panting. "Wait, where do you think you're going?" "Sorry, I'm not dead yet." He continued to brace himself, then leap high into the air. He began to write a few more lines. Right before dying from that lightning strike, Inseong managed to break his body down into tiny pieces. They were so small, just the size of atoms. Then he reassembled them. Finishing writing, he even smiled at the plot twist, so unrealistic, but very Morong Fu-like. The abyss dragon trembled in fear at this moment. Its mouth stuttered repeatedly. "No, it's impossible." But Inseong scoffed. "Oh, this is all fiction, right? But it's actually happening." The two mothers and daughters stared at Inseong in astonishment, like an immortal god high above. Abyss Dragon thought in horror that it had fought countless gods, but had never met anyone with this kind of power. What is that ability? He held the pen in his hand, muttering, "Well, I'm not so sure about that. You know, after all, the author is like an omnipotent god." Just a little reminder. But don't get too complacent. When events become impossible, the world will start to crumble, because this probability is similar to causality for gods. Insu, confirmation. I know. That's why I can't eliminate them. With just one hit. Abyssal Dragon, using ring, fingers divine healing to heal her child. Its body is perfect again. Insu, look at that. I can't even get the skill. Healing from the abyss. Because every probability would be destroyed if I did that. I'll admit, your answer is quite impressive. But that's all it is. If you keep going like this, nothing will change. With your level of divine power, you think, how long can you keep us here? In human time, maybe a year at most. he says, channeling his divine power into the pen in his hand. That's enough. In-sung thought, along with the divine gamer author. I created this world in the novel I wrote when I was just 10 years old. The name of that novel is Dream-Eating Hunter In-sung. I have plenty of time to make sure that they're destroyed. He cried out, summon death, rise from the abyss. Death was immediately summoned. The body of death slowly emerged from the crack in the ground. A new weapon appeared in In-sung's hand. It was a massive scythe. The hunter Insin has discovered a scythe at the temple. The Grim Reaper's scythe. The abyss dragon gritted its teeth and said that it was. He hurled the scythe of death forward. The scythe hurtled straight into the monster's chest. Its chest immediately exploded. Insin warily awaited the outcome. The monster painfully gripped the scythe's handle. It was in so much pain that its body trembled incessantly. Seeing it try to pull the scythe out, Insin kindly reminded it, you can't pull out with just brute strength, you know. The scythe of death has pierced the abyss. Not only can it not be dodged, but it can't be pulled out unless you lose your life. The abyss dragon trembled with rage. How dare you resort to such dirty tricks? Insin calmly replied, dirty tricks? I haven't even started yet. Continuing with the ring finger healing to heal your child. Insin reveals that the thing is useless now. What a shock. He unleashes his next move, summoning the hourglass of mockery. The sky becomes brilliantly bright. An announcement displays, Hunter Insin's stats have increased, defeated a two-headed monster, and acquired a magical artifact. The blinding light forces her to shield her eyes. What is it this time? A colossal clock crashes down. The abyss dragon trembles. I've never seen or heard of these skills. He replies, of course, because I'm creating abilities using the novel I wrote. When he was just 10, the clock is hurtling downwards. She freezes in tension. A strange power, like a flame, engulfs the main monster's body. The abyss dragon cannot escape its fate either. She exclaims in horror, what is this? Strands of bizarre power wrap around the abyss dragon's arm. Her face aged before her eyes as she beheld her appearance. A disbelieving voice echoed, no way. Insin, explain. The hourglass mockingly accelerated the flow of time. Accept it. The abyss dragon seemed to be buried within the flow of time. You think Dream Hunters. Insin is a novel I wrote while confining myself at home, after losing my parents in an accident involving the gate. The novel also contains content quite similar to the abyss and the destroyer god. Anyway, the gates were opened because of those bastards, and that's why I'm going to retaliate now. With interest, of course. Insin's third move, the finger of authority. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. A force filled with oppression terrified him. This power, it's the destroyer god. Every single monster from the galaxy has found its way to Earth, where In-sung is standing, gazing at countless grotesque moss of the monsters above. He's shocked. How did they get here so fast? Extreme surges of power descend. Earth is about to be attacked. A devastating energy plunges to the ground. In-sung is stunned. That's the abyss dragon's body being healed before his very eyes. Finally, the last piece is here. By pinpointing the child of Apocalypse, In-sung speculates. Child of Apocalypse, don't tell me that monster. It was also connected to karma. That's right, the moment I attacked that monster, its karma became linked to the god of destruction. The abyss dragon speaks. It all ends here, In-sung. Once he arrives, the world will be destroyed. He swings his pen, rushing forward. Shut up. I'll protect the Earth. He wields everything, all the phenomena of the universe, using sacred art. Sacred art carries power that reaches far into the cosmos. The newly summoned monsters are struck, but the appearance of something fills In-sung with dread. The eye appears again. From the center of the eye, it unleashes a massive surge of power. A beam of light, like a meteor, plunges towards Earth. In-sung summons the demonic sacred sword, demonic great blaze hell. His power clashes against the force from the eye. The descending cosmos seems to explode after the impact. Earth narrowly escapes annihilation. In-sung breathes a sigh of relief. I blocked it. Even though they're strong, that attack should have weakened them. I can do this. The abyss dragon and her child froze for a moment. She roared in anger. How dare you show such an attitude to the goddess of destruction? You speak like a true god of destruction, he retorted, impressed. She has appeared. Insin panicked at the sight of her. That's the goddess of destruction. Am I seeing her with the eyes of the void? The god of destruction landed on the ground. She greeted him. We finally meet, you 7-time reincarnated loser. You will soon become a sacrifice. A series of red alerts flashed. Warning, unable to determine opponent's strength. With your current holy power. Incian thought tensely, this is a big problem, even though she is a high-level god. I can't even measure her stats. However, he gripped his pen and wrote furiously. At that moment, Incian knew if he could complete Dream Devouring Hunter, Incian, he would have a chance to win. Dream Devouring Hunter, Incian. The skill completed, he charged straight towards the destroyer. She unleashed fire magic, firing it at him. Incian relentlessly tried to approach his opponent. She looked down on him scornfully. You are nothing compared to him. A shield enveloped the destroyer. Its power resonated far beyond space itself. Incian backed away. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. She complimented him. You acted well, Incian, but you chose the wrong audience. Did you forget I am an AI? I know every skill the creator possesses. Su Xi. Damn it. We underestimated her. It's hopeless, run Incian. From the palm of the destroyer god, a dark power erupted. Too late. Incian felt his body unable to move. She squeezed his neck tightly, lifting him up. Incian realized she forcibly summoned him into reality. Damn it, if this happens. Caught Incian, she said coldly. The real one is here. With just a light flick of her hand, Incian was thrown far away, crashing heavily to the ground. Don't play dead anymore, the destroyer god reminded. Even a loser like you wouldn't die that easily. Incian chuckled. You really are on a different level, compared to those I've been fighting until now. He slowly sat up. Then, holding the pen in his hand, he said, all right, let's play if you want to. The abyssal dragon angrily thought, this bastard, has he been tricking me this whole time? Since when did he reach this level? He jumped high into the air. His body rippled with hard, defined muscles. Inho's superpowered physique. Inho's fist stopped just inches from the destroyer's face. She was sent flying backward from the punch. That one blow made the destroyer vomit. Inho rained down punches relentlessly. His fists never ceased. The destroyer thought, is my power still unstable? The abyssal dragons moved to assist the destroyer. We have to help. She agreed, didn't she? I need you to fulfill your duties. With those words, the destroyer absorbed their energy. Blood was drawn from their bodies. Unbelievable. Destroyer, why? You were born to restore my power. It's time for you to fulfill that role. Both were drained dry by the destroyer, until their faces shriveled up completely. The god of destruction is now overflowing with power. Inshil, what the heck? A series of red alerts are popping up. Warning. Warning. The god of destruction has fully recovered her power. The god of destruction calmly states, I will show you the gap between you and me. Inshil makes a damn decision. Then, I'll just have to give it my all again. She teleports and appears behind him. You're going to give it your all again? You should know that's useless. Her index finger raises a massive force, pierces straight into Inshil. He collapses to the ground. The god of destruction steps towards him. She coldly asks, is that all you've got? He replies with a laugh. No, there's still more here. After all, I'm not alone, huh? The god of destruction frowns, confused, huh? An explosion suddenly erupts before her. Looking at the thick smoke before her, she scornfully muttered, are you thrashing about for the last time? Foolish. Facing her at this moment were Killer 3, Shin, and Inho. You understood the plan, right? And Shin assured, I'll play my heart out. Looking at the group in front of her, the god of destruction advised them, do you think bringing all of you here will change anything? It's a waste of effort. And Shin replied, if it's a waste of effort, then it won't be in vain. Because with humans' insane effort, even iron can become gold. So we can find an opportunity, no matter how small. He knew this was the time to go all in. And in order to do that, so, you call the director. Can you hear me? No. Director, Inson asked you that? What's going on? Inson wants us to make another movie together. This time, the movie will be titled Nightmare Hunter Incinda. The assassin firmly grips the sword in his hand. The destroyer recalls that sword. It's been a while since I've seen it. That knight used that weapon to strike me. The assassin retorts. This time it won't end, simply by slashing you. As he finishes speaking, his footwork shifts. A strike, bringing icy coldness as it hurtles towards the destroyer. The assassin is determined to put his full force into this blow. The destroyer coldly asks, You really think I'll let that sword hit me again? She retaliates with a palm strike of immense energy. At the same moment, Ensign attacks from behind her. He lunged with a pen. However, the destroyer was more than capable of detecting him. She gently flicked her fingers. A streak of purple light flashed across In-sung's body. This single blow severely injured him. From another corner, In-sung shouted, "Destroy the destroyer. Pay attention to him. Don't disperse your divine power." In-ho coordinated from above, throwing a punch down. Get away from Master In-sung. The fist, carrying the force of thunder, came down. The ground was engulfed in a cloud of smoke and dust. In-ho rushed to support In-sung. "Master In-sung, are you all right?" He replied, "I'm okay. I can still fight." The destroyer is completely unscathed. In-sung thought to himself. After she absorbed the dragon, the abyss, and the doomsday giant, I don't see any way to possibly confront her directly and win against her. Now, there's only one way to defeat her. The ending of Dream Hunter. In-sung, I'm leaving it to you. What's your plan? We'll stall for as much time as possible, until he can make that ability a reality. All three shout out, "Yes, understood." Ruin God. Ruin mocks them for being so pathetic, but that's also what makes you different from the others. With those words, she vanishes, then teleports in front of In-sung. In-sung anxiously calls out. Looking at In-sung, she realizes, one of my fragments was scattered a long time ago, so you've been waiting for me since then. In-sung hesitantly utters, "Ruin, she's luring you in, urging you to return. Reunite with me to annihilate everything that profits from the body of the god, creation, and together we'll await his resurrection." San, she's manipulated him. He speaks emotionlessly of destruction. The assassin worriedly calls out, "Wake up, San." The assassin swiftly charges, sword in hand. A mighty celestial slash descends. She reminds him, "That sword won't even scratch me. Not even leave a scratch." San stares blankly. He sees the assassin destroyed by the god's hand, pierced through the stomach. At this moment, the god of destruction continues the manipulation. Become a sacrifice so the god of creation can truly be resurrected. The assassin slowly vanishes, and she softly says, "So, another one bites the dust." In-ho throws a punch from behind. "How dare you lay a hand on Lord Ensign, god of destruction?" She raised her hand, her palm radiating eerie power. Sharp rays of light crisscrossed, sweeping across In-ho's skin. He weakly cried out, "Lord Ensign." The god of destruction tallied the count. 2 Enzins. 3 Shin, he repeated, uttering destruction. A stream of memories flashed. "Killer, you once greeted Shin. Is it your name? I'm pleased to meet you, the eldest of In-ho," he once praised. "Indeed, you live up to expectations. Truly, Lord Ensign's third iteration is powerful." And the CO sisters up to Ensign, and even the playful CO John used to call him Little Uncle. Shin has returned. He creates destruction. The light from destruction hit her, leaving her defenseless. She was not far away. Shin channeled his power into this blow, destruction, but he shared the same fate, defeated by the god of destruction. "Even if you're a fragment of me, well, I won't let you do whatever you want either. Return to where you truly belong." Having absorbed all the power into her hand, she points it at her forehead. "But you, the last one remaining, it's your turn, In-shin. Voluntarily become my sacrifice." In-shin responds, "I won't let you have your way. Just now, while you were fighting number 1 and my clones." In-shin finally finished writing the ending of Dream Hunter. In-shin did, and the ending is quite amusing. A black orb appears in the destroyer god's hand. She orders In-shin to begin. He silently stands there, then breaks into a mysterious smile. The destroyer god's fingers begin to rebel. Her eyes widen in shock at her own fingers. Then, her fingers become twisted, looking incredibly bizarre. The god of destruction looked at Ensign and asked, "What cheap trick are you planning to use this time?" Ensign calmly twirled the pen in his hand and replied, "I told you already, didn't I? The ending of the story has just been completed. The ending hunter devours the dream Ensign. Ensign's copy and number 1 are not destroyed." The goddess gritted her teeth. "Not destroy. Instead, they will be inside the god of destruction's body, existing there as parasites." She looked at Ensign in fear. That parasitic trick was performed by the Emperor's parasitism skill. Shared by Ensign, he asked with a smug grin, "How about it? My cheap trick." She said, "Even though you use those petty tricks, it still means nothing. That won't happen the way you want it to." Suddenly, the god of destruction's eyes glowed intensely. Swirling currents of power emerged. Insong narrowed his eyes, finally recognizing her. So I still possess this much power. His eyes widened as he gazed towards the god of destruction. Her body was enveloped in an aura of terrifying energy. A voice echoed, "You won't be able to protect anything from me. No matter what you do, before me, the god of destruction, despair is the only thing you will feel. I will destroy everything you have." Insong wondered, is this the true power of the god of destruction? This power is completely different from before. Choi Si-woo's spirit announced, due to the power of the god of destruction, all matter and phenomena in the universe are being disrupted. I need more time to sort through the probabilities again. Insong angrily gritted his teeth, thinking it's time to deal with the probabilities. From where? A colossal object appeared, hovering in the air. Insong wields his pen, creating a line like a golden thread. The aloof god of destruction speaks. "You think I'll let you perform those cheap tricks?" Again, saying that, the veins on her hand bulge out, crisscrossing. Insong looks at her with a weary expression. "All right, I'll try to buy as much time as possible." The goddess scoffs at the wretched little creatures. She pulls all the people's souls from her hand, then clenches her fist tightly, destroying them all. Insong cries out in anguish, "Everyone!" She scatters the broken pieces of souls like dust, then says scornfully, "Fools!" Not even realizing they were seduced. With just a finger, you still can't recognize the difference in class between you and me? Insong vows furiously, "I won't let you get away." Summon the treasure of the heavenly blade. System acknowledged. The treasure of the heavenly blade has been bestowed upon you with the power of the heavenly sword. Time will stop for 1 minute. Insong suddenly saw Kianma standing before him. Kianma said, "I'm glad you've come, my disciple." Insong wondered, "How could you be here?" Kianma replied, "Once the god of destruction disappears, there will be no reason for me to continue existing. I have used all my remaining karma and sacred power to manifest in this form for one final farewell." Insong, not believing his ears, asked, "So, are you saying today is your last day?" Kianma gazed into the distance and said somberly, "In life, there is always a beginning and an end. Regardless, this isn't the time for chit-chat." Kianma urgently hands Cho a cracked sword. "Quickly take this heavenly sword and go. There's no time left." This sword was forged by the law of cause and effect over countless eons, using my own body as a sacrifice to destroy the god of destruction. It's called the Annihilation Sword. Insong curiously draws the ancient sword from its sheath. It feels like it's been lying forgotten in some corner for a very long time. Kianma emphasizes further, "This heavenly sword can only be used once. I have no doubt that you will save the world from the god of destruction." After a contented smile, Kianma slowly fades away. Insong grips the sword tightly, his eyes fixed on the god of destruction. Seeing the treasured sword, she seems a bit apprehensive. What kind of weird sword is that? Even he doubts it, although it looks rusty. But I can still feel the immense divine power emanating from it. If I combine it with all the divine power I possess, who knows? I might be able to defeat the god of destruction. Thinking this, Insong grabbed his pen with one hand and his sword with the other, charging forward quickly. The goddess of destruction couldn't help but exclaim, "So fast!" Insong sprung up, attacking her with the pen first. Afterward, he retreated, observing the absolute sword grimly. The sword thought, "I can't jump in now. Why did he use that damn pen just now? Huh? Use me instead." But Insong knew it wasn't the time yet. The goddess was injured by the surprise attack, causing her to get hurt. She roared in fury, "How dare you!" and unleashed a torrent of otherworldly energy in retaliation. Insong struggled to stand amidst the chaos. He thought with difficulty, "Is that thing not ready yet? It's been tough putting up with this until now." A camera suddenly appears in front of Cheon-chang. Inshin notices it. He smiles, thinking it's come at just the right time. The camera plays the director's voice. "There you are, Inshin. My apologies. I was a bit late because I was busy preparing everything. So, we'll do it as you want now. We're going to start the live broadcast." Dream-eating hunter Inshin. After a few seconds, the camera starts recording for the whole world to see. The audience is thrilled and can't sit still when they see their hero. It's Inshin. "I believe in you, Inshin." The number of believers is now 1.9 trillion. Inshin says excitedly, "The time has come heavenly sword. He expresses his excitement, endlessly praising. That's a massive amount of followers with that kind of power. I'm sure of it. More astonishing, the number of followers has now reached 2.2 trillion. In just 1 month, the number of followers has hit 3.7 trillion. The heavenly sword in Incen's hand is gradually glowing. He calculates, just a little more. The horrified goddess of destruction exclaims, "His divine power has increased another level. It's absurd." The heavenly sword excitedly says, "Now, Incen, the number of followers, 10,000 trillion." Energy is released from the sword, shaking a vast expanse of space. Incen immediately leaps up to confront the goddess of destruction. Seeing him so close, she panics and becomes uneasy. He declares, "This is the finishing blow. Heavenly demon, holy sword. Heavenly demon, great hell." A slash emits 7 colors, illuminating the space. The surrounding buildings begin to collapse. The goddess of destruction's body falls freely in the air. After a while, he landed, creating a thunderous explosion. The camera managed to capture the scene in time. That breathtaking sight made all the believers stand up and cheer in unison. "I believe in you, Insong." Insong has defeated the destroyer god. Insong wearily landed on the ground. The heavenly sword, having completed its mission, slowly vanished. He offered a compliment. "You did very well, heavenly sword." Insong struggled to stand up straight, looking at the rubble before him, wondering if this was the end. "No, not yet. I have to quickly search for traces of number 1 and the gang." Unexpectedly, a wave of water appeared beneath his feet, startling Insong. The ground beneath him was rippling water. The sky suddenly turned dark. He wondered, this isn't Mina's spatial illusion skill. So does this mean the goddess of destruction has also stepped onto the surface? She sneered arrogantly. "I didn't expect this. Who would have thought you could make it this far? You're quite impressive, I must say." Her face held a hint of cunning, mixed with a touch of disdain as she looked at Incen. He clenched his hand. "So she's alive. She survived the heavenly sword strike." The god of destruction continued. "That was quite an impressive attack just now. But that alone is not enough to completely destroy me. And even if I die soon, I will be revived again. And then I will destroy again this world while waiting for the Creator God to be revived. And if there's something truly bothering me, it's whether when the Creator God is revived, will they hate me? Because I destroyed the world that they created, even though I've lived throughout the ages, just to wait for their revival." She turns away and answers herself. "But I couldn't bear them hating me. What do you think, Incen? If I were them, I would never want that to happen." By this time, he had managed to hold his pen and write a few lines, finished, and then spoke up. "If the things I've sacrificed my whole life to create were to return to dust, then that would cause me the utmost pain." The god of destruction was silent for a moment, then sighed and replied, "I understand. So those are the things you're worried about." A single, sorrowful tear of crimson fell from the goddess of destruction, streaking down her cheek, before falling into the water below. Weeping, she lamented, "He will surely hate me." But swiftly, she regained her composure, her face hardened, drawing closer. "But I still have my own hope, even if that's the case with him. I cannot forgive you." Incen looked at her, bewildered. The god of destruction began manipulating the water beneath her feet, saying that the Creator God had declared it himself. "Because I cannot become an eternal God, so I cannot create a perfect world for myself. And because those creations, the symbols of life, have been destroyed, so my power has become stronger. And if I am the one who must disappear, then the Creator God will regain his power, myself, and rebirth." Incen furiously shouted, "This is crazy." The god of destruction, R.A., made a decision. "I want to see him with my own eyes. But perhaps I have no other choice. If things continue like this, with my last divine power, I will imprison you here, and I will put an end to heaven and earth. And that is how the world of God, my Genesis, will be completed." Seeing her crazy actions, Incen sighed. "I knew it would come to this, but you truly are insane." Meanwhile, in reality, the goddess was still watching Incen's every move through a lens. Suddenly, she snapped her fingers. Space compressed accordingly. The god of destruction strode confidently, declaring that, "I will show you the true power of the god of destruction." She instantly teleported into outer space, outside the Earth. Then, she raised her hand towards Earth. The god of destruction's entire body seemed to shatter. The fragments followed each other, falling to earth like rain. People panicked, screaming and urging each other to run. What's falling from the sky? The goddess looked at humanity, sighing with regret. At a cafe, Mina and Miri were sipping their unfinished coffee. She asked, "When is Insong coming back from his trip?" Miri looked up at the sky and replied, "I don't know. I hope he comes back soon too." "Because this is Insong's hunter skill completion trip," Mina said with pride. "If that's the reason, he'll be back right away." High in the sky, the god of destruction was intently watching something. She couldn't accept that the planet we just destroyed couldn't just be an empty shell. The god of destruction wondered, resentfully, "Inson, don't tell me he created a whole world, a false reality within a mere illusion. No, this is something only the creator god could do." Inson, seemingly appearing from nowhere, finished the sentence she left hanging. Inson's massive, ghostly figure questioned, "Then who do you think is standing before you?" The goddess hesitated, then burst into insane laughter. She clutched her face, laughing bitterly. Her body began to show signs of dissolving. She lowered her head, her long hair concealing her face. "Yes, the only one who could do this is none other than the creator god." The goddess's face began to show cracks. She looked at Inson. He looked very much like the creator god now. She acknowledged it. There was no denying it anymore. "I have completed my mission. Farewell, my one and only god." With those words, the goddess of destruction completely vanished. The novel's ending was gradually being completed. The end of a dream-devouring hunter, Inson, god of destruction, needed an existence to accompany her to suppress her rage of her. And that existence could be none other than the god of creation. Inson utilized the universe, all things in the heavens and the earth. Chi exerted himself to the fullest to become the god of creation. Inson became the god of creation. The dream-devouring hunter Inson has completed the challenge. Inson found himself back in the real world. That was destroyed. He gently sat down, touching the glittering fragments of souls. He wondered if they could be saved, and smiled and confirmed that with his writing ability, it was possible. Hearing that, and regained his confidence and the courage to write again. The sky turned blue again. Along with his two followers, GWI Geometry and So-Min, went for a walk. On the way, he observed the streets around him. Everyone was happily laughing and chatting. Groups of young people were greeting and talking to each other. Inside, it's so peaceful. "Today, I'm missing home more than ever." So-Min quickly tried to please him, saying, "Lord In, I will be by your side to make up for it." GWI Geometry scolded her. "I told you, if you dare to say such things, I will kill you." So-Min provoked him. "If you want to, then try it. If you don't yield this time, I'm really going to make a move." Inshin coldly reminded them to be quiet, "or I'll fire both of you." They immediately tucked their tails and became obedient. "Yes, sir. We'll remember what you said." Inshin sighed and said, "Well, Inho is a father now. I can't ruin this time of his peace." Inside a spaceship in the great galactic empire, Inho is happily with his small family. He's playing peekaboo with our little muscle baby. After the death of the female god of destruction, Inshin rewrote the ending of Dream-Eating Hunter Inshin to revive Inho, Assassin, and 3 Shin. Inho safely returned to the galactic empire and created a happy little family. And the holy woman is ruling Ankia. He's feeling so happy. At the fan meeting, Inson's fans have gathered in huge numbers. Outside the building, there's a banner hanging. Dream-Eating Hunter, Inson's fan meeting event. Inson and Bae quietly stand above, observing. The assassin is chatting with Miri Chiak. "That arrogant bastard. Why would he need bodyguards?" She replies, "Our master is an important figure. They're just here to handle minor issues." Bae still habitually says, "Destruction." CEO John next to him bursts into laughter. Uncle Bae says that's impossible. No one can stand looking at Uncle Inson's face, but I think he's really cool. Today, Inson is very happy. He shouts loudly, "I even have fans who come to see me. I am the greatest author in the world, Inson. Life can't get any more satisfying than this." Mina arrives from behind. Miri greets her. "Oh, you're here." Mina replies, "Yeah, I got a little stuck in traffic." Then, from a cheerful expression, Mina frowns and exclaims, "But why is she standing next to Aishin?" Miri explains, "She was hired as a bodyguard. Actually, she's really strong. It's just for work. So you have to be patient." Mina fumes. "Patient, huh? I told her not to touch him. I'm going to tear her to pieces. Miri hurriedly advises her hot-tempered sister. Hey, Mina, the sound of high heels clicking. Shin. As soon as he turns around, he sees her furious face. Mina, look how fierce she looks. Looks like she's going to cause trouble again. Mina points directly at Aishin and says, Hey you, come with me now. Inshik thought to himself, I knew it, but I shouldn't let them fight. So he took her hand. Miss Mina, let's talk for a bit. Upon hearing him, Mina exclaimed, What? Marriage? Are you trying to set up Xiao Ming and Geometry Ma? He confirmed, Yeah, that's why I hired them as bodyguards. So don't bother them. Mina, blushing, replied, If that's the case, then okay. Inshik asked, By the way, are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together. Hearing this, her face turned even redder. What's the dinner for? He replied, I have something to talk to you about. Mina agreed. Okay. I'm going to the restroom for a bit, Mina said. He responded, Okay, go ahead. As she walked away, she thought, Is he going to confess to me? I'm already feeling nervous. Insian's curiosity about earlier is, what's up with that? Her reaction is more unusual than usual. Suddenly, someone approaches and calls out to Duna. Can I talk to you for a moment? Insian wonders, who is it? He's shocked to see the person. The director? Why are they going into the director's office? The director speaks. Let's see what he says. The first time we met was 15 years ago, wasn't it? He politely says, Yes, the years have flown by. The director continues. When I first read your novel, I thought we had found a genius. But at the time, I didn't do anything because you hadn't decided on the ending yet. But you did it. I'm very proud of you. Duna, or rather, Insian, remains very humble, all of it, all thanks to your patience. He thought to himself, I wanted to turn my story into a book. So, I went to a publishing company. All the web novels that I wrote after I grew up, all failed, except for the director, who was still a team leader back then, believed in me until the end. He revealed, now that I think about it, there was a woman who came by here looking for you. An SEO was surprised, a woman? The director replied, She was a beautiful woman in her 20s. She said she heard rumors about a young, genius writer. An SEO thought to himself, could it be the Abyss Dragon? Has she been watching me for that long? But I shouldn't jump to conclusions like that. The director added, She told us to. Let her know once. This novel is finished, and even spent hundreds of millions. I want to buy books. But surely, she didn't expect it would take you 15 years to finish. This novel. Insin, do you know her contact information? He recounted, It seems they've changed. I tried calling, but someone else answered. He exclaimed, I see. Insin thought. She asked to be notified after the novel was finished, but isn't answering? Is someone watching me all this time? Isn't that the god of prosperity? The system prompts. The god of prosperity says that to do so, that would cost a lot of karma points. You thought the third option, but what about nightmare? The room remained silent. Insin immediately understood. So it was you. You've been following me since then? System, the silent nightmare is feeling embarrassed. She says she just wanted to check if you were the incarnation of the creator god. But she says she feels regret for spending so much money in karma points, since your later works were terrible. Insin angrily thought, I just had a bit of writer's block. System, reminder. She said she would be willing to buy 10 million copies of your newly completed novel. Insin's eyes lit up. That's a bit much. But thank you so much. How much money is 10 million copies? The director, noticing his unusual attitude, asked, Are you all right, Shin? Shin replies, Yes, I was just thinking about something. A knock on the door. The manager comes in to remind him. Before the fan meet starts, we'll be taking some photos. The director stands up. Let's go, he urges. Shin replies, Yes. The manager inquires, How's the new novel coming along? Please prepare in advance, so there are no more delays due to personal reasons. Shin agrees, of course. The photographer is already waiting outside. He says, This way, please, sir. Shin Taemin calls out, There's still a spot next to me. The killer urges, Hey, main body, hurry up. The manager pats Shin on the shoulder and asks, Shin will continue writing novels for us, right? Shin replies, I need a little more time to think. But hey, if you want to give me a gift, just giving them beef will do the trick. The photographer is calling out, Is everyone here yet? All right then, please look this way. I'm taking the picture. 1, 2. And just like that, In Shin has a photo, surrounded by all his close friends and family.